Noon. Jiangnan City. The blazing sun hangs high, heat waves rippling over the ground. At the city's center, a uniquely shaped building stands alone in the square. Jiangnan City Talent Awakening Center. At this moment, inside the center, next Suze, a sonorous voice echoed through the hall. Then a young boy stepped out from the crowd. Suze felt a little nervous as he walked to the awakening platform. Looking at the huge crystal ball before him, he knew the moment that would decide his fate had arrived. 16 years ago, he had transmigrated into this world. He soon discovered the differences between this world and his previous one. He initially planned to exploit the information gap between the two worlds, become a literary copycat, achieve financial freedom, and live a life of luxury. But not long after, Suze realized he was completely wrong. This world actually had cultivation methods. It was a fantasy world. When a citizen reaches the age of 16, they must participate in the talent awakening ceremony. Those who successfully awaken their talent become cultivators. Those who fail to awaken can only live as ordinary people. It can be said that 16 is a crossroads in life, extremely important. At this moment, the awakening ceremony officially began. A brilliant beam of light shot out from the crystal ball, enveloping Suze entirely. Suze felt as if he were soaking in a warm spring, his whole body warm and comfortable. But this feeling did not last long. After just a few seconds, the colorful light disappeared. The staff present stared intently at the crystal ball, waiting for the result of the awakening ceremony. Suze was the same, waiting nervously. After a moment, the crystal ball flickered, and an extremely thin beam of light shone on the area between his eyebrows, transmitting a stream of information into his mind. Awakening successful. Talent B's Tamer, martial cultivator. Seeing this result, Suze finally breathed a sigh of relief, then fell into joyful surprise. He was a dual talent possessor. B's Tamer, as the name implies, is a cultivation method specialized in commanding spirit beasts. Its main combat power comes from contracted spirit beasts. Martial cultivation, on the other hand, is a path that relies on one's own strength. They practice daily, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper themselves and enhance their power. For ordinary people, they can only awaken one talent and develop along that path. But dual talent possessors have an extra choice, and can even cultivate both paths simultaneously. Except that consuming so many resources is generally not chosen by anyone. After registering as an awakener, Suze was assigned to a special high school for awakeners. Jiangnan City No. 1 Senior High School. Report to school on time in 3 days, the registrar said. Suze nodded, then left the awakening center directly. Outside, a sea of people were waiting, all parents. A trace of loneliness flashed in Suze's eyes. He struggled through the crowd and set off on the road home alone. 10 years ago, his parents had gone missing during an expedition into an alternate dimension, with no news since. Actually, missing was the word, but everyone knew what that meant in such a place. Late at night, Suze stood on the balcony gazing at the city nightscape. He looked down at his watch. The hands just past midnight. Happy birthday, he whispered to himself as a birthday wish. Just then a mechanical, emotionless electronic voice appeared in his mind. Ding. Detected host has reached 16 years of age. System binding conditions met. Beginning binding now. System binding. System binding successful. Congratulations, you have become the owner of the Divine Beast Taming System. System-specific function information transmitting. Transmission successful. A huge flow of information appeared deep in Suze's mind, listing the functions of the beast taming system. Suze didn't react for a moment. After a long while, he fell into ecstasy. Golden Finger. After 16 years of transmigration, his golden finger had finally arrived. Soon Suze figured out the functions of the Divine Beast Taming System. The more he thought about it, the more amazed he became. One ability was the most terrifying. That was the imbued cashback. The host can directly transfer their cultivation to a beast, and at the same time, the beast will return cultivation to the host. The cashback multiplier is 2 to 100 times. The specific multiplier is randomly selected each time you imbue it, depends on luck. The only limitation is that this ability can only be used once per day. But that's already overpowered. In addition, when Suze's cultivation reaches a certain level, he can use the system's transformation ability. Theoretically, it could even transform a pig into a true pure-blooded Qilin. Of course, this is only theoretical. If he really wanted to do that, Suze would need to have a very high level of cultivation. In this world, cultivators are divided into different factions. There are martial artists specializing in the physical body. There are mages specializing in spells. There are beast tamers specializing in the taming of beasts. And various other cultivation paths. But without exception, to cultivate any of these, one must have the corresponding talent. Relatively speaking, the beast taming talent is the most difficult to cultivate. Because to achieve high achievements on this path, the contracted spirit beast must be very powerful. And the spirit beast must be raised from a young age, otherwise, there is always the possibility of betraying its master. During the process of raising a spirit beast, countless resources are consumed. Many conditions are indispensable. Otherwise, one's lifetime achievements are limited. So before, although Suze had 2 talents, he had planned to focus solely on martial arts. But now it's different. With the imbued cashback ability, he can cultivate both talents simultaneously. This golden finger is a perfect match for Suze. The first priority now is to find a contracted spirit beast, otherwise the system's ability is useless. Suze analyzed silently. After thinking for a moment, Suze decided to go to the Jiangnan City Spirit Beast Breeding Center. As a benefit, every newly awakened beast tamer can adopt a spirit beast for free. But these spirit beasts have very ordinary bloodlines, and their future achievements are quite limited. However, for Suze, this is not a problem. With the imbued cashback ability, even a pig can be imprinted into a peerless divine pig. Not to mention, he also has the ability to transform spirit beasts. When his cultivation improves, having the azure dragon on the left, white tiger on the right, vermilion bird on the shoulder, and black tortoise underfoot might not be impossible. The next day, Suze got up early in the morning, washed up briefly, and then headed straight to the Spirit Beast Training Center. Although this world has a cultivation system, its technology is also quite advanced with convenient transportation. Half an hour later, Suze arrived smoothly at the Spirit Beast Training Center. After verifying his identity as a beast tamer, he entered the center hall without any trouble. Walking through a long corridor, a vast indoor space unfolded before Suze. Transparent glass boxes were neatly stacked like shipping containers. Each box contained a young spirit beast. A sign outside indicated the beast's name, level, bloodline, etc. The information was very detailed. Suze glanced over it, and his system ability instantly activated. Name: Crimson Flame Snake. Realm: juvenile to be grown. Bloodline: grade F. Special bloodline: none. Remarks: a common creature found in any grass patch, described in one word: trash. Lines of milky white text directly appeared on Suze's retina, listing all kinds of information about these spirit beasts. This was the ability attached to the system. Suze was very satisfied with this ability. Ordinary beast tamers could only see the strength of the beasts. He could directly see many detailed information. This allowed him to be one step ahead at certain times, seize the opportunity, and gain benefits. Name: Azure Wind Ox. Realm: juvenile to be grown. Bloodline: grade E. Special bloodline: none. Remarks: an ordinary Azure Wind Ox, rather than becoming a contracted spirit beast, it is more suitable as a food source. The eye meat of the Azure Wind Ox is tender and juicy with a firm texture. Just a little sea salt, pan-fried to medium rare, it is a delicacy on Earth. Name: Diamond Tortoise. Realm: juvenile to be grown. Bloodline: grade F. Special bloodline: none. Remarks: apart from its shell being usable as medicine, it is a worthless piece of trash. Suze wandered around the market for a long time, but still couldn't find a satisfactory spirit beast. According to the system's evaluation, these beasts were either worthless, or their only value was as food. Suze felt helpless. The system standards seemed too strict. He had already taken a liking to a few beasts, but after seeing the system's evaluation, he decided to give up. Now, with the system's help, he decided to try to find a good spirit beast here. After a moment, Suze arrived at the unhatched area. There were almost no people here. Because with the newly hatched beasts, everyone could see the pros and cons. At least, there would be no physical defects. The unhatched area was like opening a blind box. The risk was too high, so usually few people chose spirit beasts here. However, Suze had the system, so he didn't need to worry about this problem. Lines of information appeared before his eyes again. Suddenly a goose egg-sized spirit beast egg caught his attention. Name Azure Flood Dragon Snake. Realm Unhatched Healthy. Bloodline Grade E. Special Bloodline A trace of extremely weak Azure Dragon Bloodline. Remarks: dragons are naturally lecherous and many scale-type spirit beasts carry a bit of true dragon bloodline. However, the bloodline on this beast is the Azure Dragon bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, which gives an extra possibility. If the opportunity is sufficient, it might be possible to extract that trace of Azure Dragon bloodline and complete the sublimation of life. Suze's eyes lit up, and he quickly walked over. Azure Dragon bloodline. In the midst of his previous life, that was one of the supreme 4 divine beasts. If he could extract that trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, then this Azure Flood Dragon Snake would directly transform into a true Flood Dragon, and after improving its strength it might even become a real divine dragon. Besides, Suze possessed the divine beast taming system, making it the easiest to cultivate spirit beasts. After confirming the information given by the system, without hesitation he immediately chose this Azure Flood Dragon Snake egg. Are you sure you want to choose a spirit beast in egg form? If it is physically defective or dies, you will waste this free opportunity to choose a spirit beast. The old man in charge of registration repeatedly confirmed. Suze understood the uniqueness of this egg, and was absolutely certain. Seeing that Suze didn't change his mind, the old man didn't persuade him further. Every year there were a few hot-headed kids, and he didn't want to say much. After the registration, Suze wasted no time and rushed home without stopping. Drip. A drop of fresh blood fell on the shell of the Azure Flood Dragon Snake egg. Amazingly, the shell seemed to have a kind of magic, absorbing the blood at a visible speed. The next moment an indescribable feeling arose in Suze's heart. He felt as if he had a wonderful connection with the little life inside the eggshell. The contract was successful. The original Beast Tamer contract ceremony was quite complicated, but now, with the help of the system, it was completed in an instant. Moreover, the contract relationship through the system seemed more stable. Now just wait for the hatching to be successful, Suze murmured to himself. Then he directly sat cross-legged on the ground, began to practice trying to attract the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. In this world the basic cultivation method was everywhere, almost everyone had one. Soon a stream of spiritual energy, under Suze's guidance, entered his body. He only felt a warm current appear in his meridians, nourishing his 8 extraordinary meridians, and strengthening his body. After the spiritual energy circulated through Suze's body, for a full cycle it slowly settled into his dantian. Then Suze began to repeat the process, continuously guiding the heaven and earth spiritual energy to wash his body. In this way, after practicing for almost a day, Suze finally opened his eyes. He exhaled a long breath of turbid air, then stood up and began to stretch his muscles. Crackle. His joints all over made sound. Sunlight shone on his muscles, presenting a different sense of power. In his dantian, streams of pure spiritual energy circulated slowly. True Qi entered the body, tempered body first level. Suze was now considered a true cultivator, officially stepping onto the threshold of cultivation. After eating a simple meal, Suze turned his gaze to the Azure Flood Dragon Snake egg beside him. Now that I have a little cultivation, can I try to infuse cultivation into it? Since he thought of it, he would try. Suze reached out his hand, pointed at the Azure Flood Dragon Snake egg, and a thought moved in his mind. Ding! You have infused 1 day of cultivation into the Azure Flood Dragon Snake. Trigger the infusion cashback function. Random multiplier selection. Congratulations, the multiplier for this infusion cashback is 20 times. Cashback ability activated. You have received 20 days of cultivation. Instantly a pure and vast spiritual energy appeared in Suze's meridians. It was as if the spiritual energy equivalent to 20 days of arduous cultivation had materialized out of thin air. This energy rapidly began to circulate through Suze's meridians. Suze felt as though he were soaking in a hot spring, a warm and soothing sensation enveloping his entire body, indescribably comfortable. His strength had increased by a notch. From just stepping into the first layer of body tempering, he had directly advanced to the perfect first layer of body tempering, only a hair's breadth away from breaking through to the second layer, though the improvement seemed modest. But one must remember, just a day ago Suze was still an ordinary person with no cultivation whatsoever. To achieve the perfect first layer of body tempering within a single day was only possible for geniuses, that appear once in a century. For ordinary people, it would take at least a month to go from the first layer to the second layer of body tempering. Suddenly a crisp cracking sound rang out, startling Suze from his joy. He turned his head, and saw a glimmer of surprise flash in his eyes. A crack had appeared on the eggshell of the azure dragon snake egg. The hatching was finally about to complete. Crack, crack, crack. The sounds of breaking continued. More and more cracks spread across the shell. Finally a piece of the shell fell to the ground, and a small emerald green snake crawled out from within. Hiss! The little snake let out a faint cry, staring blankly at the world before it. Soon it spotted Suze not far away. Though its intelligence had not fully awakened, it instinctively felt a deep sense of closeness. In Suze's eyes lines of information began to appear. Name Azure Dragon Snake. Level Juvenile. Bloodline Grade E. Special Bloodline A, trace of Azure Dragon Bloodline. Ability 4 symbols: Azure Dragon Escape Art Incomplete. Harness the power of wind and clouds to maximize speed, covering tens of millions of miles in an instant. Note: when the contracted spirit beast's bloodline concentration reaches a certain level, it will awaken the inherited memories hidden deep within its bloodline, automatically completing the incomplete abilities. The spirit beast's ability panel had become more detailed. Suze reached out, took the Azure Dragon snake in his hand, examined it for a moment, and said, "From now on I'll call you Xiaoqing." As if understanding the word, Xiaoqing affectionately rubbed its head against Suze's palm. After crawling around his palm a few times, it coiled around his wrist. If one didn't look closely, it might have been mistaken for a green bracelet. Feeling the cool touch on his wrist, Suze smiled faintly, sat cross-legged, and resumed his cultivation. In this world, where the strong prey on the weak, strength reigns supreme. No matter the time, enhancing one's power is always the right choice. The more cultivation he accumulated now, the more would be returned during the next imbuement rebate. This effect was significant, especially in the early stages, when cultivation was scarce. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye it was the next day. A ray of sunlight shone into the room. The dim room was instantly filled with a touch of warmth. Suze opened his eyes, and ceased his cultivation. Decades of life as an orphan had long forged in him an unyielding and tenacious character. Even with the system as a cheat now, he still worked hard enough to be astonishing. There was only one thought in his mind: to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he possibly find clues about his parents. Even though Suze knew that after so many years, they were likely in grave danger. But he wanted to see them alive, or their bodies dead. Without a definitive answer, he would never rest in peace. A new day began, and the cooldown for the imbuement rebate had ended. It was already close to noon. Suze placed his hand on Xiaoqing, and silently began the imbuement. You have imbued the Azure Dragon Snake with 21 days of cultivation. Trigger the imbuement rebate function. Randomly selecting rebate multiplier. Congratulations. This time the rebate multiplier is 10 times. Rebate activated. You have received 210 days of cultivation. The luck was neither good nor bad. Just like yesterday, a vast surge of spiritual energy appeared. A series of muffled sounds echoed from Suze's body. The astonishing spiritual energy was cleansing his meridians, washing away numerous impurities. Almost in the blink of an eye, a thick layer of black impurities formed on the surface of his body. Marrow cleansing and meridian purification. This was a phenomenon that only occurred at the 5th layer of body tempering. After marrow cleansing, one's physique would undergo a transformation, greatly enhancing their strength, power, speed, reaction ability, and resilience would all see a significant boost. In 2 days, from an ordinary person to the 5th layer of body tempering. A smile curled at the corners of Suze's mouth. This speed was unprecedented even across the entire world. Only by consuming some miraculous elixir could one achieve such a feat. Xiaoqing also sensed its master's emotions, and felt the change in its own strength. Not only that, but its intelligence had also partially awakened. There was a bit more liveliness in its eyes as it moved. Suze looked at Xiaoqing, and several lines of information appeared before him again. Name Azure Dragon Snake. Level F Initial. Special Bloodline Faint Azure Dragon Bloodline. Ability 4 symbols: Azure Dragon Escape Art Incomplete. Xiaoqing's strength had increased considerably. It had directly advanced from juvenile to F Initial level. This was a classification system among spirit beasts. The cultivation realms for humans were divided into body tempering foundation establishment golden core nascent soul, and so on. For spirit beasts the F level corresponded to the body tempering realm. The subsequent classifications followed the same pattern. However, spirit beasts placed more emphasis on talent with bloodline determining their upper limit. Thus, at the same level spirit beasts were generally slightly stronger than human cultivators. At that moment a foul stench reached his nose. Suze finally noticed his own condition. He hurriedly went to wash his body. 10 minutes later Suze emerged from the bathroom surrounded by a hazy mist. Beneath the mist was a muscular, well-built physique. The greatest change in the body tempering realm was to the physical body. Bones, muscles, blood, meridians, all would undergo comprehensive enhancement. This was also a stage of laying a foundation. The stronger the foundation, the higher the future achievements. To have a solid foundation, first one needed a decent cultivation technique. Right now Suze was practicing the most basic method of drawing in chi. Strictly speaking, it could not even be considered a proper technique. At best, it was just a method to attract the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, lacking a systematic approach. It could still sustain cultivation in the early stages. But if continued long-term, even with the system's cultivation rebate, the path ahead would likely become very narrow. Therefore, after thinking for a moment, Suze decided to try his luck at the cultivator's library in Jiangnan City. As a newcomer benefit, all who had successfully awakened their cultivation talent could go there and pick one cultivation technique for free. Although they were also just average techniques, they were still better than the chi attraction method Suze was currently using. Early morning. Suze rose early. After waiting until noon, the cooldown for the transmission finally ended. Following his usual routine, he began today's transmission. You have infused 200 days of cultivation into the green Jiao snake. Triggered transmission cashback function. Random multiplier selection. Congratulations. The cashback multiplier for this infusion is 2 times. Cashback activated. You have gained 400 days of cultivation. The familiar sensation returned. A vast surge of spiritual energy appeared in his meridians, greatly elevating his strength. Boom! A faint roar echoed from within his body. His muscles bulged, bursting with explosive power. 7th level of body tempering. His! Xiaoqing felt the sudden influx of spiritual energy within her body, experiencing an indescribable bliss. Though she didn't understand what was happening, she knew it must be related to her master. After happily rubbing her head against Suze's finger, Xiaoqing fell into a deep slumber. It seemed she was about to break through, and needed to sleep to digest the cultivation she had gained today. Suze clenched his fist, sensing the changes within his body, but frowned. His advancement seemed to have slowed considerably. 400 days of cultivation had only elevated him from the 5th level to the 7th level of body tempering. Such speed was no longer fast. If anyone else knew Suze's thoughts, they would be furious enough to spit blood. After all, Suze had awakened less than 3 days ago. He had gone from an ordinary person to the 7th level of body tempering. Such speed, unless one had consumed a divine pill, would make even the most extraordinary genius of a millennium bow in defeat. Suze shook his head, no longer dwelling on the issue. The most urgent matter now was to find a suitable cultivation art. He had already set his goal. What he sought now was not flashy techniques, but stability. He wanted an art that emphasized a solid foundation, which would benefit his future cultivation. Only by laying a firm foundation could he go further and become stronger. However, at that moment, the system's familiar voice echoed in Suze's mind again. Ding! Detected that the host's accumulated cultivation years exceed 1 full year. Eligible for the newbie gift pack. Now dispensing. Suze raised an eyebrow. Newbie gift pack. He hadn't expected that. Then the space before him seemed to warp slightly. A black-covered book appeared in his hand. It seemed to be a secret technique. Suze's heart leaped with joy. He had been worried about finding a cultivation art. Now the system had thoughtfully delivered one. He looked down and saw that the art appeared plain and unadorned, with only a few small characters on the cover. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art. Suze's eyebrows rose, sensing that this art was no ordinary one. Just the name carried an imposing aura. At the same time, lines of information appeared before him. Dragon elephant body refining art, a cultivation art from a foreign realm. Great unknown. Note: due to the difference in spiritual energy quality between the two worlds, the ratio of spiritual energy in the host's world to that of the foreign realm is 1:0,001. Suze frowned, suspecting he had misread. Such a vast disparity. What kind of cultivation art could require such a difference in spiritual energy? No. What kind of world was that so-called foreign realm? Could it be the legendary celestial realm? Based on Suze's memories and his understanding of this world, ascension was merely a legend. He felt puzzled and began to leaf through the book. He was shocked when he saw the contents. Cultivating this art grants the power of hundreds of millions of gene in a single arm. And that's just the first stage. Are you kidding me? After quickly scanning the art, he discovered a problem. This art is incomplete. The dragon elephant body refining art only contained the cultivation methods for the body tempering and foundation establishment stages, with no subsequent stages. Suze looked at the incomplete version in his hands. He found himself in a dilemma. Granted, the dragon elephant body refining art was only a fragment lacking the golden core stage and beyond. But Suze also knew how solid a foundation this art could build. It was a cultivation art from another world, and given the disparity in spiritual energy between this world and the foreign realm, it was highly likely that the foreign realm was a higher-level world far surpassing this one. He already had the system as a cheat. If he further cultivated a powerful art from a higher world, wouldn't that be stacking cheats and ascending directly? Quickly Suze's gaze hardened, and he hesitated no more. He suddenly felt that this art was specifically chosen for him by the system. Otherwise the newbie gift pack wouldn't have contained only this one art. Since the system gave him a cultivation art, it wouldn't deliberately give him an incomplete version. He suspected that the system had the remaining parts, but hadn't given them to him yet. With that thought, he decided to take a gamble. So Suze didn't go to the Jiangnan City Library, but eagerly began cultivating the dragon elephant body refining art. The cultivation philosophy of the dragon elephant body refining art was vastly different from ordinary arts. According to the records, the practitioner needed to view the human body as 48 million particles. Each particle was a dragon elephant seed, and these dragon elephant seeds combined to form a true dragon elephant. Since this art did not belong to this world, the spiritual energy quality and grade differed. Therefore each dragon elephant seed required a massive amount of spiritual energy to activate. Once a practitioner activated a single seed, they would gain the power of one dragon elephant. As a legendary creature, how great was the power of a dragon elephant? Suze didn't know, but he was certain it surpassed all existing demon beasts in this world. In a word, this art was terrifying. But if one tried to cultivate it in this world without extraordinary luck, it would be nothing but waste. According to Suze's calculations, if a person with mediocre talent cultivated this art, they might spend years without activating even a single dragon elephant seed, let alone activating more. In fact, before activating enough dragon elephant seeds to advance, the practitioner might already die of old age. However, these were not major issues for Suze. With the transmission cashback ability, even if the spiritual energy quality was poor, the quantity was sufficient. If a few years of cultivation weren't enough, then what about decades? Centuries? Don't tell me that even hundreds of years of cultivation can't activate a single dragon elephant seed. Suze muttered to himself. He sat cross-legged on the ground, closed his eyes, and began to cultivate the dragon elephant body refining art. Following the method recorded in the cultivation art, Suze began to meditate. He visualized himself as 48 million particles, each representing a dragon elephant seed. Then he started channeling his energy. The initial stage of the dragon elephant body refining art was extremely difficult. Ordinary people, when first practicing this art, would take half a year, or even over a year, to barely reach the threshold. But Suze was different. Although he had only awakened a few days ago, with the help of the system, he already possessed over a year's worth of cultivation. With the aid of this pure cultivation, Suze's training speed was exceptionally fast. Boom! In the depths of his being, a rumble like thunder seemed to echo from within. Streams of pure spiritual energy were mobilized, channeled with full force into a dragon elephant seed, attempting to activate it. Soon, Suze's expression changed. He realized that nearly a third of his spiritual energy had been poured in, yet the dragon elephant seed showed no sign of activation. So absurd. Just one seed requires this much spiritual energy to activate. Suze finally understood why this art was so difficult to cultivate. Gritting his teeth and steeling his resolve, he began to pour all his spiritual energy into that dragon elephant seed. Finally, after Su Qing sent the last strand of spiritual energy into the seed. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking rang out. In an instant, a brilliant golden light burst forth from the crack, piercing through Suze's body and illuminating the outside world. In the flickering radiance, a colossal divine elephant appeared. Its body stretched for countless miles, standing towering between heaven and earth, its feet treading the abyss, its head reaching into the far reaches of the cosmos. With a curl of its long trunk, it scooped up a river of stars. Roar! A mighty roar resounded through the universe. Dragon elephant. The legendary ultimate creature. That dragon elephant seed was fully activated. An immensely vast power emerged from nothingness. Suze was bathed in golden light. His clothes fluttered without wind, rustling loudly. Every muscle on his body bulged, brimming with explosive power. Throughout his limbs and bones, streams of pure golden energy appeared, replacing the previous white energy, and began to circulate through his meridians. It was an entirely different mode of circulation. Without Suze even having to channel it himself, the energy began a full cycle on its own. Within a radius of several hundred meters, trails of spiritual energy converged into a stream flowing toward Suze's room. At this moment, Suze seemed to have become a spiritual energy black hole, voraciously devouring the surrounding spiritual energy. What startled him was that despite such a massive influx of spiritual energy, his cultivation realm actually decreased instead of increasing. Body tempering 6th layer. Body tempering 5th layer. Within no time, Suze regressed to the 1st layer of body tempering. He abruptly opened his eyes, a flicker of shock deep within. What is this situation? It's fine that this art is difficult to cultivate, but now that I've succeeded, not only does it not improve my cultivation, it actually makes me plummet. Suze's mentality was about to collapse. He hurriedly examined his inner self, trying to find the cause. But after a careful inspection, he found nothing unusual. However, he soon noticed the difference. Why has my true chi turned golden? And that wasn't all. Suze also clearly felt that this golden true chi far surpassed the original white true chi in every aspect. If he had to give a specific number, 1 strand of golden true chi now equaled 100 strands of white true chi. The gap between the two was like heaven and earth. Suze lightly clenched his fist and punched the air. Thump! A dull sound emerged. That was the sound of air compressed into an explosion. He hadn't used any true chi, only the strength of his physical body. Suze was startled, the sound still echoing in his ears. Is this the power of a giant elephant? He murmured in disbelief. Although his realm had dropped, his strength had actually increased greatly. He had a feeling that the self before cultivating the dragon elephant body refining art was utterly fragile. Even without using true chi, his physical strength alone could crush his former self. If he further added true chi's support, it wouldn't be a simple defeat. Suze then tried a few more punches. This time he used a bit more force. Boom! Dull thuds echoed in the room, like firecrackers. Finally, Suze used a trace of golden true chi. Suddenly, the silhouette of a golden giant elephant appeared behind him, letting out a resounding roar. With a bang, the window shattered and fragments of glass fell to the floor. An invisible blast of wind shot out of the room, striking a large tree in the yard. Crack! The tree, which would take a person to encircle, let out a mournful cry. A huge crack appeared in the middle of its trunk, then it snapped in half, its massive crown crashing to the ground. So powerful! Suze looked at the result, hardly believing it himself. Can a 1st layer body tempering cultivator shatter a large tree with just the force of a punch? Obviously that was impossible. But Suze had done it, and with great ease. His Shao Qing on his wrist shrank back, frightened by what just happened. Is its master a monster? It had been on Suze's body all along, so it could more intuitively feel the terrifying power within Suze. That was definitely not power a human should possess. Compared to itself, it would rather believe that Suze was a genuine monster. After multiple verifications, Suze finally felt relieved. Although his realm had dropped, his strength had not decreased, instead it had greatly increased. This was a good thing. The experiment just now had proven the power of the dragon-elephant body refining art. This art was far from just an F rank. Suze faintly sensed that if he could continue cultivating this art, his future achievements would be unimaginable. Perhaps at that time, even if a celestial being descended, he could kill it with a single punch. Of course, all of this presupposed that Suze could continue cultivating. The current dragon-elephant body refining art was only a fragmentary version. The follow-up cultivation art was nowhere to be found. If I have the chance, I must complete the dragon-elephant body refining art, Suze muttered to himself. The night was deep, and it was getting late. He had to report to school tomorrow. He was quite looking forward to the upcoming new life. He pondered for a moment, and decided not to cultivate tonight. First, to have a good spirit for school tomorrow. Second, and most importantly, after activating one dragon-elephant seed, Suze had realized that relying solely on cultivation to activate a seed was extremely difficult. The only solution was to use the ability of transmission and cashback. Only then could he quickly activate more dragon-elephant seeds. And the ability of transmission and cashback could only be used once per day. So Suze stretched, washed up, and then laid down on the bed, falling into a deep sleep. Early the next morning, you instill 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Serpent, triggering the reimbursement ability. Your current reimbursement multiplier is 3 times. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. The familiar sensation returned with vast golden true chi roaring through the meridians, finally settling quietly in the dantian. Suze shook his head with some regret. The reimbursement ability had its limitations. Before unlocking it, the maximum cultivation instilled each time was exactly 1 year. Moreover, his luck this time was not favorable. The reimbursement multiplier was only 3 times. Quite unlucky. Crack. Suddenly a faint fissure appeared on one of the dragon-elephant seeds, gradually expanding. Suze was not surprised by this outcome. 3 years of cultivation were sufficient to activate one dragon-elephant seed. However, he could clearly sense the difficulty of subsequent training. Each subsequent dragon-elephant seed would be much harder to unlock. What was truly despairing was that there were 48 million such seeds in total. The mere thought of that number made Suze's head spin. Yet he did not dwell on it too much. After all, with the system in his possession, he need not worry about this for now. He lightly clenched his fist, and the air between his fingers was squeezed out with repeated bursts of crackling sounds. He now possessed the strength of 2 giant elephants. After a slight adjustment, Suze set off for school. Half an hour later. Jiangnan City No. 1 Senior High School. As a school for cultivators, the senior high school did not have many classes. The total number of cultivators in the entire school was merely a few hundred. After all, not many succeeded in awakening each year. Following the map's guidance, Suze found his class. Class 3, Grade 1. He stepped into the classroom, only to find few people inside. Only 5 or 6 individuals were scattered around the room. Among them, a strikingly beautiful girl was the most eye-catching. Her ink-black hair cascaded over her shoulders, and sunlight streamed through the window, casting a glow on her face that made her fair skin appear even more flawless. Suze merely glanced at her. Having lived 2 lives, he had seen countless beauties. Naturally, he would not act like a hormonal teenager unable to move at the sight of a pretty girl. Moreover, Suze firmly believed that women only hindered the speed of his blade. The first page of the sword manual, with no woman in the heart, the blade naturally draws like a god. Let me please inform this new classmate of the essentials. I have matters to attend to, the teacher who led the way said to the stunning girl. Lin Mi nodded. All right, teacher. The teacher then left the classroom, leaving Suze behind. Lin Mi walked up to Suze and smiled. Hello, I'm Lin Mi. I'm Suze, Suze replied. I thought there would be no one else, but it turns out you came, Lin Mi said. Suze asked in confusion. What do you mean? Has our class always been this small? Lin Mi patiently explained. Not exactly. It's just that everyone had just left. You arrived a bit late, so you didn't see them. But it doesn't matter. Our school uses a credit system, and all courses are self-selected, so classmates may not necessarily attend the same classroom. Saying this, Lin Mi pointed at herself and chuckled playfully. I am an alchemist, so I've been studying basic pharmacology lately. A confident smile spread across her face. Clearly she enjoyed her identity as an alchemist. Suze was somewhat surprised. An alchemist. Such a talent was rare. Generally among those who successfully awakened their talents, the majority were martial cultivators. These tamer sorcerers and the like were fewer. Compared to these talents, alchemists were even rarer. Among 10,000 successful awakenings, not even one might possess the alchemist talent. Not to mention that in this world alchemists held a very favorable position. After all, even the most powerful could be injured. And on the path of martial cultivation many bottlenecks would arise. At such times, the role of alchemists became evident. Suze's mind stirred and his original thoughts shifted slightly. Not because of romantic feelings. In the future, having a skilled alchemist as a friend would prove convenient in many situations. Lin Mui was very enthusiastic and shared many things Suze did not know. For instance, the school library contained numerous cultivation technique manuals, and as long as certain conditions were met one could borrow a few. Then she introduced the other classmates to Suze one by one. Soon Suze was chatting with them. Being of the same age, they shared many topics, and it did not take long for them to become familiar. Through their conversation, Suze gained a wealth of information. Take Lin Mi for instance. This vibrant and youthful girl, like a girl next door, was universally recognized as a genius among the recent awakenings. She possessed beauty, family background, strength, talent. All without flaw. She had almost no shortcomings. Senior sister Lin comes from a prominent family and has been training since childhood. Coupled with her exceptional diligence, she is naturally beyond our reach. Yes, I believe that in the assessment 3 months from now, senior sister Lin will definitely earn the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. Suze keenly caught a specific term and asked, "Assessment? Demon Suppression Tower?" Lin Mui's cheeks flushed slightly at the praise. Hearing Suze help shift the topic, she felt a surge of relief. She replied, "The Demon Suppression Tower is a vital site in Jiangnan Province. It holds countless demons and monsters, but it also serves as a trial ground for young powerhouses. Training there can rapidly enhance one's strength. As for the assessment, it selects those qualified to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. All cultivation schools in Jiangnan Province will participate, making it a grand event." Suze nodded, understanding the situation. A chubby boy beside him added, "But that's not all. The winners of the assessment receive many excellent rewards, like magical artifacts, spiritual pills, and such. Any one of them would be priceless on the market." Lin Mui then recalled this and nodded repeatedly. "Yes, those rewards are still quite valuable for newcomers. Of course, the most precious reward is still the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. The gains there are priceless." Suze hummed in acknowledgement and began inquiring about the specifics of the assessment. This included the entry requirements, time, venue, and so on. To facilitate communication, they created a group chat using a messaging app. "What was the number again? I didn't catch it earlier." A girl stared at the screen and recited the digits, her voice crisp and pleasant. 2688515. "Yes, that's it." Lin Mui, despite her affluent background, exceptional beauty, and remarkable cultivation talent, possessed none of the arrogance typical of prodigies. On the contrary, she was exceedingly easy to get along with. Under her guidance, Suze became familiar with the campus. "Apart from those of us with special talents, ordinary martial artists rarely attend school. Most of them train on the outskirts of the Manwang Forest outside the city," Lin Mi explained. Suze nodded. He was aware of the Manwang Forest, a paradise for demon beasts and a trial ground for human cultivators. However, to survive there one needed at least the strength of the 5th layer of body tempering. Otherwise, venturing in recklessly would only make one a meal for the beasts. Half an hour later. "Thank you for your trouble, Lin." Suze expressed his gratitude to Lin Mui. With her assistance, he had completed all the formalities, and was now officially a student of Jiangnan City No. 1 Senior High School. After finishing these matters, Suze found there was nothing left to do at school, and decided to head home. "There are no classes during this period, only a few lectures from teachers. You can skip them if you're not interested, but you must attend the opening ceremony in half a month. That's when we certify our cultivator identities. That can't be taken lightly," Lin Mi reminded him. Suze nodded. "Got it, thanks." After bidding farewell to Lin Mui, he left the school. Back at home, Suze immediately turned on his computer and logged into the Jiangnan City Cultivator official website. After registering an account, he purchased a ticket to the Manwang Forest. Having cultivated for so long, he needed to test his own strength. Although he appeared to be only at the first layer of body tempering, this was no ordinary first layer, possessing golden true qi and the strength of 2 giant elephants. Even if a cultivator at the perfect body tempering realm came, Suze would not be the least bit intimidated. The next day, you have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Qingjiao snake. Triggered the infusion cashback ability. Random multiplier being drawn. Your multiplier this time is 10 times. You have obtained 10 years of cultivation. The amount of true qi in his body surged abruptly. Suze's body crackled, muscles bulged, and every pore breathed spiritual energy. Second layer of body tempering. His strength was finally improving. 10 years of cultivation can't even unlock 1 dragon elephant seed. Suze frowned slightly. Was it already this difficult at the very beginning? But then Xiaoqing caught his attention. Name Qingjiao Snake, Level F, Level Mid-Tier, Special Bloodline Weak Azure Dragon Bloodline, Skill 4 Symbols Azure Dragon Escape Method Incomplete. After receiving several infusions from Suze, Xiaoqing had finally leveled up. Its intelligence further awakened, its eyes became more lively, and the emotions within them grew richer. Suze patted its head and chuckled. Looks like your talent isn't great either. It took over 2 years of cultivation infusion just to reach F-level mid-tier. Xiaoqing seemed to understand his words, and immediately grew angry. It raised its head, and turned away, as if intending to ignore its master. Quite a temper, aren't you? Just like a woman. Suze found it both amusing and exasperating. Even spirit beasts were getting hard to please nowadays. After a hearty breakfast, Suze set off on his journey. A streak of green shot over at incredible speed and coiled around Suze's wrist. Xiaoqing was also eager to go, for as a demon beast it naturally yearned for the wild forest. There were direct buses from the city to the forest outside. After confirming Suze's identity as a cultivator, he was allowed to board. The bus was mostly filled with young people, their strength around the 4th layer of body tempering. Only 2 had reached the 5th layer. Such strength could barely allow them to wander around the outermost edge of the forest. To venture deeper, one would need at least the 8th layer of body tempering. Transportation in this world was highly developed. After just half an hour, the vehicle slowly came to a stop. The moment Suze stepped off, a earthy set full of nature greeted him. Before him lay an endless expanse of forest. Trees dozens or even hundreds of meters tall were commonplace. The stop was bustling with people coming and going. This was a temporary rest stop outside the city, also a trading market. From time to time, cultivators returning from the depths of the forest would sell the items they had obtained on the spot. Suze did not linger here. He picked a direction and plunged into the vast forest. The moment he entered, Xiaoqing let out an excited hiss. It slithered down from Suze's wrist and crawled joyfully on the ground. Its speed increased rapidly, and soon it became a green blur speeding through the forest. Suze did not restrain Xiaoqing but followed closely without pause. For spirit beasts, they were the true masters of the forest. The laws of the forest were imprinted deep in their blood. Therefore, letting Xiaoqing hunt on its own was far more efficient than Suze stumbling upon prey by chance in the forest. The one-man one-snake duo moved through the forest with ease, encountering no obstacles. Soon they gradually delved deeper into the Manwang forest. After a long while, Xiaoqing suddenly stopped, its vertical pupils fixed ahead, and let out a hiss to alert Suze. Something was up. Suze circulated his true qi throughout his body, adjusting his state to the optimum. This was not a game, it was a real wilderness. One misstep could lead to injury or even death. Following Xiaoqing's gaze, he saw a dark, bulky creature rubbing its body vigorously against a tree not far away. Name Bloodthirsty Boar. Level F, Level Mid-Tier. Special Bloodline None. Skill known after contract. Remarks: walking braised pork, sweet and sour spare ribs, twice cooked pork, pot stewed pork, braised pig trotters, spicy pork intestines. F level mid-tier, same as Xiaoqing's level, though the gap in strength was unknown. At that moment the bloodthirsty boar also noticed Suze and Xiaoqing. They had not concealed their auras, and boar-type demon beasts had exceptionally keen senses of smell, so it was no surprise it detected them. Roar! Enraged at the intruders in its territory, the bloodthirsty boar charged straight at them. Its two long tusks gleamed in the air, carrying a strong bloody scent. If those tusks touched him, they would surely leave two bloody holes in his body. But this beast was nothing in Suzai's eyes. He waved his hand, and Xiaoqing, reading his mind, rushed out. Although Xiaoqing and the bloodthirsty wild boar were both F-rank mid-tier demon beasts, there was a significant gap between them. Every time Suzai infused it, it was with the purest golden true qi. This true qi of the highest quality possessed miraculous properties. It helped Xiaoqing refine its muscles and bones, making its body as tough as steel. Coupled with a trace of azure dragon bloodline within Xiaoqing, though only an extremely faint thread, it was enough to elevate its strength far beyond ordinary demon beasts. Suzai stepped forward, pulled out a dagger, and removed the two long tusks. Xiaoqing's scales shimmered untouched by a single drop of blood. It was exhilarated, darting through the grass and trees. Suzai gazed at the boar's carcass, momentarily uncertain how to dispose of it. The most valuable part of this demon beast was its two tusks. The other parts were worth something, but carrying them would only burden Suzai's movements. Suddenly Suzai recalled the prompt the system had given earlier. He glanced at the time. It was just about mealtime. Time for a break. He cut several prime pieces from the boar's body, then led Xiaoqing to a nearby stream. The water was clean, sweet, and refreshing. Suzai also discovered a beehive on a rock face nearby. Inside were a group of F-rank low-tier demon beasts. Delighted, he struck out with his palm, and a powerful gust of wind scattered the swarm, allowing him to collect plenty of honey from the hive. Before long, several servings of honey-glazed pork chops were ready. Suzai sat on a green stone by the river, feasting heartily, his mouth greasy with satisfaction. After taking a single bite, Xiaoqing spat it out in disdain, then shot into the stream with a splash, amusing itself. Suzai had a huge appetite. Now that he was a cultivator, his food intake had increased dramatically. In no time, several pounds of wild boar meat had disappeared into his stomach. He wiped his mouth, with a hint of lingering satisfaction, stretched, and prepared to move on. Xiaoqing, let's go! As soon as the words left his mouth. Roar! A piercing howl echoed from the distant forest. Suzai turned toward the sound, realizing it came from the direction he had just come from. A flash of green appeared on Suzai's shoulder. Xiaoqing seemed to sense something, its demeanor growing wary. Through the bond between them, Suzai could vaguely perceive its thoughts. Is that thing over there hard to deal with? Xiaoqing nodded, letting out a hiss as its body tensed, ready for battle. Roar! The howl came again, louder this time, causing the leaves around them to tremble. It seemed to be heading straight for them. Suzai frowned, keenly aware of this. The next moment, a massive dark shape burst out from the gloomy forest before him. The dark shape charged at Suzai with incredible speed. Unflustered, he sidestepped, and got a clear look at what it was. It was a bloodthirsty wild boar, as sturdy as an ox. The bloodthirsty wild boar king moved swiftly, with immense power, smashing through 3 large trees, before finally stopping. The bloodthirsty wild boar king panted heavily, its bloodshot eyes fixed on Suzai not far away. The familiar scent came from this human. It was the scent of its most beloved consort. Now that human had killed her. Staring at Suzai and Xiaoqing, one human and one snake. The boar king was nearly mad with rage. It wanted revenge, to slaughter both of them. That human was weak, barely a threat, with no combat power whatsoever. Only that little green worm had some strength, but it was still far inferior to the boar king. And that traitor siding with a human instead of the demon beasts was even more despicable. They must die. Roar! The bloodthirsty wild boar king bellowed, opening its maw wide as it charged at Suzai. An F-rank upper-tier demon beast was already equivalent to a human cultivator at the 8th level of body tempering or above. Coupled with the natural advantage of a demon beast's physique, the boar king was formidable, especially in its current state of fury. Even a peak body tempering expert would have to avoid its onslaught. But Suzai was different. He possessed the strength of 2 giant elephants, a power as monstrous as a beast's. Now encountering a strength-type demon beast, he naturally wanted to test his own limits. Suzai was thrilled, and signaled Xiaoqing to stay out of it. He couldn't always let Xiaoqing do the work, he had to step up when necessary. Whoosh! The gust of wind stirred up by the Boar King reached him carrying a nauseating stench. Seeing that the human did not even dodge, the Boar King felt insulted. Its eyes turned bloodshot as it entered a frenzy. Its speed and power surged. A pair of tusks, nearly half a meter long, emerged aiming to impale Suze through and through. But just as the Boar King thought it would succeed, it suddenly felt as if it had slammed into a wall. Its body froze, rooted to the spot, unable to move an inch. "What's happening?" Startled, the Boar King looked up, and was shocked to see its tusks firmly gripped by the human's hands. The Boar King was baffled. Its muscles bulged as it tried to break free, but those hands were like iron clamps trapping it in place. "So you're the one called Boar King, huh?" Suze squinted and said with a grin. The Boar King was strong, but not strong enough to overcome the might of 2 giant elephants. Thus in Suze's hands the Boar King was like a little chick effortlessly subdued. Holding the tusk with one hand, Suze frowned and said, "Too weak." Shuqing's eyes nearly popped out. This Boar King's strength was among the best of F-rank demon beasts. And now the master had subdued it with a single hand. For a moment Shuqing's reverence deepened. The Boar King struggled desperately, its eyes bloodshot, completely lost in madness. Its 4 hooves scraped the ground frantically, kicking up clouds of dirt. But it was all in vain. Suze stood like a stabilizing pillar, his form never wavering. "This is too easy. I haven't even tested my real strength." Suze shook his head, feeling utterly bored. He didn't find it remarkable at all that a body-tempering second-level person could effortlessly subdue an F-rank upper-tier demon beast. Xiaoqing rolled its eyes. If it could speak, it would definitely retort. "Are you even speaking human language?" The wild Boar King was utterly enraged. Its innate skill activated, and its strength began to surge dramatically. Yet Suze's figure remained as unmovable as the Great Wall. "How boring!" Suze shook his head in disappointment, and casually lifted the ox-sized wild Boar King with one hand. The boar's body writhed wildly in the air, letting out furious roars. "Noisy!" Suze swung his arm, and slammed the wild Boar King heavily onto the ground. Then he lifted it again, and flung it to the other side. After repeating this several times, the wild Boar King's cries abruptly ceased. Suze was taken aback. "So fragile. Aren't wild boars known for their thick skin and tough flesh? How could it die after just a few throws?" Xiaoqing, standing nearby, was already dumbfounded. A 600 or 700 gene wild boar being carried like a chick and beaten to death by being thrown. Who is the demon, and who is the human here? Suze did not linger. He took the 2 half-meter-long tusks and turned to leave. Xiaoqing quickly followed Suze's steps, daring not to fall behind. Who knew if other beasts might be attracted by the commotion? Better to flee quickly. Soon Suze fully merged into the forest, moving faster and faster. The man and the snake embarked on a plundering spree at the forest's edge. Along the way they encountered several beasts, including some of F-rank upper level. However, none of them were a match for the duo. Under Suze's divine strength, almost no beast could withstand a single punch from him. 5 hours later, Suze was laden with spoils. Even Xiaoqing dragged a bear paw behind him. "Time to go back," Suze said, glancing at the sky. It was already late, and the sun was about to set. The forest at night was the most dangerous, as many powerful beasts would emerge. Some might even be of E-rank. That was equivalent to a human Foundation establishment powerhouse. The gap between body tempering and Foundation establishment was vast, not something that could be bridged by mere numbers. Therefore Suze decided to leave early to avoid any unexpected troubles. He called out, and Xiaoqing, as if reading his mind, climbed onto his wrist and turned back into a bracelet. The next moment Suze's figure vanished. After a long while he abruptly stopped, pricked up his ears for a moment, and confirmed that he had not misheard. Someone was calling for help from far away. "Let's go check," he said to himself. If he could handle it easily, he would save them. If the beast was too powerful, then they would have to fend for themselves, and Suze would leave without hesitation. He moved swiftly. Soon, he saw the source of the sound. In a swamp, 3 men and 2 women were struggling to hold on. Around them, 3-meter-long crocodiles launched attacks from time to time. 3 of them were already injured, and 1 seemed to have fallen unconscious. Blood dripped down their arms into the swamp. The scent of blood further provoked the crocodiles, making their attacks more frequent. Suze glanced over, and lines of text appeared before his eyes. Name Blackwater Crocodile. Rank F rank mid-level. Special bloodline none. Skill bite. Remark social creature individuals are not strong, but 3 Blackwater crocodiles working together can hunt F rank upper level beasts. Suze took a quick glance and saw there were 10 Blackwater crocodiles in total. No wonder those 5 were trapped here. If they delayed any longer, they would end up as crocodile food. The 5 were still fighting desperately, constantly dodging the crocodile's attacks. Just as one of them turned sideways, a glint of red light appeared. Suze looked closely, and saw a bright red plant growing behind the 5, surrounded by specks of red light looking extraordinary. Blood dragon grass. Suze recognized it at once. It was a quite precious and rare herb, one of the main ingredients for certain pills. He knew this because Linmi had told him yesterday. During their conversation, she had mentioned she was attempting to refine a pill, and a key ingredient was blood dragon grass. Thus Suze understood well the effects and value of blood dragon grass. This is a real treasure. Without exaggeration, a single stalk of blood dragon grass was worth all of Suze's gains today. Those 5 had discovered this blood dragon grass, and risked entering the swamp only to inadvertently stir up the surrounding Blackwater crocodiles. Suze weighed the situation. After confirming that the Blackwater crocodiles posed no threat to him, he finally decided to act. Golden True Chi surged and flowed, powerful energy filling his muscles. He pushed off with his legs and shot out like a cannonball. Chen Wei was on the verge of despair. After finally finding this blood dragon grass, he had been so blinded by joy that he hadn't noticed the nearby Blackwater crocodile pack. It didn't matter if they died, but if something happened to the young lady, how could he face the family head? He desperately blocked the Blackwater crocodile's attack, glancing sideways at the unconscious figure behind. His heart grew even more anxious. What to do? Dragging on like this would mean certain death. Just as Chen Wei was about to sink into despair. Boom! A dull thud came from afar. A dark figure appeared at the far edge of the swamp. In the blink of an eye, the person had already arrived on the battlefield. Before the others could react, a thudding sound. A Blackwater crocodile's movement abruptly halted, its head slowly separated from its body, which then collapsed limply into the swamp, spilling a large patch of red. Chen Wei was stunned, a look of shock in his eyes. Blackwater crocodiles were not particularly strong, but their thick skin and tough flesh made them remarkably resilient. Ordinary attacks were completely ineffective. And if they focused on one, they would be attacked by the others. This made the group's situation extremely troublesome, gradually draining their stamina and even causing injuries. And this was not the end. Thud. Thud. Large splashes of blood sprayed out as one by one the heads of Blackwater crocodiles fell to the ground. Suze was like the Grim Reaper, swiftly reaping the lives of the Blackwater crocodiles. Using his hand as a blade, he swung down and cleaved off a massive head. Shaoqing was not idle either, darting between them. He directly pierced through a Blackwater crocodile's head. A moment later, all 10 Blackwater crocodiles lay dead. Suze clapped his hands and turned his head only to see 4 pairs of wide round eyes. You! Chen Wei stared at the young man, his eyes full of horror, unable to speak for a long time. How could we, a few experienced old warriors, be inferior to a mere young man? While Chen Wei and his companions were still in a state of shock, Suze paid him no heed, walking straight past him to stand behind them. He bent down, carefully pulled out the blood dragon grass, wrapped it meticulously, and stowed it in his backpack. Chen Wei and his group watched helplessly as Suze took the blood dragon grass, not daring to voice a single objection. They didn't know what kind of person Suze was. He seemed like a ruthless character who spoke little but acted decisively, who knew if he might casually dispose of them as well. Moreover, regardless of his motives, the other party was their savior. It was he who had slain all the Blackwater crocodiles. Therefore, the blood dragon grass rightfully belonged to him as his trophy. Finally, Chen Wei spoke up. My friend, the grace of saving my life cannot be repaid. Before he could finish, Suze raised a hand to interrupt him. But it can be repaid. Who says it can't? Suze said, with a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Chen Wei, momentarily taken aback, replied, Huh? Suze cleared his throat. Well, judging by your condition, you must have some other gains from the forest, right? Upon hearing this, one of the men beside Chen Wei exclaimed in shock. What do you mean by that? Robbery. Bah! What are you talking about? Suze frowned and said with righteous indignation. What do you mean by robbery? Robbery is when you use force or threats to compel someone to hand over their belongings. As for me, I am simply collecting the legitimate reward due to me. Can this be called robbery? What? What reward? The man asked again. Suze spread his hands, staring at them. I saved your lives. Isn't it reasonable to ask for a little compensation? At that, the man was at a loss for words. Chen Wei gestured for the man to be quiet, then said to Suze, This friend is right. A person's life is priceless, so it's only right to ask for some compensation. With that, he took out various items from his backpack. What are you all standing there gaping for? Hurry up and take out your things, he said to the people beside him. In no time, a large pile of items was stacked before Suze. What struck Suze as odd was, most of these items were medicinal herbs. Chen Wei carried the unconscious man on his back and said to Suze, If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave now. Suze nodded. But after thinking for a moment, he picked out 2 hemostatic herbs from the pile and casually tossed them to Chen Wei. Use these for that man first, or he might be in danger. Suze felt a bit guilty after all, since he had just cleaned them out of their belongings. Chen Wei was taken aback for a moment, then thanked him, and quickly led the other 3 men running toward the edge of the forest. At the moment, they turned around. The hair of the man on Chen Wei's back fluttered, revealing a small part of his face. Suze caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and suddenly felt it looked familiar. However, the face was covered in grime, making it truly difficult to discern the original features. He shook his head, and packed away the pile of herbs. After tidying up, Xiao Qin stopped playing. Time to go home. After calling back Xiao Qin, who was happily swimming in the swamp, Suze set off on his return journey again. Half an hour later, at a temporary trading post, Suze selected a few useful items from his spoils, and disposed of the rest on the spot. Although the prices were lower than in the city, it was more convenient. Ding! Zafubo received a 0,000 yuan. Suze looked at the suddenly increased balance on his phone, feeling a flood of emotions. This is the life of a cultivator. Money comes easily to them. Even if they cannot amass immense wealth, they can still earn an amount that ordinary people could not accumulate in several lifetimes. The bus back to the city wouldn't depart for another half hour. So Suze began to wander around. Suddenly, some people's discussions reached his ears. Have you heard? The bloodthirsty wild boar king in Forest Sector D12 has been killed. What? I remember that wild boar king was at the upper stage of F rank. When enraged, even a peak body refining martial artist would have to flee. Could it be that a Foundation establishment cultivator has arrived? That's impossible. Those Foundation establishment cultivators wouldn't come to that kind of area anyway. Not only that the killer bee swarm in Sector D8 and the ferocious bear in Sector D9 have all been killed by someone. What's going on? How did those troublesome creatures all die? Not sure, but judging by the way they died, it seems they were all killed by the same method. It must be the same person. In such a short time, being able to kill so many demon beasts. Only a Foundation establishment powerhouse could possibly do that. Never mind that for now. I heard that the Lin family had an accident this time. Their group was ambushed by Blackwater crocodiles, and someone was seriously injured. Is it the Lin family, the head of the merchant guild? Yeah, and I also heard that the injured person seems to be quite high-ranking, probably an important figure. What I want to know is how they escaped from the Blackwater crocodile swarm. This is even more unbelievable. It seems that one person directly killed all the Blackwater crocodiles, thus saving them. Wow, there's such a powerful and kind-hearted big shot. Kind-hearted? You wouldn't say that if you knew what that person did next. What did he do? After killing the Blackwater crocodile swarm, that person directly took the blood dragon grass that the Lin family had discovered. So what? That thing was rightfully his trophy anyway. True, but after taking the blood dragon grass, this fellow also made the Lin family members hand over some compensation. Well, that's not too much. The compensation was taking all their gains from the forest. Upon hearing this, the people discussing were momentarily at a loss for words. But no matter what, he did save their lives. Even if he charged a hefty fee, it shouldn't be a problem. Many cultivators began discussing again, but this time their topic mainly focused on the mysterious strongman who had killed several troublesome demon beasts. Soon everyone in the entire temporary trading post knew of these two incidents. The people here were cultivators from various places, and after returning to the city, they spread the news further. Thus before long a topic quickly gained popularity on the Jiangnan City Cultivator Forum. Who is the mysterious strongman who killed 5 F-rank upper stage demon beasts in a row? Shocking. Witnesses say the mysterious strongman appears to be a young man. Urgent. The Lin family urgently seeks a blood dragon grass. Amid the ongoing fermentation of these topics, Suze had already taken a bus back home. Suze had not registered an account on this forum. Thus he was unaware of these topics. Returning home, he began to frantically study all kinds of knowledge about cultivation. Knowledge of martial arts, sorcery, alchemy, beast taming, and so on. 30 kilometers away before a grand manor. Several sedans slowly came to a halt. The doors opened, and one by one elderly men with graying temples stepped out. Under the guidance of servants, they quickly arrived outside a room. A middle-aged man had been waiting for a long time. Upon seeing them, he rushed forward anxiously. "Elder Wang, you're finally here." The old man addressed as Elder Wang said nothing more. After changing into a white coat, he walked straight into the room. After a moment, "Don't worry, there's nothing serious. She merely suffered a significant emotional shock. A few days of rest will suffice." The middle-aged man looked at the girl lying on the bed, and finally breathed a sigh of relief, saying awkwardly, "I'm sorry, Elder Wang. She's my only precious daughter. I dare not let her suffer any harm." Elder Wang snorted coldly. "You dare not let her suffer harm? Then why did you send her to the Mamwang forest?" The middle-aged man held a high status, yet dared not refute the elder's scolding. "It was just for a blood dragon grass, not something too precious. Was it worth all this?" The old man still did not stop. Finally a faint sound came from within the room. Everyone was overjoyed, and the middle-aged man rushed straight in. "Miao Yi, are you awake?" At dawn Suze just woke up to see a pair of eager eyes. After these few initiations, Shao Qing had also figured out the pattern, and was waiting early for Suze's infusion. Suze extended a finger, and touched it to Shao Qing's head. "You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Dragon Snake. Triggered the initiation cashback function. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 50 times. You have gained 50 years of cultivation." In the next moment, a vast surge of spiritual energy appeared in Suze's meridians. 50 times cashback. Suze was startled, then immediately felt as if his entire body was enveloped by a warm current. Crack. 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 A series of crisp breaking sounds came. 3 giant elephant seeds were instantly activated. A colossal power flooded his entire body. Streams of golden true qi emerged, nourishing his flesh and strengthening his bones and sinews. With a slight exertion, Suze's arm muscles tightened, muscle fibers as tough as steel wires. A light wave of his hand produced a series of explosive sounds in the air. His physical strength had been elevated to another level. At the same time, his cultivation had also advanced to the body-tempering 5th layer. After a long while, everything settled down. Suze recovered from his meditative state. His eyes were filled with astonishment. Today's luck was simply overwhelming. 50 times cashback, directly granting him 50 years of cultivation. The golden true qi like a mighty dragon roared through his meridians, continuously enhancing his power. With a light flick of his finger, an invisible force burst forth, shattering a distant vase into pieces. And this was just his physical strength. "This dragon elephant body refining art is truly outrageous," Suze could not help but exclaim. After the infusion, he did not practice. After all, for the dragon elephant body refining art now, it was no longer a matter of days to activate a single dragon elephant seed. Compared to that, relying on the initiation cashback ability was more reliable. So Suze called out and took Shao Qing for a stroll. In the community park, with the advancement of technology and the emergence of cultivation systems, humans have increasingly emphasized environmental protection. The park was vast with many visitors. Most were residents living nearby, spending the weekend with their families and children. Shao Qing coiled around Suze's wrist, quietly peeking out with 2 eyes. Ordinary people would hardly notice anything unusual about this green bracelet. Since hatching, it was the first time seeing so many new things. As their cultivation advanced, the bond between the one and the snake grew ever closer. Thus Suze could clearly sense the anxiety and tension it transmitted. He gently stroked Xiaoqing's scales for a long while, calming it until Xiaoqing returned to normal. But just then Xiaoqing suddenly sent a vague message. Suze pondered for a moment before reaching a conclusion. His eyes narrowed and his body involuntarily tensed. However, he quickly regained his composure, as if nothing had happened. Someone was following him. As a beast's instinct, Xiaoqing was especially sensitive to such things. The person lurking in the shadows was very strong and highly skilled at concealing his aura. But he would never have expected that Xiaoqing on Suze could detect him by instinct. Being able to easily elude Suze's current perception meant he was at least a Foundation establishment expert. Why would such a powerful expert be following him? Suze pondered this question while also thinking of countermeasures. Regardless of the situation, he always considered the worst-case scenario. Who had he offended recently? Or did his family have any enemies? In the past few years, he had always been law-abiding, just an ordinary student, impossible to have provoked any cultivators. Recently, what could it be? Suddenly Suze thought of something. Could it be those 5? He recalled the 5 unlucky fellows he had cleaned out yesterday. Surely not. He had saved their lives after all. He had only taken a small reward. Was it worth dispatching a Foundation establishment expert to deal with him? Xiaoqing sent another message. Master, that person's pace has quickened. It seems he is about to make a move. Suze was startled. He planned to strike directly in the bustling market. Was he not afraid of harming these innocent ordinary people? There were clear regulations among cultivators. It was absolutely forbidden to harm ordinary people at will. Was he not afraid of facing judgment? But now there was no time to consider all this. Suze took a deep breath, maintaining a calm expression, even smiling, and greeting a volunteer nearby. But in reality, inside his body the golden true qi like a mighty dragon roared out from his dantian. Terrifying energy continuously gathered, his muscles remained relaxed, but were ready to unleash the most fearsome power at any moment. The dragon-elephant body refining art spun wildly. In the depths of Suze's eyes 2 golden lights gradually kindled. He was preparing to fight for his life. No matter if the stalker was at Foundation establishment or beyond, Suze would never surrender without a fight. Even against a Foundation establishment expert, he would tear a piece of flesh from that person. Saturday, 9 o'clock in the morning. A great number of strollers filled the park. Suze walked amidst the crowd, yet felt as if an entire world separated him from them. Instinctively, he began to veer toward less populated areas. In the impending battle, he could not afford any restraint. He must exert every ounce of his strength for even a glimmer of survival. Thus he sought to minimize civilian casualties as much as possible. Tap, tap, tap. The footsteps behind him grew increasingly distinct. Now even Suze could sense the man's aura. A moment later, the mysterious Foundation establishment cultivator tailing Suze had drawn directly behind him. Suze's concentration sharpened to its peak, his body poised between tension and relaxation, ready to unleash his most devastating blow at any instant. Yet, to Suze's surprise, the Foundation establishment cultivator did not advance further. Instead, he maintained a distance of roughly 5 meters, persistently following. Suze frowned, perplexed by the situation. Wang Xiong was a scientific researcher, and a Foundation establishment-level researcher at that. 5 years ago, he had just joined the Alternate Space Research Institute as a junior staff member specializing in the data analysis of newly discovered alternate dimensions. This was a highly sought-after profession. Every newly discovered alternate dimension was a colossal treasure trove. It contained countless substances and materials absent from the main world. Even a tiny extraction would be worth a fortune, convertible into enough money for an ordinary person to squander over 10 lifetimes. Of course, this work was equally fraught with danger. Newly emerging alternate dimensions were often highly unstable. Space-time tears could occur at any moment. Furthermore, these dimensions might harbor native creatures, which were usually formidable in strength and exceedingly savage in temperament. Thus, exploration teams frequently met their demise in the field. And among those victims were Suze's parents. Wang Xiong vaguely recalled hearing from some veteran employees that an accident had occurred during that mission. All 30 explorers had perished. Not a single one returned, not a single message transmitted. Afterward, all files pertaining to that mission were sealed. Wang Xiong had once been curious, seeking to delve deeper, but found no clues. However, just a few days ago, new leads emerged. The Institute suddenly assigned him a task. Travel to Jiangnan City. Find Suze. Recruit Suze into the Institute. The higher-ups issued an ironclad order. Even if Suze refused, they must establish a stable means of contact. Upon receiving the orders, Wang Xiong immediately embarked on his journey to find Suze without a moment's delay. When he located Suze, he happened to catch him taking a stroll in the park. To ensure the mission's smooth completion, he did not rashly approach him, but instead quietly tailed Suze while pondering his opening remarks. Yet he never expected that Suze might have detected him. After all, he was a Foundation establishment cultivator, while the young man seemed to be merely at the 5th level of body tempering right. He had deliberately concealed his aura, so how did Suze discover him? Fearing he might cause a misunderstanding, Wang Xiong quickened his pace, deciding to explain everything directly to Suze. Coming with such sincerity, surely it wouldn't go wrong. Yet, just as Wang Xiong accelerated, he suddenly sensed something amiss. The youth ahead seemed to undergo a transformation in an instant. Though no tangible change occurred, the intangible feeling was unmistakable. As Wang Xiong drew closer to Suze, the eerie sensation intensified. The Suze ahead seemed like a wild beast about to strike. A suffocating pressure seeped out slowly. This was utterly inconceivable. After all, he himself was at the Foundation establishment stage. The gap between that and the 5th level of body tempering was as vast as the heavens and earth, utterly incomparable. Yet that youth could evoke such a feeling in him. Could it be an illusion? But when Wang Xiong reached 5 meters from Suze, that sense of danger reemerged thick and overwhelming. No further step could be taken. Was this guy a monster? He exclaimed inwardly. Wang Xiong realized that his earlier actions must have misled Suze. To prevent the situation from escalating, he softened his tone as much as possible and said gently, "Suze, don't be nervous, I mean no harm. I was a colleague of your parents." To avoid disbelief, he pulled out a work ID card from his pocket. "Look, here's my ID. Alternate Space Research Institute Level 3 Researcher Wang Xiong. My employee number is VH000529. Alternate Space Research Institute." Inside a cafe, Suze looked at the man before him. Wang Xiong nodded, gazing at the handsome youth, and said, "Yes, haven't you heard of it before? Both your parents were special grade researchers at our institute. Your father was even considered a future candidate for the director's position." Suze had never heard such news before, and was momentarily stunned. Before his parents went missing, they rarely stayed at home. He only knew they were researchers, but never their specific titles. He had assumed they were ordinary employees, never imagining they held such high status. He was also aware of the Alternate Space Research Institute. It was the most coveted and powerful institution. A special grade researcher, and one with the potential to become director. What kind of status was that? One could say he was the most promising, influential, and dazzling rising star among all the youth of Jiuzhou. And Suze had been completely unaware of all this. All these years his parents had kept it from him. Why? Suze suddenly felt that some things were not so simple. There were many mysteries he needed to unravel. "So, join our institute. Once you're in, we can provide you with any resources you need, though not entirely free, of course," Wang Xiong said. Suze had to admit that if he didn't have the system, he might have agreed. After all, cultivating the dragon-elephant body refining art demanded an immense amount of resources. But now things were different. Not only did he possess the ability of initiation cashback, but he also had an intuitive feeling that joining the Alternate Space Research Institute so early might not be a good thing. Therefore, he directly refused. "I'm sorry, I don't plan to join the institute for now, but I will definitely come in the future." Wang Xiong was slightly disappointed. Still, this was not a bad outcome, it was acceptable. He pulled out a metal card and handed it to Suze, saying solemnly, "This is your father's exclusive ID card. With this card, you can obtain special grade authorization at any institute. Wang Xiong looked at the card in his hand, a deep envy flickering in his eyes. Special grade authorization. That was something countless people dreamed of, but could never touch even after a lifetime of striving. After handing the identity card to Suze, Wang Xiong departed. He needed to hurry back, as many matters awaited his resolution. Suze, no longer in the mood for a stroll, returned home with Xiaoqing. He turned on the computer, typed in a few keywords, but found no relevant information whatsoever. What exactly had happened back then? Suze had no way of knowing, so he simply ceased to dwell on it. Subsequently, he plunged back into the ocean of knowledge, frantically studying all sorts of things. Yet at the same time, the conviction to uncover the truth grew even stronger within his heart. Several days later. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Serpent, triggering the reward for infusion function. Your current multiplier is 3. You have gained 3 years of cultivation. Such poor luck. Suze had been unlucky for several days, with the daily multiplier never exceeding single digits. This amount of cultivation was but a drop in the bucket for the Dragon Elephant body refining art. Thus the 6th Dragon Elephant seed remained unactivated. However, Suze did not dwell on this issue. He stood up, tied up, and set off for school. Today was the day of the opening ceremony. The school would also assist in registering his identity as a cultivator, so he had to attend. 1 hour later. Suze arrived once again at Jiangnan City No. 1 Senior High School. Unlike last time, the school gate was packed with people, and everywhere were parents sending their children. Cultivators were everywhere, among them many with formidable strength. Suze finally managed to squeeze through the crowd and enter the campus. In the vast auditorium, he followed the directions to find his class's designated area. Many new faces had appeared in the seats. He glanced around, but suddenly felt something was missing. After a moment's thought, he realized he hadn't seen Lin Yui. He had a rather deep impression of this warm-hearted and kind girl. Now that he suddenly couldn't spot her, a hint of doubt crept into his mind. Lin Yui didn't come, he asked the person he had spoken to the other day. Sister Lin seems to have been injured and is recuperating at home, so she couldn't attend the opening ceremony. Suze responded with an "oh" and asked no further. Injuries are common among cultivators, but he wondered how Lin Yi, an alchemist, had gotten hurt. The auditorium grew increasingly crowded. Soon most of the new students had arrived. Several teachers came to the front of each class and began to verify the attendance. Wang Beichen. Present. Wang Yiming. Present. Suze. Present. Li. Huh? The teacher in charge of counting paused, then suddenly turned to look at Suze. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he called out again. Suze. Suze found it odd, but still responded. Present. Upon seeing Suze raise his hand in acknowledgement, the teacher's expression suddenly changed. He strode quickly to Suze and asked coldly, Are you Suze? Suze, puzzled, replied, Yes, I am Suze. What baffled Suze was that upon hearing his affirmative answer, the teacher's face completely hardened, a clear anger emerging. What was going on? Was it a crime to be called Suze? Just as Suze was wondering, the teacher snapped. Bullshit! Hearing this, Suze frowned, suspecting the teacher had some issues. The teacher sneered. The records are clear. You only awakened not long ago. Yes, so. Suze's voice turned cold. So? You dare to ask me so? The teacher's voice rose, and he laughed in bitter anger. A person who awakened just over 10 days ago, it's already good if they can stabilize at the 2nd layer of body tempering, a modest talent if they can reach the 3rd, and a rare genius if they can reach the 4th. And you? What is your cultivation level now? The 5th layer of body tempering. Those around were drawn by the commotion and crowded closer. Upon hearing the teacher's words, they stared at Suze in astonishment. Over 10 days to reach the 5th layer of body tempering. Was that possible? No, it was impossible. Since it was impossible, there was only one explanation. The person before them was an imposter. Many quickly grasped this reasoning. Instantly those around Suze recoiled, as if seeing a ghost distancing themselves from him. Suze was utterly speechless upon hearing the teacher's words. He had thought the teacher was deliberately picking a fight. But it turned out to be this. Suze felt helpless. It wasn't his fault. However, before Suze could figure out how to explain, the teacher spoke again. I asked you time and again, yet you still refuse to repent, insisting you are Suze. I now have reason to suspect you are a spy transformed from a demon beast. Suze. Speak. What fiend dares to impersonate Suze? The teacher roared, a faint light flowing around his body, and a suffocating aura spread out. A Foundation Establishment powerhouse. This teacher was actually a cultivator at the Foundation Establishment stage. Just then several others heard the commotion and flashed to the teacher's side. Teacher Tan, what happened? Asked a middle-aged man with graying hair. Teacher Tan quickly replied, Principal, this Suze is suspicious. He only awakened a little over 10 days ago, yet he is already at the 5th layer of body tempering. In all my years, I have never heard of such a thing, so I suspect he is an imposter. The principal was startled and looked at Suze, confirming he was indeed at the 5th layer of body tempering. A gleam of light flashed in his eyes as he scanned Suze from head to toe. After a moment, the principal's eyes revealed a mix of surprise and shock, and he murmured, He is not an imposter, he is Suze. Teacher Tan, being closest, heard it clearly, and was stunned. What? Then she reacted and exclaimed, He really is Suze. The voice echoed through the auditorium. In an instant, the entire hall fell into dead silence, with hundreds of eyes fixed on Suze. Many looked at him, as if he were a monster, their eyes filled with shock. After a moment, the crowd erupted into an uproar, noise surging. This guy went from an ordinary person to the 5th layer of body tempering in just over 10 days. Tell me this isn't real. Has anyone ever achieved this before? There have been some, but they were heirs of top-tier families groomed from childhood. Could Suze be one of those? Probably not. Someone like that wouldn't come to our school. Then it's unclear, maybe he is a genius born from an ordinary family. Amid the murmurs of the crowd, the principal approached Suze. With a genial smile he inquired, Suze, may I lend you some assistance? Suze knew that if he refused he might never fully prove his identity. Thus he nodded. With Suze's consent, the principal extended a finger and touched it to Suze's forehead. In the next instant, Suze felt an overwhelmingly formidable true chi surge into his meridians. However, the moment this alien energy appeared, the golden true chi within Suze's body became restless, like a beast whose territory had been invaded, emitting a series of roars. A roar seemed to echo in the void, filled with killing intent. The golden true chi burst forth from his dantian, following the meridians to confront the uninvited guest from outside. With a sharp crack, the principal suddenly felt a searing pain at his fingertip, and his finger was forcefully repelled. A flicker of astonishment crossed his face. In that brief contact, he had sensed the true chi within Suze. It was an indescribable sensation. When his own true chi encountered Suze's, it was as if a mouse had seen a cat, scattering in panic and fleeing in all directions. This was utterly incredible. He was a golden core cultivator far beyond Foundation Establishment. How could his true chi be inferior to that of a mere body tempering cultivator? He gave Suze a profound look. Having reached the 5th layer of body tempering in just over 10 days, possessing such overbearing true chi, all these factors combined made Suze a figure shrouded in mystery. Yet one thing he could still affirm: Suze was not an imposter. As long as that was confirmed, it was enough. Everyone has their secrets, and it was not his place to pry. But driven by curiosity, he asked, Suze, how did you manage to cultivate to the 5th layer of body tempering in just over 10 days? Did you perhaps use some kind of pill? Suze hesitated, not knowing how to answer. The crowd, seeing his contemplative expression, truly expected him to respond. Suddenly the entire auditorium fell silent, as still as a pin drop. Everyone ceased speaking, waiting quietly for Suze's reply. After a moment, Suze lifted his head, gazed at those around him, and spoke earnestly. I didn't consume any miraculous pills, nor did I encounter any extraordinary fortune, nor did any master directly impart power to me. He paused. Everyone pricked up their ears, afraid to miss a single word. Suze smiled and said, I simply worked hard. As if on cue, a sound of petrification echoed in the air. The principal's smile froze on his face. Everyone stared at Suze, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and exasperation. They had listened with undivided attention only to hear a platitude. It was like hearing a man's words yet hearing nothing at all. After a long moment, the principal finally snapped out of it. His face alternated between pale and flushed, and he coughed violently several times before feeling better. Suze asked with concern, "Principal, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" "I'm fine." The principal waved his hand. This rascal was quite mischievous. If he didn't want to say, he could have just said so instead of playing these games with an old man. How disrespectful. Yet Suze's expression remained solemn. "What I said is true. I'm no genius, I just worked a little harder. Every morning at 7 o'clock I rise promptly to cultivate, never missing a single day. Besides that, I devote all my time to learning, absorbing all kinds of knowledge." The crowd listened to his words, seeing his earnest expression. They suddenly felt that Suze might actually be telling the truth. But the thought was quickly dismissed. Even if you were the most diligent person, advancing to the 5th layer of body tempering in such a short time was already absurd. As Suze continued his narration, Shuchen, coiled around his wrist, could not help but roll her eyes. Did she not know the truth? Getting up every morning to cultivate. How dare you say that? Was that cultivation? You simply tapped your finger on my head, poured spiritual energy into me, and then went right back to sleep. When did I ever see you get up and cultivate? In comparison, the tool snake seemed to work harder. But a snake under the eaves must bow its head. After rolling her eyes, Xiaoqing turned back into a bracelet. The principal listened to Suze's account. He was moved. Regardless of what Suze said, the fact that he was a genius was indisputable. After all, no amount of hard work could account for Suze's current achievements. What truly touched the principal was the sweat behind the talent. Typically awakened individuals retained many ordinary habits in the early stages, and could not adapt immediately. They often treated cultivation as a job or a task. They would complete a certain amount each day, and call it done. But Suze, despite possessing such astonishing talent, remained so diligent. Such awareness, such perseverance, such talent. The principal looked at Suze, his emotions stirred. If Suze could grow normally, he would surely be a future star of humanity. He thought to himself. It was not just the principal. Many others, after hearing Suze's words, shared the same thought. First, Suze's narration was so vivid and sincere that it seemed real. Second, they could not imagine how great a person's talent would have to be to reach the 5th layer of body tempering in 10 days, without much cultivation. They could not conceive it. So they chose to believe the first possibility. Instantly, many expressions changed. As they looked at Suze, their eyes held a newfound respect and admiration. Such a person was destined to be the brightest star in the crowd. As Suze spoke, he suddenly noticed the change in those around him. He scanned the audience, the corner of his mouth twitching. He had only been improvising. Did these people actually believe him? Gazing at those eyes filled with admiration, Suze felt a chill run down his spine, and regretted being a bit too exaggerated. If these people ever found out that he had only cultivated for the first 2 days, and that every day thereafter he relied on the chi transmission rebate to gain cultivation, accumulating decades of power to reach the 5th layer of body tempering, he would probably be beaten to death by the crowd. After careful consideration, Suze decided to maintain his image as a hard-working, diligent genius youth. To avoid having to explain himself later, Suze decisively stopped the topic and said, "In general, although I might have a bit of talent, my hard work and diligence are also indispensable. Talent without hard work is useless." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in unison. What Suze said was absolutely right. Without effort, even a peerless genius will have limited future achievements. At that moment, almost everyone's gaze towards Suze changed. The teacher who had spoken first wore an apologetic expression and apologized to Suze. "Suze, I'm sorry I misjudged you." After hearing Suze's words, he felt deeply ashamed. "I only reached foundation establishment a bit earlier, but I became complacent, which is why I've made no progress until now. Fortunately, Suze's speech awakened me." He immediately decided to devote all his spare time to cultivation from today onward. This thought did not only appear in his mind. It also appeared in the minds of all the new students. Suze's diligence deeply inspired them. If a genius works so hard, how could an ordinary person like themselves not work hard? The principal clearly sensed the change in everyone and felt pleasantly surprised. He looked at Suze with increasing satisfaction. Suze, your spirit is truly worth learning from, he said with a smile. With someone like Suze in the school, the first senior high school of Jiangnan City would surely shine brilliantly in the upcoming academy competition. The academy competition was equivalent to the college entrance exam in cultivator schools. Its importance was self-evident. If Suze could achieve a ranking in the competition, the high school would inevitably receive more resources. Suddenly the principal thought of something and his expression changed. If news about Suze reached other cultivator schools, he could already imagine what would happen. Those schools would spare no effort to poach Suze from the high school. A genius like Suze was as sought after as the top scorer in the college entrance exam, a hot commodity wherever he went. The principal pondered for a moment, and decided to have a serious talk with Suze after the opening ceremony. Soon, under the teacher's direction, all the new students returned to their classes. The opening ceremony proceeded on schedule, but almost everyone was distracted, their minds not on the ceremony. After completing all necessary procedures, the principal directly canceled the following performances. The new students began to file out. Before leaving the venue, almost everyone took another glance at Suze to look at that diligent and hard-working genius. Suze wanted to leave directly, but the principal had already appeared again. Suze, come over here, I have something to discuss with you. In the office. Suze, do you have any requests for the school? Or any areas where you need help in your daily life? As soon as he entered, the principal asked. Suze was startled at first, then immediately understood the situation. He was worried that Suze would be poached by other schools, and wanted him to stay here. The principal got straight to the point. How about this? We'll arrange a house for you in the city, supply you with cheap nourishing pills every month, and when you're about to break through, we can also provide foundation establishment pills. He listed a series of conditions. Suze listened without much emotional reaction. At most, he marveled at the school's deep pockets. After all, he was a golden finger player, growing stronger every day through the injection rebate system. Various elixirs and other things that increased cultivation actually had little effect on him. Of course, Suze had lived in Jiangnan City for over a decade and was already accustomed to everything here, so he naturally was willing to stay and study here. Therefore, in his view, the principal was truly overthinking. But the principal didn't know that Suze didn't need elixirs for cultivation at all. Seeing Suze silent, he thought his conditions were insufficient. This kid wants to ask for a huge sum. The principal gritted his teeth and hardened his heart, adding more to the offer. He directly doubled the previous terms. Suze was also stunned, not expecting the principal to be so generous. A mischievous thought suddenly arose in his heart. He wanted to know what price the principal could ultimately offer. So Suze frowned slightly, fell into thought, as if he was already somewhat wavering. Seeing this, the principal was delighted, and to ensure success, increased the offer again. However, Suze's expression only softened a little. He still appeared deep in thought. Finally, after several rounds of increasing the offer, the principal couldn't hold it together anymore. Let me be blunt, as long as you stay in our school, I'll let you be the principal yourself. As soon as he said it, even the principal himself was stunned. He hadn't expected himself to say such an outrageous thing. Seeing that the principal was about to break down, Suze quickly said, Principal, you misunderstood. It's not that your conditions aren't generous enough, but they are unnecessary. Unnecessary? What do you mean? The principal was taken aback and asked. Suze explained. It's like this. I've lived in Jiangnan City since birth and have never left. I've already formed an attachment to this place, so naturally I won't go to schools in other cities. After hearing Suze's words, the principal took a long time to react. Suddenly his face turned pale, and then flushed, a surge of blood rushing to his head. But he still started to comfort himself. At least Suze was confirmed to stay at the school, wasn't he? He said somewhat awkwardly. Since that's the case, then those previous conditions. Elixirs and such were of little help to Suze, so he naturally didn't want them. So Suze waved his hand and said, Then definitely not needed. The principal breathed a sigh of relief, and suddenly felt that Suze looked particularly pleasing. This kid is really sensible. Apart from being a bit mischievous, he has almost no flaws. However, Suze's words were not finished yet. I don't want the items, but they can be converted into cash. At that moment, the smile that had just appeared on the principal's face froze. After a long pause, he took a deep breath, his smile somewhat stiff. Of course, I keep my word. I'll have the finance department convert it to cash for you. When exactly is then? I suggest today, Suze said. The anger that the principal had just suppressed nearly erupted again. But he still held back. Fine, whatever day you say. Suze smiled. Principal, you can rest assured. I will cultivate diligently and strive to become a foundation establishment cultivator as soon as possible and then bring honor to our school. Hearing this, the principal felt a bit better. You better work twice as hard. He thought silently, then said, By the way, the demon suppression tower will open in 3 months. You don't need to take the assessment. We've decided to give you one of the participation slots. You must live up to it. Suze said, The demon suppression tower quota. Isn't it inappropriate to give it to me directly without an assessment? This was an unexpected delight. He had been interested in the demon suppression tower since he first heard of it. He had originally planned to participate in the assessment to obtain a quota, but he never expected to get it directly now. The principal shook his head and said, There's nothing inappropriate about it. This kind of thing is basically the same as a predetermined selection. Originally, only those students with outstanding talent and strength could get a quota, and you naturally fall into that category, and moreover you are among the most exceptional. He continued, In that case, what's the harm in giving you a quota directly? Besides, this quota is from the senior year's allocation and won't affect this year's freshmen. After saying these things, Suze left the principal's office. The talent of beast tamer is one of the most difficult to cultivate. As a beast tamer, if you want to become a strong person admired by thousands, you must contract a powerful spirit beast. On the podium, a professor was speaking eloquently, imparting knowledge about beast tamers. Suze sat in the classroom listening with exceptional attention. However, he soon discovered that what was being taught now were very basic things not very useful to him. An hour later, the class bell rang on time. As soon as the class ended, everyone in the classroom surged toward Suze. Hello, classmate Suze. I'm Guan Zihan, a martial artist. Can I have your contact information, Suze? Same request. There was a cacophony of chatter around him. Those surrounding Suze were mainly female classmates. Many male classmates weren't unwilling to come. But those girls were crowded together. If a boy tried to squeeze in, he might be treated as a pervert. Therefore, most of the boys could only watch from outside with longing eyes. Suze felt his scalp tingling. He had never felt this way even during battles. Having lived alone for many years, he was already accustomed to it, and indeed didn't want to engage in such useless socializing. But judging by the current situation, if he didn't give out his contact information, he probably wouldn't be able to escape. Suze had a brainstorm. He casually grabbed a blank piece of paper, wrote down a contact number on it, and handed it to a girl in front of him. Instantly, many classmates scrambled to record the contact information. In the chaos, Suze seized the opportunity to slip out of the classroom. In the principal's office, Principal Tangy was reading a document. Ding. Suddenly his phone rang urgently, and a series of verification messages popped up. Tangy was very puzzled. Could something have happened? Why else would someone be so anxious and send so many messages? He picked up his phone and looked. Brother, my name is Su Shiwan. Nice to meet you. If you're free, we can have dinner this weekend. Brother, you're so handsome. Do I have a chance? Brother. Tangy. Seeing these photos, he couldn't help but blush. Young people nowadays are too open. What's going on? Tangy's expression was very interesting. He kept swiping his finger, but couldn't figure out what was happening. Until he saw a name among them, he suddenly understood what was going on. Suze! That day a loud roar came from the principal's office, shaking the entire building 3 times. Many professors and teachers walked out of their offices in confusion, not knowing what had happened. The next day the alarm clock rang. Suze began his infusion ceremony again as usual. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the blue serpent. Trigger the infusion cashback ability. Your cashback multiplier this time is 2x. You have gained 2 years of cultivation. Suze's true chi surged slightly, increasing a little. After grumbling about his bad luck, Suze washed up and set off for school. The school library had richer resources, far higher in quality than those on the public internet. At the high school. As soon as Suze arrived, he heard a commotion from the school gate. A large crowd gathered at the entrance, seemingly waiting for someone. As soon as Suze got out of the car, he was recognized. "Brother Qin, that's Suze." Suze furrowed his brows. It seemed they were looking for him. But the posture was clearly hostile. At the front of the crowd, a person stepped forward. Among those present were Suze's classmates, who came to his side ahead of the others. "Be careful, Suze. That's Qin Feng, a senior from the previous year. He was disqualified from entering the Demon Suppression Tower due to a punishment. Originally, after the punishment was lifted, the quota would still be his, but the principal directly gave it to you." Suze now understood what was going on. He had come to cause trouble after his quota was taken. There would inevitably be a scene of threatening him to give up the quota. That principal must have known about this, yet he didn't warn him. In an instant, Suze felt less guilty about what he had done yesterday. Qin Feng strode quickly to Suze and said coldly, "Are you Suze?" Suze nodded. "Yes, what can I do for you?" As Suze had expected, Qin Feng directly demanded that Suze give up the qualification to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. "That's impossible. I advise you to give up that idea early," Suze said indifferently. The commotion at the school gate attracted many people. Soon Tangy led a large group of teachers to the scene. "What's going on?" Seeing Suze, Tangy immediately remembered yesterday's incident, and his face darkened. He then looked up and saw Qin Feng, instantly understanding the situation. When Qin Feng saw Tangy, he stiffened his neck and said, "I don't accept it." Tangy frowned and said, "What don't you accept?" "You made a mistake first, using your ability in a public place, nearly causing a disaster. It's good enough that you weren't expelled. Now you dare to cause trouble." But Qin Feng, as if he hadn't heard, continued, "I just don't accept it. Why can't a freshman get a quota directly without participating in the assessment? Even if he advanced to the 5th level of body tempering in 10 days, so what? Who knows his real combat strength? A peerless genius. I don't accept it. Whether he's a genius or not, we'll only know after actual combat." He spoke rapidly like a machine gun, saying a lot in one breath. Tangy was so angry that blood rushed to his head. But just then Suze spoke up. "According to you, if we fight, won't we know who is more qualified?" Everyone was stunned by these words. The classmates next to him changed color and quickly advised, "Suze, don't be impulsive. Senior Qin Feng is already at the 7th level of body tempering. The cultivation school has a semester of half a year. So in terms of time, Qin Feng has at least half a year more cultivation than Suze. Moreover, Suze is only at the 5th level of body tempering now. How can he defeat Qin Feng, who is at the 7th level?" Hearing Suze's words, Qin Feng was taken aback. The reason he had blocked Suze at the school gate was merely to express his dissatisfaction. From the very beginning, he had never entertained the thought of competing with Suze. After all, as a senior student, he had been cultivating for a longer time, and his cultivation level and combat experience were far superior. What's more, Suze was at the 5th stage of body refinement, while he was at the 7th. There was a gap of 2 stages. Therefore, even in his discontent, Qin Feng did not have the face to propose a duel to decide the matter. But now Suze had taken the initiative to propose it. When he realized this, a surge of joy filled his heart. "This is exactly what you walked into yourself." Without waiting for anyone else to react, Qin Feng said to Suze, "You said it yourself. Don't blame me for bullying the younger." Suze replied calmly, "Yes, I did." The surrounding students erupted in commotion, buzzing with discussion. Some who knew Suze immediately grew tense. In their eyes, no matter how talented Suze was, his chances of winning against Qin Feng were slim. After all, Qin Feng's strength and talent were considerable. He was no ordinary practitioner at the 7th stage of body refinement. Tangy's expression also changed, feeling that Suze had acted too impulsively. He looked at Suze and suddenly noticed that he was unusually calm, not a trace of tension in his eyes. Although he had not interacted much with Suze. Based on Tangy's decades of experience in judging people, Suze did not seem the type to act rashly without considering consequences. With this thought, Tangy suddenly calmed down and looked at Suze with anticipation. This kid. Could he really be confident about this fight? Soon the news that Suze was going to duel Qin Feng spread throughout the campus. In an instant, a large crowd gathered beneath the school's martial arts arena. Even many teachers showed up, eager to witness the outcome of this battle. On the arena, Suze and Qin Feng each took their places. Tangy stood between them, asking Suze one last time. "Suze, are you sure you want to compete with Qin Feng?" After receiving an affirmative answer, Tangy asked no further and said, "This match will be fought with restraint. Neither party may harm the other's life, nor may any move that could cause permanent disability be used." As he said this, Tangy kept his eyes fixed on Qin Feng. Qin Feng nodded. "Don't worry, Principal. At most I'll make Junior Suze bedridden for a few days." He looked at Suze and said, "I'll warn you in advance, I'm a martial cultivator best at close combat." Suze nodded lightly. "Got it. Can we start now?" Qin Feng frowned, displeased with Suze's attitude, but he merely sneered, resolved to teach Suze a good lesson. Tangy stepped back, making room, and said solemnly, "Then begin." Below, the arena discussions continued. "By the way, do you know what talent Suze awakened? I heard he's a beast tamer." "What? Then where is his contracted spirit beast?" "Haven't seen it. Maybe he hasn't contracted one yet. After all, he just awakened not long ago, and contracting a spirit beast is a serious matter that can't be decided lightly." "Then how is Suze going to fight against Qin Feng, a martial cultivator?" "That's a problem." Cultivators possess extremely sharp senses. Thus the discussions below reached Qin Feng's ears. Upon hearing that Suze's talent was beast tamer, he was momentarily stunned and burst into laughter. "You're a beast tamer. Where is your contracted spirit beast? I don't see it. If you haven't contracted one yet, then Junior Suze, I suggest you go to the hospital and check your brain." Suze replied with utter calmness, "Your cultivation may be mediocre, but your tongue is sharp. Perhaps you should switch careers and become a stand-up comedian." Qin Feng's face turned cold. He clenched his fists and charged at Suze. He was furious, and the consequences would be severe. So he decided to teach Suze a lesson. His speed was swift, his aura murderous. In the blink of an eye he was in front of Suze, throwing a punch. However, just as his fist was about to land on Suze's figure suddenly vanished. Qin Feng's punch met empty air, causing him to stumble and almost fall to the ground. What happened? How could he be so fast? Shock flashed in his eyes. Wasn't that guy a beast tamer? How could he possess such speed? The next moment, an extremely dangerous sensation welled up in Qin Feng's heart. His combat experience was rich. He had often trained in the wild forest, slaying many demonic beasts, so his perception of danger was naturally acute. And the sense of crisis coming from behind him now was far more intense than any he had ever felt. A voice reached his ears. "Your steps are weak, your movement technique unrefined, your cultivation feeble, and you are arrogant. How dare you share the stage with me?" "Get down there." With a thud, Qin Feng felt a tremendous force strike his back, and then his entire body was sent flying uncontrollably. He fell directly from the arena, landing on the ground in a sprawled position. Feelings of disbelief, humiliation, and anger surged within him. But soon, he had no mind to dwell on these. A sharp pain shot through his back, nearly causing him to faint. A teacher rushed over and examined him, then reported to Tangy. "Nothing serious, just a cracked bone. He'll be fine after lying in bed for half a month." Hearing this, Qin Feng felt an extreme sense of shame. He couldn't understand how Suze, at the 5th stage of body refinement, could defeat him, especially as a beast tamer. The surrounding students were dead silent, some utterly stunned. Suze, a 5th stage body refinement beast tamer, had defeated a 7th stage martial cultivator head-on, and without even using his contracted spirit beast. What was going on? What kind of monster was this guy? Qin Feng turned his head with difficulty, gritting his teeth and asking, "You claim to be a beast tamer?" Suze replied naturally, "That's right. I'm a genuine beast tamer." Qin Feng's face flushed crimson with rage. "You're lying." He wanted to continue, but the sharp pain in his back flared up again. The teacher quickly took him away for treatment, not daring to delay. Tangy's eyes gleamed, and he waved his hand to dismiss the watching students. No one dared to disobey the principal, so they all left. But before leaving, they cast a deep glance at Suze. After this battle, his legend grew even greater. It was not uncommon for a beast tamer to defeat a martial cultivator. But the key was that the beast tamer had a lower cultivation level. Even more absurd, he hadn't even used his contracted spirit beast. Many students harbored the same thought. Suze, are you sure you're a beast tamer? Tangy did not press Suze for details about his exploits. He merely remarked, "You really are a dark horse," before taking his leave. Suze chuckled and returned to his classroom for the lessons. As before, most of the class was preoccupied not with the lecture, but with Suze himself. However, after the incident, with the fake contact information, everyone understood that Suze was not fond of socializing. Coupled with his astonishing combat prowess, few dared to disturb him. Yet the gazes cast upon him burned with even greater intensity. Feeling deeply uncomfortable, Suze hurried home as soon as class ended. 3 days later. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Dragon Snake, triggering the empowerment cashback function. Random multiplier being drawn. Your cashback multiplier is 10 times. You have gained 10 years of cultivation. Vast spiritual energy surged forth, exuding boundless vitality. Guided by Suze, this energy was all poured into the dragon elephant seed. Crack. A familiar sound of breaking came. Suze's face lit up with overwhelming joy. The 6th giant elephant seed had finally been activated. A brilliant golden light burst from the newly awakened giant elephant seed. Immeasurable power emerged, aiding Suze in refining his physical body. Boom. 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 With this power, Suze successfully broke through to the 6th layer of body forging. And this was merely over 20 days since his awakening. Suze stood up cautiously, trying to adapt to the power within him. But in the end, he failed. With a crack, the floor tiles beneath his feet shattered, scattering shards of porcelain everywhere. Suze winced at the loss. During this period, every time he elevated his strength, such mishaps were unavoidable. By his estimate, he had lost at least over 10,000 yuan. Children from poor families mature early. Having lived alone for years, Suze knew all too well the cost of daily necessities. Though he was now a cultivator, and would never have to worry about making a living, he still abhorred waste. After all, 10,000 yuan was several months' worth of living expenses for him. A moment later, having finally adjusted to his new power, Suze set off for school. Upon entering the classroom, Suze spotted a familiar face he hadn't seen in a while, Lin Nioi. She noticed him too and smiled in greeting. But unlike before, Lin Nioi's complexion was pale, and she appeared thinner, her smile evoking a sense of fragility that stirred sympathy. Suze asked in confusion, "What's wrong? You look so pale." A classmate nearby answered for Lin Nioi. "Sister Lin went to gather herbs recently and was accidentally injured by a demon beast. If not for a passing expert who intervened, she might not have made it back." Suze exclaimed in surprise. "That dangerous?" "Exactly. The only pity is that the rescuer took the spirit herb, which was one of the main ingredients for Sister Lin's alchemy." Lin Ni interrupted the classmate. "Xiaosu, don't say that. That person saved my life, so it's only right they took the herb." She changed the subject and turned to Suze, curious. "I heard you defeated Qin Feng from the 2nd year." As soon as the topic came up, the entire class immediately gathered around, hoping to hear Suze share some insights. "Suze, you haven't contracted a spirit beast yet?" Lin Ni asked. "If you need help, I know some people in the spirit beast market. Their beasts are all excellent." A warmth spread through Suze's heart. It had been years since anyone had shown him such concern. He didn't hide the truth. "I've already contracted my bond spirit beast." "His." At that moment, Xiaoqin, coiled on his wrist, stopped hiding and raised its head with a hiss. The sight of a snake made everyone instinctively step back several paces. But once they took a closer look at Xiaoqin, they immediately crowded around again. "Wow, this little snake is so adorable. First time I thought snakes weren't scary. So cute. What kind of spirit beast is this? If I'm not mistaken, this is an Azure Dragon Snake." "Azure Dragon Snake? That kind of beast seems..." Several students who knew about spirit beasts exchanged glances. The Azure Dragon Snake was the most ordinary of demon beasts, and Suze had contracted such a beast. They knew that for beast tamers, combat power mainly came from their spirit beasts. If the contracted spirit beast had poor innate talent, then no matter how talented the master was, their future achievements would be severely limited. Unless one changed their contracted spirit beast. Lin Ni was clearly aware of this. She frowned slightly, feeling that Suze had been too hasty in his choice. Suze, your cultivation talent is excellent. How could you contract a spirit beast like the Azure Dragon Snake? Having heard of his recent achievements, she knew he was a prodigy, and felt a pang of regret for him. But you can always change your contracted spirit beast later. It's only a bit troublesome, she added. Suze understood her goodwill, and merely smiled, saying nothing. Xiaoqing, however, understood their conversation. Having advanced to F-rank mid-tier equivalent to the 6th layer of body forging in humans, its intelligence had greatly increased. It felt insulted, and hissed angrily, flailing its claws. Yet despite its increased power, its body length hadn't changed much. Thus its fierce display only made it look cuter in everyone's eyes. The girls in the room couldn't resist, and reached out to touch it. Xiaoqing was deeply aggrieved. As a demon beast at the 6th layer of body forging, it was now being toyed with by humans at only the 2nd or 3rd layer. This was an utter humiliation. If not for its master's order not to retaliate, it would have taught these little brats a lesson. It swallowed its pride and suppressed its fury. But its anger soon dissipated as meaty snacks appeared. Xiaoqing instantly changed its demeanor, abandoning its aloofness to throw itself into the arms of the girls. Meanwhile, Suze and Lin Yi began to converse. The topics naturally revolved around the battle with Qin Feng and the matter of the Demon Suppression Tower. The Demon Suppression Tower houses many demon beasts. Only cultivators at the Foundation establishment stage or above can enter. Though it carries certain risks, the benefits for cultivation are immense, so it's a rare opportunity. Lin Yi shared all the information she had about the Demon Suppression Tower with Suze, including much inside knowledge. The classmates were all of the same age, sharing many common topics and discussing a wide variety of things. Unlike the usual Suze, they spent much of their time browsing various websites or forums. Thus they learned many new things. Have you heard? Several powerful demonic beasts on the periphery of the wild forest have been killed by someone. A chubby boy said, pulling out a tablet with various records on it. Suze looked up and immediately saw a familiar figure. The record contained a photo. In the photo was a dense jumble, and deep within it a figure flashed by. Though blurry, one could still tell the person was young, at most 18 or 19. The experts in those forums analyzed that it was this person who killed those demonic beasts. Several others chimed in. I heard about this too. Those demonic beasts were the strongest in the outer forest, and some even required Foundation establishment cultivators to exert effort, yet that person slaughtered them all in an extremely short time. That's the most astonishing part. Being able to slay these demonic beasts in a row means it was effortless for him. I even suspect he's a Foundation establishment master. A Foundation establishment at such a young age. Impossible. Why not? The classmates chattered animatedly. Suze responded with a few perfunctory words. Others didn't know who it was, but as the person involved, how could Suze not know? He had actually been caught on camera back then. He'd need to be more careful from now on. Fame portends trouble for the mediocre. When one's strength isn't truly formidable, fame is hardly a good thing. Lin Yi was also curious about this matter. She had been recuperating during this time, and hadn't paid attention to such things. Suze, who do you think this young powerhouse could be? She turned and asked. Suze shook his head. Who knows? Maybe it's someone from a big family. Lin Yi nodded thoughtfully. In the following days, Suze stayed in the library. Through this period of study, he finally filled in the gaps in his basic knowledge of cultivation. With nothing to do, he suddenly recalled the cultivation forum his classmates used, which contained much information about cultivators in Jiangnan City. He immediately searched for the website and registered an account. Upon entering the forum, he saw a pinned featured post. Urgently seeking a blood dragon grass. Blood dragon grass. Suze's eyes narrowed. Didn't he already have one of those? Keeping it would be useless, so he might as well sell it. He clicked into the featured post and saw an address and contact information. After a moment's thought, Suze dialed the contact number. The phone rang once before being picked up, and a mellow voice answered. Hello. After Suze said he had a blood dragon grass, the voice on the other end grew excited. They quickly agreed on a meeting place and price. After hanging up, Suze felt a thrill. The price offered was far above the market value of blood dragon grass. 3 top-grade healing pills, highly effective even for foundation establishment cultivators. Such healing medicines were the most precious, often several times more expensive than pills that enhance cultivation. The next day Suze's luck took another turn for the worse. The cashback multiplier was only 2. The 7th dragon elephant seed showed almost no reaction. But Suze just grumbled a few words, and then headed to the agreed meeting spot. As the vehicle drove on, the buildings around grew fewer, replaced by manors. This was the wealthy district of Jiangnan City, where even a lifetime of hard work wouldn't buy a single gate. After a long while, the car stopped in front of a villa. As soon as he stepped out, someone came to greet him, clearly having waited for some time. The person then led Suze to a villa. Not far away, several security personnel were patrolling the estate. Suddenly Suze felt that one of them looked particularly familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. But before he could get a clear look, the man walked away. This is it. The head of the family is waiting inside. Suze nodded in thanks, and pushed open the door. In the living room, 2 people were talking with another person standing beside them. When Suze entered, all 3 looked up at him. The standing person froze upon seeing Suze, recalling an unpleasant memory. "It's you." He was very surprised but quickly relaxed. Now the only one in Jiangnan City who could immediately produce a blood dragon grass was him. Suze also saw him, and was taken aback. "Why is it you?" The standing person turned out to be Chenwei, whom he had rescued a few days ago. "What's going on?" one of the seated people asked. Chenwei hurriedly explained in his ear. After hearing Chenwei's words, the expressions of the 2 were extremely complex. They looked at Suze, feeling that the world was full of coincidences. Suze was also a bit embarrassed. Although he had saved them, demanding compensation afterward was indeed a bit unseemly. Could these people be seeking revenge on me? Suze felt this was highly likely. After all, he had walked right into the wolf's den. But to his surprise, the elder spoke first. "Young friend, don't be nervous. Our Lin family is not that kind of people. You earn the blood dragon grass with your own ability. You saved their lives, so taking some compensation is perfectly reasonable." Suze thought about it, and realized that was indeed true. So many days had passed, and these people hadn't come looking for trouble. He relaxed but didn't want to stay long. He took out the blood dragon grass and said, "The blood dragon grass you wanted." Chenwei stepped forward to inspect it, confirmed it was fine, and nodded. A bottle of pills was handed to Suze. As soon as he opened it, a rich medicinal fragrance spread, and just smelling it made him feel light and refreshed, fatigue instantly dissipating. After confirming it was good, Suze turned to leave. But then the elder spoke again. "Young man, wait a moment." He took out a business card and handed it to Suze. "At such a young age you have extraordinary combat prowess. At your age you must still be studying at a cultivator school. If you're interested in the future, consider our Tianyuan Academy." Suze was startled. Tianyuan Academy. In this world, newly awakened cultivators typically studied in schools akin to high schools. After that they had to undergo a major examination. This exam was similar to the college entrance exam in his past life. Those who passed could enter advanced institutions for further study, for instance Tianyuan Academy. Such institutions were completely different from middle schools. Entry requirements were extremely stringent, and they could even be compared to sects. These higher academies possess resources and powerhouses far beyond the imagination of the common world. Many academies have already established their own sects, almost to the point of renaming themselves as So-and-so sect, or So-and-so school. However, for some reason no school has ever done that. Suze glanced at the business card in his hand, and realized that the old man before him was actually a professor of Tianyuan Academy. This is equivalent to the elders of reputable sects in those fantasy novels. Such a figure is already considered a big shot. Why would he appear here? For the blood dragon grass. Impossible. The blood dragon grass is merely a foundation establishment stage spiritual herb, hardly rare. With this professor status, he could easily obtain hundreds, or even thousands of blood dragon grass plants. Seeing Suze did not respond, Wan Lao smiled and said, "You don't need to answer on the spot. I'll give you my contact information. I just hope you'll consider it. I'm not forcing you." Suze nodded and said, "I'll consider it when the time comes." Although they had only met once, Wang Lao left a good impression on Suze. It was not out of the question to consider. He did not linger here, and turned to leave the villa. After Suze left, the middle-aged man who had remained silent all along asked in confusion, "Wang Lao, what is so special about that kid that you would personally invite him to Tian Yuan Academy?" Wang Lao said, "I was struck by a sudden whim. I just felt that this little guy's future." He paused and said, "Not to mention anything else, just the fact that he single-handedly slaughtered the Blackwater Crocodile group and saved Miaoyi and the others. With such combat power and gratitude, it would be perfectly fine for me to recruit him into our academy right now." Lin Hai, the head of the Lin family, and Lin Miaoyi's father, nodded. "Indeed, this kid saved Miaoyi's life. I will remember this debt of gratitude. However, the matter of demanding payment afterward was a bit despicable." Chen Wei, standing nearby, nodded repeatedly in agreement. Wang Lao waved his hand and said, "What does that matter? No one is perfect. Have you ever seen a flawless person?" Shortly after Suze left, a graceful figure walked in. Upon seeing Wang Lao, she exclaimed in surprise, "Grandpa Wang, why are you here?" Lin Miaoyi came to Wang Lao's side with an innocent and charming expression. Wang Lao was even happier to see Lin Miaoyi. Every wrinkle on his face trembled, and his smile resembled a blooming old chrysanthemum. "Miaoyi, look at this." He took out the blood dragon grass. Lin Miaoyi was startled and said, "Blood dragon grass? Wasn't it said that there is no blood dragon grass in Jiangnan City and nearby markets recently?" Suddenly her beautiful eyes widened. "Why does this blood dragon grass look so familiar to me?" Chen Wei said, "This is the blood dragon grass we encountered that day." "Ah. Then how did it appear here again?" Lin Miaoyi was very surprised and asked in confusion. After Chen Wei recounted what had just happened, she understood. Wang Lao suddenly became solemn and said, "Now all the medicinal ingredients for the Foundation Establishment pill are ready. Tomorrow I will refine the Foundation Establishment pill for you. Ensure that you can reach the peak of Foundation Establishment before the Academy competition." Upon hearing this, Lin Hai immediately stood up and bowed respectfully. "Everything is in your hands, Wang Lao." Lin Miaoyi also bowed. "Grandpa Wang, thank you for your hard work." The Academy competition, the college entrance exam for cultivators. It was for this reason that Wang Lao had returned to the Lin family, to refine the Foundation Establishment pill for Lin Miaoyi. The next day, "You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the green flood dragon snake, triggering the imbuement cashback function. Your cashback multiplier this time is 30. You have gained 30 years of cultivation." Vast energy surged forth, and Suze's power soared, directly gaining 30 years of cultivation. With a crack, the 7th dragon elephant seed was activated. Immense power filled his entire body. Though not particularly robust, his frame contained extremely terrifying strength. At the same time, Suze's cultivation broke through again, reaching the body tempering 7th layer. Ding! Detected that the host's accumulated cultivation exceeds 100 years. System automatically upgrading. System upgrade complete. New function activated. Starting from the next day, the cultivation you obtain each time can be freely allocated. Suze called up the system panel, and indeed a line of small text had been added to the original interface. Name Suze, age 16, technique Dragon Elephant body refining art, martial cultivation body tempering 7th layer, other cultivation none to be developed, remaining cultivation 0. Soon, Suze understood the use of this new function and felt delighted. "Can I develop other abilities in the future, even if I don't have the corresponding talent?" Unexpectedly, the system actually responded. "The host can freely use the remaining cultivation, but if it is used for abilities without corresponding talent, the effect of the cultivation years will be greatly reduced. Note, when the host's accumulated cultivation reaches 5,000 years, the cultivation gain from each imbuement will increase to 100 years up or down." Suze nodded. As his own strength increased, the system's abilities were gradually unlocked. He was curious about the newly appeared function, but had no way to test it. Today's imbuement opportunity had already been used, he could only wait until tomorrow. He idly teased Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing's strength had also stagnated, remaining at the F-rank intermediate level without improvement. "Xiaoqing, you can't rely on me to give you imbuments every day. Can't you be more diligent? Instead of sleeping on my wrist all day, get up and cultivate hard, okay? Look at other people's spirit beasts. They spend every day either fighting or cultivating, not daring to waste a single moment. And look at you. Aren't you ashamed? Xiaoqing rolled its eyes, pretending not to hear Suze's words. However, Suze did not stop and continued to lecture. I'm not trying to criticize you, but haven't you noticed that your cultivation has been stagnant these past few days? Look at those spirit beasts with good talent. They have such great talent, yet they still work so hard. And you with such poor talent are still so lazy. This makes me, your master, very distressed. I hope that from today onwards you can correct those bad habits, become a diligent and hard-working spirit beast, and awaken the Azure Dragon bloodline within you early. Xiaoqing's intelligence had already developed considerably, and it could understand Suze's words. Listening to Suze, it felt a strong urge to complain. Master, your talent seems to be on par with mine. I've never heard of a body tempering expert with 100 years of cultivation. However, it only dared to keep these words to itself, and did not dare to say them to Suze. No choice. A snake under the eaves must bow its head. It still had to rely on its master for food, so it could only endure. Under Suze's urging, Xiaoqing finally relented. It sent a vague thought suggesting they go to the wild forest again for training, and also collect a lot of things to supplement the family income. Suze thought this proposal was good and praised it. Not bad. Although your talent is lacking, your intelligence is still fine. Then the man and the snake took the carriage to the wild forest again. This time, there were noticeably more cultivators on the carriage. Moreover, many of them were young, with most at the 4th or 5th level of body tempering. Recently, several troublesome demon beasts had been dealt with, making the outer area relatively safer. Therefore, they dared to enter the forest. 1 hour later, the vehicle slowly stopped at the temporary trading post. After getting off, Suze did not rush into the forest, but strolled around the trading area. Finally, he bought 2 large bags and some instant food, and then entered the forest. The few powerful beasts in Zone D had already been dealt with by him. Those 2 weak were not worth fighting. So he chose a direction opposite to last time. Xiaoqing jumped off Suze's wrist, turned into a streak of green light, and darted through the jungle. They moved quickly, and soon delved deep into the forest. Along the way they encountered many demon beasts, but all were too weak, and had no economic value. Attacking them would be a waste of time. The man and the snake explored the jungle. During this time, Suze found several good medicinal herbs. He carefully dug them out, and put them into his bag. Xiaoqing, you're not being very effective today. You've searched for a long time, and haven't found any stronger beasts. Hearing this, Xiaoqing immediately became displeased. It was very confident in this area, and being denied by Suze, it was instantly energized, speeding up its search. Finally, in a valley, a huge rat appeared. Name: giant-toothed rat. Level F, level upper grade. Special bloodline none. Skill Gnaw. Remark: an extremely filthy creature covered in germs from head to toe, a mobile source of contamination. Giant-toothed rat carries plague. Be careful not to be bitten by its teeth. F level upper grade. Suze's eyes lit up. This demon beast was quite powerful, at least equivalent to the 8th level of body tempering or above. Having wandered in the forest for so long, he finally encountered a beast worth looking at. The giant-toothed rat also noticed Suze. It could see his cultivation level at a glance. Body tempering 7th level. A piece of cake. It was itself at the peak of F level upper grade, equivalent to the peak of body tempering, only 1 step away from advancing. What surprised the giant-toothed rat was that the human not far away, upon seeing it, showed no intention of running away. Not even a trace of fear on his face. Instead, he looked excited. His gaze was as if he were looking at a pet. How could it endure such humiliation? The giant-toothed rat had fully awakened its intelligence. Except for being unable to speak, it was no different from a normal human in intellect. Since you won't run, then die. It let out a loud cry and charged fiercely at Suze. Originally, Suze was somewhat happy to see the giant-toothed rat, but after reading the information's remark, he changed his mind. The giant-toothed rat was covered in germs. If he came into contact with it, he might fall ill. So Suze sidestepped to dodge the attack. Then he stepped back a few paces, increasing the distance. The giant-toothed rat, having missed, naturally refused to give up, and turned to charge at Suze again. It's too late to regret now, it roared in its mind. However, swoosh. A sharp whistling sound rang out. The giant-toothed rat vaguely saw a black dot speeding towards it from directly ahead, then instantly magnified. At the moment its head shattered, it saw what it was, a pebble. With a bang, a mist of blood burst from the giant-toothed rat's neck. Thud. A headless corpse fell to the ground, rolling several times under inertia before slowly stopping. Its blood was not red but tinged with black. The plant stained by the blood gradually withered, clearly indicating that the blood contained many toxic substances. Suze disdainfully clapped his hands, and quickly left with Xiaoqing. Far away in a cave, a pair of eyes suddenly opened. The giant-toothed rat is dead! Then deep in the cave, heavy footsteps echoed. In the darkness, a massive figure slowly emerged. Finally, under the sunlight, a huge black bear appeared. It spoke in human tongue, muttering. The aura disappeared 10 kilometers away. Bastard! Don't you know this is my territory? How dare you kill my subordinate? You're asking for death. Boom! With a loud crash, the black bear's figure vanished, leaving only a large crater on the ground. Moments later, Xiaoqing's body suddenly tensed, sending out a danger signal. A very strong demon beast is coming this way. A very strong beast. Suze was startled. This was the first time Xiaoqing had issued such a warning. The next moment, bang. A massive black shadow burst through the nearby jungle, smashing through countless trees, and finally appeared before Suze. Is it you two who killed the giant-toothed rat? The black bear king growled coldly. Suze raised an eyebrow. Speaking human language. That was at least an E-level demon beast. Sure enough, the system's information confirmed Suze's guess. Name: Iron Palm Bear. Level: E-level, lower grade. Special bloodline: none. Skill: Iron Palm. Remark: a demon beast equivalent to the Foundation establishment stage of humans. Its full force strike can reach several tons. It is recommended that the host run away quickly. E-level demon beast. Suze was first startled, then excited. In fact, if it weren't for his cultivation of the dragon elephant body refining art, he would have already advanced to the Foundation establishment stage. Each dragon elephant seed required too much cultivation energy. Otherwise, why would he, possessing 100 years of cultivation, still be stuck at the 7th level of body tempering? But although his realm hadn't risen, his strength had been increasing all along. Now, with 7 seeds activated, he possessed the power of 7 giant elephants, with a single arm strength of several tens of tons, far surpassing the Iron Palm Bear's several tons. Therefore, in terms of true strength, Suze far surpassed the Iron Palm Bear. Seeing that Suze didn't respond, the black bear thought he was scared, stiff, snorted coldly, and turned its gaze to Xiaoqing. F-level, middle grade. Body tempering, 7th level. How did you two kill the giant-toothed rat? It was somewhat puzzled, but still received no answer. On the contrary, the next scene enraged it greatly. In the face of a Foundation establishment expert like himself, the human youth was actually warming up. What did this mean? Could it be that he intended to fight him? Was there something wrong with his mind? He was but an E-rank beast. That human was merely at the 7th level of body tempering, and a beast tamer at that, with inherently weak combat prowess. The contracted spirit beast was nothing impressive either, merely E-rank mid-tier. And this was what he wanted to fight with. Like the giant-toothed rat, the black bear felt insulted. Enraged, it laughed bitterly. No matter what, since you killed the giant-toothed rat, you must pay with your lives. A loud bang echoed. The black bear leaped up and lunged at Suze, its massive iron-like paw raised high, intending to smash him into a pulp. Its body was enormous, blocking a large portion of the light as it soared through the air, casting a dark shadow on the ground. Yet despite its bulk, it moved with startling speed. In the blink of an eye, the black bear appeared before Suze. Die! The gigantic bear paw slammed down fiercely towards Suze. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted. The violent collision produced a white ripple in the air, which rapidly spread outward, shaking countless leaves from the trees. The black bear felt a sharp pain in its paw, as if it had struck a block of steel. Crack! Even more terrifying, a faint sound came from within its bones. It was the sound of bones cracking. The black bear stared at the unharmed Suze, utter shock flooding its eyes. This human at the body tempering realm had actually blocked its attack. It could hardly believe the result. It tried to raise its paw to strike Suze again, but suddenly found it could not move. The black bear looked down, and saw Suze's hand tightly gripping its own paw. That seemingly frail hand had completely immobilized it. Its expression shifted from shock to horror. Was this the strength a body-tempering human should possess? What had this human been raised on? It roared with all its might, straining every ounce of power. Yet it despaired to find it could not budge Suze even a fraction. The black bear began to panic, suddenly sensing that this human was terrifyingly formidable, like a humanoid savage beast exuding an aura that unsettled the soul. After repeated attempts, the outcome remained unchanged. It grew desperate, filled with immense fear. This human was a monster. The black bear struggled frantically, but all efforts were futile. Suze looked at a deep disappointment in his heart. Is this all an E-rank beast amounts to? From the very start of the battle, Suze had worried about Xiaoqing being caught in the crossfire, so he had ordered it to stay aside. Now, however, it seemed there was no need for that precaution. Xiaoqing's eyes were wide, as saucers, staring blankly at the scene, feeling as if the world had turned surreal. A giant bear 3 meters tall was struggling in the grip of a human youth, completely subdued and utterly powerless. The contrast was too stark. Xiaoqing looked at Suze, and a thought identical to the black bear's arose in its mind. What kind of monster was its master? Xiaoqing knew Suze was strong, but it had never imagined he was this strong. The black bear continued to struggle, having lost all reason due to sheer terror. Why are you roaring so loudly? Suze asked with a frown. As soon as the words left his mouth, he exerted a bit of force, and lifted the black bear off the ground. The black bear's roar ceased abruptly. Its bare eyes bulged as it stared at Suze in terror. Big brother, spare my life. I was blind not to recognize your greatness. Please let me go, and I'll serve you like a beast of burden. Its voice trembled, all its earlier arrogance gone. Suze had initially planned to kill the bear outright. Those thick bear paws would surely make a delicious meal. But then a sudden inspiration struck him, and he changed his mind. He casually tossed the bear down, and said with a smile, Spare your life. Not impossible, but there are conditions. The black bear quickly prostrated itself at Suze's feet, not daring to utter a word. It had just felt the threat of life and death, so now it adopted a humble posture. How many years have you lived around here? Suze asked. The black bear answered honestly. Almost 3 years. Suze nodded. 3 years, you must be quite familiar with this area, right? The black bear nodded repeatedly. Familiar. I know this place like the back of my paw. Good, then you must know where the dens of the E-rank beasts are, right? Take me there now, Suze said. The black bear was stunned, momentarily uncomprehending. Huh? Then it realized what was happening, and its body trembled, eyes filled with terror. This human intended to wipe out all the nearby beasts. And more importantly, if it led this human to slaughter its own kind, wouldn't that make it a traitor to the beast race? How could it ever show its face around here again? If the great beasts deep in the forest heard of this, they would surely come and kill it. No, it would be worse than death. The black bear looked up at Suze, about to speak, but then met his eyes. It instinctively shrank back and swallowed its words. Which was better, die now or die later? The answer was obvious: stretch out life as long as possible. Gritting its teeth, it said respectfully, I know. I know where all the E-rank beasts' dens are around here. I'll take you right away. A flash of inspiration crossed the black bear's mind, and it suddenly thought of a brilliant idea. The tiger to the south was ferocious and much stronger than itself, on the verge of stepping into E-rank mid-tier, far superior to one who had just entered E-rank like itself. Take this human to fight it, let them wear each other out, and then it could escape. Perhaps it could even reap the spoils. With this thought, the black bear's spirits lifted once more. It rose cheerfully, and said to Suze, Big brother, follow me. There's a tiger to the south with a magnificent striped coat. It would suit your aura perfectly. Let me lead you there. Suze nodded, beckoned Xiaoqing back to his wrist, and said calmly, Let's go. In a flash, Suze and the black bear vanished, darting southward as 2 dark streaks. Watching the black bear's figure ahead, Suze found it amusing. Did it think he was unaware of its little scheme? Would he have made such a decision without full confidence? Even if he couldn't win, he could always flee. And even if he couldn't outrun the tiger, He could certainly outrun this stupid bear, couldn't he? Between a 30% full meal and an 80% full meal, which one would the tiger choose? Their speed was astonishing. They covered tens of kilometers in just a few minutes. Soon Black Bear halted before a hillock, turning his head to speak. "Big brother, that tiger's lair is right atop this hill." Suze nodded, his focus sharpening as the golden spiritual energy within him began to flow, readying himself for battle at any moment. Seeing that Black Bear lingered without moving, he frowned and said, "What are you waiting for? Lead the way." Black Bear's face stiffened, and he said sheepishly, "Big brother, I don't need to go up, do I? That tiger is very strong. If I go, I'll just hold you back." Suze sneered inwardly, fully aware of what Black Bear was thinking. But how could he let Black Bear have his way? His gaze turned icy. "Just go when I tell you to. Why so much nonsense?" Black Bear shivered, fear gripping his heart. Though utterly reluctant, he steeled himself and trudged up the hill. As he walked, he constantly scanned the surrounding terrain. If things went south, he would bolt immediately. He had made up his mind. Even if he couldn't outrun the tiger demon, surely he could outrun this human. As long as he ran faster than the human. With that thought, Black Bear's mood lightened considerably, and his pace quickened a bit. A moment later their movement slowed. Not far ahead on the mountainside was a pool from which the sound of splashing water occasionally came. Suze focused his gaze, and saw a dappled figure swimming in the water. Name: Crimson Flame Tiger. Level E, level mid-tier. Special bloodline none. Skills: Rage Crimson Flame. Remarks: in its rage state, the Crimson Flame Tiger's strength greatly increases, and it can spit crimson flames reaching up to 3,000 degrees Celsius. Once the flames adhere, they are extremely difficult to extinguish. Suze studied the information from the system, weighing the strength comparison between the two sides. Although his cultivation was only at the 7th level of body tempering, he possessed the strength of 7 giant elephants, an astonishing power far surpassing ordinary Foundation establishment cultivators. The strength of 7 giant elephants meant his single-arm power reached tens of thousands of gene. In contrast, the limit for a typical Foundation establishment cultivator was 10,000 gene. Thus, in terms of raw power, Suze had surpassed the vast majority of Foundation establishment level beings. However, battles between cultivators were not solely about strength, there were also techniques, martial arts, and so on. Therefore, caution was the better part of valor. Suze did not rush to attack. Crack. But at that moment a crisp sound rang out. Black Bear's movements froze as he looked down at the branch he had stepped on. The next moment, roar! A tiger's roar shook the forest. Even from a distance, the Crimson Flame Tiger playing in the pool immediately detected the disturbance. Suze had no time to consider whether Black Bear had done it on purpose. His body tensed, and he focused intently on the Crimson Flame Tiger not far away. "Who?" The tiger growled itself, becoming alert. Any creature daring to barge straight into its lair, knowing full well it was his territory, must be emboldened by something. Either its strength was comparable, or it surpassed his own. For a moment numerous conjectures raced through its mind. Could it be an old enemy coming to settle scores? The more it thought, the more likely it seemed. Its body grew taut, ready to erupt into a fierce battle. Rustling. From the distant thicket, the vegetation parted, and 2 figures slowly emerged. The Crimson Flame Tiger instantly locked its gaze onto the one with the more powerful aura. When it saw who it was stunned. That blind bear from the north. Had it advanced and come to challenge him? It looked closer, and saw that Black Bear was still at E-level lower tier. Suddenly it noticed Suze beside Black Bear. A human. And a human at the body tempering stage. How had these two gotten together? Questions arose one after another, but they did not stop the Crimson Flame Tiger from getting angry. After seeing the strength of Suze and Black Bear, it flew into a rage. 2 mere weaklings had actually startled it. The more the Crimson Flame Tiger thought, the angrier it became. Without another word, it let out a low growl and pounced. "You reckless fools! Since you come to me, die!" Black Bear's face turned green, because the Crimson Flame Tiger completely ignored Suze and lunged at him. There was no time to dodge, he had to brace for impact. Boom! A violent collision ensued, sending a gale sweeping through, clearing the fallen leaves from the ground. Black Bear let out a miserable cry as his massive body was sent flying. The Crimson Flame Tiger sneered. Is that all you've got? But the next moment, its words were cut short. With a thud, a tremendous force struck it from behind. The crimson flame tiger's body was sent flying. Crack, crack, crack. After crashing through several large trees, it finally came to a halt. Who? His. It had barely uttered the words before it sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. A piercing bone-deep pain shot from its back, instantly engulfing its entire body, leaving it speechless with agony. Its chi and blood churned, its internal organs had been knocked out of place. The pain was utterly unbearable. The crimson flame tiger crashed to its knees, its eyes wide, as it stared fixedly at Suze. Had that blow come from him? What kind of power could a body-tempering cultivator possess? Suze gave a thumbs up to Black Bear, who was lying on the ground groaning in pain not far away. You've done a great deed just now. Black Bear was in no state to appreciate that he felt his bones were almost shattered. If not for his thick hide and tough flesh, he might have been killed by the crimson flame tiger's slap. Suze laughed, pleasantly surprised. He had expected a hard-fought battle, but never imagined such an outcome. Without hesitation, he pushed off with his legs and instantly appeared before the crimson flame tiger. Seizing the moment, while the crimson flame tiger was still recovering, he resolved to finish it off. He clenched his fist, activating the dragon-elephant body-tempering art, and a glint of golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Terrifying power gathered in his arm, ready to be unleashed at any moment. The crimson flame tiger's pupils contracted sharply. Now it had no time to be shocked. From that raised fist it sensed the threat of death. In its current state, it certainly couldn't dodge if it tried to withstand it. Recalling the power of the earlier blow, the crimson flame tiger shuddered, its heart filled with terror. Almost instinctively it cried out, "Big brother, spare me!" Suze's movement paused, but he did not withdraw his strength. The killing blow could be delivered at any moment. Feeling the fist hovering over its head, the crimson flame tiger quickly said, "Big brother, as long as you spare my life, I'll be your beast of burden." Suze found these words quite familiar. On second thought, weren't these the very words Black Bear had said to him? He smiled faintly and said coolly, "Is that all? I don't feel your sincerity." The red flame tiger's eyes darted around. Though it was deeply reluctant, it decided to risk it all to save its life. "On this hilltop there is a blood transformation fruit freshly ripe. I am willing to offer it to you, big brother." "Oh!" Suze's interest was piqued. He knew of the blood transformation fruit as well, a medicinal herb that only worked on demon beasts, helping them refine their bloodline and elevate their cultivation. Xiaoqing perked up. This was perfect for it. Suze lowered his fist and said, "Not bad, that's a decent bargaining chip. But to be safe, I'll need to sign a temporary contract with you." The red flame tiger was taken aback, then nodded repeatedly. It had heard of temporary contracts, a special ability of human beast tamers to forge short-term agreements with beasts. However, such temporary contracts were extremely weak in binding power, nearly allowing the beast to break free at any moment. With that thought, it relaxed and bowed its head, ready to accept the contract. Suze chanted the contract incantation and pressed his finger against the red flame tiger's skull. Gazing at the docile beast, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. His temporary contract was no ordinary one. It was issued through the beast taming system, its effects and binding force far surpassing even the formal contracts of other beast tamers. Once the contract was sealed, unless Suze himself agreed to dissolve it, the red flame tiger would forever remain his subordinate. But the red flame tiger knew nothing of this. A glimmer of silver light flashed. Suze and the red flame tiger forged a temporary contract. In an instant, the red flame tiger suddenly found itself unable to muster the slightest rebellious thought against Suze. Even the mere idea of harming him sent a searing pain deep within its soul. It let out a pained roar and collapsed to the ground. After a long while, the red flame tiger finally recovered. This time it dared not entertain any wild thoughts, its eyes filled with nothing but terror. On the other side, Suze also forged a temporary contract with the black bear. Gazing at the two colossal beasts before him, he mused for a moment and said, "For now I'll call you Xiongde and Erhu. That's much easier." Upon hearing their names, Xiongde and Erhu's mouths twitched, but they dared not object, obediently accepting their new identities. Next, under Erhu's guidance, they arrived at the mountaintop. There a flat clearing appeared, and at its center stood a pure white plant. A pristine white fruit hung among the leaves, emitting a faint radiance. Suze plucked the fruit, and under the envious gaze of Xiongde and Air, who handed it directly to Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing was ecstatic, and swallowed the blood transformation fruit in one gulp. The fruit's effects immediately manifested with vast spiritual energy that needed time to digest. After nuzzling Suze's finger, Xiaoqing slipped into a deep slumber. Having done all this, Suze asked, "Xiongde Air, who are there any other formidable demon beasts nearby?" Xiongde shook his head and said, "I only know of a few, but their strength is about the same as mine. They're definitely no match for you, big brother." Under the influence of the temporary contract, neither of them dared to harbor any ulterior motives. Erhu pondered and said, "There is one powerful beast, deep in the forest near the inner region, where a formidable flame bird dwells. But I haven't heard of it in recent days. It might have died or ventured deeper into the forest where errant creatures like us cannot tread." It continued. Suze grunted. "All right, lead the way. We'll see if it's still there." Erhu didn't want to go, because that flame bird was far too powerful. But it dared not defy Suze's command, so it could only lead the way. Roar! Along the way, no demon beast dared to appear before Suze, for no other reason. The two creatures beside him were utterly terrifying. Many demon beasts sensed their ferocious aura from afar, and fled in fear, not daring to approach, let alone obstruct their path. They moved swiftly, racing deeper into the forest. After a long while, a vast valley came into Suze's view. The valley was scorched red, devoid of any plant life. "This is the place," Erhu said in a low voice. "3 years ago, I caught a glimpse of it from afar. It was already at the upper echelon of E rank." Xiongde was startled upon hearing this. "Upper E rank? Even if the three of us attacked together, we'd stand no chance, right?" Suze frowned and said, "Look at your lack of ambition. You're already terrified before even seeing the real deal. Can't you act like an E-rank demon beast?" Xiongde sheepishly lowered his head, grumbling inwardly. It wasn't that he was cowardly. He realized his strength was the weakest. Not only that, but he was also the slowest. If the flame bird showed up, and they had to flee, he would definitely be the last one. "You two have nothing to worry about. With me bringing up the rear, if anyone dies, I'll be the first." Erhu also thought of this and looked at Xiongde with sympathy. But suddenly it occurred to him, if Xiongde got killed, then he himself would become the last one. With a temporary contract in place, even if he was the fastest, what good would it do? With one command from Suze, he'd have to slow down. In an instant, both Xiongde and Erhu fell into a state of despair. But at that moment, Suze had already quietly slipped into the valley. Left with no choice, they steeled themselves and followed him inside. As soon as he entered, Suze felt the temperature around him rise sharply, the air becoming scorching hot. He grew cautious, ready to flee at any moment. He could still handle a lower E-rank demon beast, but an upper E-rank one, he could only run. After a long while, they slowly reached the deepest part of the valley, yet found nothing unusual. The entire valley was eerily silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Just then a withered tree appeared in the distance, its trunk so thick it would take 3 men to encircle it, with a bird's nest perched atop the crown. Suze's gaze locked onto the nest. He could faintly sense a life force emanating from it. "It's still here," Xiongde whispered, nearly turning to flee. Suze raised his hand and said, "No. That aura is far too weak. It can't be an upper E-rank demon beast." After saying this, he suddenly thought of something and dashed forward with a burst of speed. Startled by Suze's sudden move, Xiongde and Air, who had no choice but to follow now that they were exposed. Suze leaped up quickly, climbed the tree, and stood outside the nest, peering inside. As he had expected, there was no trace of the flame bird in the 2-meter-wide nest, only a massive egg lying quietly in the center. Name: Flame Bird. Status: unhatched, barely alive. Bloodline: Grade D. Special bloodline: Ancient Divine Beast Vermilion Bird. Bloodline: extremely faint. The bloodline of the Ancient Divine Beast Vermilion Bird. Suze's gaze sharpened, locking onto the flame bird egg. The might of the Vermilion Bird, one of the 4 Ancient Divine Beasts, need not be elaborated. Just from Xiaoqing, even with only a faint trace of Azure Dragon bloodline, its strength far surpassed other demon beasts. In that case, that E-level upper-rank flame bird must be equally formidable, its power certainly exceeding ordinary E-level upper-rank beasts. It might even be able to contend with D-level demon beasts. Moreover, as a flame bird that had laid an egg, its aggressiveness was multiplied several times over. If they encountered it, the three of them wouldn't even have a chance to flee. Suze shuddered with a chill that rose from the base of his spine to the crown of his head. Run! He furiously circulated the golden spiritual energy within him, ready to flee for his life. But suddenly Suze noticed something unusual. The health condition of the embryo inside the flame bird egg. At death's door. What's going on? Suze was puzzled. Moreover, this nest also felt strange to him. Two massive heads appeared behind him, Xiongda and Erhu. They stared at the flame bird's nest, and the egg inside, both stunned and furrowed their brows. What's wrong? Do you two have any findings? Suze asked. After a moment's hesitation, Erhu replied. This nest seems a bit dirty. Suze paused and understood. Although demon beasts differ from humans, they share one similarity. They tend to keep their homes relatively clean. This was more evident in stronger demon beasts. Suze had even heard that the demon race had their own cities, with developments quite impressive, not inferior to human cities. But this nest was strange. It was covered in dust, and the flame bird egg was thickly coated, obscuring even the original color of the shell. This was simply impossible. The flame bird that laid the egg must have been incubating it daily, so there should be no dust on it. But with such a thick layer of dust, there was only one explanation. Did that flame bird leave this valley, even abandoning its own child? Xiongda wondered. Erhu said, maybe something unexpected happened, otherwise a flame bird wouldn't abandon its egg. Suze nodded, and took out the flame bird egg. Regardless, the flame bird was certainly missing. The crisis was resolved. Suze relaxed again, wiped the egg clean, and revealed its true appearance. The pristine white shell was adorned with a few fiery red patterns. Under the sunlight one could faintly see a tiny creature within the shell. That little guy inside seems about to die. Xiongda leaned in. It's probably been too long without incubation, so it hasn't reached the temperature needed for growth. Suze glanced at him. Hey Xiongda, you seem to know quite a bit. Xiongda chuckled sheepishly. Just a little. My previous territory was next to a bird-type demon beast. I wanted to find out its weakness, so I lurked near its nest for a long time and learned a thing or two. Do you know how to save it? Suze asked with a hint of a smile. Xiongda, not yet realizing, replied. That's simple. Just start incubating it again. Keep a constant temperature, and it will slowly recover. Suze nodded. Oh, I see. Xiongda continued. Brother, if you want to hatch the flame bird, I know a peacock to the west. We can ask him to help incubate. Suze checked the time. 5:30 in the afternoon. The sun would soon set. If he went to find the peacock, it would take a lot of time, and by then the bus back to the city would be gone. He didn't want to spend the night in the forest. Besides, there was no need for such trouble. Wasn't there a ready-made incubator right in front of him? His smile widened as he looked Xiongda up and down, finding him more and more suitable. Yes, thick fur meant good insulation for maintaining a constant temperature. Plump and sturdy, implying high fat content to ensure heat dissipation. Most importantly, with the temporary contract, there was no worry about irresponsibility. From every angle, Xiongda was the optimal choice for incubation. Suze smiled and shook his head. No need. Isn't there a ready-made one right here? Xiongda was stunned. Ready-made? Where? Erhu immediately understood, looking at Xiongda with sympathy, glad that he was all muscle. Finally, Xiongda realized Suze had been staring at him, and understood. His expression changed. Brother, professional matters should be left to professionals. I'm clearly not a professional. Suze waved his hand. No need to argue. It's settled. Under the temporary contract, Xiongda couldn't defy Suze's command. But he still clung to a faint hope. Brother, I'm male. This is definitely not suitable. However, Suze paid no heed to his protests. Suze directly shoved the flame bird egg into Xiongda's arms. Take good care of it. If you break it, you'll face the consequences. With that, Suze turned and left at an astonishing speed. Xiongda stood bewildered holding the flame bird egg staring in the direction Suze had gone, but he was already out of sight.
Erhu!
He turned.
I have something to do. You go ahead.
Erhu said, then vanished into the forest. Xiongda was on the verge of tears, staring blankly at the flame bird egg in his hands. He wanted to just let go and let the egg free fall, but he dared not. With the temporary contract, Suze could easily find him, and then he'd be in trouble. Flee. That was impossible too. As soon as such a thought crossed his mind, a sharp pain would strike the depths of his soul, as if it were about to burst. He was certain that if he persisted in such an act, his end would be death. Therefore only one choice remained for Xiongda. Obey Suze's command without question. Incubate the flame bird egg. After a long while he finally resigned himself, stood upright, and carefully carried the egg into the depths of the forest. Thus in the outer region of the primeval forest a peculiar scene appeared: a giant bear over 3 meters tall holding a white egg adorned with red patterns, treading carefully. Finally Xiongda returned to his cave. He carefully laid a thick layer of dry grass, and placed the flame bird egg on it. He stared at the egg, sighed with grief and indignation, and cautiously lay down beside it. Under full sprint Suze managed to catch the last return bus. Xiaoqing was still in deep slumber, showing no signs of waking up. The cultivators on the bus were excitedly discussing today's gains. After listening for a while, Suze found it uninteresting, and began to close his eyes to rest. After a long while, Suze returned home, ate something, and then fell into a deep sleep. The next day, in his sleep, Suze suddenly felt something cold rubbing against his face. He opened his eyes, and saw Xiaoqing. It had awakened from its slumber. Lines of information appeared.
Name: Azure Dragon Snake Xiaoqing. Level E rank lower tier. Special bloodline: Azure Dragon Bloodline 0.
1 inch Xiaoqing had advanced. Moreover, it had directly crossed the threshold of F rank, advancing from F rank middle tier to E rank lower tier. Now Xiaoqing's apparent strength was considerably higher than Suze's. Suze suddenly noticed a difference. Xiaoqing's special bloodline had changed from extremely faint to now 0. 1. Although still very little, it was at least much denser than before. This was a good sign. As Xiaoqing's strength increased, the bloodline concentration would surely grow higher, until one day it would undergo atavism and become a true divine beast. After advancing, Xiaoqing's mood was clearly much better. Seeing Suze awake, it became even more lively, constantly circling around him. Soon it came to Suze's palm, waiting with an expectant expression. Suze reached out and placed his hand on it.
You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Azure Dragon Snake. Triggered the collapse delivery cashback function. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 30. You have gained 30 years of cultivation.
This time luck was good, and he gained 30 years of cultivation. However, unlike before, this cultivation was not directly converted into golden true qi, but was stored in the system. On the system panel, the number for remaining cultivation was no longer 0.
Remaining cultivation 30 years.
Suze could use these 30 years of cultivation at will without any time limit. Suze estimated that 30 years of cultivation might not be enough to activate the next dragon elephant seed, so he decided to keep it for now, and not add it directly to his martial cultivation. Jiangnan City No. 1 Senior High School. Suze arrived at the familiar classroom, and found that quite a few people were present today. In the past, many people didn't come, they were all out training. The school's courses were highly comprehensive. Therefore, many courses were useless for some students. But today's course was clearly unsuitable for students with martial talent, so why were so many here? Suze walked into the classroom with some confusion. Seeing Suze appear, those classmates were visibly surprised and delighted. Lin Mu stepped out from the crowd. Her pretty face slightly flushed. She waited for a moment before saying,
Classmate Suze, we'd like to ask you for a favor.
Suze said.
Oh. What happened?
Lin Mu said sheepishly.
It's nothing else. We've been training for a while, and we plan to go to the Wildwoods Forest to test our strength. So?
Suze asked puzzledly.
So considering safety issues, we'd like to ask you to join us.
Lin Mu said. She suddenly thought of something and hastily added.
Of course it's not free, we'll pay you.
Suze found it amusing in his heart. So all this fuss was for this. Still he asked.
What reward? Let's hear it,
Lin Mui said seriously.
3 bottles of spirit yuan pills specially for spirit beasts, which can help F-rank spirit beasts quickly improve their strength, and also have the effect of helping to open their intelligence.
Suze immediately understood that this was prepared for Xiaoqing. However, what Lin Mui didn't know was that Xiaoqing was no longer an F-rank spirit beast. But spirit yuan pills were also useful for Suze. After the flame bird hatched, the spirit yuan pills would be just right for it. After thinking for a moment, he agreed to Lin Mui's request.
That's fine. When do you plan to go? I'll prepare,
Lin Mui exclaimed in surprise.
Really? We plan to go in 5 days. We'll meet at the temporary trading post outside the forest.
Suze nodded. In 5 days, he would happen to go to the Wildwoods forest to check the incubation progress of the flame bird egg. He hoped that Big Bear could abandon those backward ideas and incubate the flame bird with all his heart. Otherwise, he might get to taste braised bear paw. Upon hearing that Suze agreed, the classmates were all very happy. They excitedly gathered together, discussing their plans. Everyone knew Suze's combat strength. With Suze joining, they decided to be bolder and explore deeper areas. Soon, the class bell rang. The old professor appeared, and upon seeing so many students, he even suspected he had entered the wrong classroom. After confirming repeatedly, he finally entered the classroom. Lin Mui was sitting next to Suze, and seeing this, she smiled playfully.
Usually few people come to Professor Lin's class. Now that everyone is here, he's not used to it.
The girl giggled behind her hand, looking quite adorable.
These people are really something. Actually, these courses are very useful.
She turned her head and said,
They really should learn from you, Suze. You have great talent and high combat power, yet you come to class almost every day. I hardly ever see you miss a class. Indeed, what you said before was right. Your diligence is far beyond what we can match.
Suze suppressed a laugh. Actually, he really wanted to tell this naive girl that his strength was not due to diligence. Nor was his daily attendance due to diligence. It was simply because he was bored at home, so he chose to come to school. 1. To kill time. 2. To use the school library to look up some confidential information. Of course, Suze wouldn't tell Lin Mui this. Even if he told her, Lin Mui would take it as a joke and at most say,
You're so funny.
Ding-ling-ling. The class bell rang and the classmates gathered again to discuss. Suze, however, walked out of the classroom alone and went to the library. He found a computer and entered a term in the search bar. Heterogeneous Space Research Institute. Pages appeared one after another. Thousands of pieces of information about the institute emerged. Suze clicked on a page and began to read seriously. During this period, Suze spent almost all his free time looking up these materials. He learned a lot. But most of it was public information available on the surface. Or it was some netizens' own guesses with greatly reduced authenticity, and some were even fabricated to attract attention. However, among the vast amount of information, Suze keenly noticed an anomaly. Among the numerous records concerning the Dimensional Space Research Institute, every year's activities were documented, or at least covered by related news reports. However, in the year 10 years ago, the year before Suze's parents disappeared, the amount of information about the institute suddenly dwindled almost to none. This was utterly impossible. Suze vaguely remembered that the institute had achieved a major technological breakthrough that year. Yet such a momentous event received no news coverage or official announcement. This was far too unusual. Suze suddenly recalled that during the year his parents seemed to have become much busier. They often didn't come home for over 10 days, even hiring a nanny to take care of his daily life. Thus Suze remembered this very clearly. After that year his parents went missing during a mission. All these clues connected, making that period seem extraordinarily abnormal. Something must have happened that year. However, Suze did not search for related materials from that period. Firstly, he was certain he wouldn't find anything. Secondly, if he delved into these matters, he might attract someone's attention. Until his strength grew sufficient, he should avoid showing too much curiosity. He logged off the web pages and began browsing books in the library. The school library housed a vast collection covering various subjects, including some cultivation techniques. However, their levels were not high. Besides, Suze no longer needed techniques. The dragon elephant body refining art was already overwhelmingly powerful. Unconsciously, Suze arrived at the alchemy section. Countless books on pill refining and basic formulas were neatly arranged on the shelves. After a glance, an idea struck him. Didn't he still have 30 years of cultivation unused? What if he applied it to alchemy? The system had explained that the effect would be greatly diminished, but what did that mean? Suze's curiosity grew stronger. The profession of an alchemist was incredibly lucrative. The value of a moderately accomplished alchemist was immeasurable. Let's try. Without hesitation, Suze picked up an introductory alchemy book and began reading. The initial content was manageable, covering basic pharmacological knowledge even an ordinary person could understand. But as he read further, it became increasingly difficult. Many concepts were beyond his comprehension. By the end, the words seemed to recognize Suze, while he no longer recognized them. He massaged his temples to relieve the headache. Then, with a thought, he poured all the remaining 30 years of cultivation into alchemy.
Alchemy cultivation 30 years.
After this step, Suze started reading from the first page again. This time everything had changed. He read with remarkable fluency. Every piece of knowledge was instantly grasped, understood, and even applied skillfully. In just half an hour, he finished the thick fundamentals of alchemy. Suze let out a long breath and returned the book to its place. For the first time, he experienced the joy of learning. Strike while the iron is hot. Without wasting time, Suze picked up the introductory alchemy book and continued reading. It started smoothly, but gradually his pace slowed. Finally, halfway through, Suze stopped. He could no longer understand the content.
Without talent, it's truly hopeless. Did 30 years of cultivation only bring me this far?
Suze was at a loss for words. Logically, his intelligence was fine. Moreover, as cultivation increased, the mind grew sharper and clearer. That was why most scientists were cultivators. Yet now Suze simply couldn't grasp the introductory alchemy text. For those without talent, such content belonged to an entirely different world. The reason Suze could smoothly finish the fundamentals was due to his 30 years of cultivation. It was as if an ordinary person had studied painstakingly for 30 years, finally mastering a portion of basic knowledge.
Too difficult.
Suze sighed. However, he was not discouraged. His dragon-elephant body refining art was far more challenging. What was mere alchemy compared to that? 30 years of cultivation not enough. Then he would pile on 50, 100, 1,000 years of cultivation. Even a pig after 1,000 years of hard study could become a scholar, couldn't it? Afterwards, Suze selected several books from the shelves and left the library. As luck would have it, he ran into Linmei right outside. Linmei also spotted Suze and bounded over to greet him.
Suze, what are you doing here?
She smiled and bent down to say hello to Xiaoqing, who was coiled around his wrist. Since Xiaoqing's advancement, many changes had occurred. Not only had its azure dragon bloodline become purer, but its temperament had also shifted. It was no longer as lively and energetic as before. Instead, it had grown calmer, carrying itself with a hint of divine beast demeanor.
I'm borrowing some books from the library.
Suze raised the 3 books in his hand.
Oh! Introductory Alchemy.
Linmei noticed with surprise.
Suze, aren't you a beast tamer? Why are you reading alchemy books?
Suze brushed it off with a smile.
Just curious, taking a casual look.
Linmei didn't overthink it. Naively, she said,
If you're interested, you should start with the basics, not the introduction. You need to build a solid foundation before moving on to the more advanced material.
She earnestly offered advice, and offered to take him to exchange the book. To her surprise, Suze declined.
I've already read the introductory one.
Linmei was taken aback.
You've read it. Just finished it.
Suze nodded.
Yes, just finished.
Linmei frowned, hands on her hips, and warned.
Suze, as someone with experience, I need to give you some advice. Alchemy involves a vast amount of knowledge. If any step goes wrong, a life-saving pill can turn into a deadly poison. So you must not be careless in this regard. Simply reading the basics once is far from enough. You need to memorize and understand the content thoroughly before moving on to the introduction, otherwise it's a waste of time.
Suze said helplessly.
I understand all that, but I truly did read the fundamentals of alchemy seriously.
Linmei acted like a little teacher.
Just reading isn't enough, you must master and understand it.
Suze had no choice. Seeing her determination, he couldn't easily brush her off.
How about this, you test me on something and check my level?
Lin Yi was stunned by these words. It took her a long moment to come to her senses. She shook her head and sighed.
Suze, your talent in cultivation is obvious to all, but alchemy is my forte.
Seeing that Suze didn't seem to be joking, Lin Yi grew serious.
All right, I'll test you,
she said after a moment's thought.
How do you remove the cold poison from the silver snow fruit which possesses ice-cold properties?
Suze replied naturally.
The cold poison of the silver snow fruit is extremely unique. To remove it, one must use a cold poison even more potent than it. You even remember such an obscure detail,
Lin Yi exclaimed in surprise.
Let me ask you another.
10 minutes later. Lin Yi. She stared at Suze, who answered fluently, a trace of bewilderment in her eyes. Had he truly only read it once? He seemed even more proficient than her own memorization. What was going on with Suze? Lin Yi couldn't fathom it. Among the questions she had just raised, the initial ones were simple recitation questions, relatively easy. But when she realized that simple questions couldn't stump Suze, she deliberately increased the difficulty. She transformed the recitation questions into ones that required personal understanding. This was no longer something that could be answered merely by having read or remembered it. However, what Lin Yi found astonishing was that Suze still answered fluently, without any pause or hesitation, as if the words came to him effortlessly. And there was not a single mistake. Could she do the same? Lin Yi asked herself honestly. Perhaps she could. But was she comparable to Suze? As a child of the Lin family, she had possessed the most premium resources since birth. Not to mention her maternal grandfather Wang Lin was a master alchemist at the Tianyuan Academy. Ever since she learned to read, she had been by her grandfather's side studying alchemical knowledge. Thus her ability to recite this knowledge was nothing extraordinary. But what about Suze? Most crucially, Lin Yi remembered that it had taken her a full half-month to memorize the basics of alchemy. How long had Suze taken? Based on what he had just implied, it seemed to be from the time he entered the library until now, at most just a few hours. Lin Yi stared at Suze and asked,
Suze, did you really awaken the bee's tamer talent? Are you sure you didn't awaken the alchemist talent?
Suze nodded.
Of course, otherwise, how could I have formed a contract with Xiao Qin?
He wasn't lying. Although he had indeed awakened a dual talent. His other talent was martial arts, not alchemy. He just had the system as a cheat. He naturally couldn't reveal this reason. Lin Yi suddenly felt that the world had become unfamiliar. This was no longer the same world. A person without the alchemist talent could actually master such knowledge so proficiently. Suddenly a thought crossed Lin Yi's mind. Perhaps Suze had started studying these things long ago, and she simply didn't know about it. Yes, that must be the reason. She thought so. So she cautiously asked,
Suze, how long have you been studying this knowledge?
Suze calculated carefully and replied,
Probably 3 or 4 hours.
Lin Yi's movement froze, and she stood rooted to the spot. 3 or 4 hours. You're kidding me. She stared straight at Suze, making him feel uneasy. He wasn't lying. He had indeed only spent 3 or 4 hours in the library. He just hadn't counted the 30 years in the system. Lin Yi suspected she had misheard. Various thoughts raced through her mind as she tried to explain Suze's words. But she failed. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed in her mind.
Come with me,
she said, and directly pulled Suze along. Suze felt a smooth, soft sensation in his hand, as if holding a piece of warm jade, extremely pleasant. Quite soft. He muttered under his breath. Shortly after, the two arrived at an alchemy room.
Actions speak louder than words. Try concocting a batch of body-tempering liquid.
Lin Yi pointed at the cauldron. Suze felt helpless. It seemed he wouldn't be able to get away unless he impressed this girl today. It looked like she was about to cling to him, so he had to show some real skill. Without further ado, he simply asked,
Fine, but where are the herbs?
With a whoosh, Lin Yi waved her hand. A faint light flickered from her bracelet, and 3 sets of herbs appeared on the table. A spatial artifact. Suze couldn't help but glance at Lin Yi. Such items were prohibitively expensive. Not to mention ordinary people, even among cultivators very few could afford a spatial artifact. As a body-tempering cultivator, Lin Mui naturally couldn't have obtained it through strength alone. That left only money. It seemed Lin Mui's family was quite wealthy. Suze thought to himself. But he didn't dwell on it. He would have a spatial artifact of his own someday. He approached the cauldron, and a formula surfaced in his mind. Body-tempering liquid. A medicinal liquid that helps cultivators temper their bodies. It was ordinary and unremarkable. Concocting it was neither difficult nor simple. After taking a deep breath, Suze began the concoction of the body-tempering liquid. Each step was executed with flawless precision, leaving no room for criticism. His movements were fluid and practiced, clearly that of a seasoned veteran. Lin Mui stood by and watched it all clearly. Her heart trembled, and she looked at Suze with disbelief, unable to accept that he could be so skilled. Concocting body-tempering liquid wasn't just about having smooth motions. The control of the fire during the process was crucial. And that required repeated practice, not something that could be mastered by merely reading books. Lin Mui comforted herself with this thought, feeling a bit better. Half an hour later.
Take a look, is this considered a success?
Suze handed 3 bottles of the liquid to Lin Mui. Her movements were sluggish as she mechanically opened a bottle, examined the quality of the liquid, smelled it, and then fell silent. Suze waited for a long while before finally saying,
"So, give me some feedback. It's my first time concocting, so I'm a bit rusty."
Lin Mui's body trembled as she finally snapped out of it. She looked at Suze as if he were a monster.
"First time concocting, a bit rusty."
I certainly couldn't tell. If Lin Mui were to evaluate. Then Suze's steps were perfect. His method was perfect. The fire control was perfect. The speed was perfect. She couldn't find a single flaw. She looked at Suze, whose expression was calm, and suddenly felt a sense of inferiority. What was talent? What was the future star of alchemy? Compared to Suze, they were mere fleeting clouds.
Hey! Hey! Hey!
A hand waved before her eyes, startling her awake. Lin Mui looked at Suze and said seriously,
"Suze, if you truly only encountered this today, then you are definitely a genius. No, an unparalleled genius."
Suze, seeing Lin Mui's stunned expression, barely suppressed a smile and said,
"So can I leave now?"
Lin Mui too felt that her own behavior was somewhat inappropriate at that moment. Her pretty face instantly flushed and she said,
You may go."
Suze nodded, turned and walked away, but paused just before exiting the alchemy chamber.
"By the way, don't tell anyone about my research on alchemy. I don't want to draw too much attention."
Lin Mui nodded solemnly, replying with great earnestness, Suze smiled faintly, turned around, and left the place. Whether Lin Mui could keep this secret actually didn't matter much. If it leaked out, he could simply play the role of a prodigy who faded away concealing his alchemy abilities. If it didn't, that would be even better. Although he hadn't spent much time with Lin Mui, Suze speculated that she would most likely not divulge this secret. 5 days later. Shaoqing, as usual, was waiting punctually by the bedside. As soon as Suze opened his eyes, he saw its expectant gaze.
"You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the Qingju snake. Triggered the impartation cashback function. Your current cashback multiplier is 10. You have received 10 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation 10 years.
Suze was not surprised by this cashback multiplier. He had been quite unlucky these past few days. Today was already considered decent. He called up the system panel and began to review his current data.
Name Suze, age 16, cultivation art, dragon elephant body tempering art, martial cultivation body tempering 7th layer 150 years, spirit beast cultivation 20 years, alchemist cultivation 50 years, other cultivation none, remaining cultivation 10 years.
In the past few days, he had allocated all his cultivation to alchemy. Over 10 years of cultivation would be of little use in martial arts, so it was far more practical to invest it in alchemy. Glancing at his watch, he realized it was almost time to meet Lin Mui and the others. He hurried through his washing up, then went straight out, and caught a car heading to the wild forest. Temporary trading point. A group of young people with fresh faces gathered together, chattering animatedly. They were Suze's classmates. Many of them were visiting the wild forest for the first time. Facing real demonic beasts for the first time, they were somewhat excited. A few among them had been here before, and were now briefing the others on some precautions. Lin Yi was also among them. She was the most experienced, so she did most of the talking. However, her gaze frequently drifted toward the road as if waiting for something. Finally, a car appeared at the end of the road, arriving in the blink of an eye. As soon as Suze stepped out, he saw his familiar classmates. After exchanging greetings, they moved to an open area where Lin Yi began to solemnly explain the precautions for the forest to Suze. Things like not eating unknown plants, not provoking F-grade upper-tier demonic beasts, and not venturing too deep into the wild forest. Do not make loud noises, keep as quiet as possible to avoid disturbing dangerous demonic beasts. 9 no-nos, 5 major prohibitions. Lin Yi had already covered these points earlier, but now she repeated them specifically for Suze. Hearing so many rules for the first time, Suze found it slightly amusing. In his impression, the demonic beasts in the outer areas should be quite weak. Was all this caution really necessary? The first time he came, he didn't know any rules, wandered recklessly through the forest, and still came out safe and sound. Seeing Suze's nonchalant attitude, Lin Yi stamped her foot and said, "Suze, these are all matters of life and death. Be serious." Suze waved his hand and said, all right. Want me to recite everything you just said?" Only then was Lin Yi satisfied, and she continued her briefing. After a while, everything was ready, and the group prepared to set off. "District D had a lot of trouble last time, and the situation there is still unclear. Let's go to District G in the opposite direction," Lin Yi said. Suze raised an eyebrow, a hint of a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He had been wondering how to find a reason to get everyone to District G. He wondered if Big Bear was working diligently. He would go check on it later. The classmates had no objections, and nodded in agreement. Then, with Suze and Lin Yi leading the way, the group of 10 entered the forest. Those who were entering the forest for the first time stayed in the middle of the group, while the more experienced ones positioned themselves at the front and rear. All moved with extreme caution, strictly adhering to the rules Lin Yi had set. Walking beside Lin Yi, Suze chatted idly with her. However, many of his remarks revolved around alchemy. Lin Yi, recognized as a prodigy in alchemy and mentored by a master like Wang Lao, could naturally answer all of Suze's questions one by one. But during the QA, she could already clearly sense that Suze's level had improved significantly. "Suze, how far have you gotten in your studies?" she couldn't help asking. Suze replied, "I've just finished reading the introductory alchemy book, but there are still some parts one haven't fully grasped." Lin Yi, how many days had it been? Just 5 days. In 5 days you finished reading the introductory book, which is several times harder than the basics. And you still haven't fully grasped some parts. Just the fact that you could finish it in such a short time is already astounding. And you're still thinking about fully grasping it. Moreover, judging by your tone, you've understood everything except for a few parts right. Lin Yi wanted to have another QA session with Suze. But then she recalled the previous scene, looked at Suze, and decided to drop the idea. Just then a strange sound came from the bushes ahead. Lin Yi's expression tensed, and she made a gesture. Instantly everyone stopped in their tracks, staring tensely ahead. A dark shadow burst out from the thicket and ran out. Lines of information immediately appeared before Suze's eyes. Name: Earth Vein Rat. Level F-grade mid-tier. Skill: No. Special bloodline: None. Notes: a rodent-type demonic beast that loves to dig holes. Apart from biting and scratching, it has no other attack methods. Suze glanced at it, and saw that this demonic beast was only equivalent to the 5th layer of body tempering, weaker than most of the people present. It posed virtually no threat. Therefore, he did not make a move, intending to let the classmates in the back experience the thrill of fighting a demonic beast. Those behind also noticed this. The tension on their faces subsided, replaced by excitement. They were all itching to take action. With a splash, blood sprayed out, and a bloody hole appeared on the earth vein rat. Its body slowly collapsed, and after a few twitches it lay still. A male student gasped heavily, his hand gripping the knife, trembling violently. The other students, having never witnessed such a bloody scene since birth, turned pale, their initial excitement completely gone. "Everyone's first time is like this, you'll get used to it," said an experienced student. There was nothing valuable on the earth vein rat. So the group quickly moved on. In the following hours they encountered many demon beasts, but most were F-rank lower tier, posing no threat to them. The few F-rank mid-tier beasts were also dealt with one by one. Their backpacks gradually bulged, filled with various items. Suze's backpack was no exception. He had picked many medicinal herbs along the way, intending to try them out when he got back. Time flew and the sky grew dark. Lindy glanced at the time and said, "We should head back now. It's getting late, and soon it will be night. The forest will become much more dangerous." Everyone agreed. Suze had no objections either. He hadn't lifted a finger the entire way, basically just watching the show, as if on a spring outing. And in the end, he would still get 3 bottles of spirit essence pills. What a steal! Patting his backpack full of herbs, Suze felt even more satisfied. With the decision made, they began to retrace their steps. Everyone was familiar with the path, so they moved much faster. Before long, they had covered most of the distance, and were about to leave the forest. However, a sharp, furious squeak suddenly came from afar. Except for Suze, everyone's expression changed. Rumble. The ground began to tremble. It seemed as if thousands of troops were charging toward them. "What's happening?" Before they could react, a loud crash sounded. A small tree ahead was snapped in half, and a flood of black figures surged out. Squeak! 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 A swarm of earth vein rats charged out, surrounding Suze and the others. "Where did so many earth vein rats come from?" Lin Mui tensed up, but didn't lose her composure. "Don't just stand there. We can't let them surround us. Move quickly." But it was too late. The number of earth vein rats was overwhelming. Thousands of them formed a black ocean, covering the forest for hundreds of meters in all directions. A student tried to break through the rat swarm with a sword. Crack! A crisp snapping sound rang out. The moment the sword was thrust out, before it could inflict any damage, the earth vein rats activated their gnawing skill and bit it into pieces. "My sword was forged from high-strength alloy. How could they bite through it so easily?" The man's face turned pale as he looked at the sea of rats, despair flashing in his eyes. Other students also tried, but to no avail. "What the hell is going on? Where did all these earth vein rats come from? Are we going to die here today? I want to go home. I never want to come to the primordial forest again." "Don't talk like that. In times like this, we need to stick together to have hope." Many of them were on the verge of despair. The only thing that gave them a slight relief was that the rat swarm hadn't attacked yet. Lin Mui's face was also pale, but she maintained a basic calm. She turned her gaze to the strongest among them, Suze. "Suze, what should we do?" She didn't actually expect him to give a substantive suggestion. Suze was indeed strong. He had defeated Qin Feng, who was at the 7th level of body tempering, surpassing everyone present. However, no matter how strong, Suze was still just a body tempering stage cultivator. Facing such a massive number of demon beasts, he would only suffer the same fate, being devoured instantly. Unless Suze was a foundation establishment stage powerhouse. But was that possible? Lin Mui shook her head and let out a bitter laugh. Her luck had been truly terrible lately. This primordial forest seemed to be her nemesis. Last time she came, she was severely injured and nearly died, spending a long time recovering at home before she could walk again. And this time, just as she was about to leave, she was surrounded by thousands of earth vein rats trapped in a death sentence. Could she be as lucky as last time? Would there be someone else descending like a god to save her from this dire situation? The more she thought, the more impossible it seemed. Her spirits sank lower. "Father, your daughter is unfilial. I cannot fulfill my duty to you. Grandfather, I'm sorry. I didn't listen to you and stay home to study alchemy." Just then, "What else can we do? We have to break out. So many rats are giving me trypophobia." Suze's voice reached her ears, snapping her out of her regret. She looked up in surprise. You? You have a way to escape." The other students, hearing this, lit up and immediately gathered around Suze, waiting for his next words. Suze had never been worried. Most of the earth vein rats before them were F-rank lower tier, the weakest kind. A few were F-rank mid-tier, a few dozen at most. Though their numbers were vast, in the face of absolute power, numbers meant nothing. Suze didn't even need to lift a finger. Just Xiaoqing on his wrist could wipe them all out. Xiaoqing was startled awake, and upon seeing the earth vein rats a flicker of disdain passed through its eyes. Perhaps due to its bloodline, Xiaoqing, despite having advanced to E rank, still couldn't speak.
Suze, stop being mysterious. Tell us the method.
Some students were on the verge of tears. Suze shrugged.
What else? We fight our way out.
Instantly, disappointment spread across almost everyone's face. In their eyes, this method was clearly impossible. Lin Yi pulled herself together and forced a smile.
Everyone, don't panic. There must be a way. Squeak!
A furious cry rang out. The earth vein rat swarm suddenly fell silent, not a single sound. The rats slowly parted to make way, and a rat the size of a wild boar appeared.
The Rat King. The Rat King must be at least F-rank upper tier peak.
Someone exclaimed in despair. The Rat King slowly walked to the front of the swarm, sniffed, and then fixed its gaze on the student wielding the knife.
Squeak!
The Rat King fixed its gaze. At the same moment, thousands of earth vein rats, as if sensing something, turned their heads in unison and locked their eyes on that classmate. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, the classmate, holding the long blade, felt a chill in his heart. His legs turned weak, and he nearly fell to the ground. Suze began to understand. So these creatures had come seeking revenge. When they first entered the forest, they had encountered an earth vein rat. It must have been the scent of blood on them that attracted this horde of earth vein rats.
Squeak!
The Rat King let out another sharp cry. Hearing this sound, the rat swarm immediately stirred, a cacophony of squeaks filling the air. The sound was not loud, but the interwoven squeaks of thousands of earth vein rats became deafening. A few perceptive classmates followed the Rat King's gaze and discovered its target. Suddenly they understood the reason for being surrounded by the rat swarm.
It's because of the earth vein rat that Huang Tao killed earlier.
His body is stained with the scent of blood, so these earth vein rats have come to avenge their kin.
Someone exclaimed excitedly. Huang Tao, gripping the long blade, turned pale.
He understood this logic as well. At this moment, he deeply regretted killing that earth vein rat. Everyone present was intelligent and immediately grasped the cause. For a moment, their gazes became enigmatic.
Squeak! Squeak!
The rat swarm began to move slowly, gradually tightening the encirclement, continuously compressing the space of the group. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. Were the earth vein rats about to attack? Were they going to die in this desolate wilderness? This thought crossed everyone's mind. Two individuals' expressions shifted repeatedly, and finally, gritting their teeth, they seemed to have made a resolute decision.
Huang Tao killed the earth vein rat, and only he bears the scent of blood. Logically, these earth vein rats are here to take revenge on him.
A person nearby immediately chimed in.
Right. You all noticed the Rat King's gaze, didn't you? It's staring straight at Huang Tao, which means they've come for Huang Tao alone and have little to do with us.
Hearing this, Huang Tao's face darkened.
Tangjia Gonshiyu. What do you two mean?
The other classmates suddenly understood, their expressions growing complicated. Tangjia, now disregarding everything else, said to the others.
I have a plan. Hand over the culprit. That way we still have a chance to survive.
He stated it bluntly. As soon as he said this, someone immediately objected.
Are you insane? Huang Tao is our classmate.
How could you have such a thought? Handing over one of our own to the beasts in exchange for our lives. Bah! Disgraceful. However, some remained silent, their eyes flickering, occasionally glancing at Suze and Lin Miao, waiting to see their stance. As the two strongest individuals, Suze and Lin Miao, held significant sway. Especially Suze. Therefore, all eyes turned to Suze. Before Suze could speak.
Absolutely not. I will never allow such a thing.
Lin Miaoyi's beautiful face flushed with rage, her eyes wide, as she glared at Tangjia and Gonshiyu.
If we do that, how are we any different from beasts?
She turned abruptly to Suze, her gaze intense.
Suze, you think the same, don't you?
Nearly a dozen eyes fixed on Suze, awaiting his answer. Huang Tao was tense to the extreme, his fingers trembling slightly. Suze gave an inscrutable smile. He asked himself honestly, if this truly were a hopeless situation, he might have. But it wasn't. The death trap that Lin Miaoyi and the others perceived was nothing more than child's play in his eyes, utterly insignificant. But what he hadn't expected was to witness such a dramatic display of human nature here, truly fascinating. He glanced at Tang Jia and Gan Shiyu, then at those who opposed and those who remained silent. Finally he looked at Lin Miaoyi. Suze smiled faintly.
Of course I think the same.
Huang Tao's body suddenly relaxed, letting out a long sigh of relief. Tang Jia and Gan Shiyu's eyes filled with deep disappointment, their faces turning extremely grim. The others too showed varying degrees of disappointment. Lin Miaoyi's eyes sparkled with light, unblinkingly fixed on Suze. Then she turned away, the corners of her mouth pressed together. After receiving Suze's support, she suddenly felt a surge of strength within her, her convictions growing even firmer. A faint glimmer flashed from the bracelet on her wrist, and 2 pills appeared in her hand.
These are Qi blood pills, a healing medicine with miraculous effects on cultivators below Foundation establishment. As long as the injury isn't fatal, it can restore you in the shortest time.
Remember to keep one in your mouth, and be ready to swallow it at any time.
Lin Miao, he said gravely, pressing the vermilion pills into Suze's hand. We are the 2 strongest here. Although I'm not skilled in combat, I still have basic fighting ability. Together we might be able to carve out a path.
Suze was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected this usually naive, cute, and slightly silly girl to remain so calm in such a critical moment and choose the most correct course of action. The others also understood that it was time to fight for their lives. Putting aside what had just happened, they gathered together, moving behind Suze and the girl, ready to make a last-ditch stand. Squeak! 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 A few earth vein rats in the swarm, unable to contain themselves, charged forward. However, a single earth vein rat posed no real threat. Swish! Several flashes of cold light streaked through the air. The earth vein rats' bodies were cleaved in 2, splattering large amounts of blood, staining the ground crimson. The smell of blood spread, nauseating. Upon sensing the blood of their kin, the earth vein rat swarm became frenzied. Pairs of peanut-sized eyes glowed red. These beasts, known only for burrowing, now revealed a hint of madness. Squeak! The Rat King, enraged, let out a furious roar. The next instant, thousands of earth vein rats surged forward, like a tide rushing towards Suze and the others. The Rat King did not hesitate either. After roaring, it charged. The earth vein rat killed earlier by Huang Tao had been its offspring. That was the reason for its fury. Now it would make these weak humans pay with their blood. Except for Suze, despair flickered in everyone's eyes. Lin Miaoyi suppressed her emotions, forcing herself to stay calm and enter a combat state. Gazing at the sea of rats and the ferocious Rat King, a trace of hopelessness flashed in her eyes. They had spoken of fighting desperately to carve out a path to survival. But what was the actual probability of success? Almost zero. The thousands of earth vein rats alone were difficult to deal with, let alone the more powerful Rat King. The others felt the same. Sensing the brutal aura of the rat swarm, their hearts trembled and fear welled up. Yet, just as everyone's spirits were stretched to the breaking point, boom! From the depths of the dark forest, a massive black shadow suddenly burst forth. The shadow leaped into the air, its body soaring, blocking out the sunlight and casting a vast dark patch on the ground. It vaulted over the entire rat swarm, landing in the center of the encirclement. Crash! The shadow's body was enormous, slamming heavily onto the ground with a thunderous roar. Lin Miaoyi was stunned, staring at the colossal form before her. Could a divine soldier really have descended from the heavens? But this time the divine soldier was a bear. When this colossal creature appeared, everyone was stunned. Even the charging earth vein rats halted, staring suspiciously at the enormous being before them. Xiongda did not reveal his aura, so the earth vein rats had no idea of his strength. Yet an instinctive primal intuition warned them that this giant was not to be trifled with. The earth vein rat king abruptly stopped, staring blankly at Xiongda. As an F-rank upper stage beast, its intelligence was fully awakened, and its memory was naturally sharp. The more it stared, the more familiar Xiongda seemed, as if it had seen him somewhere before. Finally it jolted with recollection. Tens of kilometers away there lived an E-rank iron-palmed bear. The earth vein rat king squinted and realized this very creature was that E-rank beast. A deadly predicament. A chill of dread surged through its heart. Why had this beast suddenly appeared here? At that moment Xiongda let out a roar that shook the mountains, and the aura of an E-rank beast erupted, sweeping across the field. A pressure equivalent to a Foundation establishment cultivator descended upon every living being. In an instant. Aside from Suze and Xiaoqing, every human and earth vein rat felt their breath catch, their bodies growing heavy, as if laden with lead. An E-rank beast. Tangjia cried out in terror. Encountering the earth vein rat swarm was already unlucky enough, but now they were face to face with an E-rank beast. Despair painted his face, he turned ashen. Against the rat swarm, there was at least a sliver of hope to fight back. But against an E-rank beast, there was not even a chance to struggle. How could an E-rank beast appear in such a peripheral area? Lin Miaoyi wondered, her voice trembling with disbelief. Squeak! Squeak! The earth vein rats erupted into chaos again, but this time, the sound was saturated with pure terror. The earth vein rat king felt the pressure most keenly, for Xiongda's gaze was fixed on it. The same question loomed in its mind. Why is an E-rank beast here? But it had no time to ponder. The rat swarm might be formidable, yet, when facing a Foundation establishment powerhouse, numbers meant nothing. Under the suffocating pressure, the rat king's limbs trembled, its heart flooded with fear. Though it knew not the reason. It understood that it had been singled out. Only one option remained: flee. In the next instant, the earth vein rat king twisted its body, ready to turn and escape. Whoosh! A gust of wind swept by. Xiongda's massive figure vanished abruptly. When he reappeared, he was already beside the earth vein rat king. Squeak! Under the rat king's horrified gaze, Xiongda slowly raised his heavy bare paw and slammed it down. With a thunderous thud, flesh shattered, blood sprayed, and white bone fragments flew out, piercing dozens of nearby earth vein rats. In one blow, the F-rank upper stage earth vein rat king, utterly defenseless, was crushed to death by Xiongda. Witnessing this, thousands of earth vein rats shrieked in terror. They abandoned Suze and the others without a moment's hesitation and fled. Xiongda swung his paw, swatting a few rats that foolishly ran toward him. As for the rest, he could not be bothered to pursue them one by one. Moments later, the dark tide of rats vanished, leaving only a scene of chaos and a few pools of bloody remains. From Xiongda's strike to the rats' flight, less than 10 seconds had passed. In the face of overwhelming power, everything else was but a fleeting cloud. On the other side, Lin Miaoyi and the others stood frozen, their bodies rigid, too afraid to move. The oppressive aura of this black bear was terrifying. Yet thankfully it seemed to harbor no malice toward them. Moreover, it had even eliminated the earth vein rat king, saving them in a way. However, a beast was still a beast, and an inherent enmity existed between humans and beasts. Thus, it was best to leave quickly. Everyone stay calm. Let's retreat slowly without alarming the beast. Under her lead, the classmates began to edge backward. But after a few steps, the black bear turned and fixed its gaze upon them. In that instant, Lin Miaoyi and the others could almost see the fervent desire in its black eyes. Trouble, their hearts sank. Did it see them as prey? Tangjia and Gan Shiyu could no longer bear the pressure. Fear overwhelmed their last shred of reason. Run! They shouted and bolted without looking back. Driven by them, the other psychological defenses crumbled. They turned and fled, scattering like headless flies into the forest. For a split second, Lin Miaoyi also thought of running. But she noticed that Suze hadn't moved an inch, as if petrified by fear. How could this happen at such a critical moment? She hastily tugged at Suze's sleeve. Suze snapped out of it. We need to go. The words had barely left her lips when Lin Miaoyi felt the world darken before her, as if something blocked the sun. Her pupils contracted. She turned and saw Xiongda's broad chest. It was over. Had a single second of delay already cost them everything? She glanced at Suze, confusion swirling in her mind. Suze wasn't the type to be paralyzed by fear, so why had this happened now? Still, dying alongside someone like Suze wasn't the worst fate. It was a pity that the future world of cultivators would lose a brilliant rising star, and she would never have the chance to become a master alchemist. Such were her thoughts. The gap between body tempering and Foundation establishment was immense. They were not on the same level. Yet she still refused to give up, assuming a fighting stance. Lin Miaoyi suddenly recalled an ancient joke: when encountering a fierce beast, do not play dead, or you will die even more miserably. Do not run, for you can never outpace them. At such a moment, standing tall, clenching fists, glaring with a stern gaze, and roaring like a wild beast, at least that would ensure a dignified death. She had once found this joke amusing, but now she realized it held some truth. She fixed her fiercest glare on the giant bear, uttering a guttural shout, straining to summon the most ferocious expression. Yet for some reason it came across as more endearing than intimidating. Xiongda stared at the tiny human before him, stunned. Does this human have a few screws loose? Better keep his distance, or he might catch the same affliction. Then his next move left Lin Miao utterly dumbfounded. Xiongda rubbed his paws together, acting almost like a human, and sidled up to Su Zhe with an ingratiating expression. Big brother, you've finally come. Lin Miao Yi. What was happening? This Foundation establishment black bear was calling Su Zhe big brother. A Foundation establishment beast was Su Zhe's subordinate. Did I hear that correctly? A Foundation establishment stage beast calling a body-tempering stage human big brother. Look at that fawning face, the vulgar hand rubbing. Where is the dignity of an E-rank beast? Lin Miao suddenly felt as if she didn't quite understand this world anymore. Ever since Su Zhe appeared, everything from the past seemed to have turned surreal. First, he advanced to the 5th level of body tempering in just a few days, then memorized the fundamentals of alchemy, in a few hours thoroughly understood them, and could even perform the operations hands-on. Now he could even make an E-rank beast call him big brother. Lin Miao was plunged into deep shock. Doubt, confusion. One question after another emerged in her mind. While her mind was full of questions, Su Zhe frowned and asked Xiongda,
Why aren't you tending to your duties properly? What are you doing running around out here? Could it be that the egg has already hatched?
Upon hearing this, Xiongda immediately said aggrievedly,
Big brother, it's not my fault for running around. The egg has a problem.
What problem? Su Zhe asked, thinking there had been an accident.
Did you crush it? How could that be? It suddenly became extremely hot and couldn't be touched with bare skin. Later it got so unbelievably hot that it nearly set my fur on fire.
Xiongda quickly shook his head.
Later the whole cave became uninhabitable. I had no choice but to run out.
Su Zhe frowned deeply. With the temporary contract in place, Xiongda couldn't deceive him, so everything he said was true. Lin Mi, standing by, listened with her mouth agape, her mind already churning with a storm of shock. It was actually true. Judging by the way this E-rank beast spoke and behaved, wasn't it the perfect image of a lackey? But the key was, how did Su Zhe manage to do this? Even a beast tamer, to establish a harmonious relationship with a beast, would need to cultivate affection from a young age and sign a contract. Even so, there was still the risk of backlash. And if it were an adult beast, the difficulty would increase by hundreds or thousands of times. Unless one used overwhelming force to compel submission and forcibly sign a contract. But which of these applied to Su Zhe? The giant bear's age was certainly older than Su Zhe's. When it was still young, Su Zhe didn't even know where he was. Using force to make the other submit. Lin Mi thought it was more likely that the giant bear had forced Su Zhe to submit. Her reason told her that none of this was possible. But reality dealt her a heavy blow. Seeing Su Zhe's frown, Xiongda immediately explained.
Big brother, you really don't know how terrifying the temperature was. Even I couldn't bear it anymore. As soon as I moved away a bit, I sensed your presence, so I came over.
Su Zhe said,
Don't talk about useless things. Let's go back quickly and see what's going on.
At this moment, Lin Mi finally couldn't help asking,
Su Zhe, what exactly is your relationship with this one?
Su Zhe only then remembered that Lin Mi was still beside him. With the urgency of the situation, he casually made up a story.
Oh, this one. He's a friend from a different race I met earlier in the forest. After some deep and intimate exchanges, we became good friends. Big brother is just a playful title.
Xiongda, upon hearing this, twitched his mouth. Deep and intimate exchanges. You beat me up. If I hadn't been clever and capitulated, my bare paws would probably have ended up in your stomach. Suddenly a sharp pain shot through the depths of his soul. Xiongda shuddered and immediately stopped the thoughts in his mind. Lin Mi nodded thoughtfully. She was now somewhat numb, her mind short-circuited. Even such an absurd reason she forced herself to believe. With a naive expression she said,
Hello, I'm Su Zhe's classmate, Lin Mi.
Xiongda had never encountered such a situation before, and was at a loss. But after Su Zhe gave him a look, he immediately reacted.
Hello, hello. You can call me Xiongda.
He struggled to bend down, and shook Lin Miao's small hand with his thick bare paw. The 3-meter-tall giant bear and the petite girl formed a stark contrast. Suze suppressed a smile and was about to speak. Rumble. Suddenly the ground began to shake and strange muffled sounds came from deep within the forest. This commotion was very similar to the earlier swarm of earth-vein rats, but many times larger. Thump, thump, thump. A fox suddenly burst out from the jungle ahead, its strength reaching the F-rank upper stage. Its eyes were full of greed as it ran in one direction. Then, a second, a third. One after another beasts burst out from the jungle, paying no attention to Suze, and the others only running in the direction where the fox had disappeared.
What is going on now?
Linmei asked in confusion. Just then she suddenly widened her eyes and pointed at the distant sky.
Look!
Suze looked up and was startled. In the sky it had somehow turned fiery red, with countless streams of spiritual energy surging and flowing toward that direction. Crimson clouds appeared one after another, a magnificent sight.
That direction, isn't that where your cave is?
Suze suddenly asked. Xiongda was stunned for a moment, then realized something and hurriedly nodded.
Yes, judging by the location, it should be my cave.
Suze immediately realized that the strange phenomenon in the sky was likely caused by the flame bird egg. Could it be about to hatch? Rumble. In the distance large swaths of trees collapsed as if a giant creature was running through the forest. Xiongda's expression tightened. He looked in that direction and exclaimed,
Beast tide.
Hearing this term, Linmei's face changed.
We need to hurry. If the beast tide catches up, we'll be trampled into meat paste.
Xiongda said nothing but looked at Suze. Behind them was the surging beast tide, ahead a fiery red anomaly. No one knew what was happening. To be prudent, Suze was reluctant to go forward. Although the flame bird had a trace of vermilion bird bloodline even stronger than the azure dragon bloodline in Shaoqing, it was not worth Suze risking his life. After all, the anomaly ahead was too astonishing. Fiery red clouds covered the entire sky. Even from a distance, Suze felt the temperature around him had risen significantly. The more astonishing the scene, the greater the danger it concealed. But if he gave up just like that, he would indeed be unwilling. In the end, he made up his mind.
Let's go! Let's see what's going on!
Then, before Linmei could react, Suze directly reached out and hugged her, his feet instantly erupting with terrifying power. The next moment, Suze and Xiongda's figures vanished, turning into two shadows racing toward the place where the anomaly appeared. Linmei felt a blur before her eyes as she was pulled into a warm embrace. The scenery on both sides flashed by rapidly, and before she knew it, they had traveled an immeasurable distance. It took her a long moment to realize that she was being held in Suze's arms. In an instant, a flush of crimson spread from her cheeks down to her neck. Her entire body stiffened, and she dared not move. The scent of Suze wafted into her nostrils, causing her to tremble and reach the peak of nervousness.
Suze, what are you doing?
Linmei attempted to struggle, only to find that Suze's arms were incredibly strong, holding her firmly against his chest. Her mind went blank at that moment, unable to fathom the reason. Suze then realized the awkwardness of their position.
I was planning to go over there, but I couldn't leave you alone. It would be too dangerous. So this was the only way,
he said, somewhat embarrassed. After all, the flame bird egg had nothing to do with Linmei, and dragging her into such a place was hardly justifiable. But if he didn't do this, Linmei would surely be caught in the beast tide. So this seemed like the best course of action. As he spoke, Suze's speed did not slacken, instead it increased. It was at this moment, however, that he felt the softness of Linmei's body, and a refreshing fragrance entered his nostrils, giving his spirits a sudden boost. Sensing Suze's change, Linmei's face grew even redder.
Once we get there, I'll put you down,
Suze quickly said. Linmei nodded timidly, burying her face in her clothes, her ears turning red. In all her life, she had never been so intimately close to a man. Finally, Suze and Big Bear's footsteps gradually came to a halt. Linmei, blushing, jumped down from Suze's arms and turned away, unable to look at him. She was extremely nervous, even able to hear her own heartbeat. However, Suze had no time to dwell on this.
Stay close. If anything goes wrong, we'll have to run,
he instructed Linmei. She responded softly and obediently followed him, never leaving his side. The two of them and the bear advanced cautiously. The air temperature grew higher and higher. If not for their cultivation, they would have long succumbed. After a short while they climbed over a small hill. Big Bear saw the scene before him, his eyes widening in shock.
Where did that mountain go? My home is gone.
Suze was also stunned, gazing at the sea of fire. Nothing remained of its former state. If he remembered correctly, this place had once been a lush forest. But now it had turned into a sea of flames, with fires everywhere, the ground baked dry and cracked. And Big Bear's cave had vanished without a trace. The entire hilltop was gone, as if blown apart, with rubble strewn everywhere. Semi-solid lava flowed, radiating terrifying heat, as if a volcanic eruption had just occurred. At the very center was a dazzling sea of fire. Amidst the flickering flames a figure could be seen moving.
What kind of creature is that able to survive such intense heat?
Big Bear exclaimed in shock. And at that moment a rumbling sound came from behind, rapidly approaching, and in an instant it was right behind Suze and the others. One after another beastly figures appeared at the edge of the sea of fire. They were halted by the high temperature, stopping in their tracks. Gradually more and more beasts gathered, nearly 100,000 in number. This was a terrifying force. Even a Foundation establishment cultivator would turn and flee at the sight.
What is going on? How did all these beasts come here?
Lin Mi exclaimed in shock.
Judging by the numbers, it seems like all the beasts from Zone G and even the 2 adjacent zones have gathered here.
Suze was equally puzzled. Suddenly a piercing cry echoed from the depths of the fire. A massive bird wreathed in flames burst forth from the fire. At the same time lines of information appeared.
Name: Flame Bird, mortally wounded. Level D grade lower. Special bloodline: Vermilion Bird, blood 5. Skills: Blaze, Greater, Fireball, Fire Baptism.
Suze was startled. It was a D grade beast, equivalent to a human golden core cultivator. A flash of insight crossed his mind as he recalled this beast's origin. Wasn't this the flame bird that had laid the flame bird egg? He had thought it had met with misfortune, but here it was. However, Suze immediately noticed a detail. Mortally wounded. He looked closely. The flame bird circled in the air, stirring the clouds. Bathed in its flames, the entire sky seemed to be burning a fiery red. As it flew, the aura of a D-grade beast spread like a tide. Many beasts in the tide directly prostrated themselves, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. Despite its overwhelming might, Suze keenly noticed its difficulty in movement. One wing seemed to bear a hideous wound. Moreover, the flames on its body were gradually dimming. Clearly it had undergone a fierce battle, and was severely injured now, on the verge of death. But if it was already mortally wounded, why waste its power like this? Suze was puzzled, his gaze shifting to the depths of the fire. Amidst the flickering flames a bird's egg was revealed. Unlike last time, the fiery red patterns on the shell were now more intricate and dense. Big Bear also saw the flame bird egg. He wasn't foolish. After seeing the flame bird, he understood why his home had been destroyed. He cast a resentful glance at Suze, mourning his bare den for 3 seconds. Fortunately, he was a pauper, and had nothing valuable at home, or he would have been heartbroken. Just as Suze was wondering, Lin Nieli's voice reached his ears.
Fire Baptism Grand Formation.
Suze's heart stirred. According to the system's information earlier, the flame bird indeed possessed a skill called Fire Baptism. He turned and asked,
Fire Baptism Grand Formation.
Lin Ni explained.
That flame bird must have a trace of Vermilion Bird blood within it. Any beast with that bloodline upon reaching a certain strength will master this skill. What it's using now is the Fire Baptism Grand Formation, but it's not about rebirth through fire. It's about transferring part of its power to its offspring. This is a form of inheritance, but the caster will die after using it.
Suze nodded, looking at the beast still striving to perform the Fire Baptism Grand Formation in the sky. Was it because it was near death, wanting to leave a part of its strength to its child before dying? He pondered silently. Exhausting all care for the sake of its offspring. Truly the hearts of parents are the same everywhere. Even as a beast, when facing its own child, it is not so different from humans. In the sky, the flame bird's movements had become noticeably sluggish, its body's fire dimmed far from the majestic appearance it had at the beginning. It let out a cry that was no longer clear and slowly descended. At this moment, the flame bird's body had reached its limit. The wounds on its wings split open, yet Not much blood flowed out. The flesh beneath the wounds was no longer blood red, but a ghastly white. Its blood had long since dried up, and it was now sustained solely by willpower. It slowly descended to the ground, its gaze soft as it looked at the egg before it. As a D-level demon beast, its intelligence and emotions were in no way inferior to humans. Suddenly, it crouched over the flame bird egg, its body seeming to have a final burst of life. The fire flared up vigorously, dazzlingly bright. Streams of brilliant red energy emerged, all pouring into the egg. Visibly, the red patterns on the egg seemed alive, gradually dancing, and the patterns became increasingly intricate. The baptism of fire array had reached its final step. It was going to leave the last remnant of its primordial power for its child. As time passed, Suze could clearly feel the temperature dropping. The sea of fire was receding bit by bit, as if heralding the end of the flame bird's life.
What's going on with these demon beasts? Why are they all surging like mad?
Suze asked in confusion. Lin Yi explained.
This is a crucial step of the baptism of fire array.
Xiongda also became curious and turned to look at Lin Yi. Big brother's friend sure knows a lot.
Legend says that the phoenix's rebirth through fire takes place in a pool of blood. Therefore, the baptism of fire array has a similar step, which also requires a vast amount of blood to complete the final stage.
Lin Yi looked at those demon beasts, a trace of sympathy in her eyes.
So the flame bird attracted these demon beasts to obtain the blood from their bodies. But it can only affect demon beasts below E-level. It has little effect on E-level beasts.
Suze swept his gaze, and dense information appeared. The truth was exactly as Lin Yi had described. Within the vast ocean of beasts, all were demon beasts below E-level. At this moment, the beast tide moved. One after another, demon beasts began to run, charging toward the deepest sea of fire. The ground was scorching hot, and some places still had flames burning. The high heat burned their bodies, and set their fur ablaze. Yet these demon beasts seemed oblivious, charging forward with their heads down. Soon, a demon beast reached the edge of the deepest sea of fire. Without a moment's hesitation, it leaped in. Crackle. The harsh sound of burning flesh and skin rang out. In the blink of an eye, the beast's body turned to ashes, leaving only a clump of crystalline blood. Then came the second, the third. The beast tide swept countless demon beasts into the sea of fire. This scene was truly horrifying. Xiongda watched this as first, standing on end, his body trembling. Lin Yi could no longer bear to watch and hid behind Suze. After a moment, the endless ocean of demon beasts had vanished. In its place was a sea of blood. The flame bird and its child were immersed in it, beginning the final step. Roar! A mournful cry rang out. The flame bird spat out a mouthful of blood, spraying it onto the egg. The blood was absorbed by the egg at a visible rate. The flames flared high, and the surrounding temperature soared. The magma that had solidified began to flow again, and the dazzling light obscured the scene inside.
Can't see anything,
Xiongda said. Suze said nothing, waiting patiently. 5 minutes later, the flame shooting into the sky suddenly began to contract. In an instant, the flames dissipated. The original hilltop was completely gone, and the lake-like pool of blood had vanished, leaving only the flame bird and the egg beneath it. The baptism of fire array was over. The flame bird had also reached the end of its life, clinging to its last breath.
Hey boy, you're the one who took my child from the nest, right?
Suddenly, the flame bird turned its head to look at Suze. Lin Yi shuddered in shock, breaking out in a cold sweat. Xiongda was so frightened his legs went weak and nearly turned to run. But Suze remained calm.
Name flame bird on the verge of death. Level D-level lower rank, decline to E-level lower rank.
The baptism of fire array had taken too great a toll on the flame bird. Its strength was rapidly declining. Now it could no longer pose a threat to Suze. The flame bird also noticed Suze's calmness, and was momentarily stunned, but it had no time to dwell on that. It sensed that Suze was extraordinary. Though only at the body tempering 7th layer, he had a foundation establishment demon beast guarding him. And most importantly, it felt that he was even stronger than that foundation establishment demon beast. And not just a little stronger. Such a person, if he grew smoothly, would surely become the brightest star among all races in the future. And it was about to die. Its child could not be left unguarded, so it was perfect to entrust the child to this human.
Boy, I'm about to die. This child has even greater potential than I.
It had barely started when Suze understood its intention. It was entrusting the young flame bird to him. He naturally had no objections, and nodded solemnly. The flame bird nodded as well then, with a flap of its wings sent the egg into Suze's hand. Suze caught it steadily, and as soon as it touched his hand, he felt a warmth.
Name flame bird unhatched healthy condition. Special bloodline vermilion bird bloodline 1. Note after undergoing the baptism of fire array its future achievements may break through limits.
The flame bird had reached its limit, and said with difficulty,
Take good care of it. It won't be weak, it can help. You protect it.
At the end it was almost begging. After saying this the flame bird took one last look at the egg, then slowly lowered its head.
Name flame bird dead.
The young flame bird seemed to sense something. The patterns on its shell dimmed considerably. Linmi looked at this scene in disbelief. She suddenly felt a bit dizzy. She had been overwhelmed by too many shocks today. With just a few words from Suze, he had obtained the offspring of a D-level demon beast. Wasn't that a bit too casual? Whoosh! The flame bird's body in the distance suddenly burst into flames. Its flesh melted like snow, its form gradually shrinking.
Is it really entrusting its child to you like that?
Linmi's big eyes were full of confusion. Suze looked around and said,
It seems there's no one else to entrust it to. Besides, following me won't let it down.
He stroked the egg and said calmly. His tone was firm and confident. Linmi paused then nodded. Indeed, following such a genius the young flame bird would not be wronged. Xiaoqing gazed at the flame bird egg, listening to the conversation around her. Suddenly, she felt she had missed many things during her last slumber. Now she only wanted to understand what was this third party about. Though the little flame bird was still unhatched, Xiaoqing already sensed a threat from it. Suddenly an immense sense of crisis surged within Xiaoqing, far stronger than before a true life or death peril. Her heart tightened, and she immediately sent a message to Suze, Master, leave this place at once. A very, very dangerous being is coming. Suze was startled instantly, sensing Xiaoqing's tension. Xiaoqing was extremely sensitive to danger, and rarely made mistakes. Without any hesitation he reached out, and pulled Linmi into his arms, shouting to Xiong to run. Suze's legs exploded with power, his golden true essence surging to its fullest, pushing his strength to the limit. Ah! Linmi cried out, not expecting Suze to pull this move again. With a loud bang her voice was cut short as an overwhelming force struck, leaving her speechless. A deep crater appeared on the ground. Suze's figure vanished in an instant. Xiongda was momentarily stunned and quickly reacted and bolted after Suze. But soon panic set in. He realized he couldn't keep up with Suze's pace. Brother, wait for me. Though he didn't know what was happening. Seeing Suze so tense made Xiongda nervous as well. He used every ounce of his strength, yet he was still gradually falling behind Suze. The more this happened, the colder Xiongda's heart grew. Suze's desperate flight only deepened his panic. What danger could make Suze so frantic? Soon he found out. A thunderous roar came from behind. The source was the very spot where the flame bird had fallen. Seconds later, a terrifying shockwave swept through, leveling vast stretches of forest. Caught off guard, Xiongda was sent flying by the blast. Tumbling through the air, he caught a glimpse of the scene behind him. In the distance, a pair of blood-red pupils emerged in the clouds like two crimson moons. The wind and clouds parted, revealing the body behind the clouds, a massive gray eagle. It let out a screech, spreading its wings and scattering the clouds across half the sky. Suze, running at full speed, turned his head sharply. Name Qingyan Eagle. Level D grade upper, extremely dangerous. Special bloodline unknown. Skills unknown. Notes: Apex Predator. When facing this creature with insufficient strength, there is only one word: flee. Of course, those lacking strength usually cannot escape. D grade upper. Golden Core Peak. Suze stared at the gray eagle in shock. How could a beast of this level appear in the outer regions of the barren forest? With a heavy thud, Xiongda's body crashed to the ground. But he ignored the pain, flipped over, and resumed his desperate flight. Now he understood why Suze ran so fast. If they hadn't left, the shockwave alone would have crushed him to death. In the distance, the great eagle hovered high in the sky, its sharp eyes scanning the ground below, finally locking onto a patch of black ash. Its gaze turned icy cold. A familiar scent rose from the ashes. Flame bird. You died here. The great eagle's eyes nearly blazed with fury. Damn flame bird. You didn't even leave me the chance to avenge myself with my own claws. It roared, its voice echoing through the entire forest. Suze heard it, and was shocked. Was it because the flame bird had provoked this creature that it was gravely wounded? Moreover, it seemed the two had a grudge. A series of deafening explosions came from afar. Even from a distance the ground trembled. The destruction was terrifying. Dust rose in great clouds as massive craters appeared on the ground, as if a carpet bombing had just occurred. What had the flame bird done to provoke the Qingyun eagle into such a frenzy? Suddenly the eagle stopped its assault. It had been venting its fury on the ground, because it couldn't take revenge itself. But now it sensed something amiss. The flame bird, though severely injured, should have lasted a while longer. It shouldn't have died so quickly. A green light flickered in the Qingyun eagle's eyes. As a degrade beast, it knew the abilities of various creatures well. The rebirth array. It remembered, the flame bird must have activated the rebirth array, hastening its death. And for such an array, there must be a beneficiary. Needless to say, the beneficiary was the flame bird's offspring. Where was that little bastard? The Qingyun eagle spread its wings, soared into the sky, and surveyed the forest below. Its sharp eyes swept across the trees. In the next second it locked onto Suze, who was running. As he moved, the large pack on his back emitted faint red light. That little bastard. A human had taken it. The Qingyun eagle roared, turned into a streak of green light, and flew towards Suze. Its speed was incredible. In an instant, it was right behind Suze and the others. Xiongde shuddered in terror. It was over. A chill ran down Suze's spine, as he felt the murderous intent behind him. Yet at this critical moment, in the distant Jiangnan city, at the principal's office of Jiangnan First Senior High School, Tang Yi, who had been dozing in his chair, suddenly vanished. The Qingyun eagle was about to strike, killing the two humans and the flame bird egg together. Whoosh! A dazzling radiance soared from afar, tearing across the sky, and arriving in an instant. A figure hovered steadily in midair, staring at the nearby eagle, and said, "You mangy beast, wreaking havoc in the forest is one thing, but now you want to kill my student. You're asking for death." Hearing that familiar voice, Suze and Lin Niu were startled and looked up. "Principal," Lin Ni exclaimed. The Qingyun eagle, staring at Tang Yi, trembled involuntarily, a fear rising in its heart. "Get lost now," Tang Yi said coldly, his brow furrowed. The Qingyun eagle, as if granted amnesty, turned and fled. This time it flew even faster, disappearing over the horizon in an instant. Suze was also stunned. It was the principal. And he was this strong. That was a D-grade upper beast equivalent to a human at the Golden Core peak. To intimidate the Qingyun eagle into retreating, what cultivation level did the principal actually possess? The D-rank upper-level Qingyuning fled in panic, not daring to look back even once. Suze finally let out a sigh of relief. For a moment, he had truly thought he would meet his end here. Coming to his senses, he looked at Principal Tang Yi, and suddenly felt a tinge of shame for his earlier act of using the principal's contact information as a shield. However, what surprised Suze was that the principal didn't seem angry at all after what he had done. He shouted to Tang Yi in the air, "Principal!" Tang Yi raised his hand to cut him off, saying, "Stop right there, kid. You never say anything good. I'll be off now. You two should go home to your own families. Although our school doesn't forbid early relationships at your age, you should focus on cultivation." Suze's face darkened. The words of gratitude he had been about to say were swallowed back. What did he mean by, "You never say anything good"? He had genuinely wanted to be sentimental just now. And as for early relationships, where was there any sign of that? Lin Niu had just come to her senses when she heard Tang Yi's words, and her face flushed red again. She recalled the two intimate encounters with Suze today, and immediately lowered her head, as if caught red-handed, not daring to meet Tang Yi's gaze. And her behavior in Tang Yi's eyes was irrefutable evidence. "Good kid, at such a young age you're not learning well." He shook his head, but seeing that Lin Niu was already too shy to bear it, he stopped talking. Suze saw that a misunderstanding seemed to have arisen, and wanted to explain. But Tangy didn't give him the chance.
Hurry home, and don't you dare stay out overnight. You two are too young, it's bad for your health, understand?
Suze felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his face red with anger. Lin Miaoyi naturally understood what that meant, and with a gasp even her ears turned red with shame. However, Suze's reaction in Tangy's eyes took on a completely different meaning. So this kid does know what embarrassment is. Look at how flustered you are. Tangy saw Suze's flushed face, and completely misinterpreted it. He suddenly found this quite amusing, his mood lifting considerably. With a hearty laugh, he waved his hand and transformed into a beam of white light, and returned to Jiangnan City. It took Suze a long time to calm down. His expression slowly returned to normal. Xiongda cautiously approached and asked,
"Big brother."
Suze knew what he wanted to ask and replied,
"For now, you can stay with Hu for a few days. His place is quite spacious, and it wasn't affected just now."
Xiongda hesitated for a moment, but finally agreed. He turned and left, his figure disappearing into the depths of the jungle. Suze looked back at Lin Yi.
"Shall we go?"
Lin Miaoyi was a bit better, but her face was still flushed. In the end, the two parted at the temporary trading ground. Suze got into the car for the return trip and gazed out at the scenery. A faint warmth emanated from the flame bird egg in his bag, where a powerful life was quietly gestating. Jiangnan City, a vast estate. In the living room, the decor was simple yet exuded luxury in every detail. Wang Lao pushed open the door and strode in quickly.
"I heard Miaoyi encountered danger in the forest again."
Lin Miaoyi's father Lin Fan stepped forward and said,
"She did encounter danger, but Miaoyi wasn't harmed."
Hearing this, Wang Lao was furious and grabbed his son-in-law for a harsh scolding.
"What kind of father are you? Time and again you let your daughter fall into danger."
After a long while, Lin Miaoyi came downstairs, and only then did Wang Lao stop his reprimand. He pulled her to his side, looked her over carefully, and only relaxed after confirming she was unharmed. But he still didn't give Lin Fan a pleasant look, frowning as he said,
"Next time Miaoyi goes out, have the family's experts follow her step by step. Understood?"
Lin Fan nodded repeatedly, not daring to say a word. It was Lin Miaoyi who came to his rescue, wrinkling her nose and saying,
"Grandpa, it's not Dad's fault, it's just my bad luck. Besides, I'm fine now, aren't I? And I don't think bodyguards are necessary, it's too conspicuous."
In the end, both sides compromised. Lin Miaoyi agreed to have the family's experts follow and protect her, but they were not to show themselves easily, they were to remain hidden. Wang Lao pondered for a moment before agreeing. Then he took out a jade bottle from his spatial ring and handed it to Lin Miaoyi.
"The Foundation Establishment pill is ready. Take it when you are about to break through to Foundation Establishment, the effect will be more pronounced."
But his actions didn't stop. One item after another materialized out of thin air. Among them were all kinds of things: pills, weapons, protective gear, and various medicinal herbs. They all had one thing in common: they were expensive. Each one was far more precious than blood dragon grass. And now Wang Lao had taken out a whole pile of them. Lin Miaoyi looked at the pile and said helplessly,
"Grandpa, I can't fit all these in my spatial bracelet."
Wang Lao immediately said,
"That's easy. Let's swap. You can use my ring."
Lin Fan couldn't help but speak up.
"Dad, how can you give such a precious item to Miaoyi? You should keep it for yourself. What nonsense are you talking?"
Wang Lao frowned.
"If not for me, then for whom?" "For you. I haven't settled the score with you yet. I'm not senile, and you dare to make decisions for me already."
After another round of scolding, Lin Fan, the towering figure of Jiangnan City, and a golden core expert, lowered his head, cold sweat trickling down, and dared not say another word. Lin Miaoyi couldn't persuade Wang Lao, so she had to take out all the items from her spatial bracelet and prepare to store them in the spatial ring. Wang Lao suddenly noticed 3 small bottles. Curiously, he picked them up, and upon finding they were body-tempering liquid, smiled.
"Miaoyi, what made you take an interest in refining body-tempering liquid? Although it's simple, it's the best test of one's alchemy skill and understanding."
As he spoke, he opened the jade bottle and examined the quality of the body-tempering liquid inside. That look alone changed Wang Lao's expression. He sniffed it carefully, then even took a little taste. Lin Mi was curious and asked.
Grandpa, what's wrong?
Wang Lao held the body-tempering liquid and asked solemnly.
Nyai, from which master did you acquire this body-tempering liquid?
Lin Mi was taken aback, but still replied.
Master. Impossible. It was refined by one of our classmates.
What? Wang Lao shot to his feet, his eyes filled with shock. Lin Mi was startled by her grandfather Wang Lin's reaction and asked in confusion.
Grandfather, what's wrong?
Wang Lin said solemnly.
Mimi, don't joke with me. Did your classmate really refine that body-tempering liquid?
Lin Mi nodded.
Yes, absolutely true. I saw him refine it with my own eyes.
Wang Lin's hand trembled slightly. But he soon thought of another possibility.
Which family does your classmate belong to? Or does any of his family members or teachers happen to be a master alchemist?
Only then could it be explained. Wang Lin was curious just who was that divine person who could refine body-tempering liquid to such a degree. In his knowledge, the maximum medicinal efficacy conversion rate of body-tempering liquid was only 50. Yet the bottle in his hand actually had a full 55. It wasn't just a 1 increase but 5. In fact, as the most basic medicinal liquid, the formula for body-tempering liquid had already been optimized to its utmost limit. Countless master alchemists had once tried to increase the medicinal efficacy conversion rate of body-tempering liquid even by just 1, for it would greatly aid the overall strength of the human race. After all, most people were cultivators at the body-tempering stage. However, these renowned masters of the alchemy world had all failed in this endeavor. Everyone had tried, and then declared defeat. But today Wang Lin had actually seen a bottle of body-tempering liquid with a 55 conversion rate. This improvement was no ordinary terror. His first reaction was that it must be some alchemy giant who had made a major breakthrough and accomplished this feat. But Lin Miao's answer was that her classmate had refined it. Yet he quickly thought of a second possibility. That is, Miao's classmate must be a disciple of that master, which is how he knew the latest formula for body-tempering liquid and successfully refined it. He felt it must be this possibility. The only thing that struck him as odd was why that master, after developing the new formula, did not immediately announce it to the world. Such an achievement once announced would shake the entire alchemy world. But Lin Miao's next answer stunned him. Lin Miao pondered for a moment and said uncertainly,
From what I know, his parents went missing in an accident many years ago, and he has been living alone all these years. I've never heard of him having a master.
A flash of shock passed through Wang Lin's eyes, but he quickly regained composure. Indeed, that master, after achieving such an astonishing feat, remained silent and low-key. He must be an extremely low-profile big shot. How could he easily reveal his existence? Miao's classmate must have known this in advance, so he never disclosed any information in this regard. The more Wang Lin thought about it, the more he felt it was so. His heart burned with desire. He very much wanted to directly find and converse with that master. But then, he thought such a low-key person wouldn't like being easily disturbed, would he? Right, can't be so impulsive, must take it step by step. Thoughts flashed through Wang Lin's mind as he figured out many things. Since that master was so low-key, he must have also warned Miao's classmate not to casually refine pills. But now not only was it refined, it was also directly handed to me. What did this mean? It meant that for that master the new body-tempering liquid was no longer something to be strictly kept secret. He must be planning to announce his earth-shattering achievement soon. When the time comes, with his own status and ability, he would surely be able to meet that master. The more Wang Lin thought, the more excited he became. For someone as immersed in the world of alchemy as he was, the opportunity to exchange ideas with a high-level peer was extremely precious. Seeing her grandfather like this, Lin Miao became even more curious.
Grandfather, what's going on? Why are you so happy?
Wang Lin slightly suppressed his excitement and patiently explained.
Do you know what this is?
Looking at the small bottle, Lin Miao became even more puzzled.
Of course I know. Isn't this body-tempering liquid?
Wang Lin nodded.
Yes, it is indeed body-tempering liquid, but not ordinary body-tempering liquid.
Lin Fan, standing nearby, couldn't help asking,
What's so special about body-tempering liquid?
Lin Fan was a martial artist completely ignorant of alchemy, so he was very puzzled. Wang Lin turned his head, his expression instantly shifting from kind to furious.
What the hell do you know? When we two are talking, why are you an outsider butting in?
But he didn't continue scolding Lin Fan. Instead, he went on explaining to Lin Miaoyi.
Miaoyi, do you know the medicinal efficacy conversion rate of a bottle of body-tempering liquid? The limit is 50.
Lin Miaoyi answered. Wang Lin nodded and continued.
And do you know the conversion rate of this body-tempering liquid?
Lin Miaoyi shook her head.
55.
Wang Lin said. Lin Miaoyi was stunned and realized her pretty face full of shock.
55.
Lin Fan beside her was even more shocked. As a martial artist, he naturally knew how huge an impact this would have. Once this formula spreads, the strength of all grassroots human cultivators might be elevated by a whole level. Wang Lin nodded solemnly.
That's why I asked you. This body-tempering liquid was refined by that master. Such an achievement is truly astonishing. The difficulty of achieving this is even many times greater than creating a high-level formula. But you said it was refined by your classmate, so I believe there must be a top-grade alchemy master hidden behind him. However, that master is clearly a person of high virtue who shuns fame and fortune, which is why he concealed his identity and did not immediately announce his achievement.
Lin Miaoyi's eyes were full of awe. After hearing Wang Lin's words, the figure of Su Zhe suddenly appeared in her mind. Overflowing martial talent, formidable strength, equally powerful contracted spirit beasts obtaining the offspring of a D-grade demon beast, and now a mysterious alchemy master behind him. All these traits converged on a single person. It was simply unbelievable, making one question Su Zhe's true identity. She increasingly felt that Su Zhe was shrouded in mystery. At that moment, Wang Lin asked,
"What is your classmate's name? If he has time, let me meet him."
Lin Miaoyi snapped back to reality and said,
"His name is Su Zhe. I'll ask him later."
Wang Lin was a bit excited and said with a cheerful smile,
"No rush, no hurry. If he doesn't have time, we can meet later."
Lin Miaoyi nodded in agreement. Then Wang Lin left in a hurry, taking the 3 bottles of body-tempering liquid with him. He was going to his alchemy chamber to personally test this unique body-tempering liquid. In the early morning, a faint chill brushed against his cheeks. Su Zhe slowly awoke and saw the familiar pair of vertical pupils. Xiaoqing had already assumed a posture waiting for that familiar surge of warm energy to appear. However, after a long while, Xiaoqing still did not sense the arrival of the warm energy, and a flicker of confusion arose. What was going on? Had he fallen asleep again? It opened its eyes in bewilderment, yet did not see Su Zhe's figure. Just then a voice came from behind. Xiaoqing suddenly felt a stirring in its heart, its body stiffened, and it turned its head with difficulty. When it saw what Su Zhe was doing, its eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, Su Zhe had already arrived before the flame bird egg, inspecting the condition of the young flame bird. Named flame bird about to hatch, only then did he feel reassured. Yet he had no idea when exactly it would hatch. Su Zhe could clearly sense the vigorous life force of the young flame bird with waves of life energy radiating outward. Suddenly an extremely bold idea emerged in Su Zhe's mind. Could he perform an infusion of cultivation on the not yet hatched flame bird? If possible, would it accelerate the hatching speed of the young flame bird? Still, to prevent any mishap, he decided to consult the system with his thoughts. What would happen if I infuse cultivation into the unhatched flame bird? Ding! The young flame bird possesses strong vitality, having already reached the F-level lower stage before birth, and can accept the infusion. Seeing the system's clear confirmation, Su Zhe was overjoyed. Without hesitation, he placed his hand on the eggshell, focused his mind, and began the infusion. You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the flame bird. Infusion rebate function triggered. Selecting rebate multiplier. Your rebate multiplier for this session is 70 times. You have received 70 years of cultivation. A 70-fold rebate. Even Su Zhe was startled by this number. Today's luck was simply incredible. The next moment, an immense surge of energy erupted within his body. Crack. A crack finally appeared on the surface of the 8th dragon elephant seed, and blinding golden light burst forth, unleashing terrifying power. A new dragon elephant seed had been activated. Simultaneously, Su Zhe's cultivation soared continuously. 8th stage of body tempering. From the initial stage of the 8th stage to minor accomplishment, then to major accomplishment. Finally, he reached the perfection of the 8th stage. Yet Su Zhe's advancement did not stop. His strength continued to rise. At last, with a deep rumble, Su Zhe's clothes fluttered without wind, his muscles bulging, and sharply defined, as if carved by a blade. Ninth stage of body tempering. A faint golden light enveloped Suze, making him appear sacred. His aura gradually calmed, finally stabilizing at the ninth stage of body tempering. Suze opened his eyes, and two flashes of golden light flickered in the depths of his gaze. Xiaoqing had just witnessed the entire scene. It was stunned. It could not comprehend. A deep confusion filled its eyes. Why? In such a short time had its master abandoned it so callously? Had he grown tired of it? Had the novelty worn off? Did he no longer cherish it once obtained? Men. Truly no man in the world is any good. Xiaoqing's tiny mind was filled with bewilderment. What had happened while it was asleep? Who was this third party? Had it only been asleep for a single day? In just one day had the master already found a new favorite. This scoundrel. Seamless transition. No, there wasn't even a gap. This was outright betrayal. What was the reason? Xiaoqing could not figure it out. It suddenly recalled the words Suze had spoken some time ago, urging it to cultivate diligently instead of merely waiting for infusions every day. Was it because of its own laziness? Xiaoqing looked at the fiery red bird egg, its gaze immensely complex. With its current strength, it could naturally sense the immense potential of the young flame bird. With such talent, the master would surely favor it more in the future, right? Xiaoqing fell silent. It was feeling down. It crawled over to the phone by itself, its slender tail like a jade finger skillfully tapping on the screen. Tap 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 tap. After deftly unlocking the screen, Xiaoqing opened an app with a red icon at the bottom left. Then it selected its personal playlist and started playing a song. Unable to wear earphones, Xiaoqing turned the phone's volume up high. The melody began. Pretending love hasn't faded away, pretending you still care for me, pretending the love I gave you is still needed. Crossing the tunnel of time, wiping away your tears, this time, I won't let love become torment. When all hopes are shattered, forcing back tears and silence, you turn and leave, telling me to live well. The song was startlingly loud, and Suze naturally noticed it immediately. He looked at Xiaoqing only to find it alone, in a corner staring blankly at the screen, as if immersed in the world of music. Between them a life-bound contract was established. And as the dominant party, Suze could naturally sense Xiaoqing's emotions. He instantly understood what was going on, and couldn't help but laugh. You little thing, why are you acting like a woman? Just because I didn't give you an infusion for one day, is that really worth all this fuss? Suze said helplessly, besides you've already reached the E-level lower stage, and awakened a trace of the Azure Dragon bloodline. At this level, such infusions barely have any effect on you, okay? After much persuasion from Suze, Xiaoqing finally cheered up, and returned to coil around his wrist. However, at the same time, Xiaoqing silently made a firm resolution. It would start cultivating diligently from today, striving to keep that third party under its control. A strong sense of urgency burned in Xiaoqing's heart. Its own talent wasn't as good as that third party's, so it had to work twice as hard. Just then Suze was ready to head out. Little did he know that in those few minutes, a full palace drama had unfolded in Xiaoqing's mind. He left home, and headed to school once more. The principal had sent him a message the previous night, insisting that he come to the office the next day. Suze didn't know what it was about, but given the principal's serious tone, he agreed. Jiangnan City No. 1 Senior High School. The car slowly came to a stop. After getting out, Suze headed straight for the principal's office. Knock knock knock. Come in. Clearly Tangy already knew who had arrived. Suze pushed the door open, and asked with confusion, Principal, what do you need me for? Tangy's expression was very serious. He took out a small box, and said it's regarding the upcoming Suppression Tower trial. Keep this well. Suze took the box, and opened it, revealing a perfectly round pill. Foundation Establishment Pill. The round pill exuded a faint medicinal fragrance, refreshing and invigorating. Suze recognized it at a glance. This was a Foundation Establishment Pill. Despite its name, it was a pill specifically used by body tempering cultivators. The transition from body tempering to Foundation Establishment was a threshold many cultivators fell at this stage, unable to advance further. Even those with exceptional talent often spent a great deal of time here. The Foundation Establishment Pill was designed for this situation. It could help cultivators quickly convert their true qi into spiritual energy, greatly reducing the difficulty of advancing to foundation establishment. However, precisely because of its effectiveness, it became a scarce commodity. Ordinary people could never get their hands on a foundation establishment pill, and could only remain at the 9th level of body tempering for their entire lives. The one the principal gave Suze, judging by its color and fragrance, was a top-grade foundation establishment pill with even more remarkable effects.
Principal, what is this?
Suze asked in confusion. Tangy waved his hand and said,
Keep this well for yourself. Use it when you're about to break through to foundation establishment,
he said with a pained expression.
You're quite lucky, kid. Recently an alchemy master came to our Jiangnan city and happened to refine a batch of foundation establishment pills. I went through great trouble to beg for this one top-grade pill.
Suze became even more puzzled. He and Tangy were not related by blood or friendship. Why would he go this far? Seeing his confusion, Tangy explained,
The reason I'm doing this is that I recently learned some news about the Demon Suppression Tower trial.
Suze instantly perked up, listening attentively.
I don't know what's going on this year, but a lot of prodigies have emerged, each more terrifying than the last, though probably still a bit inferior to you, kid.
Tangy continued,
But their strength should not be underestimated. Several of them are highly anticipated with terrifying power. I heard that when those few were in the body tempering stage, they already had records of defeating foundation establishment cultivators.
Suze didn't feel much upon hearing this news. Body tempering defeating foundation establishment. Recalling Xiongda and Air, who Suze suddenly felt it wasn't that impressive. Tangy frowned at Suze's dismissive attitude.
Don't be too arrogant, kid. Although your talent is frighteningly high and your strength is decent, when facing equally heaven-defying geniuses, a single misstep could lead to a great loss. These fellows will definitely enter the Demon Suppression Tower for the trial. This year the higher-ups have issued new rules. Those who perform exceptionally in the tower can be directly admitted to various advanced academies. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Not to mention, if you can make it onto the Demon Suppression Tower's leaderboard, there will be many rewards. Whether our school can gain face depends entirely on you. I've already boasted about it. If you don't live up to expectations, it will be my reputation on the line. Think about it, is that appropriate? After all, I am your lifesaver.
After Tangy's long speech, Suze roughly understood the situation. It was simply that the competition in the Demon Suppression Tower had become fiercer, so he needed to improve his strength quickly. However, the foundation establishment pill was not very effective for Suze. To be precise, almost all pills that enhanced cultivation had little effect on him, unless they were pills meant for nascent soul or even higher-level cultivators. However, the medicinal power of pills was different from the energy returned by the system. If Suze consumed a pill of this level, the only outcome would be immediate death from qi deviation. But Suze couldn't refuse the foundation establishment pill, as that would be too abnormal. He put the pill away and asked,
Principal, anything else?
Tangy said,
Not really.
Suddenly, he noticed something wrong, a look of astonishment appearing on his face. He had felt something off ever since Suze entered the office. Now he finally realized what it was: Suze's cultivation level. It was actually the 9th level of body tempering. What was his cultivation level last time? It seemed to be when they were intercepting the Qingyun eagle in the barbarian forest, right? Wasn't Suze at the 7th level of body tempering back then? Now only a few days had passed, just 2 or 3 days, and he was already at the 9th level. Tangy's cultivation was very high, so he could naturally see Suze's true level at a glance.
You're at the 9th level of body tempering?
He asked in shock. Suze nodded and said,
Yes, I just advanced yesterday.
Tangy's hand trembled as he asked,
Then when did you advance to the 8th level?
Suze replied,
Also yesterday. What?
Tangy completely lost his composure. He stood up with a swish and came to Suze's side.
You advanced from the 7th level to the 9th level of body tempering in 1 day?
Tangy asked urgently. Suze nodded. Tangy grew anxious and said,
How could you be so hasty? Jumping 2 stages in the body tempering period is not extremely rare, but the consequences are severe. It may cause unstable foundations and affect your future achievements.
Suze knew his own situation well. There was absolutely no problem of unstable foundations. So he said calmly,
It's fine, Principal. I'm different from those people. This is a case of accumulating deeply and bursting forth.
Tangy's face darkened, like the bottom of a pot nearly choked by these words.
Accumulating deeply, my ass. How long have you been cultivating? When did you ever have a deep accumulation phase?
He reached out and placed his hand on Suze's shoulder, a wisp of extremely pure spiritual energy emerging to probe Suze's physical condition. However, to his surprise, Suze's true chi was frighteningly pure, and his foundation was so stable that it was virtually unprecedented. What was going on? This wasn't reasonable. Tangy suddenly felt very puzzled. Ever since he discovered this talent named Suze, many common principles had been shattered. After a long while, Suze's voice startled him from his thoughts.
Principal, are you all right?
Tangy snapped back to reality, looking at Suze as if he were a monster. This guy, even if he were the most exceptional child of a top-tier clan, he would believe. But despite his shock, he still advised Suze to stay grounded and not be too impatient, so that his future achievements would be greater. Suze nodded like a model student. Although it actually wasn't very useful. But he knew Tangy meant well, so he listened very seriously. After a long time, Tangy finally finished his advice. Suze asked,
Principal, is there really nothing else?
Tangy waved his hand.
Go, nothing else for you.
However, just as Suze was about to leave, he thought of something else, and called out to him, his expression becoming solemn and serious. Seeing the principal so serious, Suze also became attentive.
At your age,
Tangy said slowly. Suze listened carefully, straining his ears.
You should still focus on cultivation, and try not to get into early relationships.
Suze's face darkened. He really hadn't expected the principal to say something like that. Seeing the principal's demeanor, he knew this misunderstanding could not be cleared up. Without waiting for Tangy to continue, Suze hurriedly left the principal's office. In fact, to avoid hearing any further words, he even activated the golden true chi within his body, transforming his figure into a golden light, and vanishing instantly. Tangy's voice abruptly ceased. He shook his head helplessly. He only hoped that Suze would heed his words, and focus on cultivation, otherwise his talent would be wasted. If he possessed such talent. He shook his head. Such gifts were innate, not something to envy. Tangy suddenly thought of a question. Even if Suze was exceptionally gifted, achieving such accomplishments in such a short time, wouldn't pills and various herbs be indispensable? As far as he could recall, Suze came from an ordinary family. Then how did he manage it? It didn't add up. Curious, Tangy sat before his computer and began to operate. He entered a web address accessing a non-public site and started searching for information about Suze. He typed in keywords and clicked the search button. The powerful search engine began scouring the database for information on Suze. After a moment, entries appeared one by one. Tangy clicked on each one to examine them. But soon he frowned.
How is there no key information?
The screen displayed many trivial details, mostly the most basic things. Over the past decade or so, Suze's life had been no different from an ordinary person's. Not a single remarkable feature, just a completely normal child. This formed a stark contrast with the present Suze. It almost felt like he was a different person. What about his parents? Tangy pondered, then began to search for relevant information. But the results startled him. The screen was blank with only a single line of small text.
This information is classified top secret. You do not have the required clearance to access it.
Top secret? Tangy's eyes widened in surprise. His clearance level was not low. He could access many things. Yet he had no right to view Suze's parents' records. What did this mean? Suze's parents must be extraordinary. But the more he thought, the more curious he grew. Tangy's eyes flickered as if considering something. Finally, he made up his mind and logged out of his account. Then he entered a new set of credentials. After logging in, the browsing interface itself looked different. He entered the same keywords again and started searching. However, the results remained unchanged. He still had no permission to view the relevant data. With a sharp crack, the water glass in Tangy's hand shattered into powder, scattering on the floor.
Still can't access it.
Surprise turned into shock. This account possessed a level 2 clearance. It could access almost all classified files. Yet it still couldn't reveal Suze's parents' information. What was going on? Thoughts raced through Tang's mind like lightning. If his guess was correct, Suze's parents were either incredibly powerful heavyweight figures or key figures in some crucial departments. Or perhaps they were heirs of a top-tier aristocratic family. But that possibility was less likely, as he knew most people from such families, and none fit the criteria. Regardless, Suze's identity was far from simple. Tangy closed the screen, lost in thought. Just who exactly was Suze? Why would such a genius appear in Jiangnan City? And what made him so low-key before? One question after another arose. A thought suddenly struck Tangy. From this perspective, the Lin family might have married above their station. He smiled and stopped dwelling on the matter. No matter what Suze's true identity was, he only needed to know that Suze was a student at his school. As for the hidden secrets, who cared? On the other side in the classroom, Lin Mi looked up and saw Suze just walking in. She instantly recalled the events in the Manwang forest, and a blush crept across her delicate face. Still, she remembered what Wang Lin had entrusted to her.
Suze!
She whispered.
What's up?
Suze asked. Lin Mi said.
It's like this. My grandfather wants to meet you.
Suze was taken aback, almost thinking he had misheard.
Meet me? Why does your grandfather want to see me?
Lin Mi recalled Wang Lin's instruction never bring up the new formula unless Suze mentioned it first. So she said,
My grandfather heard about what happened in the forest and wants to personally thank you.
After listening to her explanation, Suze thought for a moment and agreed. Lin Miao's maternal grandfather was said to be highly knowledgeable in alchemy, a fact Suze had heard long ago. He had been studying alchemy recently and had some questions. Perhaps he could seek advice. With guidance, he could avoid detours and devote more energy to martial arts. Thus they set a time. It would be the weekend 3 days later.
By the way,
Lin Mi recalled something.
Last time in the forest when Tang Jie and the others left. Then the beast tide appeared and they ended up facing it.
Suze asked.
What? Were they injured?
Lin Mi shook her head.
No, they died.
Suze was stunned. He hadn't expected that answer. A complex feeling arose in his heart. Familiar people dying like this was hard to accept. Although their moral compass was somewhat skewed, they didn't deserve death. But such was the cruel world of cultivators. Death and injury were the most common occurrences. Close friends could be gravely wounded or killed in a single battle. Even he himself was no exception. If one couldn't mentally prepare for this, they would eventually suffer a great loss. Lin Miao, being an alchemist, was not particularly strong in combat, and as a woman, she was especially sensitive to such matters. Suze noticed her distress and spoke to comfort her.
You don't need to blame yourself. Such things are inevitable, and the fault isn't yours. Since they chose to become cultivators, they should have been prepared for this.
Lin Miao nodded, forcing a faint smile.
Thank you, Suze.
Suze waved his hand, signaling that there was no need for such formality. One early morning, under Shao Qing's resentful gaze, Suze still placed his hand on the flame bird egg.
You have infused 1 year of cultivation into the flame bird. The infusion cashback function has been triggered. Selecting cashback multiplier. Your cashback multiplier for this time is 60 times. You have obtained 60 years of cultivation.
Suze rejoiced. His luck had been excellent these past few days, with each cashback multiplier being very high. A vast amount of energy appeared. Under his guidance, all this energy was poured into the 9th dragon elephant seed. However, what surprised Suze somewhat was that, under such a torrent of energy infusion, this dragon elephant seed showed no reaction at all. And at that moment, the system's voice rang out again.
The cultivation technique you are practicing has encountered a bottleneck and obstacle triggered by changes in the laws of heaven and earth. In the current world, the difficulty of cultivating the dragon elephant body refining art will continue to increase. The barrier you have encountered requires 3,000 years of cultivation to break.
After hearing the system's explanation, Suze's joy vanished without a trace. 3,000 years of cultivation. How many years of cultivation did he have now? He called up the system panel to check.
Name Suze. Age 16. Cultivation technique dragon elephant body refining art incomplete version. Martial cultivation body tempering 9th layer 390 years. Alchemy cultivation 50 years. Beast tamer Qing Jiao snake E-level lower tier. Other cultivation none. Remaining cultivation 0.
With 390 years of martial cultivation to reach 3,000 years. Even if he received the maximum 100-fold cashback every time, it would still take at least 26 days. Could he get a 100-fold cashback every time? Was that possible? Therefore, the time would inevitably be extended far more than just 26 days. Suze felt helpless, but had no other choice. According to the system, the dragon elephant body refining art was already difficult to cultivate, and now, with the great changes in heaven and earth, it had become even harder. No wonder no one had been able to complete this technique before. Not to mention the 3,000-year threshold. Who could live for 390 years in the body tempering stage? With 390 years of cultivation, he had only unlocked 8 dragon elephant seeds, and reached body tempering 9th layer. Although his combat power was indeed astonishing, the gap between effort and result was clearly too great. However, for Suze, this was not a major problem. At most it would just take a bit more time. Crack. Suddenly, a crisp cracking sound rang out. Suze raised an eyebrow and turned around sharply. Xiaoqing also sensed it, and appeared as a flash of green light. Under the gaze of 2 pairs of eyes, a crack appeared on the flame bird egg. Crack. 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 Then more and larger cracks appeared. Strands of red light seeped from the shell, scorching energy gushed out, and the temperature in the room rose rapidly. As a cold-blooded creature, Xiaoqing instinctively detested the high temperature. Yet it insisted on staying. It wanted to see the appearance of this little third with its own eyes. After a moment, with a plop, a piece of shell fell to the ground, revealing the scene inside the egg. A fiery red fluffy ball rolled out from within. Then limbs and a head emerged from beneath the thick fuzz. A pair of large red eyes slowly opened and immediately saw Suze before it. Suze was also looking at this newborn little creature.
Name Flame Bird Young. Level F level lower tier. Skills Blaze Great Fireball Bathing in Fire. Special Bloodline Vermilion Bird Bloodline 1. Remark: a naturally powerful beast. After undergoing the baptism of the fire bathing array, if it grows smoothly, it will most likely break through the limits of its race in the future.
Sure. The little flame bird chirped, feeling an extraordinary closeness to the giant before it. It flapped its wings, pounced into Suze's arms, and kept rolling and tumbling. Seeing this, Xiaoqing's body stiffened, staring at the flame bird in disbelief. This shameless little third. Didn't it see that she was still here? Never had she seen a little third so arrogant in front of the lawful wife. Oh! It seemed this little third hadn't even glanced at her. Xiaoqing suddenly realized this problem. A surge of anger rushed to her heart. She must not lose. The next moment, Xiaoqing swiftly climbed onto Suze's arm. She stared intently at the flame bird, trying to catch its attention. However, its fierce appearance only made the newborn flame bird think it was playing with it. The little flame bird let out a series of clear chirps as if laughing. Xiaoqing's face turned green with anger, but she was helpless. The master seemed to value this little third, and she was a dignified E-level beast, so naturally she couldn't bully a newborn little one. Suze smiled and stroked the little flame bird's soft fluff, saying,
"From now on I'll call you Xiaohua."
Xiaohua, already possessing a hint of intelligence, happily nodded. Xiaoqing's heart trembled again. Xiaohua, Xiaohua, such an intimate name. Then, Suze extended his finger and touched Xiaohua's. Silver light flashed and vanished, and the contract was formally established. In an instant, a wonderful connection was established between him and Xiaohua. The contract relationship established by the system was very special, seemingly a more advanced method. Suze had once researched the matter, but found no relevant records. However, as long as it posed no harm to himself and his spirit beast, it was fine. After doing all this, Suze took out a ring from his pocket. Golden True Chi circulated, and the ring was activated. A beam of light shot out from the ring, enveloping the little flame bird. Xiaohua did not resist, and its figure vanished instantly. The next moment it appeared in a void of colorful space. It felt warm all over, very comfortable. Sure. Xiaohua was full of curiosity about this place, fluttering its wings and dancing joyfully. The beast taming ring. This was something Suze had bought at a high price 2 days ago, a special tool for beast tamers, to store contracted spirit beasts. After all, some spirit beasts were huge in size, making it inconvenient to carry them around in certain situations, hence the beast taming ring. The beast taming space inside had endless wonderful uses. Not only could it help beasts rest, but it also allowed them to quickly recover their strength, and even heal minor injuries. After putting Xiaohua away, Su Zhe turned his gaze to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing naturally understood what this was, and shook her head, desperately refusing to go in no matter what. Su Zhe thought for a moment. Xiao Qing's body was small, and she was usually not very active. Staying on his wrist was not inconvenient. Therefore he smiled and didn't insist. Xiao Qing breathed a sigh of relief, joy surging in her heart. Her status was still higher than that little third's after all. There was still hope. As long as she worked hard and performed well, that little third would never rise to prominence. Hadn't it been sent directly into that cold ring? In her eyes, that was no different from being banished to the cold palace. Sunday. With a joyful church, Xiaohua, having received the transmission, returned to the beast taming ring. At the last moment before returning, it glanced at Xiao Qing, a trace of sympathy in its eyes. This fellow is truly pitiable, enduring wind, and dew every day, unable to enter the beast taming ring to rest. How wretched! In Xiaohua's eyes, the beast taming space was simply paradise. Meanwhile, Xiao Qing, who stayed outside every day, naturally appeared quite pitiful. Xiao Qing, however, harbored similar thoughts. While the two spirit beasts were each lost in their own thoughts, Su Zhe had already finished packing. Today was the day agreed upon with Lin Yai. It was said that her grandfather, to express his gratitude, had specially invited several chefs from the largest restaurant in Jiangnan City. Unable to refuse such kindness, Su Zhe, out of politeness, naturally would not delay. An hour later he glanced at the address saved on his phone, then looked up at the vast estate before him. After confirming it was correct, Su Zhe couldn't help but sigh. It's really good to be rich. He knew Lin Yoi's family was wealthy, but he hadn't expected them to be this wealthy. This estate before him, based on Jiangnan City's prices, would cost at least several billion to acquire. The most crucial point was that it wasn't something one could own simply by being wealthy. One must also possess extremely high status and connections. A servant had been waiting at the estate gate early on. Seeing Su Zhe appear, he immediately came forward. "Excuse me, are you Su Zhe?" Su Zhe nodded. "Yes, I am Su Zhe." The servant wore a standard smile and said, "Please follow me." Then a golf cart appeared. After Su Zhe got on, the servant drove the cart swiftly into the estate. A moment later, the cart stopped in front of a small building. Though called a small building, it was actually a villa. Led by the servant, Su Zhe entered the extremely luxurious house. Just before he stepped into the villa, a figure flashed past in the distance. Su Zhe caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye, and was momentarily stunned. That person seemed familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. But after thinking, he couldn't recall. At that moment, the servant's voice came interrupting his thoughts. "Su Zhe, you can just go straight in. Walk straight ahead, and you'll reach the dining room." Su Zhe snapped back to reality, thanked him, and then walked into the villa. Along the way, the corridor walls were adorned with various artworks. Though he wasn't an expert, Su Zhe could still sense the strong aura of money emanating from them. Finally, a dining room appeared ahead. Dishes were already being served on the huge round table. A slender figure sat demurely by the table. It was Lin Yi. Beside her, two people sat upright. Su Zhe shifted his gaze from Lin Yi to the two beside her. He suddenly felt that these two people looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Suddenly his body stiffened, as he recalled when he had seen them. Weren't these the two who bought the blood dragon grass last time? How could they be here? Su Zhe was bewildered, his mind racing with countless speculations. A very cliché guess emerged. Could they be Lin Yi's family? If so, then the old man was her grandfather. So the one he had extorted last time was a member of the Lin family. He suddenly remembered something else. A while ago, Lin Yi had missed a few days of school, saying she was injured. Thinking about it this way, the timing seemed to perfectly match the time of his first entry into the primordial forest. The person who had been unconscious back then was Lin Yi. Suddenly everything connected into a single line. It all made sense now. Why Lin Yi had gone looking for the blood dragon grass, why the two had offered a high price for it, why Lin Yi had so many pills. Now everything had an explanation. However, this seemed a bit too coincidental. Wang Lin and Lin Fan also saw Suze. They were both visibly startled, recognizing him immediately. Why was this guy here? Wang Lin was very happy today, even excited. That great master must know his identity, and yet he was willing to let his disciple meet him. What did this mean? It meant that the great master had definitely considered making a comeback. That meant he might not have to wait long before meeting this master and discussing alchemy with him. So Wang Lin had started preparing from early morning. Young people, after all love to eat. Therefore, he had specially asked Lin Fan to invite the best chef from Jiangnan City, select the freshest and finest ingredients, and carefully prepare this lunch. Just now the servant had said that Suze had already arrived at the estate gate. He thought that the young man might not have eaten breakfast and must be hungry now, so he considerately had the dishes served so that Suze could eat immediately upon arrival. This would also help build rapport and make it easier to probe for information. But when Suze appeared, he was stunned. Wasn't this the kid who sold him the blood dragon grass the other day? Moreover, the blood dragon grass had been taken from his own family. What was this kid doing here? Had he changed his mind and wanted to come directly to Tianyuan Academy? This was against the rules. But he quickly dismissed this guess. Then it dawned on him. Could it be that this kid was Suze himself? For a moment, the atmosphere became very awkward. Lin Mui also saw Suze, at this moment broke into a smile, and happily stood up to welcome him. She bounced over to Suze, and said with a smile,
Suze, you're here.
Suze nodded.
I'm here. I haven't delayed, have I?
Lin Mui shook her head, like a rattledrum, looking adorably innocent, and said,
No, no.
Seeing his daughter's expression, Lin Fan's eyelid twitched. Although he knew his precious daughter's personality, innocent, lively, kind, and very friendly to others, but her current demeanor was clearly unusual. Lin Fan's expression changed, and he began to scrutinize Suze from head to toe. The more he looked, the more alarmed he became. This kid was quite handsome, worthy of being called a handsome guy. More dangerously, if their speculation was true, then this kid not only possessed extraordinary martial arts talent, but also had great aptitude in alchemy, and behind him was an alchemy master whom even his own father admired. This kid was too dangerous. Lin Fan became extremely vigilant. It was an instinct from his identity as a father. No matter how excellent the other party was, their first reaction was that this kid was no good. Lin Fan was the same. Seeing his precious daughter smile so happily, a great sense of crisis rose in his heart. Lin Miao's words eased the awkwardness in the dining room. Through her remarks, Wang Lin and Lin Fan confirmed that the young man was indeed the genuine Suze. Faced with this reality, they couldn't help but remark that the world was truly full of coincidences. However, being individuals of high standing, they possessed the necessary adaptability.
Such a coincidence, Suze, we meet again,
Wang Lin said with a smile. Lin Mi's bright eyes were filled with confusion as she asked,
You've met before? More than just met,
Lin Fan said quietly.
When I was refining the foundation establishment pill for you, the main ingredient, the blood dragon grass, was purchased from Suze.
Lin Mui was stunned. She had heard from Qin Wei that the blood dragon grass was bought from the person who had taken advantage of the situation. If that were the case, then Suze was that person. Suze gave an awkward smile.
If I had known it was you, I would never have done such a thing.
He felt a bit embarrassed. However, to his surprise, Lin Mui gasped, her eyes sparkling.
So you were the one who saved us back then?
Suze nodded.
Yes.
Lin Mui counted on her fingers, looking adorable.
Counting this time, you saved me 3 times.
In truth, regardless of whether it was Suze or not, she had never cared about the aftermath. After all, he had saved her life, and that debt could never be fully repaid. Then she enthusiastically pulled Suze to the table, and even served him food. Lin Fan's eyes twitched at the sight. Danger? This young man was far too dangerous. He had deliberately revealed the truth, yet he showed no reaction at all. What was more, she was now serving food to that young man. He looked down at his own plate. It was empty. Even his own father didn't get this treatment. What was going on? When did this start? How had he been completely unaware? Countless thoughts and speculations raced through Lin Fan's mind. Wang Lin, however, had no such concerns, and simply watched the scene with a cheerful expression. Though he cherished his granddaughter, he knew that many things were beyond his control, especially matters of the heart. Besides, Suze was a fine and promising young man in every respect. But he would still remind them later, they were too young and some boundaries must not be crossed. Seeing his father-in-law's expression, Lin Fan grew even more anxious. Dad, she's your own granddaughter. How can you just stand by and watch? Admittedly, the chef at this grand restaurant had a unique skill. Every dish was a delight. Suze didn't stand on ceremony and began eating. Just then Wan Lin suddenly spoke.
Chao Su, I heard you also dabble in alchemy.
Suze put down his utensils.
Yes, I've recently started studying alchemy.
Oh,
recently started.
A hint of a smile appeared on Wan Lin's lips. This young man didn't think before lying. He just blurted it out without any rigor. Recently started studying alchemy. Who would believe that? He laughed heartily and began probing again.
Last time you insisted you refine the body tempering liquid. I hope it didn't cause you any trouble. This girl's only flaw is being too straightforward.
Lin Mui pouted and wrinkled her nose playfully. Suze shook his head.
Not at all. Thanks to Miaoi, I had my first attempt at refining pills. Luckily I succeeded.
Wang Lin's smile deepened. This young man was full of hot air. He must have guessed Wang Lin's intention and was just brushing him off. First attempt at refining. Even a fool wouldn't believe that. While serving food, he said,
Come eat, don't stop. I'm too old to eat much, but I love watching you young people eat.
Suze felt a warmth in his heart. Since his parents disappeared, he had never felt this cared for. Wang Lin continued,
I've seen the bottles of body tempering liquid you refined. They're quite good, but...
He paused, observing Suze's reaction. This point was too forward, directly touching on a new formula. He worried it might upset Suze or the master behind him. But he couldn't help himself and decided to probe. Suze froze, his movements halting. Wang Lin was a professor of alchemy at Tianyuan Academy, an authority in the field. From his words, it seemed he had found a problem with Suze's body tempering liquid. So Suze asked,
But what?
Seeing Suze wasn't averse to the topic, Wang Lin was delighted and quickly spoke.
I noticed that the body tempering liquid you refined seems different from the ordinary kind.
Suze suddenly recalled the modification he had made.
Has the potency decreased?
Wang Lin shook his head hastily.
No, it's increased significantly.
Suze breathed a sigh of relief. That was reassuring. Wang Lin asked cautiously,
I just want to know, was the modification method taught by your master?
Lin Mui and Lin Fan put down their chopsticks, waiting intently for Suze's answer. Suze was puzzled, not understanding what Wang Lin was talking about. What master? His own master. He had no master. He had learned everything through hard study on his own. He shook his head.
I have no master. I just figured it out on my own.
Wang Lin wasn't surprised by this answer. Aside from the absurdity of the reason, it was nothing. Figured it out on his own. If not for the younger generation present, Wang Lin would have burst out laughing. This young man could come up with such an outlandish excuse. Figured it out on his own. If he could figure out a new formula for body tempering liquid, why couldn't all those masters do the same? Did he think we were 3-year-olds? Wang Lin wasn't angry though. Suze's reaction and answer were within his expectations, even if the excuse was a bit sloppy. But this also revealed a piece of information that Master was about to show himself. Otherwise, as his disciple, Suze wouldn't have given such a careless answer to the question. He would have come up with a logically coherent reply. Satisfied with this key information, Wang Lin was content. He smiled and said,
Suze, you really know how to joke. Come try this air-freighted sea cucumber.
Suze was completely baffled, feeling that things were getting stranger. He had been honest because of the Lin family's warmth, which made him feel a rare sense of familial affection, and he was moved. And now, it seemed none of them believed a word he said. Lin Water's big eyes curved into crescent moons as she gazed at Suze's profile, covering her mouth to stifle a giggle. She also thought his words were too far-fetched. She had actually believed him at first, when he claimed he was trying alchemy for the first time. But now that she knew Suze had a master who was a grandmaster of alchemy, how could she still believe that? That was a master her own grandfather admired. Such a person would never take on a disciple who started halfway. He must have been training from childhood. Therefore Suze must have been studying alchemy, since he was young to achieve his current accomplishments. The whole family had figured this out, yet Suze still blatantly spouted such nonsense. Lynn Water blinked her big eyes, suddenly discovering an endearing side of Suze. At that moment sunlight streamed through the window into the dining room, casting its glow upon him. Suze's face was already handsome, and under the sunlight his features appeared even more sharply defined. For a moment Lynn Water's cheeks flushed and her heart pounded like a startled deer. She quickly turned her head, unable to meet Suze's gaze. This entire scene was captured by Lin Fan's eyes. He held his breath, staring in disbelief at his precious daughter. What? What was this expression supposed to mean? Daughter, you couldn't actually have fallen for this boy, could you? He couldn't accept it. It wasn't that Suze wasn't good enough, it was purely that he was hostile to any boy around his daughter's age. The little cotton-padded jacket he had raised for over a decade was about to run off with someone else. No man could tolerate that. Besides, Juana was only 16 in the bloom of youth. How could she be allowed to date early? Suze was indeed outstanding, but early dating was absolutely forbidden. This was the last stubbornness of an old father. Therefore Lin Fan gritted his teeth and decided to take action. Thoughts flashed through his mind, and various plans emerged. Suddenly Lin Fan's eyes lit up, and he said with a smile,
"By the way, do you know the news that came out this morning?"
The three people at the table turned their gazes toward him. Lin Fan continued,
"I reckon the news has spread by now. He Shuer from the affiliated middle school of the capital defeated a Golden Core stage demon beast while at the Foundation establishment stage. She was admitted to the True Dragon Academy by its Dean Zhang Muji and granted the title of Prodigy. The Prodigy title."
Lin Water's eyes widened in shock. Even Wan Lin was startled.
"The Prodigy title?"
Suze asked in confusion. He had never paid attention to such matters before, and was unfamiliar with the meaning of the title. Lin Water explained,
"The Prodigy title is the highest honor bestowed upon young cultivators by humanity. Those who receive this title are all unparalleled geniuses, extraordinary in combat power, and terrifyingly strong."
She suddenly stopped mid-sentence, staring intently at Suze. The more she spoke, the more she felt she was describing Suze. Wasn't he an unparalleled genius? His cultivation had advanced rapidly in just a month at a terrifying pace. Extraordinary in combat power. That also fit. According to that bear's account, Suze had beaten it into submission before it surrendered. Terrifyingly strong. One never knew Suze's true strength. He almost never used his full power before his opponent was defeated. From any perspective, Suze seemed no less than he Shuer. The only difference between them now was that one was at the body tempering stage, and the other at the Foundation establishment stage. And that was only because he Shuer had awakened earlier and trained longer. Lin Water believed that given enough time Suze would surpass he Shuer. Realizing this, Lin Water's eyes sparkled with admiration as she gazed at Suze. Lin Fan sensed something was wrong. Why had Water stopped explaining, and was instead staring at that boy like that? Wait. What was that expression? How did things seem to be getting worse? He had deliberately brought up this news to humble that boy. He wanted his daughter to know that there are always people better than you, that many are more outstanding than this boy, and that now was the time for cultivation, not to waste time on romantic feelings. But what was happening? Instead of thinking that way, Water seemed even more admiring of that boy. Water, what kind of enchantment had that boy cast on you? Lin Fan screamed in his heart. But on the surface, he remained calm. He cleared his throat and said,
"The Prodigy title has not been awarded for 35 years. Every previous recipient has become a pillar of humanity."
Wan Lin recalled something and added,
"But the one who received the title 35 years ago met with an accident. He disappeared during an incident. Since then no one has earned the Prodigy title."
Suze raised an eyebrow and asked,
"What was that person's name?"
Wan Lin furrowed his brow, thought for a moment, and said,
"I think it was Su Changqing."
Suze's body trembled, a profound shock appearing in his eyes, and his body went rigid. Lin Water noticed his anomaly and asked,
"What's wrong, Suze?
Do you know this person?" "Know him." Suze's heart surged like a tidal wave. He knew the prodigy named Su Changqing, and not just a little. He had lived with this person for years. That was his father's name. the last human to receive the prodigy title over 30 years ago. And he had disappeared during an accident. Combined with what Suze knew about his father's identity, as a senior researcher at the Institute of Dimensional Space Research. All the pieces fit. Suze was almost certain that Su Chongqing was his father. After many days, information about his parents had surfaced again. Suze was very excited, but he forced himself to remain calm.
Nothing, it just sounds familiar, maybe I've seen it somewhere before,
he explained. Lin Water nodded and didn't press further. Wang Lin and Lin Fan naturally had no suspicions. Even if they racked their brains, they would never connect Suze with the human prodigy from over 30 years ago. No matter how badly such a figure had fallen, he wouldn't have left his child in Jiangnan City. It was utterly impossible.
Prodigy.
Lin Water's face was full of longing. It was the title every young cultivator dreamed of. Unfortunately, she feared she would never be worthy of that title. After all, an alchemist was not skilled in combat. Defeating a golden core cultivator at the Foundation establishment stage was impossible. But then she thought her classmate and friend Suze had a very good chance of earning that title. For a moment, she felt a sense of shared glory. Lin Fan's concern wasn't for any other reason. It was simply the vigilance of a father towards a strange man. Coupled with the fact that Suze's qualifications were exceptionally outstanding, he racked his brain, but couldn't find a single flaw. This filled him with a sense of crisis. His precious daughter seemed to be on the verge of falling. And given the current situation, his daughter held Suze in great admiration. This was no small matter. When a woman begins to admire a man, it inevitably leads to uncontrollable affection. Fortunately, he suddenly recalled the matter of the prodigy he swear. His intention was purely to dampen Suze's spirits, making him feel the disparity in the world, thereby venting his own pent-up frustration. Seeing Suze lost in thought, he assumed his plan had succeeded, and immediately broke into a smile.
He swear has been a genius since childhood, hailed by countless people, blessed with abundant resources. Her current achievements are only to be expected. You're not far behind. If you put in the effort, though you may not attain the title of prodigy, you won't be too far off.
However, to his surprise, his own precious daughter spoke first. Lin Mi said,
"Why is it impossible? Though I know I can't, I believe Suze might not be inferior to Yishuer."
Lin Fan chuckled wryly, shaking his head.
"Mioi, don't you know Yishuer?"
He shook his head, reciting her achievements as if counting family treasures.
"She has dominated the headlines ever since she was a child. Awakening at 10, reaching the peak of body tempering in half a year, achieving Foundation establishment 3 years later, and now, at 16, she is at the peak of Foundation establishment, having even slain a golden core demon beast beyond her level. Only such accomplishments can earn the title of prodigy. Can you imagine how difficult that is?"
Wang Lin, standing by, nodded.
"I have met Yishuer a few times. She is indeed a terrifyingly talented child, unmatched within the same realm."
Suze snapped back to reality, and hearing their words, marveled inwardly. If he excluded himself, the one who seemed to have cheated his way to power, then Yishuer's talent was truly the best in the world. Unfortunately, he had a cheat, unmatched within the same realm. Who was, after all? Lin Mui shook her head, and silently pointed at Suze.
"Peak of body tempering in half a year. Do you know how many days Suze took to reach the 7th level of body tempering?"
Wang Lin and Lin Fan were curious.
"How long?"
Lin Mi said calmly.
"Less than 20 days.
"What?" The two were startled. They abruptly turned to Suze. But soon Lin Fan shook his head.
"That is indeed fast, but Yishuer also took about the same time. Besides, after the 6th level of body tempering, each subsequent advancement takes longer."
Just then, Suze spoke softly.
"Actually, I am already at the peak of body tempering now."
The principal already knew his strength, so there was no need to hide it. Lin Fan paused mid-sentence. Wang Lin's pupils contracted, and he turned to look at Suze. Lin Mi was stunned and exclaimed,
"Suze, you're at the 9th level of body tempering. Weren't you at the 7th level just a few days ago?"
Suze nodded.
"I broke through from the 7th to the 9th just a few days ago."
Hearing this, Lin Fan raised an eyebrow and swept his divine sense. Such actions were rarely taken among cultivators, for if the relationship was not close, it could easily be seen as a provocation. But Lin Fan could no longer hold back, and used his divine sense, immediately seeing Suze's true strength. Truly peak body tempering. What was this kid's strength not long ago? Wasn't it the 5th level of body tempering? How long had it been since then? How did he jump straight to the peak of body tempering? Wang Lin's eyes were also filled with shock. Though he was an alchemist, his cultivation was still formidable, and he could clearly perceive Suze's true cultivation. In just a few days from the 5th level to the 9th. Was that possible? Under normal circumstances, he would never believe it. But now, with a living example right before him, he had no choice but to believe. How did Suze achieve this? This question lingered in the minds of the 3 members of the Lin family. Soon a flash of insight struck Wang Lin's mind, and he thought of the only possibility. Suze must have consumed some kind of pill, which explained his terrifying advancement. Otherwise such rapid progress would be absolutely impossible. The origin of the pill needed no explanation. It came from the master alchemist behind Suze. Why would he do this? Wasn't using pills to boost strength so quickly like forcing growth. That master couldn't possibly be unaware of that principle. What was the reason? Suddenly Wang Lin guessed a possibility. The mysterious master alchemist must have developed a new pill. A pill that could rapidly improve cultivation during the body tempering stage without harming the cultivator's foundation. This conjecture was astonishing. A pill that could elevate someone from the 5th level to the peak of body tempering in just a few days. Even Wang Lin, racking his brains, could not fathom how to achieve such a feat. That master was truly a divine being. Wang Lin's eyes were filled with awe as he looked at Suze, his heart surging with excitement. A disciple of such a master stood right before him. Moreover, Suze had a good relationship with his own Mui, and was even chatting and laughing with them. Most importantly, Mui seemed to have a slight affection for Suze, and Suze did not seem to dislike her. The bystander sees more than the player. Lin Mui had not realized this yet, but as onlookers Wang Lin and Lin Fan could clearly sense it. If this developed smoothly, Wang Lin revealed a broad smile and gestured for Lin Mui not to ask further.
Mui, matters of cultivation are everyone's secret, don't pry too much.
Lin Mui also realized her impropriety and blushed slightly.
Sorry Suze, I was too excited just now.
Suze smiled.
It's fine, it's not a secret anyway. I just keep practicing every day.
Hearing this, Lin Fan almost rolled his eyes to the back of his head. This kid sure knows how to show off. Practicing every day. If that alone could achieve such results, he would have been the #1 in the human race long ago. Watching Suze and Lin Mui chatting happily, a sense of defeat welled up in his heart. Why didn't the old man step in? This was his own granddaughter. He turned to Wang Lin for help, only to find Wang Lin smiling warmly at the two, especially looking at Suze as if he were his own grandson-in-law. Lin Fan's heart sank, a wave of despair washing over him. What was the use of being the business magnate of Jiangnan City, the identity of a martial arts master? At this moment Lin Fan was nothing but a father. A deep sense of helplessness overwhelmed him, and the delicious food before him lost all its flavor. At last, after bidding farewell to the beaming Wang Lin and his granddaughter along with the grim-faced Lin Fan, Suze left the manor. He was quite satisfied with the meal. The dishes were certainly delicious, but more importantly Suze felt a trace of long-lost warmth during this meal. Since his parents vanished, he had always eaten alone. This feeling akin to home touched a long-sealed corner deep within Suze's heart. Recalling the warmth of Wang Lin and Lin Mui at the table, a surge of comfort washed over him. Returning home, Suze turned on his computer and began searching for information about the title of Heavenly Pride. Soon a lengthy list appeared on the screen.
In 2011 AD, the first year of the Awakening era, martial artist Zhou Yuan emerged, slaying a golden core beast at the Foundation establishment stage and earning the title of Heavenly Pride. In the third year of the Awakening era, beast Tamer Li Jing at Foundation establishment slew a golden core beast and obtained the title of Heavenly Pride.
One by one the illustrious figures in human history appeared. They all had records of slaying golden core beasts at the Foundation establishment stage. A few even more powerful ones had slain nascent soul experts at the golden core stage. The gap between the golden core and nascent soul stages was far greater than that between Foundation establishment and golden core. Those who could achieve such feats were truly monstrous. Suze quickly scrolled down to the end of the list and finally saw a familiar name.
In the 529th year of the Awakening era, martial artist Su Chongqing at Foundation Establishment simultaneously battled two golden core beasts and slew them, earning the title of Heavenly Pride.
Two golden core beasts. Suze couldn't help but click his tongue. Was his father really that ferocious? Others slew one, but he directly took on two and succeeded in killing them both. In his impression, Su Chongqing was a lean scholar. Though not exactly frail, he hardly seemed like a brute capable of battling two golden core beasts. Suze suddenly felt that he knew too little about his parents. Then a look of profound astonishment appeared in his eyes. The cursor on the screen moved up to the previous entry.
In the 528th year of the Awakening era, beast Tamer by Ling at Foundation Establishment slew a golden core beast and won first place in the All Races Assembly that same year, earning the title of Heavenly Pride.
By Ling. Suze felt a bit dizzy. That name. Wasn't it his mother's? Not only was his father a human Heavenly Pride, but his mother was also one. Even more astonishing, she won first place in the All Races Assembly. The All Races Assembly was a grand gathering of cultivators jointly organized by the councils of all races in the world. Its purpose was to allow young elites from different races to spar and foster interracial exchange. Every participant qualified was nothing less than a genius. All were exceptionally gifted and possessed extraordinary combat prowess. To win first place among such a group, its weight was extraordinary. Thinking of his parents' status as senior researchers at the Dimensional Space Research Institute, Suze suddenly felt relieved. No wonder they had achieved such high positions at a young age. Being a human Heavenly Pride granted immense status in any field. Knowing that both his parents were Heavenly Prides, a smile crept onto Suze's face, and pride swelled in his heart. The appearance of a single Heavenly Pride would ignite jubilation across humanity, with news spreading through every street. And in his own household. Two Heavenly Prides in one family. No, soon it would be three. Suze's eyes glimmered. Slaying a golden core beast at Foundation Establishment didn't sound too difficult. Then Suze clicked on his father's entry, hoping to learn more. However, the screen only displayed a jumble of garbled code offering no useful information. Suze was no longer surprised by this result. All information about his parents seemed to have vanished from the internet. What exactly happened back then? His parents as human Heavenly Pride should have already been formidable at their age. Ordinary dangers couldn't have harmed them, yet they still disappeared. Suze reclined at his chair, his mind swirling with thoughts. It seemed that a visit to the Dimensional Space Research Institute was inevitable. Time flew by and Suze maintained a monotonous routine. He was either at home or at school. During this period, he made another trip to the wild forest, and found that the area burned by fire had revived, covered in fresh grass. Following his memory, he arrived at Erhu's territory. As he reached the spot, he saw Xiongda and Erhu locked in a brawl. When they spotted Suze, they immediately rushed over to complain. Suze frowned and asked what happened. Xiongda immediately poured out a torrent of words.
Boss, you don't know Erhu is a reckless fool. I kindly took him to get the monkey brew, but he not only tried to steal the wine, but also flirted with the Monkey King's wife. As a result, we got chased by that E-rank upper-tier Monkey King for ages, didn't get any wine, got beaten black and blue, and barely made it back.
Suze turned to look at Erhu. So Erhu was into that cross-species interaction. Wasn't there reproductive isolation? Erhu's face flushed red as he roared.
Bullshit! When I was talking to the Monkey King's wife, who was the one that secretly drank 3 whole vats of monkey brew.
Got himself so dizzy, and knocked over most of their stock. If not for that, why would the old monkey be so furious?
The bear and the tiger argued heatedly, nearly coming to blows again.
Fortunately, with Suze present, they refrained from fighting. A streak of flame shot out, and Xiaohua frolicked joyfully in the air. Xiaoqing coiled around Suze's wrist, casting a disdainful glance at Xiaohua. Still, a little kid couldn't get rid of that hyperactivity. Xiongda and Erhu looked at Xiaohua, then exchanged a glance, sensing a familiar aura. Was that the bird egg from before? How did it reach F-rank lower tier so quickly? They were surprised, but soon accepted it. After all, following the boss, such achievements were hardly strange. After all, the boss could easily subdue 2 Foundation Establishment beasts, even at the body tempering stage. Suze examined the condition of Xiongda and Erhu, then didn't stay long in the forest. He told them to be careful, and not get themselves killed and return to the city. Notably, Wang Lin often invited Su Zhe for meals. At first, he felt a bit embarrassed, but after a few visits, he grew familiar with the Lin family. Consequently, Su Zhe visited more frequently. Each time Wang Lin and Lin Yi were delighted. For some reason though, Lin Yi's father Lin Fan looked worse and worse. When Su Zhe went a few days earlier, he even noticed Lin Fan's face was pale, bloodless, as if he had just recovered from a serious illness. Could he be sick? It seemed he should ask about it next time. As a junior it was proper. Should he bring some supplements? Su Zhe fell into deep thought. In the blink of an eye a month had passed.
You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the firebird. The impartation cashback function has been triggered. Selecting the cashback multiplier. Your cashback multiplier this time is 80 times. You have gained 80 years of cultivation.
Su Zhe arched his brows, somewhat pleasantly surprised. Today's luck was rather favorable, granting him a full 80 years of cultivation. To be precise, his fortune had been exceptionally good recently. Almost every time the cashback multiplier was quite high. He summoned the system interface and began to inspect it.
Name Su Zhe. Age 16. Art Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art Incomplete Version. Martial Cultivation Body Tempering 9th Layer 2100 years. Alchemy Cultivation 50 years. Beast Tamer Qingju Snakey Level Mid-Grade Firebird F Level Mid-Grade. Other Cultivation none. Remaining Cultivation 80 years.
Su Zhe did not hesitate, and poured all 80 years of cultivation into his martial cultivation. A familiar warm current emerged, ultimately flowing entirely into the 9th Dragon Elephant seed, although the seed remained unchanged. But Su Zhe could already sense that the day of its awakening was not far off. There was still 1 month until the start of the demon-suppressing tower trial. This month was sufficient for Su Zhe to break the 3,000-year heavenly barrier and activate the 9th Dragon Elephant seed. Xiao Hui chirped cheerfully a few times, then plunged into the beast-taming space to sleep soundly. A lazy egg had vanished, and a lazier one emerged in its place. Su Zhe stroked Xiao Qing's head, and said with relief,
Xiao Qing, I misjudged you back then. You are a diligent and good child.
Xiao Qing squinted its eyes, wearing an expression of utter bliss. It was not only physical but also psychological. That third party was still too inexperienced after all. It had only pretended to be diligent for a few days, yet reaped such results. It must keep up the effort. It secretly resolved to firmly secure its position as the primary consort. New arrived. A luxury sedan appeared downstairs of Su Zhe's building. Upon seeing the message, Su Zhe immediately went downstairs. The car window rolled down, revealing a pair of bright large eyes. At the sight of Su Zhe, those eyes instantly curved into crescent moons. Then a beautiful face with a radiant smile emerged. Lin Mi laughed.
Su Zhe, you're finally down. I've been waiting for you for ages.
As she spoke, she wrinkled her cute little nose. Though she complained, her smile grew even brighter. Su Zhe said helplessly,
Didn't I say I could go by myself?
Why go out of your way like this?
Lin Mi stuck out her tongue and said,
It's on the way. Get in the car.
Chen Wei, who was driving, glanced at the rearview mirror and couldn't help but sigh inwardly.
Before departing, Lin Fan had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on the two's interactions and report any unusual behavior immediately. Lin Fan was notoriously a doting father. Lin Mi was the apple of his eye. Now suddenly, as Su Zhe had appeared, how could Chen Wei not understand Lin Fan's thoughts? But judging by the current scene, he didn't know about Su Zhe, but his own young lady had practically turned into a fangirl. Initially, due to the unpleasant first encounter, Chen Wei had no favorable impression of Su Zhe. Yet, after these days of interaction, his perspective had shifted. A person of such extraordinary talent, whether in martial arts, alchemy, or background, was at the top tier. Yet such a person harbored not a trace of arrogance. When facing a mere security chief, like himself, he would still greet him politely. After several encounters, Chen Wei was full of goodwill toward this young man. In fact, seeing his young lady so close to Su Zhe, he was rather pleased. But he dared not share this thought with Lin Fan. Otherwise, the furious Lin Fan would strangle him alive. In the car, Lin Mi chattered endlessly about all sorts of things. Su Zhe remained silent, listening quietly. This time Elder Wang had summoned him for something important, but he didn't know what it was. After a long while, the car slowly pulled up in front of the familiar villa. He no longer needed a guide. Suze had already familiarized himself with the layout. The two entered the living room and saw two familiar figures.
Grandpa Wang, Uncle Lin.
Suze stepped forward and greeted them. Wang Lin chuckled and waved.
Little Su, come and have a seat. Try this tea. I heard a pound costs several $100,000.
Lin Fan beside him twitched his mouth slightly. This Da Hong Pao from the ancestral tree was something he had obtained with great difficulty, yet this time he used nearly half of it. Suze was not polite and took a cup to taste. Lin Fan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot. This kid is so young, what does he know about tea? Giving it to him is a sheer waste of a divine treasure. Noticing Lin Fan's terrible complexion, Suze suddenly recalled something and asked,
Uncle Lin, I've seen your complexion worsening lately. Are you unwell?
Lin Fan's brows jumped violently, and he nearly jumped up. Don't you know exactly why my complexion is bad? If not for you, would my complexion be this terrible? This is infuriating. He was about to speak, but was interrupted by Wang Lin.
What's wrong with his health? He's as strong as an ox. Besides, with me around, he's fine even if he has problems.
Lin Fan caught the subtext of his father-in-law's words. His face flushed red, and he forcefully swallowed the words at the tip of his tongue. After a long silence, Suze set down his teacup and asked curiously,
Elder Wang, what is the matter for summoning me today? What are you saying? Can't we just catch up without a reason?
Wang Lin said, but there is indeed something.
Then a flash of light in his hand, and a jade bottle, and a small cloth pouch appeared. This is a bottle of Foundation Establishment pills and Peiyuan pills. This pouch is an imitation Qianquan pouch with a larger capacity than ordinary spatial artifacts. Since I noticed you didn't have one, I found it for you.
Suze was startled and instinctively tried to refuse. But Wang Lin had already pressed them into his hands.
You know, these little trinkets are no trouble for me. We're like family, there's no need to be polite. Take them.
Suze hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted. He knew old Master Wang's temperament. Once he gave something away, he never took it back. Gazing at the pills, and the Qianquan pouch in his hands, a warmth filled his heart. This feeling of being cared for and valued was quite pleasant. When Lin Yi saw the Qianquan pouch, her lips immediately pouted high.
A Qianquan pouch? Grandpa, this is so much better than my spatial ring. Your own granddaughter doesn't even have one.
She clung to Wang Lin's arm and coquettishly said. Wang Lin smiled and said,
Grandpa already thought of that, so I picked one for you too.
Another Qianquan pouch appeared in his hand, and he handed it to Lin Yi. Lin Yi cheered in pleasant surprise and said sweetly,
Thank you, Grandpa. Grandpa is the best.
With that, she pulled Suze to start studying the usage of the Qianquan pouch together. Wang Lin took a sip of tea, watching the young couple before him, his heart filled with myriad emotions. If at the beginning his purpose in approaching Suze was for the mysterious alchemy master behind him, then now he simply liked this young man purely. Extraordinary strength, two powerful contracted spirit beasts, exceptional alchemy talent, profound background, yet remarkably low-key, friendly and respectful to elders, and kind to the young. Wang Lin could list a multitude of such virtues. These days of interaction made him feel as if he had gained an extra grandson. Therefore, giving some pills or a Qianquan pouch and such, in his eyes it was merely a small gift for a beloved junior. As for the price of these things, for an alchemist the last thing one lacks is wealth. Half a month later, it was another early morning. Suze rose early.
Name Suze. Age 16. Art Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art Incomplete Version. Martial Cultivation Body Tempering 9th Layer 2,960 years. He was only 40 years short of the 3,000-year threshold. If today's luck was good, he would break the 3,000-year heavenly barrier and activate the 9th Dragon Elephant Seed. Xiaoqing was already prepared, looking at Suze expectantly. Suze took a deep breath and slowly placed his hand on Xiaoqing. A familiar voice echoed in his mind. You have imparted 1 year of cultivation to the Qingju snake. The impartation cashback function has been triggered. Selecting the cashback multiplier for this time. Your cashback multiplier this time is 40. You have gained 40 years of cultivation.
A look of intense surprise appeared on Suze's face. Just right. He unhesitatingly added those 40 years of cultivation to his martial cultivation. The next moment, a loud rumble. A dull thunderclap echoed from within Suze's body, rumbling like a deafening thunderbolt. A stream of exceedingly pure spiritual energy poured into the 9th dragon elephant seed. Crack. A crisp sound of breaking emerged, and a tiny crack appeared on the 9th dragon elephant seed. Then, blinding golden light burst violently from the crack, and surging power gushed out from the dragon elephant seed, transforming into streams of golden energy that instantly flooded into Suze's limbs and bones. The golden true chi in his dantian grew denser and denser, radiating increasingly dazzling golden light. Soon, the true chi reached the peak of density and began to undergo a transformation. A drop of golden liquid emerged, followed by a second, a third. More and more golden spiritual liquid appeared. These droplets converged to form a small pond. Golden light shimmered and vigorous essence burst forth. An unprecedented formidable power emerged. An astonishing aura erupted from Suze, and beams of golden light radiated from within his body, bathing the entire room in gold. Within the hazy golden light a colossal elephant appeared faintly, its feet treading the underworld, and its head supporting the heavens. The elephant's body was immense to the extreme, surrounded by a river of stars. With a flick of its trunk it gathered countless sparkling stars. With a tremor of its body countless great stars shattered. Roar! It raised its head and let out a silent roar. In the unseen realm, the sound seemed to traverse endless time and reach Suze's ears. He suddenly opened his eyes, a brilliant golden light exploding in his gaze. An invisible wave radiated from his body, covering a radius of nearly 1,000 meters. Divine sense. Suze looked inward at his dantian, and saw a shimmering golden pond. True chi transformed into liquid. Foundation establishment. Suze called up the system panel and began to review the data. Name Suze. Age 16. Cultivation method dragon elephant body refining art incomplete version. Martial arts realm foundation establishment early stage 3000 years. Foundation establishment early stage. Strength of 9 giant elephants. After more than a month, he had finally ascended from the 9th layer of body tempering to the foundation establishment stage. Suze let out a long sigh. Suddenly, the familiar voice of the system resounded in his mind again. Detected that the host's cultivation has reached the foundation establishment stage, meeting the unlocking conditions. Unlocking new system functions for you. System shop activated. Daily infusion limit increased to 100 years. Each infusion target increased to 2 spirit beasts. The system's voice disappeared again, and Suze perceived the new functions. System shop. Infusion limit increased to 100 years. Infusion target also increased to 2. Suze's heart surged with wild joy. If there is effort, there will be reward. He had endured countless hardships and cultivated for so many days, finally receiving a bit of reward. He carefully examined the new functions and found that they could only be used starting tomorrow, so he abandoned the idea of infusion. He then activated the system shop function. Instantly a luminous white light screen materialized out of thin air, densely packed with items. Suze gave a cursory glance. He found that it was divided into 5 categories: weapons, armor, pills, special items, techniques, and recycling repair. Frozen spear, 10 years of cultivation. Frost talisman, 50 years of cultivation. Swift steps of 100 miles, 100 years of cultivation. Premium foundation establishment pill, 100 years of cultivation. Among the dazzling array of goods, the prices became more expensive the further down he scrolled. Toward the end, basically everything was priced in units of millennia. As for the more expensive items, Suze scrolled to the bottom only to find a black area with a line of small text in the middle. You have not fully unlocked the shop. You cannot view this item. Suze was not surprised by this result. After all, even if he could unlock it, he certainly couldn't afford it. There were many types of items, but most were of little use to Suze. Pills. Unless they were high-grade or healing pills, their effect might not even be as great as the daily infusion. Techniques. The dragon elephant body refining art was already heaven-defying enough, he had no need for other techniques. As for weapons, needless to say, Suze's physical body was comparable to a fierce beast. He himself was the ultimate humanoid weapon, so naturally, he had little need for weapons. Among the special materials there were some that were useful. There were many strange and exotic things inside. For example, refining materials, array materials, or medicinal herbs, and so on. But the most valuable was the recycling repair function. After clicking it open, all items related to cultivation that Suze possessed appeared. Each item was clearly marked with a price. Superior Foundation Establishment Pill recyclable for 50 years of cultivation. E-grade lower tier beast inner core recyclable for 50 years of cultivation. F-grade upper tier beast fur recyclable for 20 years of cultivation. Profound herb recyclable for 30 years of cultivation. Suze pondered for a moment, then recycled all the useless items. After a series of operations, he obtained a total of 300 years of cultivation. Suze thought about it, estimating that this amount of cultivation had little effect on martial arts, so he simply added it all to his alchemy cultivation. Alchemist 350 years. For a moment, his mind became clear, and his thoughts flowed smoothly. The knowledge that had been difficult to understand in the past became simple, and long-standing perplexing problems were solved. He carefully recalled the content of the basics of alchemy in his mind, discovering that he could now grasp it all, and even draw inferences, and generate other insights from it. However, he didn't know if these new ideas were correct. When he goes to the Lin family for a meal in a couple of days, he might as well ask old Wang. Then he turned his attention to repair. Repair? Suze was a bit puzzled and clicked on this option. Superior Foundation Establishment Pill can be repaired to premium, requiring 100 years of cultivation. Superior Spirit Essence Pill can be repaired to premium, requiring 50 years of cultivation. Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art can be repaired to complete version, requiring 100 million years of cultivation. Suze. After learning the specific meaning of repair, his heart filled with joy, and he thought of many uses. But the next moment, he saw the number of years of cultivation required to repair the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art. 100 million years. This. Suze's face darkened slightly. So many years of cultivation just to repair the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art to its complete version. How many years would he have to cultivate to accumulate 100 million years of cultivation? By then his ashes would have cycled through the great sun's natural cycle, who knows how many times. However, Suze looked carefully, and saw that after that 100 million years, there was another line of small text. Can be repaired in stages. Repair to 10 requires 100,000 years of cultivation. Repair to 20 requires 100,000 years of cultivation. The first repair did not require a particularly large amount of cultivation. Suze estimated that in the later stages of cultivating the Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art, the amount of cultivation required to activate each Dragon Elephant seed would be a staggering number. Therefore, in comparison, 100,000 years of cultivation was not much. However, the primary goal now was still the trial of the Demon Suppression Tower. Increase his strength, elevate his status. Only then could he come into contact with more powerful experts, and learn more about the secrets of that year. This issue had become a knot in Suze's heart. Originally he had no strength, so he could do nothing. But now, he must uncover the truth of his parents' disappearance back then. Suze closed the shop, and opened a document on his computer. This was the relevant information about the Demon Suppression Tower trial that Lin Yi had sent him. Inside were the experiences summarized by those who had participated in the trial before. The Demon Suppression Tower was said to be a tower. But in reality, it was an alternate dimension independent of the main plane. In the 29th year of the Awakening Era, a human exploration team discovered this space by chance. After paying a painful price, humanity finally gained complete control of this space, and transformed it into a training ground for human cultivators. However, the creatures in the alternate dimension were innately powerful and fierce. Therefore, a primary condition for entering the Demon Suppression Tower was to reach the Foundation Establishment stage. The Demon Suppression Tower opened once a year for a duration of 1 month. At that time, almost all young human experts would enter it to undergo the trial. At the same time, many human experts could watch the battle. This gave the trial another special meaning. That was, it served as an assessment for experts to select disciples, and for higher academies to pick outstanding students.
You have infused 100 years of cultivation into the Azure Dragon Snake. Trigger the transmission cashback function. Your cashback multiplier is 5 times. You have gained 500 years of cultivation.
Xiaoqing's scales shimmered faintly, its eyes half closed, as it felt as comfortable as soaking in a warm spring. This sensation seemed far more intense than before. Within Xiaoqing an immense amount of spiritual energy materialized, aiding it in strengthening its power. Suze stared at Xiaoqing, his eyes fixed on the column displaying its strength. Unfortunately, the bloodline rank of the Azure Dragon Snake was only E rank. That meant this beast's ultimate limit was E rank. Though Xiaoqing possessed the bloodline of the Azure Dragon, it was far too diluted. Thus continuing to improve would be far more difficult than before. Even 100 years of cultivation could barely help Xiaoqing, only slightly densifying the spiritual energy within it. Suze was not discouraged. After all, with the system, even if Xiaoqing were a pig, he could infuse it to become the most powerful pig in the world. A flash of fire appeared. Xiaohui joyfully rushed out from the bee's taming space, circled the room once, and landed on Suze's shoulder. It nuzzled affectionately against Suze's cheek, its feathers smooth and fluffy, warm to the touch. Suze patted it, then placed his hand on its body. However, just as he was about to infuse 100 years of cultivation into the flame bird, the system issued a warning. Beep! Warning: the flame bird is still in its juvenile form. Its strength is insufficient, and its meridians are too fragile to bear excessive cultivation and spiritual energy. It is recommended that you infuse 10 years of cultivation. Suze was taken aback, but quickly accepted. Xiaohua was only at F rank mid-tier, equivalent to a body tempering cultivator. If he infused 100 years of cultivation all at once, it would likely burst it. Shaking his head, he began the transmission. You have infused 10 years of cultivation into the flame bird. Trigger the transmission cashback function. Your cashback multiplier is 30 times. You have gained 300 years of cultivation. Not bad at all. The base of the infusion was low, but the multiplier was indeed huge. Suze patted Xiaohua's head and returned it to the beast taming space. He called up the system panel. Remaining cultivation 800 years. He tentatively added 500 years of it to his martial path. A warm current immediately surged within his body, pure energy pouring into the 10th dragon elephant seed. Unsurprisingly, this seed did not react at all. Suze had a rough idea now. In the days ahead, activating each dragon elephant seed would likely require cultivation measured in millennia. He did not infuse the remaining 300 years of cultivation, but kept them for now. After tidying up, he picked up 2 jars of wine and left home. This was monkey brew made by a monkey troop in the Manwang forest. It was mellow, fragrant, and truly a fine vintage. Suze had been gifted it by Xiongde and Air, who when he went to the forest 2 days ago. After being beaten several times by the Monkey King, the two had not given up. Instead, they grew more resilient, sneaking into the monkey troop's territory from time to time. Xiongde was simply after the monkey brew. As for Air, whose true purpose, that remained unknown. Before leaving, Suze deliberately tossed a biology textbook to Air, who telling it to study it carefully. But judging by Air, whose expression, it had completely ignored him. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. Through Suze's unremitting hard work over many days, he finally succeeded in activating 2 dragon elephant seeds. By now, he had activated 11 dragon elephant seeds possessing the strength of 11 giant elephants. And after days of transmission, Xiaoqing's cultivation had finally reached E rank upper tier. Foundation establishment peak strength had reached the limit of its species. Meanwhile, Xiaohua's strength was also improving rapidly. Its talent was naturally excellent. With Suze's help, the power sealed within it by its mother was gradually being activated. Thus, in just half a month, it had advanced to F rank upper tier, just 1 step away from breaking through to E rank. Their strength improvements were astonishing. Xiaoqing could even contend with golden core beasts. Its newly awakened ability, water manipulation, was terrifyingly powerful. Against opponents weaker than itself, it could directly extract all the moisture from their bodies. Even when facing golden core beasts, it could still cause significant disruption. Xiaohua was similarly capable of crossing realms with ease. Ordinary E-rank beasts were utterly helpless before it. A single fireball reduced them to nothing. This move was a complete waste. All the valuable materials were burned to ashes. Suze was deeply pained. Those were all cultivation. Though each was only 10 or 20 years of cultivation, many small amounts added up to a considerable sum. Therefore, before encountering a true opponent, Suze strictly forbade Xiaohua from using the fireball technique. After that they ventured into the deeper part of the forest. Their D-rank beasts were the true powerhouses, and C-rank beasts were not uncommon. To be safe, Suze did not go too deep, merely wandering a few times in the relatively outer areas. Soon he gathered a large pile of materials from D-rank beasts. Under his terrifying pure strength, even D-rank beasts could not withstand him.
D-rank lower tier beast core 300 years of cultivation recyclable. D-rank lower tier beast hide 100 years of cultivation recyclable. D-rank beast fawn 150 years of cultivation recyclable. Azure spirit fruit D-rank beast companion spirit fruit 200 years of cultivation recyclable. E-rank upper tier beast heart blood 80 years of cultivation recyclable. D-rank beast flesh 220 years of cultivation recyclable. Note this is a highly nourishing item. If the host is male, it is recommended to keep it for yourself.
A nourishing item. Suze stared at the object that could wrap around his waist like a belt, falling into deep thought. He was young and vigorous, still in his developmental stage, yet already possessing such a formidable physique. Clearly he had no need for such a thing. But Uncle Lin. He had noticed his poor complexion lately, and last time, he couldn't get a straight answer. However, a poor complexion must indicate a physical problem. And since he refused to speak, after much thought, it seemed the only possible reason was something that Uncle Lin found hard to talk about. Sigh. Men as they age not being as vigorous as before is perfectly normal. Suze guessed that Lin Fan was too embarrassed to bring it up to his father-in-law, which only made things worse. Now that he had obtained this nourishing item, he could secretly give it to him. The Lin family had been very kind to Suze these days. It was only right for him to send a gift in return.
Little Su, you're here. Come in quickly, the old man has been waiting for you for ages.
Chen Wei was strolling around the estate early in the morning. As he reached the main gate, he spotted Suze.
Uncle Chen.
Suze greeted with a smile. He got into the small car, and soon arrived at the familiar villa. Upon hearing the news, old Wang came out beaming with joy. The Lin residence was bustling today, with many people seemingly inside. Suze asked in confusion,
Old Wang, why is it so lively today?
Wang Lin laughed.
You kid, I don't know what you've been up to these days, you never come to see me. Mui just passed the assessment, and successfully obtained the qualification to enter the demon-suppressing tower trial. So these people are all here to congratulate her.
Suze thought for a moment, then remembered this matter. He had already obtained the trial qualification long ago, so he had never paid attention to the assessment. Suze followed Wang Lin into the house, and saw a dozen or so people in the living room. Suddenly Suze's gaze paused, as he spotted a familiar figure.
Principal, why are you here?
He asked. Tang Yi's smile had just formed on his lips, when he saw Suze, and it suddenly froze.
What do you mean by that? Why can't I come?
Wang Lin laughed.
Principal Tang and I are old acquaintances. We met earlier in the capital.
Suze nodded, thoughts flashing through his mind. The principal was powerful, and he was also an old acquaintance of old Wang. It seemed he was from the capital. So it seemed the principal also had a story to tell. At that moment a clear and sweet voice reached his ears.
Suze, you're here.
The next moment a fragrant breeze swept by, and a tall, slender figure appeared before him. Lin Mui smiled happily, her bright big eyes curving into crescent moons. Suze smiled.
Congratulations on obtaining the qualification for the demon-suppressing tower trial.
Upon hearing this, Lin Mui smiled even more happily. She switched to chatterbox mode, pulling Suze, and eagerly recounting the opponents she encountered in the assessment.
Don't think that just because I'm an alchemist I'm weak. My strength is not to be underestimated. Those opponents dared to look down on me just because I'm an alchemist. How infuriating. As for the last classmate, they were strong, but I still won. Oh, right. Do you remember that Qin Feng from the year above? That guy actually participated in the assessment too, and passed it smoothly. His strength has increased a lot. I heard he's been training desperately these days, taking many foundation establishment pills just to get revenge on you.
When Lin Mui mentioned this, she burst into laughter. Unfortunately, Qin Feng's wish would probably be in vain. No one knew Suze's strength better than she did. A few days ago at her request she had a sparring match with Suze. Without any surprise, she was subdued instantly, almost without time to react. Suze's strength far exceeded hers, unfathomable. Qin Feng had only just broken through to Foundation establishment, and he wanted to challenge Suze. That was truly overthinking it. Lin Mi suddenly felt a pang of pity for Qin Feng. Because if things continued like this, Qin Feng would definitely never be able to catch up to Suze's level in his lifetime. Get revenge. That would probably have to wait until the next life. She chatted happily with Suze. But at the same time a face in the distance was as black as a pot bottom, eyes dull and devoid of any light. Lin Fan watched the two young figures, his heart filled with melancholy. Over these days, he had been constantly observing Lin Mui and Suze. When it was inconvenient for him to appear, he even had Chen Wei help observe the situation. But things were gradually heading in a bad direction. Watching his precious daughter's relationship with Suze grow closer, his heart was tormented. Just then,
"Uncle Lin, what are you thinking about?"
Suze's voice came, startling him awake. He coughed and said indifferently,
"Nothing, just thinking about some matters."
A flicker of sympathy passed through the depths of Suze's eyes. All middle-aged men, when facing such things, they always can't let go of their pride. Look at Lin Fan's gloomy face, his vacant eyes, and his earlier days. Wasn't that a clear sign of weak kidneys? Suze's knowledge of pharmacology was already quite advanced, and he was familiar with such matters. He lowered his voice.
"Uncle Lin, come with me. I have something good to give you."
Lin Fan was taken aback, then laughed.
"The good things I've used are more numerous than the number of your fantasies. What good thing could you possibly have for me?"
Suze's face darkened, and he almost turned to leave.
What the hell kind of strange comparison is that?
Besides, he had been wholeheartedly focused on improving his strength and investigating the truth of the past, and had never engaged in that traditional pastime. After a moment, Suze held back his anger. He pulled Lin Fan into another living room, and with a faint glimmer of light in his hand, he took out a tightly wrapped object from his chinquan pouch.
"Soak this in wine, and it will be ready to use after 30 days. 1 cup in the morning, noon, and evening. If you're in a hurry, you can apply it directly on the outside."
With that, Suze turned and left.
"What the hell is this?"
Lin Fan was puzzled. This kid was so secretive. What good thing could he possibly be giving him? Curiously, he tore open a corner of the wrapping, revealing the massive object inside.
"Holy shit!"
Even though Lin Fan held a high position, and was usually stern and dignified, he now let out a curse. The treasure of a golden core stage tiger-type demon beast. This was a sacred object for men. In an instant, he reacted and lightning-fast stashed it into his spatial artifact. Then he guiltily looked around, and only after confirming no one was watching did he breathe a sigh of relief. A smile curled at the corner of Lin Fan's mouth, and he suddenly found Suze much more agreeable. This kid seems pretty good after all, even though he didn't have that kind of problem yet. But over the years sometimes he did feel he didn't have the energy he had when he was younger. Indeed, it was time to supplement. Soak in wine 1 cup morning, noon, and evening. Him not too troublesome. He would later find a good barrel of wine from the cellar. But would the type and vintage of the wine affect the effect? Maybe he should ask someone. Ask his father-in-law. No way. Lin Fan shivered. If he asked that question, he might end up with all 3 legs broken. Not only that, but he might even be disowned. Ask me? Of course not. It seemed he could only ask Suze. That kid was really something. Why didn't he explain clearly? Still young. Even giving a gift was so awkward. Lin Fan's complexion had clearly improved a lot, and he walked back to the main living room with a ruddy face. In the living room, Wang Lin pulled Suze aside and introduced him to the guests present one by one.
"Xiao Su, this is Xiong Sheng, the president of the Jiangnan City Cultivators Association. This is our city lord Su Jing. This is Liang Han, the principal of the experimental middle school. This is Li Liang, the principal of the second high school. This is..."
Suze followed Wang Lin, greeting each person in turn. Everyone was very warm and welcoming. Many of them had heard of Suze's name. After all, breaking through to the 5th level of body tempering in such a short time was truly remarkable. They had been puzzled as to how Suze managed it. But now seeing his close relationship with Elder Wang, they understood. With such an alchemy professor from Tianyuan Academy guiding him, such rapid progress in strength seemed entirely plausible. However, how much of that strength bolstered by pills was genuine remained uncertain. Word had it that the young man would also participate in the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Come the time, one would know if he was a dragon or a worm at a glance. Therefore their enthusiasm was largely out of deference to Wang Lin. After a while the banquet began. During the meal Wang Lin frequently served Suze food, the old and young smiling heartily. Witnessing this, the uninitiated were startled. Tang Yi's thoughts raced, and a sudden guess surfaced in his mind. Could Suze be Elder Wang's illegitimate son? But he dared only speculate, never daring to inquire about such matters. Lin Fan sat to the side watching his precious daughter converse with Suze. Though his expression remained stern, it had softened considerably from before. Suze caught Lin Fan's gaze from the corner of his eye and raised an eyebrow. Had Uncle Lin's complexion improved so much in just a short while? Could it be that he had already used that potent tonic in haste? In such a short time, there was no way to prepare it properly. Had Uncle Lin eaten it raw? Suze shuddered inwardly. The more he thought about it, the more plausible the guess became. Middle-aged men in their quest to enhance their abilities would truly go to any lengths. 3 hours later the banquet finally ended. After seeing the guests off, Suze bid farewell to Elder Wang and the others.
Suze, the Demon Suppression Tower trial begins in 3 days. Don't forget.
Lin Yui wrinkled her cute little nose and reminded him solemnly. Elder Wang smiled.
Xiao Su will be there to watch. I've already boasted about you to everyone. My old face is counting on you.
Suze smiled and exchanged a few more words with him before heading home. 3 days later.
You have infused 100 years of cultivation into the Azure Serpent, triggering the infusion cashback function. Selecting the multiplier. Your multiplier this time is 10 times. You have gained 1,000 years of cultivation.
A large infusion base truly paid off. Even if the multiplier wasn't high, the gain cultivation was far from negligible. Without hesitation, Suze immediately added this 1,000 years of cultivation to his martial arts. Vast and pure spiritual energy emerged out of nowhere, surging through his meridians and strengthening his physique. After circulating a full cycle within his body, the spiritual energy poured into the 12th dragon elephant seed. Crack! A familiar sound of shattering, and a burst of golden light. The 12th dragon elephant seed was activated. Instantly Suze's physical strength surged, and his power rose by a notch. Moreover, his cultivation realm seemed to edge forward slightly. A flicker of joy crossed his brow. Then a streak of fire appeared. Xiaohua flew out from the spirit beast space, landing on Suze's shoulder, chirping happily. Xiaoqing rolled his eyes, a hint of pride in his heart. So what if this third one had good talent? Every morning wasn't it he who first received that wondrous warm current from the master? Still young and inexperienced, Xiaoqing smugly returned to Suze's wrist and coiled around it. Suze reached out and infused cultivation into Xiaohua. This time luck wasn't on his side. The multiplier was a mere 8 times, yielding 80 years of cultivation. This amount was too insignificant for martial arts, so he decided to add it to his alchemy.
Alchemy cultivation 430 years.
Xiaohua nuzzled Suze's hand before returning to its warm nest. As it entered the spirit beast space, it cast a pitying glance at Xiaoqing. Alas, that poor fellow endured the elements day and night, never experiencing that cozy place. I must work harder. I can't just laze around at home. I have to perform well and become the master's right hand so I can keep my comfortable life. That green snake is a cautionary tale. I must learn from it. Xiao was silently resolved to start cultivating diligently once home. After finishing all, the Suze had breakfast and went downstairs to wait. A moment later a car appeared at the end of the road. Suze opened the door with practiced ease and got in.
Morning, Uncle Chen,
he greeted Chen Wei. Chen Wei returned the smile and focused on driving. An hour later, in the heart of Jiangnan City, a towering skyscraper came into view. The Cultivators Association building. Inside there was a teleportation array, the only way to enter the Demon Suppression Tower. After identity verification, Suze entered the building smoothly. Following the signs, he arrived at a vast hall already crowded with people. All the familiar faces from the Lin residence were present along with a few unfamiliar ones. Judging by their demeanor, they were also of high status. The three Lins had been waiting for some time. One Lin waved and said with a kind smile,
"Shall Su come over quickly?"
Lin Mei also smiled, looking rather excited. Even Lin Fan managed a rare hint of a smile and nodded at Suze. Suze stepped forward and greeted each one. One Lin nodded, his expression turning serious, and spoke to Suze and Lin Mei.
"You two must remember the beasts in the dimensional space where the demon suppression tower resides are extremely powerful. Many possess very special abilities. Never underestimate them. Although each of you will have a jade talisman for help, that doesn't guarantee absolute safety. Every year there are cases of injury or even death. So be careful,"
Lin Fan added from the side.
"Know your limits, don't push yourself and run if you can't win."
Wang Lin nodded, surprisingly refraining from retorting his son-in-law, and then took out 2 jade bottles from his spatial artifact.
"These are pills I refined myself. For you, as long as you have a breath left, they can save your life."
Wang Lin pressed the jade bottle containing the pills into the hands of Suze and Lin Miao. Suze opened the bottle to examine the pills, only to realize he had no idea what they were.
"Elder Wang, what is this?"
he asked in confusion. Lin Miao, however, recognized the substance at once and exclaimed,
"Black Jade Renewal Pill."
"Grandfather, have you been refining this pill for the past 2 days?" Wang Lin nodded with a smile.
"Jiangnan City has its merits, but sometimes rare herbs are hard to come by, which delayed me for several days. Fortunately, I finished it just before your entry into the demon suppression tower."
Suze sniffed the pill, and a peculiar refreshing fragrance wafted into his nostrils. Instantly a wave of coolness spread through his entire body, making him feel considerably lighter. This was a rare healing treasure. No wonder Elder Wang seemed a bit weary today. So he had been refining pills these past few days. A warm current surged in Suze's heart. He silently put away the pill, then noticed Lin Fan signaling him. He followed Lin Fan to his side, and saw the latter's expression turn grave and solemn.
"Suze, look after Miao inside. She is an alchemist after all, and her combat prowess is somewhat lacking."
Suze nodded and replied,
"Uncle Lin, rest assured. I'll handle everything."
Setting aside his relationship with Lin Miao, the care he had received from the Lin family over these days, and the various pills Elder Wang had given him made him feel a trace of long-lost familial warmth. This kindness was genuine, and Suze acknowledged it. Therefore, no matter the circumstances, Suze could not bear to see the only descendant of Elder Wang fall into danger. Hearing Suze's reply, Lin Fan nodded. Over these days, he had come to know Suze's character. Though he had previously looked down on Suze, he could not deny his integrity. The two did not say more. Such matters were clear in their own minds. They returned to Elder Wang and Lin Miao. Lin Miao asked curiously,
"What secret talk did you two have that we couldn't hear?"
Suze smiled faintly, and shook his head without answering. Lin Miao snorted,
"Fine, keep it to yourself."
At that moment more people began to appear in the hall. Soon Principal Tangy also arrived. Behind him followed more than a dozen students, all a mix of excitement and nervousness, looking at the crowd in the hall with some trepidation. Tangy spotted Suze, his eyes brightening as he walked over.
"Suze, how are you? Are you ready?"
Wang Lin waved his hand and said,
Go on, go on. Don't put too much pressure on the kid. He needs to relax a bit."
Suze glanced at the students and indeed saw a familiar figure. Qin Feng also turned his gaze in that direction, locking eyes with Suze. His face darkened, and he let out a cold snort. "Just don't let me run into you in the demon suppression tower, or I'll teach you a lesson." Qin Feng was now very confident. During this period, he had trained day and night aided by pills, and his strength had soared. 3 days apart could change one's view. Having trained hard for over 3 months, he was determined to display his prowess in the demon suppression tower trial, and let everyone witness his power. Suze sensed the hostility emanating from Qin Feng, but paid it no mind, merely shaking his head. Qin Feng's strength posed no threat to him whatsoever. In fact, he might not even be a match for F-tier Little Flame. As time passed, all participants in the demon suppression tower trial had arrived. A soft chime sounded. A dull rumble came from beneath the floor. In the center of the hall, a crack appeared on the floor, which quickly split apart, revealing an ancient stone platform rising from below. The platform was carved with intricate patterns and symbols, and faintly glowing crystals were embedded on its surface. A teleportation array. Then two middle-aged men in robes appeared and began operating on the platform. Array masters. This was an even rarer profession. It involved the two most profound principles of the universe: space and time. Unlike other knowledge that could be described through tangible objects, space and time were entirely abstract. To conduct research in these fields, one might not even be able to enter the door without decades of study. The two array masters labored on the platform for a long time, finally confirming the spatial coordinates were correct before stepping down. Xiongsheng, the president of the Cultivators Association, stepped forward.
I won't waste words. I hope you will act within your limits and bring honor to the cultivators of Jiangnan City.
With a wave of his hand, the trial participants began to step onto the platform in order of their numbers. When the first group stepped onto the platform, Xiongsheng let out a roar, and an astonishing aura erupted from him. Vigorous spiritual energy surged into the platform. A strange sound came from the void. The patterns on the platform blazed with dazzling light. Space began to warp, and streaks of multicolored light materialized. With a crack, a massive fissure appeared above the platform. Through the rift, one could faintly see a small world floating in the darkness. The trial participants on the platform vanished instantly.
Second group, hurry up. The teleportation array won't last long,
Xiongsheng said in a deep voice. Even as a nascent soul cultivator, he now felt exhausted. The number of people ahead dwindled, and soon it would be Su Zhe and his group's turn. Wang Lin called out to Su Zhe, and Lin Miao giving a final instruction.
Inside, you will encounter cultivators from other cities. If a conflict arises,
his eyes flashed with a sharp edge as he continued,
do not hold back.
Su Zhe paused, understanding Wang Lin's meaning. He nodded and said,
understood. Third group, hurry up. The teleportation array is about to close.
Xiongsheng's voice rang out. Without hesitation, Su Zhe bid farewell to Wang Lin, and Lin Fan then turned and stepped onto the teleportation array. Lin Miao stood beside him, slightly nervous.
Su Zhe, what did grandfather mean by that?
She could roughly guess, but dared not be certain. Su Zhe said softly,
Miao, no matter the time, our own lives are the most important. As for others...
He did not finish, but Lin Miao could understand. Lin Miao was stunned for a moment, then nodded. A powerful pulling force enveloped them. Su Zhe saw a flash of light, and the scene before him instantly blurred. After a dizzying spin, the image became clear again. The sky was bright, the azure sky flawless. Su Zhe squinted, adjusting to the sunlight, and took in his surroundings. An endless desert stretched before him, heat waves rolling with not a trace of green. The Demon Suppression Tower world had arrived. Su Zhe had just arrived when he felt the surrounding temperature suddenly rise, with rolling waves of heat continuously steaming. Above his head, a dazzling fireball illuminated the earth, its light blinding. He looked around and found that Lin Miao beside him had disappeared. With a sweep of his divine sense, the scene within nearly 1,000 meters was fully displayed in his mind. In the desert not far away, there were 2 or 3 people, but still no sign of Lin Miao, and these people did not seem to be cultivators from Jiangnan City.
It seems the rules of the Jinyao Tower have changed again. This time, everyone's landing position is random,
Su Zhe muttered to himself. At that moment, a grand voice resounded from the sky, instantly spreading throughout the entire Jinyao Tower world.
Trial participants, I am the world spirit of alternate dimension space 1098.
Welcome to my world. Here there are powerful demon beasts, long-buried treasures, and places where yin and yang are reversed. This place holds endless wealth and treasures, but also conceals deadly dangers. Therefore, to ensure everyone's safety, please keep this distress jade talisman.
Then countless beams of light lit up in the sky, precisely landing in the hands of each trial participant.
Su Zhe reached out his hand, and a small jade talisman fell into his palm.
When you trial participants encounter life-threatening danger or are trapped somewhere unable to escape, you can use the Distress Jade Talisman, and I will send you out of this world.
At the same time, to motivate all trial participants, the Human Council of Elders has specially established a leaderboard. Points can be obtained by slaying demon beasts and other hidden methods. The final ranking on the leaderboard will be the final result of this trial.
The magnificent and loud voice echoed through the heavens and earth.
At the same time a faint light flickered in the sky, and a transparent light screen slowly unfolded in the firmament. Densely packed names were arranged on it, all the names of the participants in this trial. Behind the names there was also a point number and a ranking. However, everyone's points were currently 0. But the ranking seemed to have some significance. Soon someone discovered a clue from the ranking. The current ranking seemed to be based on strength. At the top of the leaderboard there were many genius figures well known to everyone. They had remarkable achievements in the main plane with extraordinary combat power, and extremely high talent favored by many. If they grew smoothly, they would surely become the pillars of the human race in the future. The top 10 on the leaderboard had a golden frame around their names, making them particularly conspicuous. Many people looked at the top 10. The 10th place on the leaderboard was Tong Lan. Many people had heard of this name. She was a talented girl from the northern giant city Heilong City, with formidable strength. What was most remarkable was that she was a sorcerer. Unlike warriors, who were better at single combat, sorcerers were more suited for the battlefield. A powerful sorcerer could cause massive area damage with just an AoE skill. Therefore sorcerers were often the favorites of the military. The 9th place on the leaderboard was a person named Xiao Ding. He was also quite famous and even rarer formation master. Looking up one by one the names of young geniuses appeared. 3rd place on the leaderboard, Sun Xiao. This name was even more thunderous to most young cultivators. At his current age, his strength was astonishingly powerful. Although he had not killed a golden core demon beast, he could fight one to a draw. This achievement was already remarkable. Therefore many regarded him as a genius second only to Yishuer. No! Suddenly someone realized something was wrong. With Sun Xiao's strength, he should be ranked 2nd. How did he fall to 3rd? They then continued to look upward. 2nd place on the leaderboard, Yishuer. Almost everyone was stunned. How could Yishuer be 2nd? Shouldn't she be the undisputed 1st? Who was 1st? Looking up a golden name appeared. 1st place on the leaderboard, Su Zhe. Su Zhe. Who was this guy? Except for the cultivators of Jiangnan City, everyone had this question in their minds. Where did this Su Zhe come from that he could suppress the human race's prodigies, and rank 1st on the leaderboard? In every corner of the Jinyao Tower world. Some were puzzled, some shocked, some angry, and some surprised. The students of Jiangnan City No. 1 high school were very excited. Su Zhe wasn't he from their school? Lin Mili was even more excited, her big eyes fixed on the dazzling golden name, her small fists clenched silently, making up her mind. She must work hard. She couldn't let Su Zhe get too far ahead. Only one person was an exception. That was Qin Feng. He stared at the leaderboard in disbelief, his face turning pale and green, his mouth wide open, unable to close for a long time. Was there something wrong with the leaderboard? Otherwise, how could Su Zhe rank 1st? Yishuer and Sun Xiao were both formidable fighters, who could battle golden core demon beasts. Could Su Zhe do that? Qin Feng clenched his fists tightly. But he also knew that the probability of the leaderboard established by human strongmen having problems was even smaller than the probability that he, a straight man, was actually gay. He stared blankly at that name, dazed for a long time. On a mountain peak a graceful figure stood at the summit, silently watching the leaderboard in the sky.
Su Zhe! Who is that?
A light and pleasant voice sounded, carrying a hint of confusion and battle intent. The cold wind howled fiercely, almost making it impossible to stand steady. But this slender figure remained motionless, as if rooted there.
How interesting!
The girl chuckled softly, suddenly feeling that this Jinyao Tower trial wouldn't be so boring. On the other side, outside the dense jungle, there was a huge lake. The lake water was clear, and several fish swam in the shallows. A young man with an effeminate face stood by the lake, coldly staring at the leaderboard above. Looking at the 2 names above him, a trace of gloom flashed in his eyes. Yishuer again, Yishuer. Every time, no matter what he did, this woman always managed to get ahead of him. And that Su Zhe, what background did he have? How had he never heard of him? What right did he have to occupy the 1st place on the leaderboard? Sun Xiao's face gradually darkened, and he suddenly waved his hand. Several bursts of energy shot out. Bang! 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 The lake water exploded with patches of blood mixed in. Sun Xiao muttered coldly to himself.
No matter who you are, you'd better not let me meet you here. And he swear, this time, I will definitely not lose to you.
The lake calmed, leaving several patches of glaring blood red on the surface mixed with shattered scales and flesh. At the same time, the world spirit uttered its final words.
Trial participants, I wish you good luck.
Then the voice faded, leaving only the massive translucent light screen in the sky. Suze toyed with the jade talisman of rescue in his hand, gazing at his own name gleaming in gold on the scoreboard. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. This leaderboard had actually placed him at the top. This was truly too conspicuous. Among those gifted young men and women there were undoubtedly many battle-hungry individuals, who upon seeing an unfamiliar name ranked first would feel dissatisfied. Perhaps when they encountered him, they would challenge him to an impromptu duel. Though Suze had no fear if they kept pestering him for fights, it would be far too troublesome. And even if he won, there would be no benefit. It might even excite some people further. It was simply a loss without gain. Fortunately, the leaderboard only showed names, not his image. Apart from the cultivators from Jiangnan City, probably few would recognize him. An idea struck Suze, and he made up his mind.
From now on, I'll temporarily go by the name Qin Feng,
he murmured to himself, finding the idea excellent. A gust of wind swept across the desert, and rolling yellow sand began to flow like river water. Visibly, the dunes before him started to shift. Within just a few minutes, the desert's topography had drastically changed. Suze was startled. If this was the case, memorizing paths in the desert would be nearly impossible. Once disoriented, finding the original location would be difficult. However, for Suze, this was not a problem. A piercing cry rang out. A blazing red light shot into the sky. Xiaohui had just emerged from the spirit beast's space and instantly felt the scorching heat around it. It felt a warm, comfortable sensation all over, nearly crying out in delight. In fact, it had already started to chirp. Xiaohui danced ceaselessly in the air, somersaulting at high altitude, and then diving into the heat waves above the ground. As a fire-type beast, this place was its paradise. In contrast, Xiaoqing felt uncomfortable, a chill radiating involuntarily from its body. Suze suddenly felt a coolness, as if stepping into an air-conditioned room on a scorching summer day. He glanced at Xiaoqing and praised.
Xiaoqing, I didn't know you had this ability. Why didn't you use it earlier? If you had, we could have saved a fortune on air conditioning bills.
Xiaoqing rolled its eyes dramatically. Perhaps due to its azure dragon bloodline, Xiaoqing, even after advancing to E rank, still couldn't speak. But Suze estimated that once Xiaoqing reached D rank, this restriction would be lifted. Looking up, he saw that the leaderboard had changed. Several unfamiliar names had appeared. Clearly someone had already begun acting and slain beasts.
Shall we stop playing? Let's get down to business,
Suze called out. He couldn't afford to waste any more time. In the distance, upon hearing Suze's command, Xiaohui chirped and soared into the sky. It flew swiftly, circling several times, and soon spotted a hint of green in the distance. It transmitted a vague message to Suze through its mind and gestured with its wings. Suze nodded and gave it a thumbs up. Then he set off in the direction Xiaohui had indicated. After a while, just as Suze climbed over a dune, he suddenly felt something hard beneath his foot. The texture was solid like a stone, but its shape seemed very irregular. Curious, he used his foot to brush away the yellow sand covering the
stone,
revealing its true form. Suze raised an eyebrow. It was a skull. And it appeared to be a human skull. A chill of fear surged up from his feet. Suddenly, as if triggering a chain reaction, dark holes appeared in the surrounding sand. Then black ants crawled out of the holes one by one.
Named Desert Army Ants. Level F rank upper. Special bloodline none. Skills not acid spray. Remarks one of the deadly threats in the desert. They usually move in groups, with each colony numbering at least 1,000. For weak cultivators once surrounded, there is little difference between that and death. However, these creatures taste quite good when fried. Toss them in a wok of oil, take them out, sprinkle with salt, cumin, and pepper, and the result is a crispy exterior with a tender interior, a truly exquisite flavor.
Suze glanced around and saw that the area was densely packed with army ants numbering over 1,000. Most were F rank, but there were also nearly 30 E rank ones. Such a force would leave any Foundation establishment cultivator trapped and resigned to death. But for Suze, this was no problem. He lightly lifted his foot and stepped on an ant crawling toward him ready to attack. With a crisp crack, the ear-ranked mid-tier ant shattered its hard shell as fragile as paper. At the same time, Suze's score on the leaderboard increased by 200. He nodded to himself. An E-rank mid-tier beast was worth 200 points, not bad. Looking at the dense army of ants before him, a smile curled at the corner of his mouth.
Xiaohua, here's your chance to show off.
Suze called to Xiaohua in the sky. Xiaohua lacked combat experience, so this was a perfect opportunity for it to train. Excited, Xiaohua chirped and dove down like a streak of fire. Opening its beak, a massive fireball materialized and slammed into the army ant legion on the ground. A violent explosion rocked the area. Flames burst forth instantly, incinerating countless ants into ash. Xiaohua grew even more excited, shooting out fireball after fireball. In no time, a sea of fire spread across the desert. The army ants, terrified, realized they had encountered a formidable foe and began to retreat. They plunged into the sand dunes, burrowing desperately. Though they reacted swiftly, some ants still failed to escape. The flames melted the sand into rivulets of lava, leaving no foothold. The remaining ants despaired, and several E-rank ants attempted to fight back. But without the ability to fly, they couldn't reach the flame bird in the sky. They spat streams of green acid, but before the acid could travel far, it was evaporated by the intense heat. Suze looked up at the leaderboard. His score was skyrocketing. In an instant, he had reclaimed the top spot. Although the army ants were not large in size, their intelligence was not low. When Xiaohua shot out the first fireball, the army ant leader immediately sensed something was wrong. When the fireball exploded, terrifying energy swept through, instantly incinerating several E-rank army ants. It immediately issued the order to retreat. The army ants, terrifyingly disciplined, immediately obeyed the order and began to retreat. Even so, many army ants still failed to escape. In the sky, Xiaohua resembled a pea shooter with max attack speed, its small mouth slightly open, firing off fireballs one after another. Even Suze was somewhat astonished to see this. This was Xiaohua's first time taking action, and unexpectedly it was so fierce.
As expected of the vermilion bird bloodline, this skill seems to be instant cast.
Xiaoqing was originally coiled contentedly around Suze's wrist, sleeping, when it suddenly felt the temperature around it rise sharply, making it very uncomfortable. Opening its eyes, it saw Xiaohua displaying its might, and its drowsiness vanished instantly, becoming alert. This third wheel. Its strength is indeed not bad. Xiaoqing quietly turned its head and stole a glance at Suze, feeling even more tense. It saw Suze beaming with a smile, frequently giving Xiaohua a thumbs up. This is bad. Xiaoqing felt a bit of regret. It had unconsciously relaxed these past days, and had even been too lazy to act just now, allowing this third wheel to seize the opportunity. No. Xiaoqing's gaze became resolute. It decided from now on to focus all its attention, clearing all obstacles for its master, and absolutely not giving that third wheel a chance to show off. On the ground, streams of magma flowed slowly, emitting deadly heat. Those unlucky enough to be directly hit by the fireballs were basically turned to ashes instantly. Others at the edge of the sea of fire were also mostly burned to death by the high temperature. After Xiaohua's series of continuous instant cast fireball spells, the army ant colony's population had decreased by nearly half. Suze suddenly thought of the system's prompt. He casually picked up a roasted army ant from the edge of the fire sea. Its originally pitch-black shell was now red and translucent, emitting a unique aroma. He reached out and lifted the shell, revealing the tender white meat beneath. Instantly, a fragrance similar to that of hairy crab wafted over. A faint meaty aroma filled the air. The meat was tender pink and translucent. Suze pinched off a piece and put it into his mouth. The tender meat melted on his tongue, spreading a refreshing fragrance. He couldn't help but exclaim,
"The taste is really good."
At the same time, a stream of pure energy appeared. It was the energy contained within the demon beast's flesh and blood. However, for Suze, the effect was not significant, far less than the taste itself. Xiaohua chirped and landed on Suze's shoulder with a proud expression, lifting its head to look at him like a schoolchild waiting for praise. Suze smiled and stroked its smooth feathers.
"Not bad, Xiaohua. Your fireball technique is like a chain of cannonballs. Keep it up. The future is yours."
Upon hearing this, Xiaoqing suddenly felt it sounded familiar. The master had seemed to say the same words to it before. A strong sense of crisis surged in its heart. Its body tensed up, and its eyes constantly scanned the surroundings. It desperately wished for more demon beasts to appear, especially the fierce kind, so that the master could see its own strength. Xiaohua was very happy, cheerfully flying into the air again to take on the role of a scout. Suze looked up at the leaderboard. First place Suze. Score 6,300. His gaze moved down to the second place. Second place Tonglon. Score 1,500. As for the scores further down, none exceeded 1,000. After all, the trial had just begun and many people had not even encountered any demon beasts. And for someone as lucky as Suze to directly encounter an army ant colony, there was even less chance. Of course, for the vast majority of people, when they encountered army ants, the result might not be a surge in score. Suze nodded with satisfaction, discarded the shell of the army ant in his hand, and casually picked up a few new ones. Then he continued forward. He moved as if strolling, savoring the delicious ant meat, while quickly advancing ahead. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sorceress Tonglon chanted an incantation, and killed the last E-rank mid-tier demon beast before her. She wiped the sweat from her forehead, and nodded excitedly. Now she had 1,700 points. She should be able to secure the first place. Her luck was quite good. The demon beasts before her were also of a social nature. And as a sorceress, Tonglon was best at dealing with large numbers of enemies. Moreover, the strongest among this demon beast clan was only at the E-rank mid-tier. Therefore Tonglon unsurprisingly wiped out this demon beast nest. She raised her head confidently, but her expression froze. 6,300 points. She stared blankly at the name above hers. That guy. How did he do it? She had only gained nearly 2,000 points in such a short time, because of her luck in encountering such a demon beast clan. But what about that guy named Suze? Did he also encounter a demon beast clan? But over 6,000 points, how many demon beasts did he have to kill? She had already felt a bit strained after killing 3 E-rank demon beasts in one go. But what about Suze? How many E-rank demon beasts had he killed? If 5,300 points were converted to E-rank mid-tier demon beasts, it would be at least 30 plus. Impossible. Tonglon shook her head. No one could kill 30 E-rank demon beasts in such a short time. Unless that person was a golden core stage cultivator. Or possessed combat power equivalent to the golden core stage. That was even more impossible. Such figures were all geniuses conferred the title of human prodigy. How could there be so many of them? Hadn't there only been one Hishware in the past decade? After eliminating this possibility, only one possibility remained. That was that Suze must be slaughtering F-rank demon beasts, relying on the numerical advantage of F-rank demon beasts to farm points. This guy was truly shameless. Although the rules of the trial did not say it was not allowed. But such methods were clearly despised by everyone. In other corners of the alternate dimension, one by one the trial participants looked at the sky and came to the same conclusion as Tonglon in their minds. This Suze, according to the initial ranking on the leaderboard, his strength should be quite high, yet he has to resort to such means to farm points. Pa! One by one the trial participants showed contempt. For a moment Suze was branded with the title of shame of the cultivators. In a certain jungle, a graceful figure casually pointed a finger, killing an E-rank upper-tier demon beast before her. Her deep, beautiful eyes glanced at the leaderboard and she murmured, "Farming points with F-rank. But being able to kill so many demon beasts in a short time, this guy's stamina is indeed astonishing." Alternate Dimension 1098. The azure sky was pristine, unblemished by a single cloud. A massive transparent light screen shimmered faintly, with the names of cultivators neatly arranged. Among them, the names in the top 10 were the most dazzling. However, whenever cultivators looked up and saw the name ranked first, their faces twisted with deep disgust. The points behind that name pierced their hearts deeply. A disgrace to cultivators. We must not let this shameless fellow stay in first place. For a moment, almost all the trial participants were filled with motivation. Their figures appeared in forests, deserts, lakes, valleys, and so on. Wherever there were demon beasts, their figures were present. More and more people started to score. On the leaderboard, the points of the trial participants began to change. Their names were continuously climbing. However, even so, the over 6,000 points were an unreachable level for them in a short time. Some were angry, some were anxious. But some had other ideas, deliberately seeking out weaker groups of demon beasts. However, when they tried this method, they discovered its difficulty. Even the weakest F-rank demon beasts were still slightly stronger than those outside. Moreover, with their large numbers, even Foundation establishment cultivators could not withstand them. Instantly, several unlucky ones exhausted their energy and fell into the encirclement of demon beasts. Helplessly, they had to use the distress talisman. At the moment the distress talisman was activated, a ripple appeared on the dome. Immediately, several dazzling beams of light descended from the sky, instantly enveloping those who used the distress talisman. At the same time, the names of these individuals on the leaderboard dimmed, and their points were permanently fixed. All the trial participants saw this scene and felt a mix of emotions. Suze discarded the shell of the army ant in his hand, wiped his hands, and looked at the patch of green in the distance. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. After walking for half a day, he was finally about to leave this desert. With a squelching sound behind him, a lizard demon beast lurking under the sand dune was pierced through by a flash of green light. On the leaderboard, Suze's points increased again, reaching exactly 7,000. With a flash of green light, Shao Qing returned to Suze's wrist. It glanced at Xiaohua in the sky and snorted inwardly. Just now, several times, as soon as Xiao was spotted a demon beast, a green light would flash and instantly slay it. Xiaohua failed to make a move several times, so angry that the feathers on its head stood up. This guy, after being sent to the cold palace, still refuses to give up. Does it want to make a comeback? A guess appeared in Xiaohua's mind, startling it. It couldn't be eyeing its own home, could it? Suze patted Shao Qing and praised it a few words. Then he called out to Xiaohua, quickened his pace, and headed toward the oasis ahead. Meanwhile, outside, in the cultivator associations across the region, formation masters worked busily, sweat pouring, and finally completed the array. The formation diagram lit up, and energy crystals transformed into extremely pure spiritual energy that poured into the diagram. After a moment, a massive holographic image appeared before everyone. Forests, seas, lakes, deserts, and other terrains were all present. It was clearly the scene inside the Demon Suppression Tower world. One could see figures appearing in various places fighting demon beasts. A surprised voice came from the crowd. Today's Demon Suppression Tower seems different. Everyone's landing positions have been scrambled. Well, it's better this way. Higher difficulty reveals true skill. A look of worry appeared on Lin Fan's face. He said, "Miaoyi, she won't." Wang Lin frowned. What do you mean she won't? Miaoyi, although she is an alchemist, her strength is not weak. Besides, she has the distressed jade talisman. What could happen? Lin Fan felt a bit more at ease. Wang Lin said this, but the worry in his eyes was not concealed. They both began to search the massive image simultaneously. Where is Miaoyi? Where is Suze? However, another exclamation rang out. Suze! The two turned around sharply, following the sound. The principal of No. 2 High School, Li Liang, widened his eyes. Seeing everyone looking at him, he said, Don't look at me. My face doesn't have flowers on it. Look at the leaderboard. Suze is in first place. Upon hearing this, everyone was startled and quickly turned to look at the leaderboard. Suze, 7,000 points. How many points does the second place have? It's the genius sorcerer Tonlon, 2,600 points. What? I'm not mistaken. Suze's points are more than double hers. For a moment, the hall was in an uproar. Everyone was shocked, puzzled, and confused. They had all heard of Suze, knowing that this student from the senior high school had an astonishingly fast cultivation speed. But cultivation speed was one thing, combat strength was another. Moreover, many of them thought Suze's strength was built up by Wang Lin's pills. His combat strength should be below normal. But now, the shining name on the leaderboard gave them a hard slap. Although this was only the initial data, it was not something ordinary people could achieve. Tang Yi's eyes sparkled, and he unconsciously lifted his head. Suze, that's a student from the senior high school. Wang Lin and Lin Fan were also startled. They knew Suze was strong, but didn't expect him to be this strong. He overpowered many talented youths from the capital, and became the top of the leaderboard. But shock aside, they all had a doubt in their minds. How did this kid Suze do it? Everyone present knew the rules of the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Naturally, they understood the difficulty of having so many points at the start. This kid. He couldn't have cheated, could he? This thought appeared in their minds. Not only them. Across the entire Human Alliance territory, all the human experts qualified to watch the projection had many questions in their hearts. Who is Suze? How come we've never heard of this person before? This kid must have cheated. Otherwise, how could he have done all this? For a moment, countless human experts were extremely anxious, all wanting to know what was going on. Damn it. The Alternate Dimension Research Institute still hasn't solved the delayed projection issue. All those funds every year, were they fed to the dogs? At this moment, at the Alternate Dimension Research Institute in an office, there was a white-haired old man. He suddenly frowned, sensing something, and with a quick calculation his expression changed. Which bastard is cursing me behind my back? At that moment the space in front of him twisted, and a document appeared on his desk out of thin air. He looked down, his expression instantly becoming serious, and picked up the document. The cover of the document had a large red stamp. Top secret. Below there was a line of small text. Alternate Dimension 0529 is about to open again. The old man's eyes were deep, his gaze flickering, as he murmured to himself. 10 years. Finally it appears again. The Demon Suppression Tower world. Suze looked at the oasis before him, finally breathing a hint of moist air. Behind him, the desert stretched vast with heat waves rolling. In front, the bamboo forest was deep and serene. He smiled slightly, and stepped into the oasis. However, the next moment heaven and earth shifted, and a mysterious, profound sensation emerged. The moment Suze stepped into the bamboo grove, his brow furrowed. An indescribable sensation emerged, as if he had been abruptly severed from the outside world and transported to another realm. He whirled around only to find the desert behind him had vanished, entirely replaced by a lush expanse of bamboo. Something was amiss here. A flicker of alarm passed through Suze, but he quickly composed himself. According to the rules of the Demon Suppressing Tower trial, the most formidable threat within his current zone was at the Golden Core level. It would never exceed that threshold, serving as a form of protection. Otherwise, a Foundation establishment cultivator facing a nascent soul would not even have time to activate the Rescue Jade Talisman. He retrieved the Rescue Jade Talisman from his bosom and verified it, channeling a strand of golden true chi into the talisman. It immediately emitted a faint luminescence, establishing a link with the heavens above. It was still functional. Suze nodded, reassured. No matter how peculiar this bamboo grove might be, he would not face mortal danger. He could escape at any moment using the Rescue Jade Talisman. A flash of firelight appeared. Shihua descended from the sky, landing on Suze's shoulder, letting out a chirp and transmitting a vague thought to him. Suze's brow tightened. Shihua had been suppressed at high altitude, forcing it to descend. He gently stroked its smooth feathers and smiled. It's all right, coming down is fine. Don't blame yourself. Shihua chirped aggrievedly, rubbing its head against Suze's hand. This infuriated Xiaoqing. That third wheel had grown considerably in skill lately, seizing every opportunity to wedge in. Suze then returned Xiahua to the beast-taming space. This bamboo grove was unusual, possibly harboring a D-level demon beast. Although Xiahua was powerful, it was no match for a D-level creature. Thus, it was safer to keep Xiahua inside the beast-taming space. He then patted Xiuqing, who let out a roar, knowing it was time to take the lead. With a whoosh, Xiaoqing turned into a streak of green light and plunged into the bamboo grove. Suze followed, moving at a measured pace, his body slightly tensed, ready to strike at any moment. As the man and serpent advanced, the bamboo grew denser, and wisps of hazy mist emanated from the depths of the grove. Suze suddenly halted, carefully sensing the spiritual energy in the air. Although he never cultivated on his own, he still knew the basic techniques of chi circulation. In this bamboo grove, the spiritual energy was astonishingly rich. Those white mists were not mere water vapor, but spiritual energy concentrated to an extreme degree. He tentatively activated the dragon-elephant body refinement art. Instantly, Suze's body transformed into a black hole, voraciously devouring the spiritual energy within the bamboo grove. In the next moment, a massive vortex of spiritual energy formed around Suze, surging like a river into his body. After a short while, Suze shook his head. If an ordinary cultivator were to train here, their progress would be at least 3 times faster, achieving twice the result with half the effort. But he was different. Activating a single dragon elephant seed now required at least 1,000 years of cultivation. If he had to rely on self-cultivation, he would have to depend on the system. He raised his head, gazing into the depths of the bamboo grove with curiosity. What kind of place was this to possess such abundant spiritual energy? Many questions arose in Suzai's mind. He smiled and called out to Xuqing, "It seems we've stumbled upon an extraordinary place. Let's go, Xiaoqing. Let's go see what lies ahead." Meanwhile, on the main plane in Jingdu, at the Extra-Dimensional Space Research Institute, in the monitoring hall, a display screen suddenly began flashing red. Warning: in Dimensional Space 1098, information source of a cultivator has been severed. Soon the alarm alerted many researchers. They gathered before the screen, glanced at the data, and began discussing among themselves. "Oh, it's the demon-suppressing tower trial world. I thought something had happened to our survey team. Looks like another unlucky fellow has stumbled into a high-level demon beast tomb, right?" That seems to be the case. But with the rescue Jade Talisman, nothing serious will happen. At worst, he'll be eliminated. Everyone, let's disperse. The researchers returned to their posts. Meanwhile, an explanation of the incident was quickly transmitted to various cultivator associations. In Jiangnan City, in the cultivator building, many people were closely watching Suzai's figure. However, the moment Suzai entered the bamboo grove, his holographic projection suddenly vanished. What happened? Why did Suzai's image disappear? Could it be he's dead? Elder Wang heard this, furrowed his brow, and turned to rebuke bullshit. You'll die before Suzai does. In recent days, he had come to regard Suzai as a grandson. Hearing such words now naturally ignited his fury. He turned back to the holographic projection, deep anxiety evident in his eyes. And at that moment, a staff member from the Cultivator Association stepped forward and explained, "Elder Wang, please calm down. The Jingdu Extra-Dimensional Space Research Institute has reported that Suzai must have entered a demon beast's burial ground where special energy shields the Institute's observation equipment. However, the rescue Jade Talisman from the World Spirit is still functional, so you need not worry about Suzai's life." Hearing this explanation, Wan Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Fan and Tang Yi felt the same, their suspended hearts finally settling. However, those nearby who had heard the explanation began to murmur again. That being said, in previous trials some participants did indeed stumble into similar places. Generally, it's extremely difficult for a Foundation establishment cultivator to escape so the only option is to use the rescue Jade Talisman. That means elimination, doesn't it? Exactly. What a shame. If Suzai hadn't entered the place, he would probably have achieved a good result. Now he's going to be eliminated for such a reason. It can't be helped. Sometimes luck is also part of strength. Wang Lin sighed and said, "Alas, as long as he's safe, that's what matters. Those things are just vanity, nothing compared to life." Tang Yi smiled bitterly. Though that was true, the top 10 in the demon-suppressing tower trial carried far more than mere vanity behind them. Invitations from prestigious academies, favor from powerhouses, and generous rewards, all of which could even tempt nascent soul cultivators or those above. To be eliminated for such a reason would be a tremendous pity. Inside the demon-suppressing pagoda world, amidst a green bamboo grove in the desert, Suzai walked slowly, extending his divine sense to survey the surroundings. However, the mist that lingered among the bamboos seemed to suppress his divine sense, limiting its range to a mere 100 meters. Gradually, the spiritual energy in the air grew denser. Rays of celestial light filtered through the bamboo leaves, casting a dappled glow on Suzai's face. Suzai narrowed his eyes, remaining vigilant. No one knew if a D-rank beast might be lurking in the shadows. His divine sense could only reach 100 meters, a distance that a D-rank beast could cover in the blink of an eye. Thus Suzai proceeded with utmost caution. As he and Xiaoqing advanced, the bamboo grew taller and denser. Eventually, bamboo stalks as thick as millstones appeared. Looking up, Suzai estimated they were at least dozens of meters high. It was utterly unbelievable. In his memory, the tallest bamboo in the main plain barely reached 10 meters. How could there be such absurdly giant bamboo-like trees? Moreover, Suzai noticed fine red veins appearing on the bamboo surface. Upon closer inspection, they resembled blood vessels.
These bamboos, they weren't raised on blood, were they?
Suze murmured, a flurry of doubts arising.
Xiaoqing, be careful,
he whispered a warning. Xiaoqing nodded solemnly, its expression guarded. It possessed a special ability to sense danger. At that moment a faint aura of danger emanated from the bamboo grove ahead, yet it felt different from before. Xiaoqing transmitted a wisp of intent through their bond. Suze pondered, his mind churning with thoughts, and ultimately decided to investigate.
If we can't win, we run,
he said, then stepped forward. Xiaoqing followed closely, moving swiftly. They had only advanced a short distance when Suze halted. He turned to look, took a dagger from his storage pouch, and parted the thick underbrush, revealing a patch of pale white. When he saw the object clearly, Suze's pupils contracted. It was the skeleton of a beast. Then a stream of information appeared.
Named Desert Giant Lizard, deceased. Level D rank, lower tier.
A D rank lower tier beast had died here. It seemed to have wandered into the grove from the desert by accident. Suze crouched and examined the skeleton. Finally he stilled, his gaze fixed on the chest of the desert giant lizard. The ribs were shattered into pieces, a shocking sight. Though the flesh had rotted away, leaving only bones, it was evident that the desert giant lizard had been struck hard in the chest, its ribs fractured, leading to death. Suze checked elsewhere, and found no other injuries. He rose slowly, his eyes flickering as he sank into thought. A D-rank lower-tier beast comparable to a human golden core cultivator had been killed so easily. Danger lurked in this bamboo grove, and the threat was at least D-rank mid-tier. If so, he had to be even more cautious. If such a creature launched a surprise attack, even he could be wounded. Suze did not linger, and continued forward. After walking about 100 meters, another beast skeleton appeared. System information flashed again. Another D-rank beast killed in the same manner, by a heavy blow. Only this time, the wound was on its back. The entire spine was shattered, half its body nearly broken off. Suze glanced at it, and quickened his pace without stopping. As expected, more beast skeletons appeared in the bamboo grove ahead. Mostly D-rank beasts, all killed by heavy blows. Some had every bone crushed, fragments scattered on the ground, a ghastly sight. As Suze delved deeper, the red veins on the tall bamboo grew denser and more vivid. Eventually they began to glow with a faint red light like flowing blood vessels. Crack. Suze tested by scraping his dagger against a bamboo stalk. Whoosh. A stream of bright red liquid gushed out from the bamboo. A faint smell of blood spread. Suze frowned. Can bamboo bleed? Sap was normal, but this was clearly ominous. With a creak, the bamboo he had cut swayed, emitting a piercing screech as if crying out in pain. Suddenly a sharp whistle came from behind. Suze sensed it, and instinctively dropped to the ground. Crack. 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 A series of loud noises. A red blur skimmed past Suze's back, snapping dozens of bamboo stalks in one go. Creak. Eerie shrieks filled the air. Simultaneously a torrent of red liquid burst forth. A thick rancid smell spread. Suze pressed his palm to the ground, twisted his wrist, and agilely turned around. He dodged the falling red liquid. Xiaoqing let out a roar, its body tensed, eyes fierce, staring ahead. Someone dared to attack its master, and nearly succeeded. Suze focused his gaze, and saw the assailant clearly.
Name Treefolk Green Bamboo Clan. Level D-rank lower tier. Special bloodline none. Skills Blood Rage Heavy Strike. Notes: an extremely rare race, small in number, powerful, gentle by nature, and not aggressive toward other species. However, it now seems corrupted by something, having become frenzied. Roar.
A hoarse cry came from nearby. The bamboo shook as stalks parted, revealing a towering figure. Nearly 10 meters tall, with a slender body, 4 thick branches serving as arms, and legs entirely blood-red, distinct bamboo joints, and a crown of red leaves. Its crimson eyes locked onto Suze, filled with maddened killing intent. A treefolk. Suze turned to look. The bamboo grove behind him was in shambles. Millstone-thick, tens of meters tall bamboo had been snapped by a single blow. The strength was formidable, but for Suze it fell short.
Roar!
The treefolk bellowed again, charging at Suze with heavy steps. Boom, boom, boom. Heavy footsteps sounded. The bamboo tree man stood about 10 meters tall, striding forward on its long, thin legs. In just a few steps it rushed before Suze. Its two eyes, each the size of an egg, were bloodshot, filled with rage and fury. Roar! It let out a furious roar, raised its hand high, and slammed it down forcefully toward the tiny ant below. Whoosh! The red bamboo pole moved with incredible speed, scraping against the air with a sharp whistle. Suze's expression remained calm, but a flicker of excitement flashed in his eyes. This tree man's strength far surpassed the deer-rank beast he had encountered in the wild forest. Especially in terms of power, it was astonishingly immense. He shifted his body, and dodged sideways several meters, evading the tree man's heavy blow. Thud! A dull rumble echoed. A large crater appeared on the ground, dust billowing, and stones flying everywhere. A faint golden light spread over Suze's entire body, forming a protective golden shield on his skin. Snap! 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 The stone struck the golden light, all blocks shattering into dust that drifted down. Xiao Qing was very excited, eager to join the fight, but Suze stopped him.
You've been working hard all the way. Take a rest for now.
Xiao Qing rolled his eyes.
Now you know I'm tired. You didn't say a word on the way here. Now you see a powerful opponent, and your hands are itching. Coming to steal my fight.
But Xiao Qing only muttered to himself in complaint. He absolutely obeyed Suze's orders. He obediently retreated to a distance, watching the battle without blinking. The tree man missed again, instantly becoming furious and humiliated. Roar!
Die!
Its voice was hoarse and indistinct, its eyes brimming with chaos and murderous intent. Suze frowned slightly. The tree man before him seemed off. The system said it appeared to be infected by something. What was that thing? His peripheral vision glanced toward the depths of the bamboo forest. There must be something there. And at that moment, the tree man launched another attack, lifting its foot to stomp on Suze. A smirk curled at the corner of Suze's mouth, an excited smile spreading across his face. The dragon-elephant body refining art began to circulate. One by one, the activated dragon-elephant seeds erupted with a dazzling golden light. A surge of power welled up within Suze, an astonishing aura radiating outward, and a suffocating pressure suddenly spread. In the next instant, he lifted his head, his eyes turning golden, like a pair of golden pupils. At that moment, the tree man's huge foot had already reached above Suze. This time he did not dodge. Instead, he chose to clash head-on. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded. A violent collision occurred, and an invisible shockwave burst outward, rapidly spreading. Crack! 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 Wherever the shockwave passed, thick bamboo stalks snapped. Gushes of red liquid sprayed out, as if a rain of blood fell from the sky, dyeing the ground red. Beneath the tree man's foot, Suze raised his hands, and forcibly blocked the strike. Golden light flickered on his body, his right fist suddenly clenched, and he punched toward the tree man's foot. Thump! The tree man's body trembled violently. It felt a terrifying force from its soul, followed by a sharp pain. Crackle! As seen, fine cracks appeared on the tree man's leg, like a fragile piece of porcelain, spreading rapidly throughout the entire lower leg. The tree man staggered, retreating several steps. A hint of clarity appeared in its murky, bloodshot eyes, as it stared at Suze, a flicker of confusion passing by. This little brat isn't he only at the foundation establishment stage. But I'm D-rank, equivalent to a human golden core powerhouse. And I've missed 3 times in a row. However, the intense pain spread through its body, and its fury became uncontrollable. The brief moment of clarity was instantly buried by madness.
Damn it!
The tree man's low, hoarse voice echoed through the bamboo forest. The crimson in its eyes grew even deeper, and the red patterns on its body suddenly flared. Then a brilliant blood-red light burst forth, illuminating the surrounding bamboos. In an instant, a transformation occurred. A rustling sound arose in the bamboo forest. The red patterns on all the bamboos lit up, resonating with the tree man. Crack! 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 The tree man's body began to expand, the cracks on its legs, healing, its aura rising steadily. Soon it reached the peak of the D-rank lower stage, on the verge of breaking through to the middle stage. Suze's golden pupils flashed with light, and his figure flickered, vanishing from the spot. He certainly wouldn't just stand by and watch the tree man cast its spell. A dazzling golden light flared among the bamboos. Suze's speed reached its peak. Facing a golden core beast a full realm above him, he felt no fear, and even took the initiative to attack. If anyone else had witnessed this scene, they would have been utterly shocked. After all, even he Schwer, who had been granted the title of prodigy, only managed to slay a D-rank lower stage beast when she was at the peak of Foundation establishment. And Su Zhe, he was only at the early Foundation establishment stage. Su Zhe's speed was beyond measure. In an instant, he was about to charge right in front of the tree man. However, at that moment, the surrounding bamboos seemed to come alive. Their tall bodies arched suddenly like drawn longbows. Crack! A series of sharp sounds rang out in the air. Dozens of red streaks shot toward Su Zhe. Su Zhe's brows furrowed, and he twisted his body repeatedly, dodging the immensely powerful strikes. But there were too many bamboos. The entire bamboo grove seemed like countless tentacles waving and slapping at Su Zhe. Boom! 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 The ground was a mess, deep furrows appearing everywhere, soil flying, and several large bluestones shattered to pieces. Su Zhe had just evaded the last attack when the tree man let out another low roar, waving its hands to control even more thick bamboos to strike at Su Zhe. Seeing this, Xiaoqing's eyes filled with intense anxiety. It turned into a streak of green light, activating its life-bound escape art, moving like a phantom, dodging attack after attack, and appeared beside Su Zhe. Su Zhe looked at Xiaoqing, who had appeared beside him, smiled slightly, but still gestured for Xiaoqing not to intervene. They had no chance to exchange words. Whoosh! An ear-piercing whistle sounded. Dozens of red lights appeared around Su Zhe, weaving into a net that enveloped him. This attack had almost no room to dodge. He could only withstand it head-on. Not only that, the tree man pointed a finger. Instantly, two bamboos shot up from under Su Zhe's feet, coiling around his legs, trapping him in place. Roar! It let out a low, satisfied roar. No matter who it was, anyone who entered this bamboo grove would not escape death. This little brat of a human was no exception. Whoosh! Dozens of crimson bamboo stalks hurtled toward Su Zhe with terrifying force, while two resilient bamboo tendrils below firmly bound him in place. The tree man let out a gleeful roar as it gazed at Su Zhe. This human was finally about to die. Yet just as the bamboo stalks were about to strike Su Zhe, a dazzling burst of golden light erupted. Su Zhe was engulfed in radiance, blazing like a sun, blinding and brilliant. In the bamboo grove, the crimson light was driven away by the golden glow. Instantly, the entire forest shone with golden brilliance. Amid the overwhelming light, a colossal silhouette emerged silently. Roar! A giant elephant appeared. It trod upon the boundless abyss where countless deities and demons were imprisoned, struggling and howling, yet unable to break free from the elephant's suppression. Above its head stretched the vast starry sky, galaxies swirling around its body. Before it, the colossal sun seemed no larger than a speck of dust. What a terrifying sight! A primordial fear from the depths of the soul seized the tree man. It shuddered, its madness fading, replaced by sheer terror. What was that thing? The tree man's eyes widened as it stared fixedly at the giant elephant. At that moment, the phantom elephant stirred. Its trunk rose high, then lashed out with deceptive speed, seemingly slow yet impossibly fast. Bang! The crimson light shattered, and the sturdy bamboo crumbled like fragile porcelain. The golden light around Su Zhe blazed even brighter. With a gentle shudder, the tough bamboo binding snapped. With a whoosh, a streak of gold shot forth. The tree man saw its vision flooded with gold as a small figure leaped into the air and appeared before it in an instant. A surging torrent of power gathered in that fist, shimmering with golden light and exuding an aura of annihilation. The tree man jolted in alarm and instinctively raised its arms to block. Boom! The tree man's massive body was sent flying backward, crashing through a vast expanse of bamboo. Terrifying cracks spread across the ground. Under that single blow, it nearly exploded from the impact. Stricken with horror, its egg-sized eyes were filled with confusion and bewilderment. What was happening to this world? Had it fallen behind the times? How could a mere Foundation establishment cultivator be so ferocious? To knock it down with such overwhelming force. It staggered to its feet, only to be racked by searing pain. Looking down, it saw that both arms were broken, twisted at grotesque angles. At that moment, the golden light reappeared. Su Zhe took a step forward, leaving a faintly glowing golden footprint on the ground. Strike while the iron is hot. His battle spirit blazed, his golden pupils dazzling, and surging power coursed through his meridians. The tree man saw the golden light again and felt a chill. If that strike came once more, it would be beaten to death. Instinctively the tree man turned and fled, its long legs churning madly, as it sprinted deeper into the bamboo forest. Trying to run. Suze smirked, his lips curling. With a light tap of his toes, he gave chase to the frantically fleeing tree man. Xiaoqing followed closely, pushing the four symbols evasion technique to its limit just to keep up with Suze. The tree man no longer cared about anything else. It plowed a bloody path through the dense bamboo ahead. The red bamboo sap dyed it crimson, and its desperate, reckless flight only made it appear more pathetic. It had to be said, under extreme duress the strongest potential of life is squeezed out. The tree man's speed increased again, and it continuously urged the surrounding red bamboo to obstruct Suze behind it. Yet the effect was far from ideal. Suze didn't even dodge, he simply crashed through. Crack. The red bamboo snapped, unable to slow him in the slightest. However, as they ventured deeper, the bamboo was no longer veined with red patterns, but had turned completely blood red. Their toughness had increased dramatically, almost rivaling metal. Seeing this, Suze stopped ramming through and began to evade instead. He could still break them, but it would slow his pursuit. Suze's eyes flickered as he gazed at the tall figure ahead, sighing inwardly. As expected of the tree man race, if it were a beast from the primeval forest, that single blow would have shattered its bones and killed it on the spot. But even so, it could only slightly delay Suze's pursuit. The distance between them was steadily shrinking. The tree man grew more terrified, its eyes completely consumed by fear, as it fled madly onward. Faster, faster. Once it reached the area ahead, it would be safe. Finally, the tree man crashed through two red bamboo stalks, and the view opened up before it. Ahead lay a small basin, barren and bare, shrouded in a hazy blood-red light that obscured the scene below. A glimmer of hope flickered in the tree man's eyes as it lifted its foot to step in. But the whistling sound of death came from behind. Golden light flared. Bang! A horrifying hole appeared in its chest. A golden figure shot through. The tree man's movements froze, its body stiffened, and the foot it had just raised fell limply back down. The madness and frenzy in its eyes vanished, replaced by emptiness. The power in its body rapidly dissipated. Unable to hold on any longer, it toppled sideways. Thud. The tree man crashed to the ground, its gaze growing hollow. Suze glanced back to confirm its death, then turned his attention to the basin before him. This seemed to be the tree man's destination. A flash of green light, and Xiaoqing appeared beside Suze. Staring at the basin with a solemn expression, it sent a thought to Suze. Suze nodded. Be careful. I suspect the basin is what turned the tree man into this. Then he stepped forward and entered. As soon as he entered, an intense, overwhelming stench of blood hit him. Suze frowned and looked down at the ground. The soil was blood-red and damp, as if soaked through with gore. Suze grew wary, his eyes turning golden again. The man and the serpent cautiously explored. Along the way the soil grew increasingly crimson, and faint white stone fragments were scattered about. They ventured deeper, gradually reaching the bottom of the basin. Splash! A small puddle appeared underfoot. But the water was not clear, it was blood-red. Suze raised an eyebrow and looked ahead, his pupils contracting sharply. Pools of blood-red water appeared everywhere. Moreover, beside the pools giant white stones lay scattered. This time Suze saw clearly. Those white stones were actually enormous fragments of bone. And at the center of the densest blood light a colossal figure emerged. Name: Fire Flood Dragon, deceased, level B rank, upper grade. Suze's steps halted abruptly, and his pupils contracted sharply. Xiaoqing, sensing the aura emanating from ahead, instinctively tensed up. A B-class beast. And not just any, a B-class upper-tier beast. Equivalent to a divine transformation cultivator among humans. Such a being, no matter where it was placed, was an absolute powerhouse. Generally speaking, for humans, with decent talent, reaching the nascent soul stage above the golden core was already commendable. And the divine transformation stage far beyond nascent soul was almost an unattainable goal. Without great fortune or absolute talent, becoming a divine transformation cultivator was impossible. Such cultivators could already be counted among the upper echelons of a race's power. As for realms beyond divine transformation, Suze had only heard of the unity stage, and beyond that lay legends within legends. Essentially, a unity cultivator stood at the pinnacle of a race's pyramid. Under normal circumstances, they would never intervene. And now before Suze's eyes lay a terrifying beast comparable to the divine transformation stage. By its name, it was a fire flood dragon, undoubtedly bearing some connection to the dragon clan. Perhaps it even possessed the bloodline of the dragon clan. Such a beast compared to ordinary beasts of the same rank would have its strength doubled. However, it was already dead. The thick scent of blood filled his nostrils, causing a wave of nausea. Suze frowned, his mind stirring as he pondered something. Enduring the stench, he crouched down and gazed at the pool of blood before him. With a thought, he activated the system shop's recycling function. B-Class Upper Tier Beast Blood Essence severely depleted. Each liter of blood can be recycled for 5 years of cultivation. Upon seeing this information, Suze's eyebrows lifted, and a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. 5 years of cultivation per liter of blood. This small puddle before him held at least a liter. He stood up, looked around, and saw thousands of similar blood puddles stretching into the distance. Who knew how much blood the fire flood dragon had spilled back then? The entire basin floor was crimson, every inch of soil dyed blood red. If he could recycle all of it, Suze estimated he would gain at least 10,000 years of cultivation. However, he did not rush to recycle the blood on the ground. Instead, he strode deeper into the basin toward the fire flood dragon's remains shrouded in blood light. Compared to the blood with severely depleted essence, the dragon's corpse was clearly the most valuable. But he didn't idle. Along the way, he casually swept up and recycled every blood puddle he encountered. On the system panel, his remaining cultivation began to rise rapidly. Soon Suze came across a larger puddle. With a wave of his hand, he recycled it. Recycled 100 liters of fire flood dragon blood, gained 500 years of cultivation. Remaining cultivation 1100 years. He nodded in satisfaction. Just by casually recycling a few blood puddles along the way, he had gained this much cultivation. Quite a decent haul. Ahead, the blood light grew denser, within which the massive skeleton loomed faintly, occasionally revealing a glimpse of its form. Suze quickened his pace. As he ventured deeper, the blood puddles he encountered grew more numerous and larger. His remaining cultivation increased rapidly. Before long, it directly broke through the 5,000 mark. B-Class Upper Tier Beast Bone Fragment Essence severely depleted, recyclable for 10 years of cultivation. Suze brushed his hand over the white bone fragment, and it vanished without a trace. Remaining cultivation 1110 years. He continued forward. Soon, he reached the most intense area of blood light. Without hesitation, he stepped into it. Suddenly, a surge of maddened killing intent emerged, invading Suze and Xiao Qing's minds. In an instant, negative emotions, rage, agitation, despair, hatred, flooded in. All the dark corners of Suze's heart were exposed and magnified infinitely. A tinge of crimson appeared in his eyes, and a fierce, murderous aura erupted from within him. His face began to contort, the blood light casting a sinister glow that made his expression appear particularly grotesque. Xiao Qing was likewise affected, her eyes quickly turning blood red as she let out a hoarse roar. Suze was startled and finally understood what had infected the treant. The spiritual power of a B-class beast was overwhelmingly strong. Before it died, its mind was filled with frenzied killing intent. That intent lingered within its body, leaking out as the corpse shattered, thus infecting the treant. And now, if Suze could not suppress the killing intent in his mind, he would meet the same fate as the treant, becoming a mindless monster driven solely by slaughter, thus losing his consciousness. At that moment, the golden pond in his dantian, suddenly royal beams of golden light flaring up. The next instant, golden light burst forth, shooting out from his body. His eyes transformed into golden pupils shimmering with radiant brilliance. The dazzling golden light spread swiftly, driving away the blood light that had enveloped Suze. Instantly, all negative emotions receded like a tide. Suze's eyes regained clarity, and he let out a long breath. A faint layer of golden light covered his entire body, firmly protecting him from the encroaching blood light. I didn't expect the dragon elephant body refining art to have such an effect, Suze remarked with a sigh. Xiao Qing also recovered, shrinking back in fear, warily eyeing the colossal skeleton faintly visible in the distance. Protected by the golden light, Suze grew up bolder, yet he still adjusted to his optimal state. If things turned dangerous, he would flee. Where there's life, there's hope. However, Suze seemed overly cautious. The fire flood dragon had been dead for a long time. The only lingering threat was the maddened killing intent. 10 minutes later.
Remaining cultivation 5600 years.
At the same time, the fire flood dragon's massive body fully revealed itself before Suze and Xiaoqing. The dragon clan bloodline within this fire flood dragon had evidently reached a certain level. It already possessed many features of a true dragon. The body, nearly 20 meters long, was majestic and imposing. Even after being dead for years, it still exuded a suffocating sense of pressure. Fiery red scales covered its entire body, but most were shattered, with only a few remaining relatively intact, emitting a faint glimmering light. Suze examined the fire flood dragon's remains and raised an eyebrow. Its death was terribly gruesome. Its body riddled with holes and ghastly wounds, flesh turned outward, and all blood drained dry. All 4 claws were twisted, its whiskers curled backward, and the long horns on its head were snapped off. On its massive head, its 2 large eyes bulged wide, filled with madness and unwillingness. Xiaoqing trembled, feeling a shiver that originated from the depths of her soul. Among beasts, the suppression of bloodline and rank was especially pronounced. However, as a human, Suze's sensation was less pronounced. At most, he found the fire flood dragon quite majestic and imposing. But now its deathly state hardly evoked any sense of majesty. Without wasting time, he activated the recycling function once more.
B-rank high-grade beast flesh, severely depleted essence, recoverable cultivation 5 years. B-rank high-grade beast bone fragments, severely depleted essence.
Recoverable cultivation 5 years. B-rank high-grade beast fangs, recoverable cultivation 1,500 years. B-rank high-grade beast sinew, severely depleted essence, recoverable cultivation 300 years.
B-rank high-grade beast.
A cascade of recycling prompts appeared before Suze. Apart from the fangs, which were relatively well preserved, most other components had lost significant essence, greatly diminishing their value. But the sheer volume made up for it. According to Suze's own estimation, after fully recycling the remains of this fire flood dragon, he would gain at least 28000 years of cultivation. Such a vast amount of cultivation, if luck were unfavorable, might have taken Suze an extremely long time to accumulate. Now, with a mere wave of his hand, the cultivation was his. He lightly tapped his toes, leaped up, and landed on the broken body of the fire flood dragon.
What a pity! If this creature had just died, or hadn't been so grievously wounded, the recoverable cultivation would have been many times greater.
Suze muttered as he began the recycling process.
Recycling 100 B-rank high-grade beast scales, gaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Recycling 2 B-rank high-grade beast fangs, gaining 3,000 years of cultivation. Recycling 500 liters of B-rank high-grade beast blood, gaining 2,500 years of cultivation. Recycling.
One notification after another appeared. The remaining cultivation began to skyrocket. From the initial 5,600 years, it steadily climbed, soon breaking through the 10000 year mark and rapidly approaching 20000 years. As the years of cultivation increased, the fire flood dragon's remains shrank rapidly. Pieces of flesh vanished, pools of blood on the ground disappeared, and white bones were recycled. Starting from the tail, the creature's body grew shorter and shorter. From over 20 meters to just over 10 meters in a matter of minutes. Soon, the entire body of the fire flood dragon was almost gone, leaving only a massive head. A flicker of excitement flashed in Suze's eyes. He wondered if the fire flood dragon's inner core still remained. If it did, that would be a massive gain. No inner core had been found in the body. If one existed, it could only be inside the head. He gently placed his hand on the top of the fire flood dragon's head and recycled the surface skin and scales.
Remaining cultivation 29000 years.
Next came the skull. As the skull encasing the brain disappeared, a mass of white viscous pulp spilled out. A foul stench immediately emanated. Clearly, this was the direct cause of the fire flood dragon's death. A devastating force had shattered its head into fragments, leaving not a single intact piece of tissue, rendering it worthless for recycling in the system's eyes. Enduring the stench, Suze picked up a slender bone fragment from the ground. He rummaged through the pulp but found nothing.
I suppose it's only natural. Even if there had been something, it would have been crushed by such an attack.
Suddenly, Suze felt a hard object within the pulp. He raised an eyebrow, and immediately pulled it out. A soft red glow flickered. It was a transparent red crystal. What is this thing? Curious, Suze picked up the red crystal, and examined it for a long time, finding nothing unusual. Then Xiaoqing suddenly became excited, and transmitted a thought.
Use spiritual sense,
Suze asked in confusion. He then extended his spiritual sense. With the system's contract in place, neither Xiaoqing nor Xiaohua could do anything to harm him. The moment his spiritual sense touched the red crystal, the scene before him blurred, and Suze found a strand of his consciousness transported into a strange space. Just as he was bewildered,
roar!
A fierce savage roar echoed. A crimson flood dragon appeared in the sky. Its dragon whiskers fluttered, its claws bared, and with a shake of its body it sent ripples through the void. Suze's heart jolted. How is this thing alive again? He instinctively stepped back a few paces. After all, he had just sold the creature's remains on the cheap to the system, and now facing the original owner, he couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy. Suze focused his gaze, and immediately noticed something odd. The flood dragon in the sky had eyes devoid of any emotion, as if it hadn't seen Suze below, and was simply moving its body on its own. Its movements were fluid, as if it were performing some technique. Suze watched intently without blinking. After a long while, a cool touch on his cheek jolted Suze awake. He snapped his eyes open, and looked at his hand only to find that the red crystal had already vanished.
5 forms of the flood dragon,
Suze murmured to himself as images of a flood dragon twisting and turning continuously surfaced in his mind. He now understood what the red crystal was. It was the inheritance crystal of the fire flood dragon. Within it, the most powerful martial technique of the flood dragon was recorded. According to the human classification system for cultivation techniques and martial arts, this was a top-tier B rank martial technique. Above it only A rank, and the legendary S rank existed. If such a martial technique were to be leaked, it would surely spark a bloody storm, with countless powerhouses vying for it, and even divine transformation cultivators of the same level would be tempted. After all, it was extremely rare. Yet, a bitter smile spread across Suze's face. This damn martial technique belongs to the Flood Dragon clan. All the moves and footwork were tailored precisely to the Flood Dragon's physique. How could a human learn it? The differences in body structure meant that many movements were impossible for Suze to perform. And if he couldn't perform them naturally, he couldn't continue training. Suze felt a twinge of frustration. He had finally encountered such a top-tier martial technique, yet he couldn't cultivate it. Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he opened the system shop again. But this time, it was not for recycling but for repair.
B-rank Flood Dragon Martial Technique. 5 forms of the Flood Dragon can be repaired into a human version. Required 15,000 years of cultivation.
15,000 years of cultivation. Seeing the number, Suze grimaced. Still, obtaining a B-rank martial technique was worth it. With this technique, his strength would surely advance by at least a tier. Without hesitation, Suze chose to repair it. The next moment, the remaining cultivation plummeted from 29,000 years back to 14,000 years. Then a brand new martial technique appeared in Suze's mind. All the moves had been modified into a version suitable for human cultivation, yet their power was not diminished in the slightest. In fact, it seemed even greater. At that moment, the system panel also underwent a change.
Name: Suze. Age 16. Cultivation technique: Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art. Martial technique: 5 forms of the Flood Dragon.
Among the lines of information, a new option for martial techniques had appeared. Only 14,000 years of cultivation remained. If luck was not on his side, this could match decades of Suze's arduous training. With such a vast amount of cultivation at his disposal, Suze naturally would not idle. Without hesitation, he began channeling millennia of cultivation into his martial arts. The next moment,
remaining cultivation 13,000 years. Martial cultivation 1,000 years.
A warm current surged within Suze, an extremely pure energy flowing and nourishing his meridians. The Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art activated, guiding the energy through a full cycle within his body, then directly channeling it into the 13th Dragon Elephant Seed. As expected, even with 1,000 years of cultivation infused, the seed showed no reaction. Suzai's expression remained unchanged as he poured in another 1,000 years.
Remaining cultivation 12000 years.
The 13th dragon elephant seed still showed no sign of activation.
Remaining cultivation 11000 years.
Finally, after a total of 4,000 years of cultivation were infused, a familiar cracking sound echoed in the void. Golden light flared, and the 13th dragon elephant seed was awakened. A surge of vibrant power erupted, flooding into every corner of Suzai's body, further strengthening his physique. However, Suzai did not stop.
Remaining cultivation 9000 years.
He continued to pour in cultivation. Then another 4,000 years were infused into the 14th dragon elephant seed. A cracking sound echoed again. Golden light burst forth. The 14th dragon elephant seed was activated. One wave after another, astonishing forces emerged, combining with the effects of the previous seed. Only 6000 years of cultivation remained. Yet Suzai did not pause. He once again began infusing the 15th dragon elephant seed. This time he directly channeled 4,000 years of cultivation.
Remaining cultivation 2000 years.
A cracking sound. The 15th dragon elephant seed was activated. Boom! With 3 dragon elephant seeds consecutively awakened, a thunderous rumble echoed from within Suzai. The 3 seeds simultaneously shot out dazzling beams of golden light. Within his Dantian golden truchi emerged endlessly. The golden pond began to expand rapidly, gradually forming a small lake. Golden light rippled, shimmering with tiny waves as pure truchi churned on the lake surface. Suzai sat cross-legged, his aura growing swiftly. After a moment, his aura abruptly shifted. Foundation establishment mid-stage. The next instant, golden radiance burst forth in the basin, dazzling beams of light shining from Suzai. The brilliant golden light spread rapidly, completely dispelling the blood-red glow that had shrouded the basin. The golden light was resplendent and blinding. Behind Suzai, a massive elephant slowly condensed into shape. A roar as if crossing time and space resounded. In the bamboo grove, countless crimson bamboos trembled, their leaves falling like a rain of blood. Suzai slowly opened his eyes, his pupils golden, like those of a golden dragon, exuding an inexplicable pressure. He let out a long breath, his gaze flickering as he sank into thought. After advancing to the foundation establishment stage, each subsequent improvement in strength required activating far more dragon elephant seeds. It was foreseeable that at higher realms, he would need even more cultivation and dragon elephant seeds. Suzai stood up, stretching his limbs. He clenched his fists, feeling the astonishing power within his arms. Then he summoned the system interface to check his attributes. Suddenly, Suzai noticed a line of small text beneath the divine dragon 5 forms.
Note: every martial technique is divided into 4 stages: initiation, minor mastery, mastery, and perfection.
The meaning was simple. Just like cultivation techniques, martial techniques required the consumption of corresponding years of cultivation. This was not surprising. The cultivation of martial techniques was the same as that of cultivation techniques. Mastering a martial technique required time and practice. This was especially true for high-level martial techniques, like the improved Divine Dragon 5 forms. Furthermore, due to its extremely high level, far surpassing Suzai's current cultivation, the time required to practice it was even greater. After a moment of deliberation, Suzai tentatively added 10 years of cultivation to the Divine Dragon 5 forms. Instantly, just as with alchemy, waves of knowledge and insights flooded into Suzai's mind, unveiling profound mysteries and transformations.
Martial technique, Divine Dragon 5 forms initiation.
The gap between the divine transformation and foundation establishment stages was immense. Between them lay 2 major realms, golden core and nascent soul. The disparity could no longer be described as a mere chasm. Thus 10 years of cultivation for initiation was nothing. Suzai recalled the forms of the Divine Dragon 5 forms once more. This time he no longer merely knew the moves, he had mastered them. Only after comprehending did he truly understand the terror of this martial technique. Suzai was eager to test its power. His figure flickered and vanished from the spot. In the bamboo grove beside the basin, Suzai's form appeared. He slightly raised his hand, assuming a peculiar starting stance.
First form.
A faint golden light lit up in the depths of his eyes, quickly spreading to his arm, and finally coiling around his fingers. He tapped his finger toward the dense bamboo grove. A dazzling golden light flashed. A sharp energy burst forth. Crack. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, the golden light effortlessly pierced through the blood bamboos, as hard as steel punching through dozens of tree-trunk-thick blood bamboos. The immense impact spread, leaving jagged cracks on the surface of the blood bamboos. A series of deep rumbles echoed. One by one the blood bamboos crashed to the ground. A small path appeared in the bamboo grove before Suze. A flicker of joy passed through his eyes. The divine dragon 5 forms truly lived up to its reputation as a B-grade technique. Even without using his full strength it possessed such might. Then he formed his fingers into a claw and gently swept toward the bamboo grove. Second form of the divine dragon 5 forms. Another large swath of blood bamboos fell. Suze changed his hand shape, clenched his fist, and struck out again. A moment later, Suze slowly withdrew his hands, revealing a vast clearing before him. Countless blood bamboos lay on the ground, many utterly shattered, only a few retaining their trunks. Gazing at the scene before him, Suze let out a sigh. The attack patterns of the divine dragon 5 forms were remarkably simple and unadorned. They comprised finger, claw, fist, leg, and body. The 5 forms were entirely the most basic, direct, and primal combat techniques. In the original version, they had no names. However, after the system's improvement, each had gained a straightforward name: Dragon Finger, Dragon Claw, Dragon Fist, Dragon Whip Leg, and Dragon Impact. The corner of Suze's mouth twitched as he made a decision. From now on, when using the divine dragon 5 forms, he would never say the names of the techniques aloud. In the far distance, several red bamboo trees, caught in the aftermath, were covered in cracks. With a crackling sound, they could no longer hold on, and crashed to the ground. Suze nodded with satisfaction. His current strength should be comparable to a golden core mid-stage powerhouse. Of course, the exact combat power would only be clear after a real fight. Xuqing, standing by, watched the scene with eyes full of shock. It stealthily sized up Suze and muttered inwardly, "Master's power is simply that of a humanoid beast." Noticing Xuqing's gaze, Suze suddenly thought of something. The original version of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon was something he couldn't cultivate, but Xuqing certainly could. It already had a trace of Azure Dragon bloodline in its body, and its form was similar to that of the Fire Flood Dragon. Moreover, as the concentration of the Azure Dragon bloodline increased, Xuqing's body would inevitably transform step by step toward the direction of a Flood Dragon. Therefore, in theory, the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon was most suitable for Xuqing. Suze looked at Xuqing and smiled.
"Xuqing, I'll give you something good. Close your eyes."
Xuqing was puzzled but obediently complied. Suze extended a finger and gently touched Xuqing's head. His spiritual sense surged, and the original 5 styles of the Flood Dragon appeared in Xuqing's mind. Xuqing was startled at first, but upon seeing the slowly dancing Flood Dragon, a surge of joy welled up in its heart. As a demon beast, it could better comprehend the power of the 5 styles of the Flood Dragon. However, the innate martial skill of a B-rank demon beast was too profound for Xuqing, who was only E-rank. Without Suze's cheat, it would take some time to master this martial skill. Xuqing opened its eyes, and affectionately rubbed its head against Suze's palm, feeling unprecedented happiness. Indeed, Master truly loved it. Such a precious treasure had been entrusted to it. What did this mean? It meant that its position was unshakable. The more Xuqing thought, the happier it became. It transformed into a streak of green light, and raced through the bamboo forest several times before calming down a little. Suze smiled, and let Xuqing play on its own. Afterward, he walked back to the edge of the basin, approached the Trent's corpse, and began recycling.
D-rank lower tier demon beast bones recyclable for 500 years of cultivation. D-rank lower tier demon beast blood recyclable for 200 years of cultivation.
The treant was quite powerful, but due to its race the meat yield was extremely low. Apart from its body, there was almost nothing else to recycle. In the end, Suze gained a total of 910 years of cultivation.
Remaining cultivation 2,900 years.
This amount of cultivation was far from enough to activate the next dragon elephant seed. Suze sighed.
Chicken ribs, chicken ribs. Xuqing, it's time to go.
He called Xuqing back, and prepared to leave this place, and continue forward. However, an hour later, Su Zhe's expression turned grim. In such a long time, he should have walked out of the bamboo forest by now. But before him was still a dense bamboo grove. He extended his spiritual sense only to find that the range he could detect had become even smaller. The strange suppression seemed to have grown stronger. Even the connection between the jade talisman of distress and the world spirit had weakened a fraction. Originally, Su Zhe thought that the reason this bamboo forest was so eerie was due to the fire flood dragon's corpse. The power of a spirit transformation powerhouse could already influence heaven and earth to a certain extent. But now the fire flood dragon's remains had been completely sold to the system. Why had the suppression not only not disappeared but actually increased considerably? What's going on? Su Zhe was very puzzled and couldn't help but become wary. Could it be? There was something else in the bamboo forest. He awakened Xuqing, who was immersed in the 5 styles of the flood dragon.
Be careful, there might be more danger ahead.
Xuqing was startled, then its expression turned serious. Its body tensed, slightly ready to fight at any moment. Meanwhile, outside the bamboo forest on a vast grassland, Tonglan took out healing medicine from her ring of space and carefully applied it to her wounds. A cool sensation spread, and the intense pain subsided significantly. Tonglan let out a long breath and wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. She glanced at the surrounding wolf carcasses as large as cattle and shuddered with lingering fear. These wolf demons also operated in packs. They were powerful and highly skilled in coordinated attacks with cunning matched by no human. Tonglan had expended tremendous effort using her ultimate trump card to kill the wolf pack. Yet she was still bitten, leaving a deep bone-deep wound on her thigh. But it was all worth it. These wolf demons could provide her with a full 3,200 points. She looked up at the leaderboard. First place Tonglan won 5,200 points. Top of the leaderboard. At the same time, in the main world, people from various cultivator associations saw the changes on the leaderboard.
The first place has changed again. It's that genius mage Tonglan. But I reckon she won't last long. The second place Sun Xiao already has 14,200 points. Not surprising. After all, she's a genius, second only to Yishuer, able to fight golden core demon beasts to a draw. Her strength must be formidable. What about Yishuer? Why isn't her name in the top 10? Not sure. Our prodigy seems to be strolling around. All her points come from casually killing demon beasts she encounters without actively seeking them out. No big deal. With her strength, once she gets serious, she'll catch up in points. Hey, by the way, what about that Su Zhe? He's still trapped. Probably won't get out. Just don't know when he'll use the distress jade talisman. And even if he can hold on, or even escape, he'll have no chance at the top of the leaderboard.
In Jiangnan City, the faces of Wang Lin Fan and Tang Yi were not very pleasant. Su Zhe's initial rise to first place on the leaderboard had made the three of them happy for a while. But unfortunately, Su Zhe had terrible luck and accidentally stumbled into that kind of place. If he couldn't escape in time, he would likely miss out on the rankings altogether. The loss would be huge. Wang Lin sighed and turned to speak.
When Xiao Su comes out, don't ask him about it. Falling behind in the leaderboard for this reason must be hard on him, so let's not pry.
Lin Fan and Tang Yi nodded. They then looked at the projection map at the patch of mist in the desert, with a trace of worry and regret in their eyes. In the demon-suppressing tower world, many trial takers looked at the leaderboard and noticed the same things. That guy named Su Zhe had his points stuck at 7,200 unchanged for a long time. He definitely hadn't been eliminated. Su Zhe's name still glimmered and hadn't dimmed. So what was the reason? These trial takers shook their heads. Whatever the reason was, such a gap, Su Zhe was surely out of the running for the top of the leaderboard. In the bamboo forest, Su Zhe and Xuqing advanced cautiously. Ahead, the bamboo gradually thinned out, and a faint golden light could be seen from afar. The intangible pressure grew stronger. Now the range of spiritual sense detection had been reduced to a radius of 30 meters. It was even less than the scope of sight. Su Zhe grew more vigilant. A conjecture emerged in his mind. The Fire Jiao's death was so tragic, it was clearly the result of a fierce battle. Moreover, its opponent was at least evenly matched, or perhaps slightly stronger. Judging by the wounds, the Fire Jiao's adversary must have been another beast as well. Then where had that beast gone? Could it have been severely injured too, and ultimately perished somewhere? A flicker of light danced in Suze's eyes, as he looked ahead, a hint of excitement stirring within him. Outside, the demon suppression tower whirled. In the sky on the transparent scoreboard, names began to change rapidly. Some rose in rank while others fell. Of course, many names also dimmed. Above the dome, dazzling pillars of light descended from time to time, sending those trial participants in danger out of this world. Among the top 10 on the scoreboard, the changes were more subdued. Mostly they were the prodigious cultivators everyone had heard of. At this moment, the first place on the scoreboard changed. Below, Tonglon Sun Shio's point surged sharply, reaching an astonishing 170.00, directly topping the scoreboard. No one was surprised by this result. After all, he was a universally recognized martial arts prodigy. In various cultivator associations, many people were watching Sun Shio, and exclamations of admiration arose.
Tis, this Sun Shio's combat prowess is truly formidable. Indeed, facing a pack of 5-year rank upper-level beasts, he managed to slaughter them all. Even with the help of a weapon, it's still astonishing. A talent like this, if he grows smoothly, the human race will gain another extraordinary figure. The others are no slouches either, all rare geniuses. In these past 2 years, how have so many exceptionally gifted youths emerged? I don't know, but what I do know is that our race is about to usher in a brilliant era. With them, our human race will achieve a good ranking in this 10,000 races assembly. Hasn't the Stellar Spirit clan also produced a peerless genius? I wonder how they compare to our Hishwa.
Within the human alliance, all-powerful human beings, who at time were paying attention to this demon suppression tower trial. They all wanted to see the true strength of the newly emerged geniuses.
Sun Shio seems to be in conflict with other trial participants.
Suddenly a voice caught everyone's attention. They turned to the holographic projection, curious about what was happening. In the demon suppression tower world, amidst a dense jungle, Sun Shio stood with a cold expression, quietly facing 2 trial participants. Across from him, the 2 trial participants wore grim expressions, unsure why this man had suddenly blocked their path. They forced calm and tried to bypass Sun Shio to leave quickly. However, Sun Shio locked onto them with a strand of spiritual sense. Their faces changed drastically, and they said in a low voice,
Sun Shio, what do you want? Sun Shio looked at them coldly, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes, and sneered.
Teaming up. The demon suppression tower trial doesn't forbid teaming up.
One of them was so nervous that his voice trembled. Sun Shio smiled, as if looking at inferior beings. It's not forbidden, but I have my own rules. Trash like you sharing the same trial ground with me makes me feel embarrassed.
The 2 trial participants' eyes burned with anger, yet they dared not retort.
We'll just stop teaming up then. What exactly do you want?
Sun Shio shook his head, his expression icy.
Don't make me act. Use your rescue jade tokens and leave here so you don't offend my sight. You? What if we don't leave?
Hearing this, the 2 trial participants could no longer maintain their composure.
Then I'll have to personally eliminate you, trash. In the next moment, Sun Shio's gaze turned cold, and he struck without hesitation. With a flash, he was already before the 2 trial participants' hands, like claws aiming for their faces.
This attack was extremely sinister and devastating. If it landed, it would likely kill them instantly. The team of trial participants had clearly never expected Sun Shio to be so domineering and ruthless, directly aiming to cripple them. Thud. Thud. 2 dull sounds rang out. They barely managed to block the strike, but their bodies were sent flying backward, their arms slightly twisted. A searing pain surged through their bodies.
Ah!
Screams of agony echoed. Sun Shio looked at the 2 fallen figures, his contempt even more pronounced.
The 2 of you can't even withstand a single blow from me, trash among trash. I think you might as well just die.
As he spoke, killing intent radiated from his eyes, a ferocious aura filling the air. The fallen 2 were filled with shock and terror. They sensed that Sun Shio truly intended to kill them. This time they hesitated no longer. Enduring the agony, they used their bone-shattered hands to take out the rescue jade tokens, and activated them. In an instant, 2 pillars of light descended from the sky, enveloping them. The next moment, their figures vanished, teleported back to the main world. Sun Shio looked somewhat displeased. He glanced up at the sky and muttered to himself,
So meddlesome. Is the value of such trash to the human race greater than mine? Killing them wouldn't matter anyway. In this trial, there are still too many trash. Only true strong ones deserve to compete on the same stage. As for those worthless ones, I'll just clean them up as I go.
In the distance, the sounds of battle could be faintly heard. A cold smile curled at the corners of Sun Shio's mouth. The next moment his figure vanished heading toward the distant battle. In the main world, many human powerhouses exchanged glances looking at each other in bewilderment.
Is it okay for Sun Shio to do this? The regulations of the Demon Suppression Tower trial don't seem to have any similar rule.
For a moment, many fell into silence. Then, they turned their gaze to the trial participants.
If Sun Shio really does that, the impact on this trial will be huge. Those clans won't let it go easily. Jiangnan City Cultivator Association. Wang Lin and others also noticed Sun Shio's actions, their expressions turning grim.
Oh no, Miao, he seems to be near Sun Shio's location.
Wang Lin and Lin Fan's faces were very dark, staring at the holographic projection with tension.
The outside world buzzed with activity, as every trial participant desperately sought after demon beasts to increase their points. In the bamboo forest, however, Su Zhe advanced leisurely. The bamboo forest before him had completely vanished, replaced by a stretch of cliffs. Among them strange peaks stood in stark desolation, utterly barren and bare. Su Zhe did not pause. He stepped into the area, crossing one peak after another, pressing forward. Gradually, as he delved deeper, specks of golden light began to appear on the ground. Su Zhe crouched down to examine them closely, discovering what seemed to be fragments of some kind of fur. They were golden, shimmering like pure gold. In the distant sky, dark clouds gathered thickly, with lightning flickering intermittently amid thick bolts of thunder. Rumble. The thunderous roar reached his ears. Shaoqing grew tense. It could sense that ahead lay an entity even more formidable than the fire flood dragon. Su Zhe touched the jade talisman for help, confirming that there was still a faint connection to the world spirit above the sky, and only then did he relax. As long as the jade talisman still worked, he could escape if faced with deadly danger. Soon the figures of one man and one snake disappeared among the peaks. Black clouds pressed down overhead, emanating a faint sense of oppression. The clouds had completely obscured the sunlight, plunging the surroundings into gloom, with visibility plummeting sharply. Only the flashing lightning could illuminate everything around. Finally, when Su Zhe crossed a peak, a massive mountain loomed before him. Dark clouds coiled around the entire mountain, pitch black, standing like a divine pillar amidst the cluster of peaks. Suddenly, a thunderous crash. The tremendous roar of thunder sounded once more. A bolt of lightning appeared in the clouds, its light spreading rapidly like branching tendrils. The next moment, wind and rain raged, thunder and lightning intertwined. Then a startling sight emerged. As the thunder echoed among the peaks, the very space seemed to warp slightly. A scene abruptly appeared. Su Zhe was startled, his hand gripping the jade talisman. He saw a streak of golden light manifest in the sky. A colossal figure silently emerged, soaring with wings spread wide. Su Zhe's pupils contracted at the sight. It was actually a rock. Its entire body was golden, as if cast from molten gold. With a single flap of its wings, it transformed into a golden beam shooting into the highest heavens. At that moment, a blaze of fire appeared, and a flood dragon suddenly emerged from the clouds, claws bared, launching an attack on the rock. A bloody battle erupted instantly. Yet the terrifying shockwaves of the battle did not affect the peaks below at all. Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, watching the clash between B-class demon beasts, all flickering in his eyes. This was a nascent soul powerhouse. With a single strike, they could easily shatter a mountain, possessing the power to alter heaven and earth with every move. However, these were only battle scenes from the past. The unique topography of these peaks had recorded the combat between the fire flood dragon and the rock from years ago, now replaying itself. After a long while, a torrent of blood spilled from the sky. The fire flood dragon, covered in wounds, staggered away into the distance. The rock did not pursue. It too was severely injured, flames raging on its body, one wing nearly broken. Golden feathers fell from the sky, scattering into fragments among the peaks. The golden-winged rock let out a silent cry, trailing a blinding blaze, its body descending slowly until it disappeared atop the massive mountain. The wind and rain gradually subsided, the thunder fading away. Suze gazed at the great mountain before him, excitement surging in his eyes. Just the fire flood dragon alone had granted him nearly 30,000 years of cultivation, and a B-class martial art. As a demon beast of the same rank, the golden rock would surely not be any less. He called out to Xiaoqing, and quickened his pace, rushing toward the mountain ahead. Moments later, Suze's figure appeared on the summit. The mountaintop suddenly flattened into a vast platform, exceedingly strange, as if something had neatly sliced off the top. Suze stepped onto the summit, and the view opened before him. Golden light flickered ahead, the ground covered in a dazzling golden hue. At the center lay an enormous skeleton. Name Golden Rock, deceased, level B-class upper. A wave of intense joy spread across Suze's face. His initial guess had been correct. He strode forward, quickly examining the body of the golden rock. Like the fire flood dragon, it had not decayed. However, many parts had been scorched by flames, making the preservation slightly inferior to that of the fire flood dragon. Yet it could still grant Suze a massive amount of cultivation. This time Suze operated with practiced skill. B-class upper demon beast bones essence severely depleted, recoverable cultivation 10 years. B-class upper demon beast flesh essence severely depleted, recoverable cultivation 5 years. B-class upper demon beast feathers, recoverable cultivation 2,000 years. B-class upper demon beast sinews essence severely depleted, recoverable cultivation 300 years. B-class upper demon beast claws severely fractured, recoverable cultivation 15 years. B-class upper demon beast. The remaining cultivation years in the system panel began to soar rapidly. The golden rock's body was slightly larger than the fire flood dragon's. Thus, even though many parts had been burned beyond recovery, it still provided a substantial amount of cultivation. Finally, the entire body of the golden rock was fully reclaimed. Suze's remaining cultivation years reached exactly 3,000 years. Moreover, a gleaming golden feather appeared in Suze's hand. This time, without Xiaoqing's reminder, Suze extended his divine sense to touch the golden feather. The next instant, a piercing cry resounded in Suze's mind. Dazzling golden light blazed, and a rock appeared soaring upward, with wings spread ascending tens of thousands of miles. It flew through the air at an astonishing speed, its form utterly blurred. This was the golden rock's innate martial art. A movement technique. The rock 9 steps. Though not as legendary as the golden winged rock, it was still remarkable. Likewise, it was a B-class martial art. On the mountaintop, Suze smiled with satisfaction. This bamboo forest expedition had been incredibly fruitful. He had gained nearly 6,000 years of cultivation, activated 3 dragon elephant seeds, advanced to the foundation establishment mid-stage, and obtained 2 even more precious B-class techniques. He deftly opened the system shop and used the repair function. The Rock Clan's B-class martial art Rock 9 steps can be repaired into a human version, requiring 15,000 years of cultivation. Without hesitation, Suze selected the repair. The next moment, the human version of the B-class technique Rock 9 steps appeared in his mind. Meanwhile, Suze's remaining cultivation base was only 15,000 years. Name Suze. Age 16. Technique Dragon Elephant Body Refining Art Incomplete Version. Martial Skill 5 Forms of the Flood Dragon Beginner 9 Steps of the Heavenly Rock Not Yet Mastered. He directly infused 10 years of cultivation into the 9 steps of the Heavenly Rock. Instantly, a myriad of insights and knowledge flooded into Suze's mind. A golden rock entirely radiant burst forth from the golden light, continuously spreading its wings and soaring its speed, reaching the extreme. Martial Skill 9 Steps of the Heavenly Rock Beginner. Suze closed his eyes, carefully recalling the contents and steps of the improved 9 steps of the Heavenly Rock. The next moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, twin points of gold blazing in the depths of his gaze. 1 step forward. His figure, trailing a golden afterimage, instantly appeared 50 meters away. Xiaoqing hadn't even reacted before realizing the scenery had changed, and a large rock appeared before him. A satisfied smile curled at the corner of Suze's mouth. Unlike before, his previous speed was purely supported by physical strength, relying on explosive power for rapid movement. But now, it was achieved through exquisite footwork. Not only was it more energy efficient, but it also made less noise, moving such a distance almost silently. And this was without Suze using his full strength. The dragon elephant body refining art began to circulate. In his dantian, the small golden lake rippled slightly, then abruptly boiled over. The entire lake seemed to seethe as countless streams of pure refined golden true chi emerged and surged into Suze's meridians. In an instant, Suze's body radiated brilliant golden light, his aura surging. He activated the 9 steps of the heavenly rock and took another step. His form flickered and Suze vanished from his spot. A dazzling golden light appeared atop the mountain peak, circling it in the blink of an eye. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Suze's eyes turned into golden pupils, the wind whistling past his ears, a smile on his face, as he reveled in this extreme speed. His current speed was at least 5 times greater than before. After a moment, golden light flickered and Suze's figure reappeared on the mountaintop. He exhaled a mouthful of turbid chi and circulated his energy to calm the agitation within. B-grade martial skills consumed a great deal of energy. Even with Suze's abundant true chi and extremely strong recovery ability, he could not maintain that state of extreme speed for long. Otherwise it would affect part of his combat power. He extended his divine sense into the beast-taming space.
Call!
A flash of flame appeared, and Xiaohua rushed out, circled joyfully in the air, then landed back on Suze's shoulder.
Xiaohua, I have something good for you too.
Suze smiled and extended his finger, tapping it on Xiaohua's head. The 9 steps of the heavenly rock was a bird-type technique, naturally unsuitable for Xiaoqing. Besides, Xiaoqing already possessed the innate escape art of the 4 symbols Azure Dragon. That was something far stronger than a B-grade technique. However, it was just an incomplete version for now. But as Xiaoqing's bloodline concentration increased, this escape art would gradually be perfected. Xiao was sensing the technique appearing in his mind, was overjoyed. Though he didn't know the value of this footwork, he could feel its power. Master truly valued him the most. To entrust such an important technique to him. Xiao was surprised and delighted, rubbed his head vigorously against Suze's face. He glanced covertly at Xiaoqing, and a chill ran through his heart. He must redouble his efforts, and not disappoint Master's expectations, or else that green snake would be a stark warning. Hadn't Master given him no technique at all?
All right, go back and comprehend it well. Don't waste such a precious technique.
Suze smiled, patting Xiaohua's smooth feathers. Xiaohua nodded vigorously, then plunged headfirst into the beast-taming space. A flicker of disdain flashed in Xiaoqing's eyes. Look at how smug he was. Suze surveyed the mountaintop, ensuring nothing was left behind before sitting cross-legged.
Remaining cultivation base 10990 years.
Crack. The 16th dragon elephant seed opened with a sound. Golden light burst forth, dazzling and brilliant. Suze did not hesitate. He infused another 4,000 years of cultivation into the 17th dragon elephant seed. Crack. The golden light grew even brighter.
Remaining cultivation base 2990 years.
Crack. The 18th dragon elephant seed opened. As before, 4,000 years of cultivation activated 1 dragon elephant seed. All 3 dragon elephant seeds were now open. A surge of vigorous energy abruptly appeared within Suze's body, washing through his limbs and bones, tempering his meridians. In his dantian, the small lake boiled and began to expand rapidly. After a long while, all the strange phenomena gradually subsided. Suze opened his eyes, sensing the further enhanced strength within, and nodded in satisfaction. 18 dragon elephant seeds, the power of 18 giant elephants. With just his physical strength, his power had reached a staggering level. However, Suze faintly sensed that this was not the limit of the foundation establishment stage. In ancient records of cultivators, there were martial artists with innate divine strength, whose physical power at the foundation establishment stage could reach an astonishing several 100,000 jin. Of course, such a person was rarely seen, even in a century. More often, similar figures appeared among other races. Suze's eyes flickered as he silently made up his mind. If he wanted to become a true powerhouse, he would strive to reach the limit in every stage. Only then would he have the capital and qualification to explore those secrets. Only then could he make all those who stood in his way submit. He stood up and stretched his limbs slightly. Crack, pop. A series of explosive sounds echoed from within his body, low and filled with power. Then, Suze extended his divine sense, and indeed felt a faint decrease in the invisible suppression. The range his divine sense could probe was slowly increasing. But the influence of the nascent soul cultivators here was too great. Moreover, they were two powerful beasts near the peak of nascent soul. Therefore, he estimated that it would still take some time before things returned to normal here. To verify his guess, Suze activated the 9 steps of the heavenly rock, took Xiao-Qing, and turned into a golden light rushing into the distance. After a long while, Suze looked at the faint barrier before him, and shook his head helplessly. Indeed, he would need more time before he could leave this place. But Suze was not in a hurry. He would take this time to familiarize himself with the 5 forms of the flood dragon, and the 9 steps of the heavenly rock. Meanwhile, in the outside world,
Sun Xiao, do you think you can do whatever you want here just because of your family's power?
A blood-stained trial participant shouted sternly on the Gobi Desert. Sun Xiao revealed a cold smile, which then broadened into an exaggerated grin.
Sorry, but with a strong background, I can do whatever I want. Do you believe that even if I kill you, no one outside will say a word?
In the main world, the Human Alliance, various cultivator associations. Because of Sun Xiao's actions, many people were paying attention to him. After witnessing this scene, some who were not familiar with Sun Xiao's background asked,
"Is Sun Xiao's family influence very powerful?"
Someone gave an answer.
Obviously. As one of the 8 great families, the Sun family's influence is certainly terrifying. The fields they cover span almost all industries of the human race, especially in energy, where they are a giant, controlling over 60% of the entire human race's share. Not to mention the patriarch of the Sun family is a permanent member of the current Human Alliance Elder Council. Powerful, and the family is filled with countless experts. As the sole heir of the Sun family, Sun Xiao is a true child of destiny, born at the finish line. Moreover, he was exceptionally talented from a young age, getting everything he desired, which cultivated his current domineering and arrogant temper. However, he has the capital to be arrogant. Although he didn't kill a golden core beast like he swore, he fought one to a standstill. With such strength, being a bit arrogant is nothing. But now he has gone too far.
Everyone fell silent, lamenting the disparity of the world. Some people are born lucky, born in Rome. But in this world, there are still more people from ordinary families. No matter how hard they try in their lives, they may never even see Sun Xiao's back. Jiangnan City. Wang Lin and Lin Fan's faces turned even uglier. Even though Wang Lin was a respected alchemy professor at Tianyuan Academy, usually revered by countless people, but when facing a behemoth like the Sun family, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Only someone like the Dean could stand on equal footing with the Sun family, right? He silently prayed that he could stay away from that guy. At the same time, their gazes fixed on the mist in the desert, anxiety growing in their hearts. How was Suze doing? They had no way of knowing. They could only judge from the name on the scoreboard that Suze had not yet encountered a fatal threat. Though extremely anxious, they were helpless. At the same time, in Jingdu, within a sprawling estate, in a huge room, an old man was watching the holographic projection of the Jinyao Tower world.
"Master, will the young master be all right doing this?"
The old man with a sinister face and triangular eyes smiled and said,
"My son Ho's own grandson can do no wrong. Even if it were wrong, it would still be right."
He stroked his mustache, his gaze cold.
"Besides, what has Xiao done wrong? He's just eliminating some trash early. He's protecting them. They should be grateful to Xiao."
The person beside him nodded and respectfully retreated to the back. In the Jinyao Tower world, Sun Xiao looked at the pillar of light before him, snorted coldly, and turned to leave. These trash couldn't even withstand a single move of his, utterly disappointing. At this moment on the scoreboard, a name suddenly flashed with dazzling light, and the points behind it began to surge wildly. Then her name flickered and instantly claimed the first place. Sun Xiao's rank automatically dropped to second place. Sun Xiao looked up, his gaze turning icy. First place on the scoreboard, he swore. Points 23500. Then the voice of the world spirit sounded again.
Number 2, he swore, has slain a D-rank lower tier demon beast, the golden-eyed demon bat, earning 10000 points.
At once the remaining 5029 trialists looked up at the transparent scoreboard in the sky. He swear's name shimmered with brilliant light. The over 20,000 points behind it reflected in everyone's eyes.
So powerful.
He swear has slain another golden core stage demon beast. She was so calm earlier. Was this what she was planning?
Indeed, an E-rank upper-tier beast is only worth 700 points, while a D-rank beast is worth 100,000 points. Killing one equals the efforts of those geniuses for a long time. There's no comparison at all. Even if others kill countless E-rank beasts, can it compare to killing a D-rank beast? They are not even on the same level.
On the Gobi Desert, Sun Shio's expression was grim, his already gloomy features even darker.
Damn it!
Infinite resentment surged in his heart. He could also slay a golden core beast. Last time, he just wasn't proficient enough with that artifact. Now that he could use it skillfully, he could definitely kill a golden core beast. But why did everyone focus on Ishwar? I am the sole heir of the Sun family, a future member of the Human Elder Council. Why are you all so concerned about a woman? Sun Shio's expression turned ferocious, filled with malice. With a thought, a distant E-rank beast appeared. His figure vanished instantly. Bang! The beast's body exploded, blood splattering, staining Sun Shio crimson. On the scoreboard his points increased by 300, but there was still a gap of over 5,000 points. Sun Shio gritted his teeth, and his figure vanished again. In the Cultivator Association, the watching crowd erupted into heated discussion.
Truly a human prodigy. He was quiet before, but he was holding back. He's slain another golden core beast, and it seems much easier this time. His strength has grown again. This is what a human prodigy should be. But the others are not bad either, though they can't compare to Ishwar. They are still excellent. Indeed, but when it comes to true strength, it's still Ishwar. This time at the All Races Conference, I think our human race's performance will not be poor. If we had one or two more prodigies, I think the first place at the All Races Conference wouldn't be impossible. What are you thinking? Prodigies are not so easy to come by.
Wang Lin looked at the graceful figure, and couldn't help but sigh.
This Ishwar has indeed grown a lot. In the future she will surely become a top combat power of our human race, reaching divine transformation, or even higher realms.
Tang Yi's eyes flickered, and he suddenly thought of Su Zhe. As a martial cultivator, he was very strong and could naturally see Su Zhe's strength better than Wang Lin. If that lad grew smoothly, perhaps. But he shook his head and sighed. What a pity. Su Zhe was too unlucky, trapped in that place from the start. It seems he is destined to be unrelated to the top of the scoreboard this time. Time passed. 5 days later. In the Human Alliance. Though not as intently watched as the previous days, people still checked on the progress of the Jinyao Tower trial during their spare moments. During these days, the trial participants seemed spurred on becoming more diligent. Many even hunted demon beasts day and night without rest. On the transparent leaderboard, numerous names constantly shifted. Many promising trialists emerged, their scores rising rapidly as they relentlessly surged forward. At the same time, many trial participants were eliminated. They were teleported back to the main world by the world spirit, their lives spared. Though the leaderboard saw great fluctuations, the top 10 remained remarkably stable. Any changes were merely shifts within 1 or 2 positions. It could be said that the top 10 constantly rotated among a handful of individuals. Yet Ishwar firmly held onto the first-place throne. Below her name, Sun Shio's name glittered, his position as the eternal second equally secure. In the Jinyao Tower world, the world spirit's voice once again resounded across the entire realm.
Number 2, Ishwar has slain a D-rank lower-tier demon beast, the twin-headed demon wolf, and earned 100,000 points.
All trialists looked up and saw Ishwar's score surge by another 100,000 points, reaching an astonishing 43,000 points. Their eyes were slightly numb. This was already the third golden core demon beast Ishwar had slain. Compared to the initial shock, they were somewhat accustomed to it. In the wilderness, Sun Shio severed a giant serpent's head, then crushed it underfoot. On the leaderboard, his score increased by 500 points, reaching a total of 28,000 points. Yet the gap between him and Ishwar was growing ever larger. A ruthless glint surfaced deep in his eyes. Sun Shio snorted coldly, his gaze filled with venom. He pulled a map from his bosom, which clearly recorded the detailed terrain of the Jinyao Tower world. At a certain spot on the map, a triangular symbol was drawn in vivid red pigment.
The time is almost right. Let you be rampant a little longer, I'll make you pay later.
A cold sneer curled at the corner of his mouth, and he set off toward the location marked on the map. On the other side, Lin Mui wiped the sweat from her forehead, took out a pill to restore true chi, and swallowed it. She looked up at the leaderboard in the sky and found Suzai's name. 7,200 points. Still unchanged. Logically, with Suzai's strength, he should have far more points than this. Could Suzai have encountered some trouble? Lin Mui frowned, feeling a bit worried. Amid the towering strange peaks, Suzai gazed at the extremely dim light before him, a hint of joy spreading across his face. The influence of the two nascent soul demon beasts on this place was finally about to dissipate. Moments later, in the unseen, a muffled bang echoed. Suzai instantly felt the invisible suppression completely vanish. A profound and mysterious sensation followed, and the scene before him twisted slightly. A continuous mountain range appeared, verdant and lush, full of vitality. Birds flitted among the trees, and rustling sounds came from the thickets. Suzai glanced around and saw several demon beasts running through the forest. Looking up at the sky, the transparent leaderboard covering the entire firmament reappeared.
Finally out,
Suzai murmured softly, a smile appearing on his face.
He swear, the first place already has over 40,000 points.
A flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. It seemed that during the days he was trapped inside, everyone had been working very hard. His gaze searched the leaderboard, and upon seeing that Lin Mui's name was not dimmed, he breathed a slight sigh of relief. If Lin Mui had been eliminated, it would be hard to explain to Uncle Wang and Uncle Lin when he got out. Xiaoqing raised its head, gazing at the endless forest before it, extremely excited. It had been stifled these past few days, unable to fight, and was itching for action. Flames flickered. Xiaohua let out a cry and rushed out of the beast-taming space. Seeing the vibrant forest ahead, it too grew excited, flames swirling around its wings, eager to find a demon beast to fight right now. Suzai smiled slightly, patted Xiaoqing, and said softly,
"We've lost 5 days, we need to be more diligent too."
Xiaoqing nodded excitedly, turned into a streak of green light, and shot into the forest. After being trapped for 5 days, the man, the snake, and the bird began their actions. A faint golden light glowed in Suzai's eyes. He took a step, his figure flickered, and suddenly vanished. Meanwhile, in the main world, Wang Lin and the others had already given up hope. However, at this moment Lin Fan habitually glanced once more at the spot where Suzai had disappeared. The next moment he froze.
"What's wrong?"
Wang Lin noticed his oddity and asked. Lin Fan's eyes widened, pointing at the holographic projection, and said in shock,
"That patch of mist has disappeared." "What?"
Wang Lin was startled, whirled around, and looked at the spot where the mist had been. He saw that the mist had vanished, revealing the bamboo grove inside, and the strange peaks beyond.
"Where is Suzai?"
They all looked at the leaderboard. Suzai's name was not dimmed, indicating he was still in the Jinyao Tower world. And just then the score that had been dormant for 5 days finally moved. Suzai's name flashed, and his score behind it changed from 7,200 to 7,700. Immediately after, the score began to change rapidly. 8,200. 8,800. 9,300. 10,300. In almost no time, Suzai's score broke through 10,000. His name glittered and began to climb rapidly upward. From a position over 4,000, he directly shot up to 280th. Such a dramatic change naturally drew the attention of many.
"Suzai! I remember he was trapped, wasn't he? How did his score change so much?"
"He broke free."
"No way, once you enter that place relying on foundation establishment power, it's generally impossible to break free. And even if he did break free, how did he gain so many points at once? Quick, see where he is."
For a moment many people were searching for Suzai. Finally, in a lush forest, the figures of Suzai, Xiaoqing, and Xiaohua appeared in their sight. Boom! A scorching fireball shot from Xiaohua's mouth, accurately hitting an E-rank mid-tier demon beast below. There was no room for resistance. The demon beast let out a miserable cry, its body burst into flames, and in moments, it was reduced to a pile of ashes. In the human alliance, many people's pupils contracted sharply.
"If I'm not mistaken, that little bird should still be at F rank, right? And it looks like a flame bird. If lucky, it can grow into a D-rank demon beast. Suzai is quite fortunate to have contracted such a beast."
"No, that's not the main point. Someone pointed at the ashes and explained in shock.
The point is that the beast killed by the fireball was an E-rank mid-tier demon beast.
Reminded by this voice, Minnie suddenly realized the issue. There was a whole realm of difference between F-class and E-class demon beasts. Even though the gap between body tempering and foundation establishment wasn't as vast as that between foundation establishment and golden core, it was still not a chasm that anyone could easily bridge. Those who could defeat an E-class demon beast at the foundation establishment stage earned the title of human prodigy. Among demon beasts, one who could slay a D-class at E-class also received a special title, Demon King. Although Xiaohua was only F-class, many human experts saw this potential in it. After all, judging by how Xiaohua had killed that E-class demon beast, it had been far too effortless.
This guy actually contracted a beast with the potential of a Demon King.
For a moment, many eyes flickered with surprise, but only surprise. Having the potential of a Demon King was one thing no one knew, if it could still cross realms to kill a D-class when it reached E-class. This feat was not easily achieved. After all, over the years there had been only a few dozen human prodigies, hadn't there? Wang Lin and the other two gazed at Su Zai's figure, their eyes blazing with excitement and faces glowing red. They kept exclaiming,
"Good lad, you really kept a trick up your sleeve. As far as I know, Su Zai's first contracted beast was that snake. It should be the strongest."
For a moment, the three exchanged silent glances, seeing anticipation in each other's eyes. What heights could Su Zai ultimately reach? Inside the Jinyao Tower world, Lin Neely stared at the shimmering name, her big eyes curving into crescents. A happy smile bloomed as she murmured,
"I knew it."
Su Zai could definitely do it. By a distant stream, a graceful silhouette appeared, quietly halting beside the crystal-clear water. She glanced at the scoreboard, a trace of expectation gracing her cool features. This fellow who had outranked her in the initial standings had better not disappoint her. Otherwise this trial would be far too dull. On the other side, Sun Xiao paused, looked at Su Zai's name, and a chill spread through his eyes. Where did this fellow from some godforsaken backwater come from? His name was so irritating to look at. He snorted coldly, staring at the mountain ahead. In a blur, he could see a dark gaping hole at the foot of the mountain, its destination unknown. Sun Xiao smiled. His smile was cruel and merciless. Then he dashed toward the hole ahead. In the forest, Su Zai looked at the ashes before him, then at Xiaohua in the sky, shaking his head with a sigh. That wasteful Xiaohua had burned the E-class mid-rank demon beast to nothing with a single fireball art, leaving not even a hair behind. That was all cultivation years. Although an E-class beast could give him at most a few hundred years, even a mosquito leg is meat. Many a little makes a mickle. When the number adds up, it becomes a considerable amount of cultivation years.
Next time be careful. Try not to use fireball art, it's too wasteful,
he said to Xiaohua. Xiaohua nodded aggrievedly. It felt terribly wronged. Those big fellows were just too weak, turning to ash with one strike. How could it be blamed for using too much force? Just then a green light flickered through the jungle. Xiaoqing dragged an E-class upper-rank demon beast carcass, tossing it proudly on the ground, casting a defiant glance at Xiaohua. Su Zai patted its head and smiled.
"Well done, Xiaoqing. Keep it up."
Xiaoqing felt elated and nodded emphatically. Then it charged back into the forest with renewed vigor, continuing its hunt. Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart tightened as a sense of crisis surged within it. Su Zai swept his hand, seemingly storing the beast's carcass into his Qianquan pouch, but he actually recycled it via the system.
E-class upper-rank demon beast hide recyclable for 100 years of cultivation. E-class upper-rank demon beast inner core recyclable for 200 years of cultivation. E-class upper-rank demon beast flesh and blood recyclable for 150 years of cultivation. E-class upper-rank demon beast fangs recyclable for 120 years of cultivation. E-class upper-rank demon beast. This beast altogether brought Su Zai 730 years of cultivation profit. Adding the cultivation years he had just harvested plus the transfusion rebate from a few days ago, Su Zai's remaining cultivation years had reached 13500. However, he didn't rush to activate the dragon elephant seeds again. Instead, he was accumulating more cultivation years. His past experience told him that activating multiple dragon elephant seeds in succession seemed to yield better results. After all this, Su Zai glanced at the scoreboard and found he had risen another rank. But the higher one climbed on the scoreboard, the harder it was to advance. Firstly, the top-ranked trialists were mostly very strong, acquiring points at a decent speed. Secondly, the reason Suze had gained so many points in such a short time was mainly because this forest had not yet been visited by many trialists. Hence, it was teeming with demon beasts. In other places, after being swept by numerous trialists, the number of demon beasts had drastically declined, especially E-class ones. Naturally, acquiring points was no longer easy. So now many trialists were gradually venturing deeper into the Jinya Tower world, heading toward more remote areas. But that also meant they would encounter much stronger demon beasts, even D-class ones. The danger increased dramatically. Yet there was no other choice to get more points. This was the only path. Suze climbed a peak, gazing into the distance. In the distance, a hazy veil obscured everything, making it indistinct. Xiaohua landed on his shoulder, and Xiao Qing came to his feet. Suze extended his divine sense, covering a range of 6,000 meters. Under his divine sense, very few demon beasts remained. There were many F-class lower-ranked ones, but the points and cultivation years they could provide were too meager. Hunting them would be a waste of time, not worth the effort. The best course now was to move forward.
We need to go deeper. Stay alert.
Suze warned, and recalled Xiaohua into the beast-taming space, taking Xiao Qing with him. Golden light flickered in his eyes as he executed the heavenly rock 9 steps. His figure vanished instantly. A streak of gold appeared in the mountain range. Suze moved swiftly, only stopping when encountering demon beasts above E-class. But Xiao Qing did all the fighting, while Suze watched from the sidelines. As they journeyed deeper, his points and remaining cultivation years slowly increased. On the vast grassland, a group of rat-like spirit beasts were foraging, and the grassland was riddled with holes. High in the sky, a sharp-eyed goshawk circled, its strength formidable. It fixed its gaze on the massive rat king below, quietly gathering its demonic power, ready to deliver a lethal strike. However, a figure appeared on the horizon, and in the blink of an eye arrived among the rat swarm. Bang! A dull thud sounded. The rat king's body exploded into a mess of shredded flesh. The surrounding rats were terrified and hurriedly burrowed into the holes on the ground. Sun Xiu's eyes were cold. Purple light swirled around his hand as he waved to release a fierce wind. Poochie! 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 On the grassland, bursts of blood mist erupted. Blood and minced flesh scattered everywhere, and a thick foul stench of blood rapidly spread. The rat swarm instantly suffered heavy casualties, with the rest fleeing in panic underground. Sun Xiu snorted coldly, stomped his foot on the ground, and purple chi flowed as a formidable force burst forth. Boom! A thunderous sound came from underground. Squeak! 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 The agonized cries of the rats were faintly heard. The ground shook, and the underground burrows collapsed, burying all the spirit beasts. The goshawk in the sky was terrified. It hastily halted its impending dive, turned around, and flew high into the sky, fleeing into the distance. Sun Xiu looked up at the black dot in the sky, his smile cold. The slaughter had lasted less than 5 seconds, and a colony of rat-like spirit beasts was annihilated. And this earned Sun Xiu a full 3,000 points. But the gap with Yishuer was still too great. Sun Xiu's eyes darkened. He flickered and strode toward the mountain that had appeared not far away. After a moment, a pitch-black cave deep within appeared before Sun Xiu. He took out a map, compared it, confirmed the direction, and then stepped inside. Instantly, his connection with the world spirit was completely severed. The world spirit immediately detected the anomaly, and sent an alert to the main world. However, in the main world at the Extra-Dimensional Space Research Institute, a researcher in a work uniform quietly tapped the operation interface, temporarily intercepting this message. In the capital, at the Sun Family Manor.
Master, the young master has arrived at the destination.
The old man with graying beard and a sinister expression nodded.
Get them ready.
Yes. On the other side, on an endless lake. Suze stepped on a thick log, his true chi surging, and the log sped forward like a motorboat. Xiaohua flew in the air, constantly observing the surroundings. Beneath the water's surface, a streak of verdant light flowed. Suze frowned and looked around, his divine sense extended, taking in the entire surroundings. Strange. In such a vast lake there were hardly any spirit beasts. Even if trial takers had been here before, it was still somewhat abnormal. Under Suze's divine sense, only F-level spirit beasts existed in the lake, and not many at that.
As for E-level spirit beasts, not a single one was seen. This lake stretched beyond sight, yet not a single E-level spirit beast. Suze was puzzled. His true chi surged, and he sped up again. Since the number of spirit beasts here was low, he would go deeper. After all, he feared no spirit beast below the upper D level. In every corner of the Demon Suppression Tower world, many trial takers had discovered the same thing: the number of spirit beasts was decreasing. Many of them had already ventured deep, yet they encountered fewer spirit beasts than on the periphery. Some directly broke into the lairs of the spirit beasts, but they found the lairs empty. It seemed those spirit beasts had all withdrawn from the area with great coordination. What exactly was happening? On the mountaintop, a graceful figure materialized, standing at the highest point, gazing into the distant haze. A hint of confusion flickered in her phoenix eyes. Something seemed to be happening in the depths. From afar, one could see figures of powerful spirit beasts emerging and disappearing in the jungle. They came from all directions, yet all shared a common goal. In the sunless cave, a black shadow flashed by. Sun Xiao moved swiftly, his divine sense extended, and the path ahead was clearly revealed. If one could see his position on the map, one would find that he was continuously advancing toward the depths of the Demon Suppression Tower world, and penetrating deeper underground. After an unknown amount of time, a glimmer of light appeared ahead. Without pausing, he plunged into that unknown world. The next moment, a vast underground world unfolded before him. On the top rock walls, countless crystals shimmering with a faint glow were embedded in the stone, illuminating the underground world as bright as day. Mountains surrounded them, with faint mist curling around the peaks. Powerful spirit beasts roamed among the jungle. In the distance, a giant serpent coiled around a mountain peak, its massive body terrifying, exuding an overwhelming aura of ferocity. In a deep pool, a massive shadow occasionally surfaced, part of it emerging from the water like a small island. From the aura they emanated, they were unmistakably D-level spirit beasts. Even Sun Xiao, who had been pampered since childhood and had witnessed countless grand spectacles, felt a hint of awe in his eyes upon seeing this underground world. At that moment, a sharp shout came.
Who goes there?
The next instant, a gust of wind howled, and a green ox stepped through the air, appearing before Sun Xiao in the blink of an eye.
A human.
Its expression changed drastically. Sun Xiao unhurriedly took out a token on which was engraved a small character sun.
I've come to fulfill the agreement from years ago and collect what belongs to me,
he said coldly. The green ox swept. Its divine sense confirmed the authenticity of the token, and its fury instantly transformed into ecstasy.
After all these years, can we finally be free?
It looked at Sun Xiao and asked,
Who are you?
Sun Xiao frowned, finding this stupid ox too talkative, and said impatiently,
Sun Xiao, the future head of the Sun family.
He looked arrogant, slightly raising his head, as if the green ox before him were not a golden core level spirit beast. The green ox shuddered, turned around, and said,
Mount up, I'll take you to see the demon god.
Sun Xiao did not hesitate. He landed steadily on the ox's back.
Hold tight,
the ox said in a deep voice, then activated its demonic power, transforming into a streak of green light as it galloped away into the distance. Splash! The surface of the calm lake suddenly seemed to boil. Rings of ripples spread out, the water churned as if something was emerging from the bottom. Suze extended his divine sense deep into the water. He saw a colossal creature suddenly appear. Its demonic aura was dense, its terrifying body emanated formidable demonic power, and a fearsome presence spread out. The corners of his mouth lifted into a smile.
Shao Qing, a big one has appeared.
Beneath the deep lake, a shadow emerged and began to expand rapidly. Boom! The water's surface burst open, and lake water splashed everywhere like a torrential downpour. A roar followed, and an invisible sound wave instantly spread outward. Bang! 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 Countless water droplets still hanging in the air were shattered into mist by the sound wave before they could fall back into the lake. In an instant, the entire lake was shrouded in a thick white mist, blurring the view. Within this white haze, a colossal beast appeared. The massive body emerged abruptly, stirring up a huge wave on the lake. However, Suze and the log beneath him stood as steady as an anchor in the turbulent waves, unmoved. Gazing at the beast before him, a series of information appeared in his sight.
Name Xianing Turtle, level D grade lower, special bloodline A, trace of extremely faint Xuanwu bloodline. Skills: water manipulation, heavy strike, frost breath. Notes: a powerful turtle-type beast with a massive body and nourishing prey. Can be braised, stir-fried, or stewed. Delicious in taste, and the turtle shell brewed into turtle jelly is a refreshing summer treat.
A D-grade beast finally appeared. Facing the colossal creature so close, Suze's eyes held no fear. Instead, he studied it with keen interest. He was calculating how much profit this giant beast could bring him. The Xianming turtle's eyes were icy cold, staring at the insignificant ant before it, murderous intent permeating the air. It sensed Suze's gaze, and was enraged. How dare this little ant look at it like that? Suze chuckled. A D-grade lower beast was not worth his personal intervention. It would be better to leave it to Xiaoqing for practice. So he turned his head and said, "Xiaoqing, this big fellow is yours." Xiaoqing surfaced, nodding excitedly. It had been itching for a fight, especially after acquiring the 5 forms of the flood dragon, yearning for a real battle. Those E-grade beasts posed no threat to it, far less thrilling than fighting a D-grade beast. It slowly swam between Suze and the Xianming turtle, releasing its aura. An E-grade beast. The Xianming turtle was taken aback, then grew even angrier. Despicable human trying to use a contracted spirit beast to buy time to escape. Splash. Suddenly a giant claw over a meter in diameter rose from the water, slamming fiercely towards Suze on the surface. Meanwhile, in the main world at the Cultivators Association, someone exclaimed in surprise, noticing Suze's situation.
A D-grade beast. Suze has encountered a D-grade beast. What? A D-grade beast indeed, and it looks like a Xianming turtle known for its defense. Suze's luck is truly incredible. He just escaped a few days ago, and now runs into a D-grade beast. Why is he still standing there dumbfounded? Use the emergency jade talisman. Wait. Could he be intending to fight the D-grade beast? Impossible. Do you think human prodigies are a dime a dozen?
Wang Lin and the other two stared intently at Suze's projection.
Suze, he...
Lin Fan hesitated. Wang Lin glanced at Suze and said firmly,
Suze isn't one to act recklessly. He knows his limits.
Tang Yi remained silent, watching the projection without blinking, a glimmer of anticipation flickering in his eyes. On the lake, the giant claw came whistling down, with extreme speed, heavy and powerful. The Xianming turtle intended to crush this human with a single slap. However, at that moment a thick water column suddenly rose, colliding violently with the descending claw. Boom! Water splashed and the roar was deafening. Suze quietly controlled the log to retreat. Xihua landed on his shoulder, watching the battle intently. The Xianming turtle felt a tremor in its claw and a faint pain. When moving at such speed, the water surface was as hard as concrete. The Xianming turtle's gaze sharpened, locking onto Xiaoqing on the water with disbelief. A D-grade beast blocked by an E-grade beast. A wave of immense shame washed over it, then transformed into fury.
Water manipulation.
Ridiculous. It snorted. The next moment, with a rumble, dozens of thick water columns shot up, like steel whips, hurtling toward Xiaoqing with a whistling wind. It had originally planned to spare this little worm, but now it seemed unnecessary. The water columns were as fast as lightning, their momentum overwhelming. At the same time, ripples spread across the water, and slender water tendrils coiled toward Xiaoqing like chains. Xiaoqing's eyes flashed with disdain, and it vanished into a streak of green light. Boom! 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 A terrifying roar echoed. Giant waves surged, and the water surface shattered. Xiaoqing's vertical pupils glowed with green light. It moved with incredible speed, weaving between the water columns like a nimble spirit. It was like a spirit dancing among the waves, not a single drop of water touching its body. The next moment it leaped into the air, and appeared above the Xianming turtle's head. Its body twisted into a strange posture. A dazzling green light blazed. With a tearing sound, a gruesome wound appeared on the Xianming turtle's eye socket. Blood sprayed out. This strike blinded one of the Xianming turtle's eyes. Before the turtle could even react, a flash of green light appeared before its remaining eye. Then a piercing agony shot through its eye, and its field of vision shrank by half. It let out a harrowing scream, the pain driving it into a frenzy. It had been wounded by such a tiny creature. This was an utter humiliation. Cold, maddening, murderous intent filled its eyes. Its single remaining eye locked onto Xiaoqing.
Damn it! Die!
Blue patterns on its shell suddenly lit up, and surging energy rapidly gathered. The Xianing turtle opened its gaping maw, revealing a deep blue glow within. A dazzling beam of blue light shot out. Boom! In an instant the temperature plummeted. The lake's surface froze instantly, and a thick layer of ice spread rapidly. Frost breath. The beam moved with astonishing speed, a flash, and it was gone. Boom! The newly formed ice shattered, sending countless ice shards flying in all directions, their sharp edges frighteningly powerful. The pain relentlessly tormented the Xianing turtle's nerves. The blue light in its mouth gathered again, as it began to bombard the lake's surface wildly. In the main world, everyone's faces changed.
Oh no, the Xianing turtle has gone berserk. Why hasn't Suze used the emergency jade talisman? Is he out of his mind? No need to watch. This Xianing turtle seems to have a special bloodline, making it even stronger than normal beasts. Suze is definitely going to be eliminated this time. No. If he still doesn't use the emergency jade talisman, he might die.
In the Zhenao Tower world, on a vast lake, a dazzling azure blue light sprayed from the mouth of the Xianing turtle. The temperature plummeted and thick ice quickly formed, only to be shattered into fragments by the raging energy. The Xianing turtle was wreathed in mysterious patterns, with surging energy continuously gathering in its mouth. The intense pain from its eye constantly stung its nerves. It, a dignified D-rank monster, had its eye blinded by a mere E-rank monster. If word got out, how could it continue to exist here? Other D-rank monsters might mock it as a laughingstock. Thus the Xianing turtle fell into utter fury. Its massive body stood on a huge block of ice, manically unleashing frigid energy from its mouth. However, under such an attack, that would make even a D-rank monster wary. Amid the azure beams, a streak of green light moved with leisurely grace, easily evading the lethal assault, its body enveloped in a layer of green light, warding off the rampaging energy around. As for Suze, he had long since retreated to the distance. Xuqing's vertical pupils locked onto the Xianing turtle, its figure flickering, continuously dodging and advancing. The four symbols Azure Dragon escape art, even if incomplete, was no less formidable than the 9 steps of Tianpeng. It transformed into a streak of green light, and in the blink of an eye appeared before the Xianing turtle again. Its body arched like a drawn bowstring. A flash of horror flickered in the Xianing turtle's eyes, and it turned to dodge. But Xuqing was faster. Squelch! Blood sprayed out. At the same time, a crisp crack of bone breaking sounded. The Xianing turtle's movements froze, its massive head stained with blood, half of its face collapsed. The previous strike was too powerful. Xuqing's body, like a steel whip, directly shattered its facial bones. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted. The Xianing turtle's eyes instantly turned bloodshot, and the pain drove it mad. Demonic energy flowed, and the wound on its face began to heal rapidly. It burned its origin, its power escalating step by step, intent on crushing the little green worm before it. A giant claw whistled down. Boom! Countless ice chunks exploded into the air like a hailstorm on the lake. Main world. Everyone suddenly widened their eyes, staring at Xuqing's figure in disbelief, as if seeing a ghost. This E-rank contract beast can actually fight a D-rank monster, and even gain the upper hand. For a moment, the Cultivator Association fell into dead silence. Finally a voice rang out. Demon King! This green snake is a Demon King! Instantly pairs of eyes lit up. Among them were shock, confusion, greed. They turned to Suze, suddenly realizing. No wonder Suze could get so many points at once. His contract beast is a Demon King comparable to a golden core. He kept it well hidden. No wonder his initial ranking was so high. So that's how it is. Wang Lin finally smiled. Good. This kid really has a trump card. Lin Fan nodded. I was wondering how he escaped from the unknown land. It turns out, he had such a powerful monster companion. Tangy muttered softly. That's not necessarily true. He glanced at Suze, his eyes still full of anticipation. He suddenly felt that the Xianing turtle was disappointing. Why didn't it just charge up and slap Suze? That would let him see how much Suze had hidden. However, in the holographic image, the Xianing turtle's wounds grew more numerous. Xuqing transformed into a streak of green light, continuously circling around it. Each strike left a wound on the Xianing turtle. Xuqing was also aware that the turtle's shell had astonishing defense, so it focused on attacking its exposed head and limbs. Squelch. A streak of green light directly pierced one of the Xianding turtle's front legs. Crack, crack. In an instant, thick leg bones were covered in cracks. The Xianding turtle's leg gave way, and it collapsed to its knees. The madness in its eyes subsided slightly, replaced by shock and fear.
Demon King!
It cried out, its voice hoarse and low. However, Xiaoqing did not stop its attack. The green light suddenly flared. It shot toward the Xianding turtle like an arrow from a drawn bow. With a thud. Before the Xianding turtle could react, its vision was filled with green light, and it became dazed. A blood hole appeared in the center of its forehead. Blood mixed with white brain matter flowed out. Xiaoqing swirled inside its brain, turning it into a paste. Then, without stopping, it burrowed down the neck and into the Xianding turtle's body. Rampaging all the way, it pierced through many organs. Soon a deep blue inner core the size of an adult's fist appeared. The inner core rotated slowly, covered with intricate patterns. It vividly took the form of a giant Xuanwu turtle. Surging demonic energy emanated from it. A flicker of longing passed through Xiaoqing's eyes. This inner core of a monster with divine beast bloodline was extremely beneficial to it. Through the contract it sent a thought to Su Zhe. In the distance, Su Zhe was momentarily stunned and moved his mind. Inside the Xianding turtle, a gleam of surprise appeared in Xiaoqing's eyes, and it opened its mouth, swallowing the inner core. As soon as the inner core entered its mouth, it transformed into a surge of immense demonic energy, flooding into every part of Xiaoqing's body. Its aura rapidly strengthened, and a strange transformation occurred within. Outside, the Xianding turtle's eyes gradually dimmed, its movements halted. The dazzling patterns on its shell rapidly extinguished, and the energy gathering in its mouth dissipated. With a loud crash, it died completely, its massive body slamming onto the ice. At the moment of its death, the rescue jade talisman in Su Zhe's bosom flickered slightly, stirring the world spirit above the sky. The next moment, in the Jinyao Tower world, the voice of the world spirit rang out again.
Number 1 Beast Tamer Su Zhe has slain the D-rank lower tier monster Xianding turtle. Reward 10000 points.
The ethereal voice reached the ears of every trial participant. Their movements paused, suspecting they had just heard things. But immediately in the sky within the transparent ranking board, Su Zhe's name suddenly burst with an extremely dazzling light. The points behind his name surged by 10000, instantly breaking the 20000 mark, reaching 21700 points. His name turned into a streak of light, climbing toward the top of the ranking board. Soon Su Zhe's name settled at the 10th place. Almost all trial participants looked up at the sky, staring at the gleaming name in disbelief, their eyes full of shock. Su Zhe killed a golden core monster. That. Isn't that something only the human prodigies could do? In every corner of the small world, each trial participant maintained a fixed posture. That was looking up at the shining name. Su Zhe. Su Zhe, who slew the golden core beast. Anyone who could accomplish such a feat at the foundation establishment stage would receive a supreme honorific title. Human prodigy. Not long ago, He Shuer obtained this title by slaying a golden core beast. The human alliance erupted. After more than 30 years, the human race had produced another prodigy. A divine transformation powerhouse personally bestowed this supreme honor upon He Shuer, and all young trial participants in the human alliance regarded He Shuer as their goal to strive for. And now, another young cultivator at the foundation establishment stage slew a golden core beast. This is a major event, an absolute major event. Within just over a month, the human race had produced 2 prodigies. Many of them could not believe this news. What? The world spirit would not make a mistake. That shimmering name would not make a mistake. That soaring 10000 points would not make a mistake. Su Zhe, previously unknown, had truly accomplished this astonishing feat. Lin Mui was extremely excited, staring at Su Zhe's name, clenching her fists, and muttering to herself.
I knew it, I knew Su Zhe could do it.
Her gaze suddenly became firm. She must also work hard. Although she knew she could not be as dazzling as Su Zhe, at least she must not fall too far behind. On the other side, Qin Feng, clutching his injured leg, stared dumbfounded at Su Zhe's name. Su Zhe slew a golden core level beast. In an instant, shock filled his eyes. A sense of defeat welled up. He had previously foolishly thought to settle scores with Su Zhe in the Demon Suppression Tower trial. Now this idea seemed utterly ridiculous. deep within the Demon Suppression Tower world. Atop the mountain peak, a graceful figure stared at Suze's name, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. Then she became resigned, a deep expectation and fighting spirit emerging in her eyes.
"This is getting more and more interesting,"
she murmured softly, lowering her gaze to the distant land shrouded in mist. Trees in the forest collapsed. One after another, enormous beasts of various forms, but with exceptionally powerful auras, appeared advancing forward. In the main world, in various cultivator associations, the voice of the world spirit echoed in the halls.
"What? Beast Tamer Suze slew a golden core beast. How is this possible? Another human prodigy has appeared. This is simply unbelievable. Is our human race going to produce two prodigies simultaneously? If this is true..."
Waves of exclamations rose. Except for the Cultivator Association of Jiangnan City, basically no one was paying attention to Suze. Now suddenly hearing the world spirit's voice, they fell into extreme shock. At the same time, everywhere in the Human Alliance, advanced academies, various research institutes, long-established families, and many human powerhouses received this news.
"Hurry, hurry! Bring up the footage of Suze's battle just now! Hurry up, confirm this news!"
Countless people sprang into action. Soon, the battle scene on the lake appeared before countless eyes. When they saw Xiuqing's relaxed demeanor under the Xianming turtle's ferocious attacks, deep surprise filled their eyes. When at last Xiuqing plunged into the Xianming turtle's head and killed it, the faces of many human bigwigs showed expressions of delighted surprise.
Confirmed, it was truly a golden core beast slain entirely by strength. Unexpected, this new prodigy is actually a beast tamer. Did you notice? That contracted beast seems to be a Qingju snake. Isn't the limit of this kind of beast just ear ink? If it were just an ordinary Qingju snake, it could not possess such combat power. If I'm not mistaken, this Qingju snake must contain a special bloodline.
Therefore its upper limit is far beyond this. It is a beast king, an existence comparable to our human prodigies.
But if that's the case, Suze relied entirely on his contracted beast to kill the Xianming turtle. His own strength is unknown. The title of prodigy. Nonsense.
A beast tamer's main combat power comes from contracted spirit beasts, doesn't it? Would you want a beast tamer to abandon his strength and kill a golden core beast via close quarters combat?
Suze is a well-deserved human prodigy.
After confirming this matter, the news quickly spread. On major social networking sites and cultivator forums, a piece of news instantly topped the hot search list.
A new human prodigy has appeared. Beast Tamer Suze from Jiangnan City at the Foundation establishment stage slew a golden core beast.
In this era of advanced internet, before long almost everyone in the Human Alliance knew of this news. Notifications kept popping up in their communication devices. All were messages about Suze, the new human prodigy Suze. For a time almost everyone knew this name. Suze's name echoed in every corner of the Human Alliance. Even elementary school students just out of school were talking about this name. Young cultivators looking at the shimmering name on the screen had eyes full of worship and yearning. Among the human powerhouses, many wore expressions of excitement and fervor. Jingdu, True Dragon Academy. The Academy's Dean Divine Transformation powerhouse Zhang Muji had a smile on his face.
Such a genius should enter my True Dragon Academy.
West, the border of the Human Alliance. Above the sky, fierce gales howled, each capable of destroying a nascent soul powerhouse body and soul. A massive body suddenly burst out from the clouds, nearly 100 zhang in length, black scales, 4 pairs of gleaming claws, and 2 horns, like branches on its head. 2 long whiskers fluttered in the wind, and a pair of cold, fierce vertical pupils glared from its huge eyes. It was unmistakably a flood dragon. And on the flood dragon's head an old man sat cross-legged. At this moment, he suddenly opened his eyes.
Beast Tamer.
His voice carried a hint of surprise. The next moment the black flood dragon let out a low roar, and its massive body vanished abruptly. Sun Family Manor. Sun Ho's expression was cold, frowning, as he watched Xiaoqing's battle scene.
Such a beast given to this kid from the backwoods, isn't it a waste? If only it could be given to Xiuer. Go and investigate if there is any way to make a contracted spirit beast choose a new master.
Alternate Space Research Institute. The Dean's office. An old man gazed at the holographic projection before him, his eyes flickering as if lost in recollection. After a long while, a trace of faint shock appeared in his eyes, and he murmured to himself,
"3 prodigies from one family. What kind of talent is this?"
The old man sighed deeply and leaned back into his seat.
"Chongqing, you really have raised a fine son."
In Jiangnan City, at the Cultivators Association, Lin Fan's face flushed crimson as he roared,
"What a lad!"
Principal Tang, equally exhilarated, stared at Su Zai's figure, murmuring incessantly under his breath. Wan Lin stroked his beard and smiled.
"I've said it before, Xiao Su won't let us down."
Though he appeared composed on the surface, the excitement in his eyes betrayed him. A human prodigy. Even within the entire human alliance, there were only 2 such individuals now. The crowd around snapped back to reality, turning their gazes toward Wan Lin and his 2 companions. The principals of several schools looked at Tang Yi with envy. If only Su Zai were a student at their own institution, within the demon-suppressing tower world. On the misty lake with Xiao, with a fire elemental as a furnace by his side, Su Zai felt no chill at all. He stepped forward slowly. From the corpse of the Xianming turtle, a formidable fluctuation erupted. Spiritual energy gathered above the lake, forming a massive vortex of qi that poured into the turtle's body. Thump! A dull heartbeat resounded. Within the Xianming turtle's remains, a powerful life was undergoing a leap in its very essence. Su Zai did not rush to retrieve the Xianming turtle. Instead, he waited quietly. Thump! The sound like a war drum echoed once more. Thump! 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 Gradually the heartbeat accelerated, steady and brimming with vitality. A flicker of delight appeared in Su Zai's eyes. At this rate, Xiaoqing was about to advance. Inside the Xianming turtle, Xiaoqing was enveloped in azure light, undergoing a cataclysmic transformation within. The demonic energy within the Xianming turtle's inner core was exceptionally vast. More precious still, after years of cultivation, the core had condensed a trace of Xuanwu's divine power. This was the might of the Supreme Four Symbols, divine beasts. For any beast other than a divine one, this was the holiest of sacred forces. A single thread could change their entire destiny. For Xiaoqing, the effect was equally profound. Rolling demonic energy surged, continuously strengthening its body, as its blood seemed to boil. Deep within its bloodline, mysterious symbols were awakened. A surge of knowledge materialized in Xiaoqing's mind, partially completing the incomplete Azure Dragon escape art. Crack! 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 From deep inside Xiaoqing, a symphony of bones and sinews rang out. The azure scales faded, turning withered and yellow, gradually shrinking. Then on its skin a new layer of scales grew. Crack! Its body silently expanded, growing longer, thicker, and larger in every dimension. Su Zai stood beside the Xianming turtle, scrutinizing its massive frame. At that moment, a low growl emanated from within the turtle. The next instant, dazzling azure light burst through the wounds on the Xianming turtle. Its belly began to swell violently, as if a colossal creature was emerging from within. Su Zai's brows arched as he flickered backward, retreating a safe distance. Bang! Suddenly the turtle's belly exploded, spewing chunks of flesh mixed with blood. A rain of blood seemed to fall from the sky. Organ fragments scattered everywhere, and a thick metallic stench instantly permeated the air. But Su Zai's gaze was drawn to the azure figure. Staring at the serpent, now over 3 zhang long, he could not help but pause in astonishment. Rays of blinding azure light shot out from Xiaoqing's body. Writhing in apparent agony, it let out a roar and leaped into the air, resembling a flood dragon. It tumbled endlessly through the sky as if enduring some excruciating pain. In the void, a distant lingering dragon's roar seemed to echo from the ether. Su Zai almost intervened. However, Xiaoqing sent a mental command, halting his action. Su Zai stopped and watched Xiaoqing with unwavering focus. Simultaneously, he summoned the system panel and frantically searched the shop for life-saving pills effective on beasts. Xiao too grew tense. It could tell that Xiaoqing had reached a critical juncture. If successful, its strength would soar. Meanwhile, in the main world, almost everyone was now fixated on this new human prodigy. Seeing this scene, they were startled.
Is Su Zai's contracted spirit beast in trouble?
Soon powerful beast tamers provided answers. They stared intently at Xiaoqing, tumbling through the air with unprecedented brilliance in their eyes.
No. Su Zai's contracted beast is not in trouble. Quite the opposite, it's evolving. Evolving.
Some were puzzled and asked in confusion.
Shouldn't it be advancing? What do you mean by evolution?
The beast tamers were ecstatic, their voices trembling.
A divine beast. That azure serpent possesses divine beast bloodline.
So it's not just advancing, it's undergoing a profound evolution, with its bloodline concentration increasing. For a moment shock spread across everyone's faces.
Divine beast bloodline.
Many turned abruptly to stare at Xiao Qing, their eyes reflecting shock, envy, confusion, and other emotions. Beneath those emotions lay a flicker of greed. Yet most of them quickly dismissed the nascent thought. Now Su Zhe's identity as a human prodigy had spread throughout the human alliance, and countless experts were watching. If they attempted anything, they would likely be suppressed by the human council of elders. In the capital at the Sun family manor.
Oh! Divine beast bloodline. What has a lowly person from this backwater place done to deserve such a powerful beast?
The old man sat in his armchair, a cold smirk curling on his lips. Just as Su Zhe was searching for pills.
Roar!
Xiao Qing let out another resounding cry. Azure light flared brilliantly, shrouding its body in a hazy glow. With a tearing sound, flesh split open on Xiao Qing's abdomen, yet no blood flowed. For sharp claws emerged. At the same time, two bulges appeared on its head, as if something was about to break through the skin. Its tail also transformed from a slender serpentine tail into a fish-like fin. Azure scales lined its body, densely shimmering with a metallic luster. Compared to the fire flood dragon in the bamboo grove, only Xiao Qing's head had yet to undergo significant change. Su Zhe breathed a sigh of relief, a smile returning to his face. In his eyes a stream of information appeared.
Name: Azure Flood Dragon, incomplete evolution. Level D rank lower. Special bloodline 3, Azure Dragon bloodline. Skills: 4 symbols, Azure Dragon escape art, incomplete version, water control art, with elemental arts, Flood Dragon 5 forms.
Crack. 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 A series of sounds came from within Xiao Qing's body. It now seemed to have transformed into a spiritual energy black hole, unleashing a terrifying suction force from its body that drew in all the surrounding spiritual energy. Brilliant azure light swirled around its body. Beneath the pale green scales, muscles bulged slightly, exuding an explosive sense of power. Its body length slowly increased, eventually settling at about 5 zhang. Xiao Qing raised its head, its form suddenly soaring into the sky, letting out a resounding roar. Amidst the clouds, a cyan flood dragon tumbled and writhed, exceedingly majestic. Su Zhe, Xiaohua, and countless human cultivators in the main world silently watched Xiao Qing. Witnessing a demon king with divine beast bloodline advance in rank was in some ways even rarer than a heavenly tribulation. Xiaohua gazed at Xiao Qing's figure, its eyes filled with envy. When would it ever be so formidable? Its strength was still far too lacking. It hadn't been working hard enough. Su Zhe noticed Xiaohua's distress and gently stroked its soft feathers.
Don't be discouraged, Xiaohua. Your talent is also strong. Keep going, the future is yours.
Xiao Qing and Xiaohua seemed to have been quietly competing with each other. Su Zhe had noticed this before, but he thought it was fine. Pressure brought motivation, and motivation led to rapid growth in strength. The stronger Xiao Qing and Xiaohua became, the stronger he himself would be, right? Su Zhe smiled faintly, encouraging Xiaohua. Moments later, after venting its excitement, Xiao Qing flew back from the sky. On its half-meter-wide head, 2 protrusions appeared on either side. In its large bell-like eyes, pale cyan vertical pupils were mesmerizing, exuding a suffocating pressure. But the next moment, all its aura retracted. Xiao Qing approached, thrusting its massive head into Su Zhe's embrace, nuzzling back and forth. Su Zhe patted it with a smile and said softly,
All right, Xiao Qing, now that you're a dignified D-rank demon beast, mind your image.
After breaking through to D-rank, Xiao Qing could already speak human language. Its voice was crisp, as melodious as wind chimes.
What's so great about D-rank? How long has it been since I was born? Theoretically, I'm still a baby.
Su Zhe thought about it and realized this was indeed true. But now Xiao Qing's body was too large. The way it burrowed into his arms to act spoiled was a bit strange. Seeming to sense Su Zhe's thoughts, Xiao Qing raised its head and said,
I get it, master. You prefer small and cute ones.
With that, a flash of cyan light. In an instant, Xiao Qing's body shrank, reverting to its original small snake form.
Good heavens, you can grow bigger and smaller, thicker and thinner. You're like a Rui Jingu Bang. This ability of yours is truly enviable,
Suze teased. Xiaoqing blinked, clearly not understanding what Suze was talking about. Suze didn't explain. He stepped forward and began to clean up the corpse of the Xianming turtle. The turtle's belly had been burst open by Xiaoqing scattering minced flesh all over the ground. Thus collecting these materials took considerable time.
D-rank lower tier demon beast Xianming turtle shell recoverable for 1,000 years of cultivation. D-rank lower tier demon beast Xianming turtle claws recoverable for 600 years of cultivation. D-rank lower tier demon beast Xianming turtle flesh recoverable for 650 years of cultivation. D-rank lower tier demon beast Xianming turtle.
After a series of operations, Suze obtained a total of 3,600 years of cultivation. And his remaining cultivation years reached 17100 years. If nothing changed, he could activate about 4 dragon elephant seeds. Suze nodded, quite satisfied. Xiaoqing resumed its form, walking on the ice, lowering its head to gaze into the deep lake bottom, lost in thought. Suze also thought of something. How did this Xianming turtle appear? He had already scanned the area with his divine sense earlier. The bottom of the lake was clear, and there was no sign of the Xianming turtle. Yet this creature had suddenly emerged. There might be something beneath the lake. Suze's mind formed such a speculation.
Go down and take a look.
Xiaohua, upon hearing this, became excited and nodded vigorously.
Shall we go back and stay put for now? We might encounter a golden core demon beast later, so I don't want to accidentally hurt you.
Though reluctant, Xiaohua obediently returned to the beast taming space. Before leaving it, cast a deep glance at Xiaoqing's imposing figure. It would etch this scene into the depths of its memory to motivate itself. After Xiaohua returned to the beast taming space, Xiaoqing gently tapped the ice with its claw. Bang! The half-meter-thick ice shattered instantly, revealing a large hole. With a low growl, it plunged headfirst into the lake. Suze followed closely, his body enveloped in a faint golden glow. The man and the flood dragon descended rapidly toward the lake bottom. Soon darkness surrounded them. As they went deeper, the water pressure increased. However, it had no effect on Suze and Xiaoqing. In moments, the man and the flood dragon reached the bottom of the lake. By now there were no other demon beasts present, only a few bioluminescent invertebrates swimming about. Suze spread out his divine sense to survey the lake floor. The next moment, a massive fissure in the distance appeared before him. He flickered a flash of gold and appeared in an instant outside the fissure. The fissure was over 30 meters wide, and a full 100 meters long, pitch black and bottomless. Strangely, his divine sense was blocked by the fissure, unable to probe the depths. Xiaoqing appeared behind Suze, extending its divine sense only to be blocked as well. Suze's eyes flickered. The Xianming turtle must have come out from this fissure. It was precisely because of the fissure's peculiar nature that Suze hadn't detected its presence initially. He just didn't know what lay deep within the fissure. Xiaoqing's body slowly drifted in the water, silent, waiting for Suze's decision. Suze pondered for a moment and decided to venture inside. After all, with his and Xiaoqing's current strength, as long as they didn't encounter D-rank upper tier or higher demon beasts, they would be fine. Besides, if worst came to worst, he could just use the emergency jade talisman to escape. Without further hesitation, he began to descend, entering the fissure. Xiaoqing swam after him, following Suze into the fissure. At the same time, in the main world, Suze's figure vanished again from the holographic map.
Suze! Has he stumbled into an unknown place again? Probably. The depths of the unknown are far more dangerous than the outer areas. Suze is being reckless. I think it should be fine. With a demon king D-rank beast by his side, what danger could he encounter? I hope he won't be trapped for too long this time. Also, have you noticed that the demon beasts in the demon suppression tower seem to be migrating? By the way, Sun Xiao seems to have entered a similar unknown place. His signal has also disappeared. He should be fine. I've heard that Sun family's ancestral treasure is on him.
At the same moment, deep within the underground expanse of the demon-suppressing tower world, a streak of light tore across the sky, hurtling forward at an incredible speed. It was the Azure Ox from before. On its back, Sun Xiao sat cross-legged in stillness. A faint glimmer flashed in his hand, and a long sword materialized. The sword was not yet fully forged. It remained a mere blade embryo. Yet even so a ferocious and unparalleled murderous aura radiated from its body. The moment it appeared the sword trembled. A fierce maddening killing intent suddenly erupted. The azure ox stiffened, feeling a bone-chilling cold on its back. The terrifying murderousness filled its heart with a deep visceral fear. Fortunately, a jade pendant on Sun Xiao emitted a faint glow, descending upon the sword embryo and suppressing the killing intent within. The azure ox breathed a sigh of relief, then stole a glance at the blade embryo. Its body shuddered again. In the next instant it accelerated. It had to deliver this creature to its destination quickly. Just a moment ago, it had nearly feared that the sword would unsheath and slay it. Sun Xiao examined the sword in his hand, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Once he could complete the crucial step and perfect the sword embryo, this blade would become a true Dao weapon. And then his strength would undergo a qualitative leap. Slaying golden core beasts. The title of human prodigy. All would be within easy reach. The azure ox, as a golden core beast, was exceptionally fast. Yet it took a long time to reach the destination. Sun Xiao strapped the long sword onto his back, raised his head to look ahead, and his pupils contracted. There on the distant horizon the two poles were inverted. A hollow mountain hung upside down in the sky. From the mouth of the mountain white mist could be seen billowing forth. Beneath the mountain a host of powerful beasts appeared, standing at its base. Sun Xiao raised an eyebrow. They were all golden core beasts. Even with a brief glance there were nearly 100 golden core beasts. Monstrous demonic energy surged skyward, and a suffocating aura quietly permeated the air. Noticing the arrival of the azure ox, the golden core beasts turned their heads in unison. Pairs of icy eyes focused on Sun Xiao, and a fierce hostility emerged. Sun Xiao stood unmoved, a cold sneer on his face. Clang! The long sword on his back vibrated, emitting a clear resonant cry. In an instant all gazes were severed. The nearly 100 golden core beasts felt a sharp pain in their eyes, as a piercing sword intent assailed them. A flicker of surprise emerged deep in their eyes. That long sword on the human's back. The golden core beasts felt a trace of wariness, sensing a threat of death from it. The azure ox's legs went weak, and it groaned in dismay. It accelerated once more, turning into a streak of light that appeared outside the mountain. The next moment the poles reversed, and the heavens and earth spun. When Sun Xiao regained his senses, he found himself standing at the foot of the mountain, with a vast expanse of land and forests above his head. Massive beasts surrounded him, their fearsome auras intimidating. Sun Xiao's expression remained unchanged as he strode toward the mountain. Though the golden core beasts were resentful, they dared not obstruct him. Their freedom depended on this. Bear with it, they thought to themselves. Sun Xiao walked without pause, heading deeper into the mountain. Gradually the number of beasts dwindled, but their auras grew stronger. Before long a cave appeared on the cliff face ahead. Without hesitation he strode briskly inside. Inside the cave mysterious runes gleamed, silver light flowing. Ore scattered on the ground emitted a faint glow, illuminating the cavern. The long sword on his back trembled incessantly, as if something it craved lay ahead. Moments later Sun Xiao's view opened up. The entire mountain belly was hollow, with a deep pool at its center. Thick white mist rose from the surface of the pool. Remarkably, it seemed to be two completely different kinds of mist. One was hot vapor generated by high temperature, the other was cold vapor from extreme cold. These two opposing forces coexisted peacefully within the same pool of water. At the edge of the pool, two golden core peak-level beasts knelt in utmost reverence. Splash! A ripple appeared on the once calm surface. Then a tall white figure gradually emerged from within. It was a white-furred ape. Its eyes were blazing red like fire. Though it rose from the pool, not a single drop of water clung to its fur. The moment the white ape appeared, a ferocious and terrifying aura erupted. Sun Xiao's cold and arrogant expression finally shifted. A divine transformation beast. But he quickly dismissed the guess. The rules of the demon-suppressing tower world had been altered. No matter how gifted a beast, it could not break through the nascent soul limit. At most it could reach the nascent soul peak. And the white ape before him was a nascent soul peak beast, infinitely close to the divine transformation stage. This must be the Lord Demon God the Azure Ox had spoken of. Just then, the white ape fixed its emotionless eyes on Sun Xiao and spoke calmly. a descendant of the Sun family. Do you still remember the promise your clan made back then? Sun Shio replied indifferently. Exchange the blood god pearl. Hand it over to me, help me refine it successfully, and naturally you will all regain your freedom. The white ape's voice turned icy. It's not just freedom. We must also return safely to the northernmost demon kingdom. Of course. As one of the 8 great families, would the Sun family deceive you? The white ape's gaze flickered, but it ultimately made up its mind. If you break your word, don't blame me for taking action against the younger generation. Sun Shio smiled, but a cold glint flashed deep in his eyes. This damned monkey dared to threaten him. Yet in his urgency he flicked his hand, and tossed a stone slab, covered in intricate runes, from his spatial ring. Hurry up and activate this formation diagram. The white ape took the formation diagram, swept it with divine sense, to confirm it was intact, and asked in a deep voice. The blood god pearl is still missing a fraction to be complete. It requires at least 3,000 foundation establishment cultivators' blood to succeed. The demon race will contribute no more of that blood essence. A cruel smile spread across Sun Shio's face. He pointed downward and said casually, "Outside? Aren't there several thousand foundation establishment cultivators?" The white ape raised an eyebrow, clearly startled by Sun Shio's venomous suggestion. But they were only humans. The more dead the better. It grinned viciously. Those are your own kind, and many are prodigies. If you blood sacrifice them all, won't you run into trouble once you're out? Or are you planning to make us the scapegoats? The white ape's brow furrowed, and a murderous aura emerged. Sun Shio let out a cold snort, and said indifferently, "So what?" Hearing this, even the white ape himself was taken aback. "Even if the families of those people cannot compare to your Sun family, they are not weak, are they? If you sacrifice them all, wouldn't their families come to settle accounts with you?" Sun Shio smiled. His smile was cruel, ruthless, and filled with utter contempt for life. He had been too lazy to explain to this damn monkey. But seeing that it seemed unwilling to start the operation without hearing a plausible reason, Sun Shio patiently spoke up. "Do you think my Sun family's formation masters are useless? That array diagram not only collects blood energy, but also isolates the meddlesome world spirit, completely severing this dimensional space from the outside world. By then the outsiders will become blind. No one will know what happened inside. At that time, who will know what I have done? I can say whatever I want about the truth. Even if they found out the truth, by then those people would be dead. Dead is dead, nothing can be undone. Living geniuses are their key cultivation targets, but once dead, they are just names. Would they completely tear apart ties with my Sun family over a few dead people? That would not be worth it. My Sun family only needs to offer appropriate compensation, and the matter will be settled." The white ape frowned, and after a long pause said, "What about the human prodigy? She is a peerless genius that your race has barely managed to produce." Hearing this name, Sun Shio's brows instantly filled with ferocity. "That wretched woman. She's just a step ahead, slaying a golden core. I can do that too. Why does all the glory fall on her? Not to mention, with the sword embryo perfected, I will become a human prodigy far surpassing that wretch. By then, even if I kill her, what can they do? As the sole remaining human prodigy, what can they possibly do to me? Over the years, humanity has never achieved good results in the Grand Assembly. Those old fools are pinning their hopes on this time. If I cannot participate in the myriad races assembly, their losses will be even greater." Sun Shio took down the long sword from his back, gently stroked the scabbard, and murderous intent filled his eyes. Having grown up under Sun Ho's jealous indulgence, the Sun family had always catered to his every whim. Thus his extreme personality had been nurtured. The white ape watched Sun Shio, a chill creeping into its heart. To be hated by someone like this was truly unnerving. It asked no further questions, and gave a calm order. "Quickly form the 100 Beasts Grand Array. Once the array is activated, kill all those humans." The 2 Golden Core Beast sovereigns that had been guarding the deep pool received the order and departed. Soon, outside the great mountain, countless beasts united, each taking its position as a formation core. Roar! For a moment, low and hoarse roars resounded everywhere. Exuberant demonic energy surged forth, gathering through the 100 Beasts Grand Array into a dazzling beam of light that poured into the great mountain. At the same time, the white ape placed its palm on the array diagram. The terrifying aura of half-step divine transformation erupted, and a silver-white light blazed. The patterns on the array diagram suddenly lit up, and a grand formation silently took shape. The next moment, the demonic energy of 100 golden core beasts appeared, transforming into a torrent that poured into the array diagram. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted. In an instant, an invisible shockwave spread from the great mountain, sweeping through every corner of the demon suppression tower world. High in the heavens, in the void, a hazy orb of light trembled violently. A wave of shock, terror, and panic emanated from within.
I have lost contact with the dimensional space.
The cry of alarm echoed through the void. And at this moment, all across the demon suppression tower world, the trial takers, sensing something amiss, retrieved the emergency jade talismans from their bosoms. When they discovered that their connection with the world spirit had been completely severed, their faces turned pale.
What's going on? The emergency jade talisman seems to have failed. What happened? Something is wrong with the world spirit.
Exclamations rang out everywhere. In the sky, the transparent scoreboard flickered once, and then vanished completely. In the main world, before the eyes of all the powerful figures qualified to watch the demon suppression tower trial, the glowing holographic projection suddenly disappeared.
Huh? What the hell is the Dimensional Research Institute doing? Why did they cut off the projection for no reason? Damn it, I was just watching my disciple fight. Why did the screen suddenly go dark? What's wrong with those people at the Institute again? Causing trouble at such a time. Hurry! Go ask what's going on. So many people are watching.
Most people were still unaware of the situation, assuming it was a problem with the Dimensional Research Institute. In the capital, the Sun family estate.
Master, it seems the young master has already begun.
Sun Ho nodded, a cruel smile curling at the corner of his mouth. That sword embryo was obtained by the Sun family from a dimensional space. If forged into a true sword, it would grow into a divine weapon, surpassing the divine transformation realm. By then, the Sun family's power would rise to another level. At the Dimensional Research Institute, pandemonium had already broken out. Countless researchers leaped to their feet, staring at the massive screen in the center of the hall. On the screen, the swift waterfall of information stopped, and a line of red text appeared.
Level 2 Anomaly, Dimensional Space 1098, lost contact.
The researchers understood the situation well. The projection interruption was not intentional, nor was it a monitoring equipment failure. Rather, Space 1098 itself had encountered a major problem. A mysterious force had isolated the world spirit, causing them to lose control over this dimensional space. This was an absolute catastrophe. Since the establishment of the Dimensional Research Institute, Level 2 anomalies had occurred only 59 times. The last time was 10 years ago, though it was said that the incident 10 years later escalated to a Level 1 anomaly. Nearly 1,000 young cultivators of the Human Alliance, all outstanding talents from various regions, included many key trainees from major families. There were even 2 human prodigies. If anything happened to these people, the researchers couldn't help but shudder. If that were the case, the Human Alliance would experience an unprecedented upheaval. In the director's office, the old man sat upright, his gaze turning cold.
Investigate. Restore contact with Space 1098 immediately.
Instantly, the entire Dimensional Research Institute sprang into action. Apart from the necessary monitoring of certain dimensional spaces, almost all personnel were mobilized. Then, in the office, the old man's figure silently vanished.